I was only 10 when my next-door neighbor asked me out. I want you to be my girlfriend, Dylan.
Ew, gross. Jack.
Ow! Hi guys, I'm Dylan from Portland. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I rushed back and told my mom, and she just laughed. You're a smart cookie, Dylan. There's no hurry to date boys. He apologized and we made up because I didn't want to lose my only best friend over some silly thing. My life was amazing. I had my mom and Jack, but everything changed after that summer. Mom surprised me with a packed suitcase and a brochure. What's this? I thought it would be good for you to get away and meet new people, since we can't afford a vacation this summer.
No, I don't want to go. Jack and I already have plans, Mom. If you send me there, I'll just call you every day, every hour, or every second until you come and pick me up.
Mom had made up her mind, and she wasn't changing it, no matter how hard I begged. The day had arrived, and I wasn't ready to leave Jack. He pulled something out of his pocket. It's a leather friendship bracelet. Mom let me buy it at the mall. I thought maybe you'd think of me while you had it on. Yeah, it's a bit flimsy, but we girls love it, right? He tied it on my wrist, and I was just adjusting it when, snap, it broke. Whoops. Good thing you didn't buy the pearl one. I'll fix it, and I won't ever take it off. I was crushed. I'd have to leave my best friend for an entire summer. As if that wasn't enough, when I arrived at camp, all the kids seemed to know everyone there already, and I felt like an outcast. So I was tossing rocks into the lake, lost in thought, when I felt a tap on my shoulder.
Let's see who can skip rocks the farthest.
No thanks. I guess I thought she was there to pick on me too, but she plopped down next to me and smiled.
Oh, come on. It'll be fun. I'm Molly, by the way.
Hey, Dylan, we go to school together, right?
Yep, and you look like you could use a friend. So what do you say? Ready for a little friendly competition? Are you ready for me to kick your butt? I'm the best rock skipper known to man. Ha! We'll see about that.
We had a blast, and I laughed my lungs out. From that day on, Molly and I became joined at the hip. Molly was more social than me, which helped me break out of my shell. I got to know other kids, and I felt like I fit in. I no longer called my mom to pick me up, and I felt myself changing. Until swimming day. No one had a clue that I couldn't swim, and I was too embarrassed to admit it. I tried, but it was like I was Titanicking without a lifeboat. Of course, a few jerk boys figured it out and started to poke fun at me. Imagine being 10 years old and having a bunch of kids laugh at you because you can't swim. I wanted to run off, but then Molly spoke up.
Whoopsie daisy. It looks like I just peed in the pool a little.
Of course she didn't, but the way those guys scrambled away was enough to give me a good laugh, and I felt my confidence creep back in, thanks to her. The rest of camp wasn't so bad after we put those boys in their place. Camp ended, and I got Molly's number to stay in touch. The first thing I did was go to Jack's. I was excited to give him a bracelet. I had made it in camp, but no one was home. Even his porch swing was gone. Mom, where's Jack? I'm sorry, Dylan, but Jack and his family moved away to California. He left you this. I was feeling devastated, but at least I could keep in touch with him, even though he was miles away. We started chatting and calling, and over the years, I started to like him more and more. As we got older, things changed, and he talked less and less until one day his calls just stopped. He even blocked his Instagram account. He totally ghosted me. I guess he found himself a girlfriend. Talk about a broken heart, but I still had Molly. At 16, we vowed to make our junior year the best ever, and maybe find ourselves some boyfriends. Did you talk to the new guy, Kyle? No, why would I? He keeps to himself. He's really cute. You're right, he's quiet, but I think I can get him to open up. You do have a knack for that. The final bell rang, but Molly continued gushing about Kyle. She always made me late, so we split, and I ran to class and I was about to sit, but I missed my seat. And butt planted on the floor in front of Towns Miller, the most popular guy in school, and my dream crush. My hopes and dreams of impressing him were ruined. I looked over, unaware that Kyle had been staring at me. Hey, Kyle. My face was beet red, but he ignored me anyway and turned his attention to his phone. Such a rude dude. I didn't tell Molly this, but she wasn't lying. Kyle was hot. After school, I went to the mall with Molly to look for dresses for our upcoming formal. Neither of us had a date, so we decided to go with each other. We both slipped the glamorous dresses on. I felt so pretty in mine, and despite the price tag, I was convinced I'd wear this gown to the formal. When I came out, Molly was already waiting for me and twirling in front of the mirror. Dylan, look at us. We look like the popular girls. Screw the popular girls. I feel like a princess. It felt magical. But as I looked in the mirror, I spotted Kyle standing outside the store, staring at us. OMG, Molly, look! And just as we both turned to look, my foot snagged my dress and ripped it right off my body. We need to make a run for it, or else you're gonna be paying for a $3,000 pile of rags.
No, wait.
OMG, what is this? This big shop filled with pitiful things? I can even sue you for this. We are very sorry. It's our fault. It was from a defective batch. I'll give you both a 50% discount on any dress you choose from the store. This day couldn't get any better. Despite flashing Kyle and the entire dress shop, we were still laughing at my mortifying moment right before we ran into Kyle.
Kyle, hey, what are you doing here?
I waved, trying to play it cool, but knowing Kyle had seen me embarrass myself a few times now, I felt like sinking through the floor into the pits of hell. But why did I care anyway? Molly was so into Kyle that it was nauseating. It's a mall, so I'm shopping. Kyle blushed when he looked at me. I hoped Molly didn't notice, but when I looked over at her, she was practically drooling over him. Get a grip, girl! Molly looked like a psycho Cheshire cat.
I'm having a party this weekend. Wanna come over?
Yeah, sure, I guess. Molly gave Kyle her number, and that's all she talked about on the ride home. And the next day at school wasn't any better. I was walking down the hall when Towns yelled, "Looks like Aunt Flo came for a visit." I spun around, totally puzzled, as everyone was laughing. Out of nowhere, Kyle came running over and wrapped his flannel shirt around my waist. "You can borrow this." I stood there and gawked at him, but then I realized I must have gotten my period. Of course, that would have happened in front of Towns of all people. Thanks, Kyle. He was so sweet, but I was bummed that Towns made fun of me. I talked to Molly, and of course, she made everything better. But before we left, she pointed to my waist. "This is Kyle's. I'm so jealous. I wish I had my period instead of you." She was like a lovesick puppy. Later that day, I found Kyle looking inside his locker. Why didn't he notice? Try again, Dylan. He peeked out, but I felt myself sweating when he turned his familiar gaze toward me. Thanks for this." "It's okay." Then he left, and I slammed my locker shut without realizing my hand was inside. Like always. Ouch! That weekend, Molly had her party, and Kyle was there. I gotta give the girl credit. She always went after what she wanted. The only problem was, I liked Kyle too. Ugh, why do I have to like the same guy my friend does? I stepped inside, and surprisingly, Towns walked right up to me. It turns out she also invited him. I know he made fun of me, but he was too handsome, so he deserved a chance. "You have a date for the formal, Dylan?" "I'm going with Molly." "No, you're not. You're going with me." "I am?" Towns moved his head close to mine, and I prayed I didn't have bad breath. "Yes, you. Molly's going with Kyle, so you're going as my date." Wait, what? Hearing Towns admit that he wanted me to go to the formal with him was amazing, but I was hurt that Molly made plans without telling me. Should I be mad? But why should I when we're both going with our crushes now? Molly was busy, so I walked over to Kyle since he was the only other person I knew there, and Towns was busy talking to his friends. "So, you and Towns, huh?" I nervously tugged at my old bracelet, something I've always found comforting since I was a kid. "It's nothing official. We're just going to the formal together. Molly probably had to bribe him to go with me." "What makes you say that?" "I'm not exactly Miss Popular, and Towns is like the school heartthrob, in case you haven't noticed. Maybe he sees more in you than those popular girls. You're funny, kinda clumsy in a cute way, and a really good friend to Molly. You've got great qualities, Dylan." Excuse me? What? Is he flirting? The rest of the party went well. Molly and Kyle spent a lot of time together, and I got to know Towns a little better. Now, let's jump to the night of homecoming. I went arm in arm with Towns. He looked amazing, and I felt like I was on cloud 9, standing next to him when everyone had their eyes on me and looking like royalty in my gown. I immediately spotted Kyle, but to my surprise, Molly wasn't with him. Towns immediately found his friends and left. I was kinda pissed, but I wouldn't let him get me down. This was my night to have fun. "Hey, you made it. You look beautiful tonight, Dylan." My heart skipped a beat when Kyle said those words, especially since Towns didn't even compliment me. My face got hot when he gave me a once-over. Everything about him that night screamed flirting. He couldn't possibly be into me, right? That would be bad. "You're wearing that bracelet again." His fingers brushed my wrist. "Kyle, if this is you flirting with me, don't bother." Just then, Towns swooped in and dragged me to the dance floor, and unfortunately, I smashed his toes as I tried to keep up with him. "You're brutal, Dylan. You need dance lessons." "You don't have to be such a jerk about it." I was leaving when he spun me around, lifted my chin, and moved his face close to mine. He was gonna kiss me, and I didn't feel ready at all. I panicked and ended up bumping my head on his chin. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." Ouch, my lips. I brought you here as my date, and now I'm gonna go home with broken feet because of you. The least you could do is kiss me. Just then, Kyle stepped up to us. They both glared at each other, and Kyle looked so territorial. I have to admit, It was kind of hot the way Kyle looked like he wanted to strangle Towns, and I just realized that Towns had been the biggest blunder of my life. Whoa, calm down, guys. You better stay away, Towns. Just then, Molly walked up and pulled me away.
Talk to her, Kyle. You promised, or should I say,
Molly, that's enough. Hey guys, are you guessing the same? Is it like Molly left Kyle for me? Talk to me about what? Dylan, I'm not who you think I am, and I'm sorry I hid it from you. It's Jackie Kyle, or you know me as Jack.
No, you must be kidding.
He held my wrist, probably afraid I'd run away, and now I knew why his eyes felt so comforting all this time. It's me, Dylan. I moved back here with my mom so she could be closer to my aunt.
You're Jack? All this time? Why would you lie to me, Kyle? Or should I call you Jack?
I can explain, please. After we moved, things fell apart. My dad got mixed up in bad business, and my mom had to find another job when the police finally arrested my father. We moved to New York to be closer to family, and that's around the time you and I lost touch. I was embarrassed about my father and kinda shut everyone out. My mom even let me change my name so people wouldn't connect me to my con artist father.
You didn't have to shut me out, Jack. You used to tell me everything.
I know. I'm sorry. I didn't want to have to explain that my father was in jail. I figured no one would recognize me after all these years. I just wanted a fresh start, but hiding who I was from you was too hard.
But who cares what people think? I don't care that your dad is in jail. You're still Jack, the boy who stole my heart all those years ago.
Will you forgive me?
I suppose I could consider forgiving you, but what about Molly?
Molly knows my feelings for you and urged me to talk to you. What can I do to make you not hate me?
I suppose if you kiss me, I could forgive you.
You won't slap me and run away this time?
Try it and find out.
He kissed me softly, and it felt perfect, just as I thought it would. I felt like I was floating in the clouds.
So, Jack and I reconnected, and we've been dating ever since. Molly eventually started seeing a super nice guy too, and I ended up having the best junior year ever.
The minute the history teacher walked in, a sudden hush fell over the classroom. She was an absolute terror. That day, she announced a flash quiz and immediately turned her beady eyes to me.
Annette, when was America's Declaration of Independence signed?
Oh, thank God. I knew that one. 2nd of August, ma'am.
Are you stupid? Everyone knows it's the 4th of July.
Oh, actually, that's not true. Everyone thinks it's the same as Independence Day, but she slammed her book on the table.
Enough. If you keep making things up, your nose will grow longer.
I never make things up, ma'am, and that's not true. Otherwise, all grown-ups would have very long noses. She looked like she was about to blow a fuse.
You listen to me. I'm big and you're small. I'm smart and you're dumb, and that's the truth. Do you have any objection?
Yes, ma'am. I don't think you're very smart. As soon as the words were out, I clapped my hands on my mouth. I knew what was coming up next was the nightmare of every kid at Fairview School. I was immediately sent to the principal. She was worse than Miss Trunchbull in the movie Matilda. Miss Una turned around in her high chair, and I shuddered. She was only 5 feet tall and always wore the most hideous pink clothes. And we all knew she was absolutely vile. So, Annette, why did you do that? Do you think your teachers are dumb? Do you think I'm dumb? I really didn't want to answer that. Yes, kinda. She walked over to me slowly, and I could see the fury in her eyes. Do you want to know a secret? I really hate children. I don't know how your mother can stand you. I'm calling her now. When Mom arrived and found out what had happened, she turned to me angrily. Are you out of your mind? You can't talk to your teachers like that. Mom, I only told the truth, and you should defend me. That's what good mothers do. Oh, you think I'm a bad mother now? Sometimes. Hi, I'm Annette, and no, I promise I'm not a rude kid. I just have a medical condition that makes it impossible for me to tell a lie. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. Mom scolded me all the way home, but as soon as we got there, we were both shocked to see police cars outside. What seems to be the problem, officer?
Seems like your husband's mixed up with some really shady people. Have either of you seen this man around the house?
Oh, no, sir, never. I've seen him. I was horrified. Suddenly everyone's eyes were on me. I saw him last night in Daddy's study. He gave him some papers, and Daddy put them in his safe. And before I knew it, Dad was taken away in handcuffs. Mom dragged me inside the house.
You think it's funny to say the first thing that comes into your stupid head? You just sent your dad to prison. Mom, I didn't mean to. You know I can't tell lies. I've had it with your nonsense. Everyone can tell lies. And with that, she flung herself onto the couch and sobbed loudly for the rest of the evening. I snuck off to my room, feeling like the world's worst daughter. I quietly crept out of the house early next morning and headed off to school. I really needed to see my best friend Janet. When she saw me, she came over and hugged me tight.
Hello, Miss Popular Overnight.
Everyone's talking about you.
Everyone heard about how you talked back to the cranky witches. You're practically our new hero.
And everyone was giving me fist bumps and high fives in the corridors. Was I cool now? Usually it was just me and Janet at lunch, but today it seemed like everyone wanted to sit at our table. A little while later, Monica, the principal's niece, came over.
Oh, hasn't anyone read the morning paper today? Here you go.
With that, she threw it on the table for everyone to see, and my eyes widened in horror. Splashed all across the front page were pictures of Dad being taken away by the police.
Are you a little criminal too, Annette? Do you get the highest marks in class by cheating? Like daddy, like daughter.
I felt so mad. Putting people down doesn't make you cool, Monica. It just makes you a jerk. And I don't need to cheat to get good grades. Try opening a book sometimes. It's not that hard to be smart. There was a stunned silence, and then suddenly everyone started cheering and clapping. Monica looked livid as she stormed off. Someone quickly threw the paper away, and Janet pressed my hand.
Dude, I wish I could be like you. No one dares talk to Monica like that.
You're so brave and cool.
Teach me.
Oh, I don't think I can. It's just the way I was born.
I bet your mom is so proud to have a daughter like you.
Oh, yeah, really proud. When I got home that day, there were police officers swarming all over the place again. The minute Mom saw me, she screamed angrily,
"We're getting evicted, and they're taking everything!"
And before I knew it, we'd lost our home and moved into the tiniest apartment. I even had to share a bed with Mom. She kept kicking me in her sleep all night. The next morning, she threw another bombshell on me. "If you want to go to college, Missy, you better get a scholarship. There's no way I can afford your tuition fees now." Things weren't great at home, but I'd suddenly become the most popular person at school. Janet said that the teachers treated me nicely now because they didn't want to get themselves insulted by me. Everyone at school thought I was a legend. Since that day, the principal was after me with a vengeance. She just seemed to be everywhere, ready to punish me over the dumbest thing. One day, Janet was showing me this cute boy on Instagram who worked at the same coffee shop as her. As we were swooning over his pictures, suddenly Miss Una's shrill voice nearly made me drop the phone. "Boys and girls must always be 2 feet away from one another. Do you see any boys around, Miss Una? Don't try to be oversmart. Detention for you both." I started to spend a lot of time in detention. I could only look forward to getting out of here soon. I started working on my college applications and scholarships, and all the teachers were helping me out. Except one, of course, the history teacher. When she returned my last assignment, I was horrified to see a big fat D on it. "But ma'am, this assignment was really well researched and..." She just stuffed her fingers in her ears. "La la 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 la." And with that, she just walked away. I was never going to get a scholarship without perfect grades. One day when I was studying in the library, I heard someone say, "Psst." I turned around to see that it was Monica. "What do you want?"
Oh, nothing. But I have something you want.
When I looked at the paper she put on the table, I gasped. Final history exam. OMG, this is the exam for tomorrow. Where did you get that? Are you trying to get me expelled?
No, I'm helping you get the perfect grade you want.
I don't need your help. Take this back. What's going on, girls? What's that you're fighting over? I turned around in horror to see Miss Una, and before I knew it, she'd snatched the paper from my hand. Oh my, look what we have here. In my office. Now, I couldn't believe the two had actually set me up. Miss Una closed the door behind her and turned to me. The apple never falls too far away from the tree, does it? Just like your dad, aren't you? When word gets to all these colleges that you stole a final exam, you can kiss all your dreams goodbye. I was absolutely horrified. You know I didn't steal that. You can't do this. Of course I can.
I can do anything I want. There might be a way out for you, though. And what's that? You'll be competing in the Maths Olympiad tomorrow. The participant we have now is an idiot, and you're a stupid genius. I need that trophy while I'm principal. You better win it for me, or else. How can I be ready for it by tomorrow? That sounds like your personal problem. And with that, she just shoved me out of her office. I spent the whole night cramming volumes of math books. The next morning, my heart was pounding when we made it to the competition venue. I really had to do well. My whole future was at stake. After a series of grueling oral and written exams for hours, the results were finally announced. And first prize goes to Fairview School. No one was more shocked than I was. I walked onto the stage in a trance, while Miss Una had already flown up there to receive the trophy, and she kept hugging me and saying how proud she was. The announcer turned to me and said, "We've never had a participant win by such a huge margin. Is there anyone as smart as you in your school?" Oh God, I really didn't want to answer that. I would sound like a pompous butthead. No, I'm the smartest. Amazing! We can't wait to see what you do at the state championship. Wait, what? I thought this nightmare was over. On the car drive back to the school, Miss Una turned around to me. Start prepping for the state competition next week. There will be so many important people there, including the mayor. I'm probably going to be awarded Best Educator. Her face turned really menacing. You'll win it for me, won't you? And you'll keep that mouth of yours shut next time, if you know what's good for you. Janet was horrified when she found out the principal was blackmailing me, but I told her I had to do what she said, and she helped me study day and night till the day of the big competition. Our school was hosting the event, and the place was buzzing with excitement. I was just shaking in my boots. Hours later, the whole school had gathered in the auditorium to hear the results, and the crowd erupted into loud applause and cheers as my name was announced. I went onto the stage to receive my trophy and was asked to sit down for a few questions. Annette, you must be so proud to win this for your school, and it must be amazing to have someone like your principal to encourage you. Would you like to say a few words about her? Oh my God, telling the truth would ruin me. I saw Miss Una glaring at me with a stiff smile on her face. I had no choice. The only thing I can say about her is that she's the most evil principal on the planet. She bullies everyone. The only reason I'm in these competitions is because she told me she'd ruin my chances of going to college if I didn't participate. She shouldn't be allowed anywhere near kids. The auditorium was suddenly filled with pin-drop silence. Just then, Janet rose from the crowd and shouted, "Yeah, she's a jerk." Another student got up and said, "I hate coming to school because of her." And before I knew it, hundreds of kids were chanting, "We want her out of here." Miss Una's eyes were about to pop right out, and she suddenly fled from the scene. Janet had made a video of my interview and the whole scene after, and it went viral. For the next few days, it was trending like crazy on Snapchat and Twitter. I couldn't believe it. We'd literally started a movement. The school board immediately looked into the matter and fired Miss Una. Fast forward a few months, and I've graduated high school with honors. I'm off to one of the best universities on a scholarship with my best friend Janet.
Hi, I'm Mia from LA. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, it was just me and my mom, who was a famous photographer working for big brands and celebrities. So you'd think, with a photographer parent, I'd have a beautifully documented childhood. Well, you'd be wrong. I hardly had any pictures because mom was always too busy, and I was raised by nannies. Sure, mom gave me everything, but she couldn't make much time for me. She did try by setting up her studio at home, but once when she was in a meeting, I slipped into her darkroom and switched on the lights, and all her photos were destroyed. That nanny was fired, and mom relocated her studio. And then she hired a lady named Susan, who was the coolest. Susan could play hide and seek with me for hours. She'd always let me do her makeup, and she even taught me how to slide down our main staircase. She'd pitch up a tent in our backyard and then tell me stories around a fire. And what a storyteller she was. She'd just make up magical tales in the moment, and I was hooked. What are you thinking, you lily-livered, yellow-bellied scallywag?
I was thinking you should be my mom.
Susan laughed it off, but I was kinda serious. She even gifted me my first notebook when I turned 8 because she knew I loved writing stories, and that meant more to me than any of the presents Mom had sent. Yeah, she couldn't make it to my birthday. Once when I was 9, Susan had taken the day off, and I ended up being stuck with Mom at a photo shoot at some historical building.
Mom, I'm bored.
Read your book, Mia.
But I'm also hungry and sleepy.
Think of something fun to do for a little longer, okay?
Okay, but you better come find me soon.
Yeah, soon. So I skipped off to find an amazing hiding place. I thought it was clear to Mom that we were playing hide and seek. As I waited for her in my spot, I dozed off. And when I woke up, it was kinda dark. I tried to find my way back to Mom's shoot, but I was totally lost. Luckily, a security guard found me and took me to the nearest police station. And the only number I knew by heart was Susan's. Sometime later, both Mom and Susan came running in, and I jumped straight into Susan's arms. Sweetie, you really scared your mom. Give her a hug. But I was so mad at her because she didn't come looking for me. Susan would have never let that happen. Soon after, in 5th grade, I came home from school one day to find a girl my age in the kitchen eating my cereal.
Who are you and why are you here? And who eats cereal for lunch? I eat what I want when I want. You're not my boss. Now shoo!
I was about to smack that thief in the face when Susan walked in, and she introduced the girl as Harper, her daughter. I didn't even know Susan had one, and I felt a pang of jealousy. Your mom has to travel out of town more often, so she's requested that I live here now, and I'm moving in with Harper. Isn't that great? I'm sure you two will get along wonderfully. I was certain that we would not. She was a nuisance. She threw away all my markers caps so they dried out, spilled juice all over my bed to make it look like pee, and gave my favorite shoes to a stray dog. But I only had to scream, and Susan would tell her off. Harper would tag along with us everywhere, and she'd glare at me and make comments under her breath when Susan was out of earshot.
If you don't stop annoying me, I'll tell Susan to make you leave. She's my mom. If I leave, she leaves with me.
Well, she likes me better.
As if your mom pays her to spend time with you. You're just a job to her.
I'd never really thought about it that way, but it was true. That didn't mean she loved me any less, did it? Soon enough, Mom got Harper into my school. I was the top student in class, but she replaced me quickly. Her mental math was faster, her science projects were more inventive, and her creativity had the English teacher gushing. Usually, the person with the best story would be selected to read theirs out loud every week, and now it was always her. And one day when I walked into the living room, I saw Harper on the sofa with her feet up, watching TV, and the sight boiled my blood. I just didn't want her here. It's time for my show. Please leave.
There's a TV in your mom's room. Watch it there. It's not your place to tell me what to do. What's that supposed to mean? I thought my mom was like family. That makes me family too, so deal with it.
I snapped and dumped her bowl of popcorn on her head. She pounced on me, and as I was pushing her off, I sent her crashing into a table, knocking off a huge vase. Susan came running in at the noise, and she went bonkers on Harper. How could you do this? You know better.
But Mom!
No, Harper, I told you. You had to be perfect. Do you want to go back to the way things were? You get to go to a great school and live in a nice place. But if you can't appreciate that, then we leave today. I'd never seen Susan so mad, and I didn't want her to quit. Also, I felt a little bad for Harper.
Wait, it was an accident. I tripped, and she was just helping me up.
Susan calmed down, and after that day, things started getting better between me and Harper. Once we both backed off from annoying each other, we realized that we actually had a lot in common, especially our love for writing. And over time, we became like siblings who were constantly competing and arguing over dumb things. But we certainly didn't hate each other anymore. By the time we reached high school, Mom had expanded her studios to several locations. She wanted me to take an interest in the business, and even though I pretended I didn't like tagging along, I actually loved the glamorous shoots and meeting celebrities. I even started hanging out with celebrity kids my age, and they were something else. They shopped in private malls and had front row tickets to every concert. And once, I went to a party with a giant indoor wave pool, which was awesome. I'd often invite Harper to join us, but she never seemed comfortable around them. One night, we were at a burger joint when they decided it would be fun to break into an amusement park at night and operate the rides. Oh, that sounds fun, right, Harper? No it doesn't. It sounds illegal. Don't be such a buzzkill. You only live once, girl. Unclench your butt cheeks. Mia, this is a bad idea, and Mom would never Jennifer approve. Yeah, so we're not telling her. I'll just text Susan and say we're staying at a friend's tonight. No, I'm going home. What a loser. Let's go, Mia. We had a blast at the amusement park and even narrowly escaped when a security guard turned up. We almost peed our pants laughing as we drove away, and it was such a thrill. But Harper had a sour face the next day. Just spit it out. What's your problem with my friends? They're fun and perfectly nice people. They're not nice. Haven't you noticed their comments on my appearance? They're just giving you some friendly fashion advice. They're being condescending, Mia. And they're reckless, spoiled brats who are just used to their parents getting them whatever they want. Okay, so my mom also gets me anything I want, Harp. Is that what you think of me too? No, of course not. It's different with you. But I caught Harper rolling her eyes when Mom got me a sports car for my 17th birthday. Also when I got into a college business program without taking the entry test because Mom knew the dean. And she got really pissed when my friends were over one day and one of them knocked their drink over on Mia's laptop and fried it. Things were tense between us. But when I found out about a national story contest, I went straight to Harper with it, trying to get into her good books. Won't you be entering it yourself? Or maybe you can just win it anyway because your mom probably knows someone. Stop being so snarky. I haven't written something in ages, so no, I'm not entering. But you should, Harper. The winner even gets a scholarship to a great writing program. She finally agreed, and some weeks later she sent off her story. And then one day, she burst into my room excitedly. Mia, I won! Holy marbles, I actually won! What? The contest! Not only am I getting the scholarship, Mia, they want to turn my short story into a novel, and it's gonna be published. Can you imagine? Oh, thank you for convincing me to enter. Harper, that's amazing. I gotta tell Mom, she's gonna be so happy. I couldn't help feeling a little jealous, though. I'd always wanted to have a story published, and Harper was actually getting to do it. I pushed the thought away. I could do it someday, too, and I was happy for her. That is, till her book came out. It was my first time reading her script, and my heart started racing. I couldn't believe my eyes as I frantically skimmed through the pages. These were my stories. Not exactly word for word, but the main themes and so many ideas, they were mine. I stormed downstairs and shoved the book in Harper's face. You cheat. What? These are my ideas, Harper. You stole them from my notebooks. How could you stoop so low? Are you crazy? Why would I even look through your notebooks? Then how did my ideas magically appear in your story? 'Cause they're my ideas. But of course, you found a way to make it about yourself. You've always thought you're better than me because I'm just the help's daughter. Don't change the subject, witch. And I've loved Susan like my own mom. Yeah, and never thought about how you took all her time away from me. I was at home with my rotten grandma while Mom looked after your highness. Well, we were gonna leave after high school anyway, but now with my book deal, I'm sure I can take Mom away even faster. I always knew you were jealous of me, and I was right. Jealous of you? Oh, please. Why would I be jealous of someone whose mother can't be bothered to talk to her more than twice a month? Shut up, Harper. I never want to speak to you again. Fine by me. Susan was really upset when she found out about our fight, and she tried to make us talk, but I refused. I couldn't even look at Harper. And then one night, some reporters came to interview her at the house and asked her where she got her inspiration. Oh, my mom's always been a great storyteller. I wouldn't be here without her. You wouldn't be here without me, Harper. Hey everyone, here's something you should— Harper attacked me, and suddenly we were fighting like wild cats till our moms pulled us apart. Mom asked the reporters to leave, and when I told her everything, she was livid. After everything I've done for you two, and this is how you repay me? Stealing ideas from my daughter and attacking her too? I want you both gone, now. It broke my heart to see Susan leave like this, but it was all her evil daughter's fault. It didn't make me feel better though. I didn't even want to meet any of my friends. Then one night, Mom knocked on my door. Hey, sweetie, want to go out for dinner? I don't really feel like it, Mom. Do it for me anyway. I reluctantly agreed, and she took me to a small Italian restaurant. This is where your father and I came on our first date. You don't ever talk about him, Mom. You really don't talk to me at all. Your father was a photographer too. He got sick soon after I got pregnant with you. It was really hard for me to deal with his loss, and I just threw myself into work. Also, I always wanted to make sure I had enough to take care of
you on my own, but I think I've let you down.
What do you mean?
I can see how much you miss Susan, and she's made you into the kind of person you are today, not me. It used to hurt my feelings when you preferred her as a kid, but I can't blame you. Is there anything I can do to make up for me not being there?
Mom, I've always appreciated everything you've given me, but I think I just want your time now. Over the years, Mom and I grew closer and I got more involved with her business. I'd see Harper on the news. She'd turned her novel into a trilogy and gained worldwide success. I tried to get over my bitterness, but I just couldn't forget the betrayal. Then one day, my assistant let in a visitor, and I was shocked to see Harper. What are you doing here? I don't want to see you. Please, Mia, just hear me out. She told me that Susan had fallen sick and had been in the hospital for months. My heart sank at the news. She's recovering now, but she keeps asking to see you. Please, you should hear what she has to say. I put all my differences aside and ran to see her, and hugging her made me feel like a kid again. Susan, I've missed you so much.
I've missed you too, Mia.
But what's happened? Are you okay?
Yes, I'm much better, but there's something I have to tell you now.
Okay, what is it?
Harper didn't steal your stories, Mia. I did.
I felt like someone had punched me.
It wasn't intentional, believe me. You remember how you always shared your stories with me over the years? When Harper was writing for that contest, she had writer's block and I gave her some ideas. I didn't realize those were all yours or that it would be such a big deal. But after you two fought, I realized what I'd done, but I just couldn't come clean. I didn't want to take away this amazing thing from my daughter, but I felt so awful for the pain I caused you, Mia. I am so sorry. Do you think you can ever forgive me?
Oh, please don't cry, Susan. I just need some time to process this, okay? I sat outside her hospital room, still trying to wrap my head around everything. Just then, Harper joined me. Mom just told me a week ago, Mia. I really had no idea, but we can fix this. I can announce publicly that some ideas were yours and you can be given due credit. No, Harper, slow down. It's okay. You know what? Your mom inspired me to write stories too. I'm sure so many of my ideas came from her. It kind of feels right that they came back to you. And I'm enjoying being part of Mom's business, and I'm glad you've done so well for yourself. I'm glad you're happy too, Mia. And about all those things I said, I didn't really mean them. Me neither. Forget about it. Can we be friends again? As long as you bring your mom along. I only tolerated you because of her. Right back at ya. Hi, I'm Nellie from San Francisco. Please like and subscribe. My mom worked as a caretaker at a rich old man's home, and Dad was a street vendor who sold chocolates. My sister, Jenna, who was 2 years older, took care of me while our parents were at work. Once when I was 7, Mom took me and Jenna to the mansion where she worked, and it was massive. The old man who lived there couldn't move around much and had no family, so Mom did everything for him. Feeling curious, I sneaked into his room to see him. Just then, I saw him struggling to reach for the glass of water, and I ran forward to help. He smiled and asked,
Oh, such a lovely girl. What's your name?
Nellie, and what's yours, sir?
You can call this old man anything you like, little Nellie.
I started enjoying his company, and he loved mine. But Jenna never cared to meet him. She would just come to watch TV at the mansion every day. Once in the 5th grade, I was asleep when Jenna poked me awake at night and said she had something to show me. To my shock, it was a really expensive-looking watch. Oh my God, where'd you get this from? I found it in the drawer at the mansion. Isn't it cool? No, it's not cool, dummy. It's stealing. But no one's ever going to wear this. Think of the stuff we could buy if we sell it, Nellie. No way! You have to put it back, or I'll tell Mom and Dad and the old man. She made an annoyed face, but the next day she took it with her to return it. When we got to the mansion, though, we received some shocking news. The old man was gone. I was heartbroken to hear it. Soon after, the old man's lawyer showed up, and Mom sent me and Jenna away while they talked in the study. The minute the lawyer left, we heard screams, and we found Mom and Dad dancing.
We're billionaires! The old man left all his money to us. This is the happiest day of our lives.
We're rich? Nellie, can you believe it? It's all ours now. This watch? Mine. And before I knew it, we'd moved into his mansion, and my family went on a shopping spree. They were spending money like crazy. Nellie, buy some fancy clothes, please. We're joining the new school with all the rich kids.
We need to look like them.
No thanks.
Designer dresses aren't my thing. We were enrolled in the best private school in town. Since both Jenna and I loved dancing since we were kids, I went to sign up for the school's dance club right away and found her there too. We auditioned, and I was excited when we were both selected, but Jenna was acting like she didn't even know me. The next day, I was sitting by myself in the cafeteria when a girl walked over and said,
Hey, get lost, kid. This is Amy's table.
"But there are so many other empty tables, and who's Amy?"
I'm Amy, and Amy always sits on this one.
She suddenly picked up my plate of spaghetti and rubbed it all over my shirt.
There, your t-shirt is designer now. Original art by Amy.
I was about to smack her when suddenly I saw Jenna marching over to my table with a glass of juice. But when she came close, she threw it straight at my face. Didn't you hear Amy the first time? Move it. As the two high-fived, I ran off to wash the juice out of my eyes. What was wrong with Jenna? As I washed my face and looked up, I saw Jenna standing behind me. Do you want to explain what just happened there, super jerk? Yeah, I'm here to explain it, so listen closely. You want to be a loser? Fine, but I want to start over with my life, and I'm gonna be popular. So you better not tell anyone that we're sisters, okay? And with that, she just walked off.
Which?
She and Amy kept bothering me in school, but I tried ignoring them and focusing on getting better at dancing. And within a few years, I was officially a part of the school's dance team. The studio was my happy place, but I couldn't say the same about home. Jenna and Mom were too busy partying and attending fancy events, while Dad was always out driving his luxury cars, and I was often all alone. At least we spent some time together before we got all this money. But to my surprise, I found out that Mom was throwing a huge party on my 15th birthday. When I stepped out into the pool area that evening, I was really surprised because I couldn't spot anyone from my class. They were all Jenna's friends. And standing next to the cake, all ready to cut it, was freaking Amy. What are you doing, weirdo? It's my birthday. Your birthday? Oh my God, I completely forgot. Well, looks like you and Amy have the same birthday. Jenna asked me to throw a big party for her gorgeous friend. Maybe you can both cut the cake together? No thanks, Mom. I'm good.
Yeah, Amy's not sharing space with this poorly dressed loser.
The photos have to go up on my Instagram. Yeah, sure. I'm the loser. But so are you. It's pretty lame that someone else's mother had to throw you a birthday party. Where's your own mom? Amy leapt forward to attack me, but I pushed her off and she landed straight in the cake. She pounced at me again, and as we wrestled, we both ended up falling into the pool. Amy started to scream and cry because her look was ruined, and Mom and Jenna started screaming at me. Ugh, they were all unbelievable. I just stormed off, cleaned up, and snuck out to go to school, to the dance studio. I turned on the music, but suddenly I saw a strange figure behind me in the mirror, and I screamed. Who are you? Why are you sneaking up on me, creep? Hey, relax. I'm Daniel. My parents donated this dance studio to the school. I come here every evening to practice. You're the one interrupting. I couldn't think of a reply, so I just walked out, but he followed me. I didn't mean to offend you, and you don't have to go. Maybe you could dance with me? I looked straight into his dreamy blue eyes, and I couldn't refuse. Yeah, why not? We danced and then talked for hours. I found out he was my senior in school and already part of an established dance group. We grew close and always met at the studio. It was our spot. And soon, I had a pretty big crush on him. Once Jenna saw me talking to Daniel on the playground, and as soon as he left, she ran to me. Hello, my little sister. Little sister? Aren't you afraid someone will hear you? Oh, you're funny. BT Dubs, how do you know Daniel? He's so cute, and I've had a crush on him since the first day. Are you guys friends? Please introduce me to him. Wait, what? Jenna liked Daniel? My heart just sank hearing that. I liked him too, but I couldn't hurt my sister. The same evening, I met Daniel and decided to talk to him. Daniel, I need to tell you something. My sister, Jenna, I think she likes you. She's super cute, and you both will be great together. I can introduce her to you sometime. Jenna. Oh, yeah, I've met her, but she isn't really my type. And besides, there's someone else.
And with that, he took my hand and my heart was racing.
It's you. I like you, Nellie.
And suddenly he leaned in for a kiss. Just as our lips touched, the door burst open and Jenna barged in with Amy right behind her. Oh my God. Good thing I told you to follow her, Jenna. Amy's always right about people. Jenna stared at me with pure rage. Wow, my own sister stabbing me in the back? You act like you're so innocent, but you're such a snake. Jenna, this isn't what it looks like. I didn't mean to. What, did you just fall on his lips? I'll tell you what it looks like. I told you I liked someone, and the next thing I know, you're in his arms? Just to get back at me, huh?
Jenna, I kissed her, and I'm sorry, but I like her.
Oh, shut up. Do you even think I care about you? I care about my sister betraying me. Jenna, please. I tried talking to her so many times after that, but she didn't listen to a word, and I felt terrible. Even at home, she would act as if I was invisible. And soon after, I found out that as the dance team captain, she'd kicked me out of the team and replaced me with Amy. What? We were participating in a national level competition soon. When I told everything to Daniel, he came up with an idea.
Why don't we enter the competition as a separate act? You don't need to be part of the school team to do that.
I agreed, and on the day of the competition, Jenna had no idea we were participating. When our names were announced, Jenna's jaw just dropped open. We danced really well, and the whole audience got on their feet to applaud us. Jenna's act was right after ours, and it started off smoothly. But right in the middle, Amy forgot all her steps. As she fumbled around on the stage, she went crashing straight into Jenna, and the two landed on their butts. The entire crowd burst out laughing as Jenna screamed at Amy. "You've ruined everything, clumsy idiot. Just get off of me." Amy and the whole team just stormed off the stage. At the end of the competition, I was shocked when Daniel and I won. As we were handed out trophies, Jenna climbed onto the stage and attacked me. "This belongs to me, you witch. You just keep stealing things that belong to me." "I didn't take anything that was yours. If this trophy makes you happy, have it. Here, I dedicate this to Jenna, the loser who can't accept defeat." And I just left the stage. She was crazy. A few days later, our school was hosting a charity event, and all the parents were a part of it. Mom donated a huge amount of money, and later she was called onto the stage and given an award. Just then, I saw Amy climb onto the stage too, and she snatched the mic from the host. "Thanks to Jenna's mom for donating such a huge amount to the poor. You came from the same background, so you understand them completely, of course. Jenna told me how you guys were so poor. You were cleaning toilets at a rich man's house, and now look at you. Wow." Mom's jaw dropped, and so did Jenna's. Everyone started whispering, "Really? She used to be a maid?"
But she tells everyone she was born a billionaire.
Mom ran through the crowd until she found Jenna and pulled her aside. "That little brat, Amy, what did you tell her?" I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't know she was going to publicly announce that. My reputation is ruined because you couldn't keep your mouth shut. What will they think of me now? That I was poor? Yes. What's wrong with that? I didn't know we had to be ashamed of our past. And if money is all your friends care about, you should get new friends. It's not a secret that Jenna had to hide. Jenna just stood there silently, and I turned to her. "Jenna, I know you hate me, but I swear, I met Daniel way before I knew you liked him. I would never hurt you intentionally. You're my sister, and I miss the old you who used to take care of me and dance with me." Jenna suddenly started to cry and hugged me. "Nellie, I'm sorry for being such a jerk. I just wanted nice things and to be treated nicely. And all the money, it just got to my head. I started behaving badly just to fit in with the rich kids. And I knew Daniel didn't like me, but I still acted like a fool. I've missed you too." I was so glad to have my sister back. But Mom suddenly leapt towards me. "You're such a stupid girl." But Dad stopped her.
How dare you? Have you forgotten all this money is Nellie's?
Wait, what? Dad then told me the old man had left everything to me, and once I turned 16, I was the only one who could decide how it would be used.
Seriously? You've just been misusing my money all these years? And I bet you were never gonna tell me, Mom. I'll make sure you don't spend a penny on another stupid thing again.
Hi, I'm Jody from North Dakota. Please like and subscribe, and you'll be able to fulfill all your New Year's resolutions. Ever since I can remember, Dad made me and my younger brother Josh compete for everything.
This teddy's mine. I grabbed it first. So what? I saw it first.
Don't fight, kids. The one of you who burps the loudest gets it.
Josh's burp was way louder than mine, and the teddy went to him. So annoying. On our way back home, Josh and I fought over the window seat. And again, Dad had a weird solution.
Let's see who can stick their head out of the window and spit the farthest.
Josh won again. But I accidentally spilled some orange juice on the window seat, so his butt ended up all wet and sticky. Josh usually won these crazy competitions, and he and Dad were a team. But Mom adored me, and we spent hours baking together. And unlike Dad, she didn't make us compete for stuff. The purple car's for Josh and the red one's for you, Jody.
Why buy 2 cars? They could have shared one. When will you understand that money doesn't grow on trees?
Dad left the office looking upset, but Mom turned to us with a huge smile. I got you guys 2 packs of crayons too, but don't tell Dad, okay?
You're the best, Mom.
But Josh broke all his crayons in minutes, then grabbed mine and flushed them down the toilet. He really was a top-grade jerk. Other than that, my life was good. But then one day, everything came crashing down. Mom had ordered pizza for Josh and me, and we were fighting over the last slice when Dad came back from work early.
You ordered pizza again? Why can't you cook, lazy woman? I'm not some millionaire.
They had a huge fight that day, and suddenly, Mom was packing her bags to leave. I cried and tried to stop her, but she said she'd come and see us soon and just left. Then, Dad gave me the last slice of pizza, and I immediately stopped crying and stuck my tongue out at Josh. Don't judge me for not being sadder, guys. I was only 7 then. A few weeks later, our parents got divorced, and since Mom wasn't financially stable, we stayed with Dad. Mom only visited us on weekends and special occasions. Years passed, and Josh and I finally reached high school. One day, we came back from school to find Mom getting out of a flashy car. Jody, Josh, come quickly. I'm taking you to my new home for the weekend. Her new home was a freaking palace. It turned out that Mom's fiancé Steve was a real estate mogul, and this was one of his houses. Later after lunch, Mom said she had something important to discuss. I haven't been able to offer you a home before, but thanks to Steve's support, I can now. I'd love for you guys to come live here with me. What do you think? We were both taken aback, but then Josh said he wouldn't leave Dad and walked out of the room. Mom looked heartbroken. What about you, Jody? To be honest, I'd missed being close to Mom, and it wouldn't be too bad getting away from Josh and not fighting for everything. I think I'd like to stay with you, but what about Dad? I'll talk to him, don't worry, and you can still see him whenever you want. Oh, this is just such wonderful news. After the weekend, Josh went back to Dad and I moved in with Mom. She let me have the biggest bedroom. I love it here, Mom, and I love you. I've been waiting to hear that for so long. In the coming days, Mom got me anything I wanted. New clothes, new shoes, new handbags, new bedroom furniture. I even had 3 maids waiting on me hand and foot. One day, I decided to bake a cake for Mom, but I just couldn't figure out the fancy oven settings. Before I knew it, there was a small blast. Just then, a girl my age came running in. Are you trying to burn the kitchen down? I'm sorry, I was just trying to bake a cake. Well, it looks more like a volcano now. No wonder it caused so much destruction. She looked at me, and then we both burst out laughing. The girl introduced herself as Darcy, our butler's daughter. We got to talking, and I found out that Darcy loved baking too. We exchanged a few recipes and decided to try them soon. The next day, Mom got me enrolled into a fancy private school, but it looked more like a 5-star hotel. And the students looked like they'd walked off a modeling ramp. Feeling kind of nervous, I was trying to find my classroom when a group of the most gorgeous girls suddenly blocked my way. New admission. We like your Gucci's and Chanel, girl. You can join our pack. And just like that, I became a part of the most popular group in school, the Wildcats. And boy, these cats were wild. They partied like crazy, blew thousands of dollars on useless stuff, and got tattoos in the weirdest places. But for the first time in my life, I was among the popular kids in school, and I was loving it. A few weeks later, I was hanging out with my cool group outside school, and to my shock, they started smoking. One of them pushed me to try it too, and I didn't want to look uncool, so I did. But I started coughing like crazy. Jody, what are you doing? OMG, Jody, who's this peasant talking to you? What are you doing here, Darcy? I study at the school 2 blocks down. I was just walking home. Ew, are you talking about that gross public school? That confirms you're poor. Jody, you're a wildcat. You can't be talking to people like her. Yeah. Darcy, please go away. I'll talk to you later if I have time. Darcy gave me a disgusted look and left. I felt terrible, but I had a reputation to maintain now. When I got back home, I found Steve and Mom waiting for me, and I knew there was trouble.
So, you're smoking now? Is that why I'm paying your sky-high school fees?
Jody, I'm so disappointed in you. What? I didn't. There must be some mistake.
Don't you dare lie to me. You were smoking, and the butler's daughter saw you.
Steve was always so calm, and seeing him like that was kinda scary. He shouted at Darcy to come in.
Tell me what you told us earlier, girl. Did you see Jody smoking or not?
Darcy looked at me, then turned nervously to him. Sir, I think I made a mistake because that girl was wearing a different dress. I'm so sorry for the confusion. Steve sent her away angrily, and soon after I followed her. What were you thinking, being a snitch? I was trying to save you from falling into bad habits, but I wasn't expecting Mr. Steve to react so badly, so I changed my statement. You should be thanking me. Well, no thank you. Just mind your own business. Yeah, I'll do that now. You're just a rich brat. I don't know why I thought you were different. I felt so mad at her, but I forgot about the fight soon because the following weeks, I had a crazy schedule. I went to school, attended salsa and French classes Mom enrolled me in, and then went out partying with my friends. I was so busy with my new life that I almost completely forgot about Dad and Josh, too. Then one day, I got a call from Josh.
Can you come home this evening? I want to plan a surprise party for Dad.
I promised Josh I'd be there, and that I'd also bake a special cake for Dad. But when I came back from school that day, Mom was already waiting for me. Jody, there's an important event tonight, and Steve says I need to look my best. So I was thinking we'll go shopping first, and then maybe we'll both get makeovers. That sounds cool. By the time we came back home from the mall, I was so exhausted that I took a short nap. And when I woke up, it was already so late. When I got to Dad's place, Josh was done with all the preparations. I am so sorry.
No problem. At least you turned up.
No need to be so snarky. I was just tired.
Yeah, I know how exhausting shopping can be. I saw you at the mall with Mom. You've changed, Jody.
No, I haven't.
Really? Then where's Dad's birthday cake?
That's when I realized I'd completely forgotten about it.
Seems like life with us wasn't good enough for you. That's why it's so easy for Mom to buy your love with all this fancy stuff.
That's not what she's doing. And maybe I like it that I don't always have to share things with you. And Mom and Steve never scold me for buying something I want. They aren't stingy like Dad. Just then, I realized that Dad had walked in. Oh, Dad, happy birthday.
I know that I'm careful with money, Jody, but I've always worked hard and tried to give you a good life.
I know that. I didn't mean it.
Yes, you did. You just didn't mean for me to hear it.
Dad said he was tired and just wanted to go to bed. And Josh was so mad at me for ruining everything. Back at home, I tried falling asleep but kept feeling terrible. I didn't mean to hurt Dad. And was it true that I'd changed, like Josh had said? A few days later, Mom and Steve were out at some party, so I invited some friends over. We were having a great time, dancing, till one of them started a food fight, and the next thing I knew, they were all going crazy. Can you stop, please? My parents won't be happy about this. What? We're just having fun. And I'm sure you have plenty of servants to do the cleanup. Look, there's one. She pointed at Darcy, who just walked in with drinks and got hit by some food.
just then, one girl jumped on the couch, knocking over a large crystal vase and smashed it to bits on the floor. That's it! Enough! You guys don't get to disrespect anyone, and you don't get to act like spoiled brats in someone's house. Leave, all of you! You can't talk to us like that. We made you one of the most popular girls in school, and we can end that instantly by kicking you out of the Wildcats. Sounds amazing! That's exactly what I want. Now get out! The girls stormed off while Darcy and I stared at the mess. I'll take care of this. You don't need to help. You'll never get this done alone before Mr. Steve's back, so let's not waste time. We worked our butts off for the next 2 hours and finally sat down exhausted. Hey, I'm sorry my friends acted like jerks. I don't care about them, but I hadn't expected you to be like that, or even have such friends. I know. I don't even know who I am these days. I've been trying so hard to fit in with these people I don't even like. And also, I forgot my dad's birthday and hurt his feelings. And my brother, he thinks Mom's trying to buy my love by giving me all these gifts. Do you feel the same? Maybe. She hasn't spent much time with me ever since I moved in here, but she does get me whatever I want. Darcy suggested I tell Mom how I felt. So later that night, I walked up to Mom's room to talk when I heard her and Steve arguing. Steve, I changed myself completely for your sake. I tried my best to be a good partner, but I can't tolerate you cheating on me.
Do you have another option? Do you want me to throw you and your daughter out of this house?
No. There's nothing I wouldn't put up with for my daughter's happiness. I finally have her love after all these years. I wouldn't be able to bear it if she leaves me.
Then stay quiet and don't interfere in my matters.
I slid behind a statue as Steve marched out of the door. When I peeked into Mom's room, I found her crying. And just then, reality hit me. Mom wasn't trying to buy my love. She was just showering me with hers. Mom? Oh, Jody! I think I have something in my eye. I heard you and Steve talking, Mom. And I want you to know that I love you, whether you have money or not. But on my own, I don't even have enough to give you the kind of life you were living with your dad. I was just a waitress, and I met Steve. I don't care, Mom. It's you I want to be with, not your house or the stuff you can give me. You know what? I've always wanted to start a small baking business. Maybe we should do that together. The next day, Mom and I moved out of Steve's mansion with our hands empty, but our hearts full. We rented a tiny apartment and started our baking business from home. And I took the time to reconnect with Dad and Josh and even kept in touch with Darcy. In a few months, our business took off with massive help from Josh.
Cake number 17 delivered.
Thanks, bro. Aren't you the best?
I know. That's why I want these headphones.
What? No! Mom got those for me. Some things never change, do they? Think about your favorite spot. It's probably a tree in the woods, a couch in your sitting room, or maybe your parents' car. For me, it's always been the kitchen. In fact, this kitchen saved me from becoming a raging monster with a thirst for vengeance, destruction, devastation, and sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm Lily, and before I continue, please like and subscribe. You see, my parents were amazing chefs who owned a popular restaurant in town. My grandmother was a baker extraordinaire. Dad's bread literally made grown men cry, and Mom's pasta won a dozen awards. I'd clearly inherited their love for cooking, and they started teaching me when I was really young. But the cooking gene entirely skipped my twin sister Mia. The poor thing couldn't even boil an egg right. She burned everything she baked, and once she got so frustrated that she threw a pot out the window. Cooking sucks. After that, she was banned from the kitchen for life. In middle school, Mia was the absolute worst. On my parents' anniversary, I baked a fancy cake. Then Mia burst into the kitchen on her skateboard. She banged into me and I fell face first into the cake. Oops, sorry, didn't see you there. That night, I stormed up to Mia's room, grabbed her precious laptop, and smashed it to pieces. Mia went ballistic. We fought like a pack of hyenas. Mom and Dad grounded us for a month. The summer before our freshman year, our parents sat us down and told us they wanted us to help out at the restaurant. I was so excited. I can't wait. This is gonna be awesome. Meh.
But on our first day, my parents gave me the worst news. They said Mia would work in the office while I'd be a waitress. What? I can't be a waitress. I'm a chef. I've been training for this for years. My parents gave me a dozen reasons why they needed me to be a waitress, but I can't remember one. As I looked out onto the busy restaurant floor, I felt sick to my stomach. I forgot to mention, I'm terrified of crowds. I mean, it's bad. Like, one time I was in a school play. I only had one line. The moment I saw all those beady eyes staring at me, I got so nervous, I fainted, fell backward, bumped into a backdrop that smashed into a light, and then the whole stage came tumbling down.
Lily, are you listening?
I don't think this is a good idea.
You'll do just fine.
My first shift was the worst. I screwed up 2 orders, I spilled a drink on the floor, and then one of our biggest customers, Mr. Spinster, yelled at me.
My order isn't right. Did you leave your brain in the sink?
Just as I was about to burst into tears, this gorgeous boy named Wyatt came to the rescue. He was a waiter at the restaurant, and everyone loved him. Wyatt calmed the customer down, fixed their order, and had them smiling in seconds. They even gave him a big tip when they left.
Ignore Mr. Spinster. He's a jerk. This is for you.
Wyatt handed me a $100 bill. I can't take this. You did all the work.
We were a team.
Then Wyatt smiled at me and put his hand on my shoulder, and my heart raced like it had just entered the Indy 500. Wyatt was my parents' best employee, and he took me under his wing. He taught me how to be a great waiter and helped me overcome my fear of crowds.
There's nothing to be afraid of. Picture them as silly clowns with big red noses and floppy shoes.
Soon we started dating. One time, Mia caught us kissing in the kitchen after hours. Gross, get a room. Wyatt and I had so much in common. We loved the same foods and MSA videos. He even wanted to own a restaurant someday. Wyatt was my first love, and even my parents adored him. It took some time, but Mia eventually warmed up to Wyatt after he fixed her laptop. But when school started, everything changed. Wyatt was my senior and one of the most popular boys in school. All the girls had a crush on him, but he only had eyes for me, which didn't sit well with his ex-girlfriend, Sophie. One day, Wyatt and I were talking near my locker when Sophie marched up to us. She was the most popular girl in school. Her father owned a dozen hotels around the world, and she was a social media star with millions of followers subscribing to hear about her ultra-rich life. And then Sophie shoved me to the side. Out of my way, nerd. Hey! I lost my balance and stumbled backwards. I marched towards Sophie so I could smack her in her stupid face, but then 2 huge bodyguards grabbed me and set me down 5 feet away.
Sophie, why are you being a witch?
Oh, Wyatt, that doesn't matter. Listen, I was thinking breaking up with you was a mistake. I traveled the world and dated a dozen boys, but I could never stop thinking about you. I love you, Wyatt. Let's get back together and make it insta-official. Sophie pulled out her cell phone and started recording as she leaned in for a kiss. Wyatt moved to the side and Sophie fell flat on her face. She was so embarrassed.
Sorry, I have a new girlfriend.
What girlfriend? Wyatt marched straight up to me.
Her name is Lily, and we're in love.
Sophie took one look at me and laughed. That's your girlfriend? No way! I thought she was your mutant brother that lived under the stairs because his face was so ugly he made your mother cry. I was so mad I wanted to throw a book at her, but then Wyatt pulled me close and kissed me.
Come on, babe, let's get out of here.
Sophie was so angry she started screaming like a peacock. Yeah, peacock scream. I saw it on YouTube. It's actually pretty wild. That night, Wyatt and I were in my room studying and kissing when Mia barged in. Jeez, Mia, get out! Can we have some privacy, please? What did you guys do to Sophie? She's trashing our restaurant. Mia showed us Sophie's latest live stream on her phone. So I ordered their famous spaghetti and meatballs, and it was like I was eating rubber bands. And don't even get me started on their so-called gourmet burger. It was as dry as the Sahara Desert. I had to drink a gallon of water just to wash it down. Sophie made a dozen more posts just like it and got 1 million likes. The next day, people stopped coming to our restaurant, and it continued for weeks. The bills started piling up, and my parents had to lay off most of their employees, including Wyatt. They were devastated. I tried to reason with Sophie. I'm just being honest. Your parents' food is as disgusting as your gross face. By the way, has anyone ever told you that you smell like a rotten egg that ate a pile of poop? Sophie and her friends laughed like it was the funniest joke in the world. Then something inside me just snapped. I'll show you, disgusting! disgusting. I charged Sophie like a bull. I slipped past Sophie's bodyguards, punched her in the eye, and shoved her hard. Sophie fell and broke her arm. The next day, Sophie's parents filed a lawsuit against me and my family, sued my parents for a ton of money, and won. My parents' bank accounts were drained, and they were forced to close the restaurant. I felt horrible. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I don't know what came over me. You turned into a crazy maniac, and now we're poor.
Everything will be fine. I've got this under control.
Dad took all the money out of our savings account and started giving it away to charities. He invested in a ton of shady business ventures and even threw $500 into a wishing well. Dad, have you lost your mind?
Don't worry, girls. The more money you put into the world, the more you'll get back.
That doesn't sound right. We lost our car, then our house, and then we had to live with our grandmother. Mom got so pissed, she left Dad and moved to another town. A few weeks later, Dad and one of his shady business partners were arrested and sent to jail for fraud. My life was in shambles, but at least I had Wyatt. On Wyatt's birthday, I walked to his house to surprise him with his favorite cookies, but I caught him kissing Sophie on his front porch.
Hey, loser, what's up?
Wyatt finally came to his senses. He's no longer interested in trolls. I just stood there, speechless. I couldn't believe my eyes.
If you're gonna stand there like a dummy, do you mind making yourself useful and taking a good kissing picture of us? I'm commissioning a world-famous artist to make some oil paintings of us as a couple.
How could you do this to me, Wyatt? I thought we were in love.
Things changed. I realized that I'm still in love with Sophie. Sophie convinced her dad to give me a new job at one of his restaurants. Isn't she an angel?
I'm perfect. I can't help it. I'm irresistible, like cotton candy and gummy bears.
Sophie and I never should have broken up. I didn't mean to hurt you, Lily. I hope we can still be friends.
Or not. I'm allergic to losers, and every time Lily's around, she makes me want to puke. At school, Sophie and Wyatt were all over each other. Every time I saw them, I got angrier and angrier. Mia tried to be the voice of reason. Forget those jerks. They're not worth your time. But I couldn't ignore them. I was furious. Sophie and Wyatt had to pay. I woke up early the next morning to dish out my revenge. First, I threw a rock at Wyatt's bedroom window. I slashed the tires on Sophie's car. Then, I showed up in disguise at Sophie's dad's fancy restaurant where I knew Wyatt was working. I had a bag of roaches hidden in my backpack. When no one was looking, I let the roaches loose on the floor. They jumped on tables, took a swim in a man's chicken soup, and a couple of them crawled into Wyatt's hair. The customers started screaming and ran toward the door. An old rich lady dropped her fancy purse. "Hey lady, you forgot your purse!" But the lady was so scared, she rushed right past me, hopped into her limousine, and drove off. The next day, the health inspector shut the restaurant down, and Wyatt lost his job. Mia caught me laughing in my room as I watched the whole thing on the news. I know you're behind what happened to Wyatt. You've got no proof. And even if I was behind it, why do you care? He's a jerk. You said so yourself. Who are you? And what have you done with my sister? I shoved Mia out of my room and slammed the door shut. I didn't have time for any distractions. I had one thing on my mind, getting back at Sophie. I kept following her around, ready to attack her with a paintball gun or rotten eggs. But ever since I'd hurt her earlier, the bodyguards stayed even closer to her. But Sophie was such a witch, she fired at least one of them daily and had a replacement by the next morning. Like one time, one of her new bodyguards named Simon accidentally photobombed Sophia's selfie, and she lost her mind. You stupid idiot! Your hideous face ruined my selfie!
I'm sorry, ma'am. It won't happen again.
Of course it won't, because you're fired! Simon begged Sophie to let him keep his job, but Sophie just laughed in his face. So the next day, I met Simon at a coffee shop. He was so pissed at Sophie that he wanted to humiliate her just as much as I did.
Sophie's gonna be attending a really posh event at the National Museum tomorrow. Everybody who is anybody will be there. If you're gonna try something to humiliate her, that would be the place to do it.
I was so pumped. I had the perfect time and place. Now all I needed to do was figure out how to crush Sophie in the worst way imaginable. Then the best thing happened. I was walking home when I saw this news report about how some old rich lady's purse was stolen at one of Sophie's dad's restaurants. And inside was a priceless diamond necklace.
There was a $50,000 reward for anyone who returned it. The old lady's face popped up on the screen, and I immediately recognized her and her purse. I raced home and found the purse in my closet with the diamond necklace inside. Then I had an amazing idea. I could frame Sophie for stealing the rich lady's necklace and make sure she got caught at the museum event. The next day, I put on a disguise, and just as I was putting the necklace in my bag, I heard Mia behind me. You better be returning that necklace to get the reward money, because if you're planning what I think you're planning, you've lost your mind. It's none of your business. I pushed past Mia and headed toward the front door. Then a salt shaker hit me in the back of the head. Ouch! Step away from the door, sis. I can't let you do this. Mia grabbed a huge wooden spoon. I grabbed a rolling pin. I'm leaving. Then you'll have to go through me. Mia lunged toward me, and we sparred like Jedi. I knocked the spoon out of Mia's hand, then Mia threw a plate. I dove for cover. Then I grabbed a bunch of muffins off the counter and threw them at Mia one by one. Mia picked up a cutting board and used it as a shield. I grabbed a bottle of cooking oil and sprayed it in her eyes. I can't see! I darted out the door and headed straight to the museum. When I saw Sophie get out of her car, I walked up to her but was stopped by her bodyguards. Please, sir, I'm Sophie's biggest fan. I just want her autograph. I'm saving money to get plastic surgery to look just like her.
Sophie heard that and told her bodyguards to step aside as she gave me an autograph.
Dear whoever you are, you smell like failure. Wishing you well with your life as a loser. XOXO, Soph.
While she was busy doing that, I slipped the diamond necklace into her purse, and then I stepped back and waited. Sure enough, the minute Sophie's bag went through security at the museum entrance, they found the necklace inside. She was immediately arrested and carried off by the police, kicking and screaming.
I'm innocent, you morons! Take your filthy hands off me!
On the day of Sophie's trial, I was over the moon. My revenge would finally be complete. But just as I was about to go to the courthouse to hear Sophie's jail sentence, my grandmother, Mia, and Mom confronted me.
You stupid tattletale! Why would you tell Mom?
I was worried about you. You've changed, Lily. All you think about is revenge.
Sophie has to pay for what she did. She took everything from us.
Dad made his own mistakes, and you can't keep living in the past and blaming yourself.
You have to forgive, honey. Wyatt and Sophie don't deserve my forgiveness. We're not talking about them. You have to forgive yourself. Tears streamed down my face as the weight of the guilt I was carrying dropped down on me like a ton of bricks.
We're here for you, Lily. You're better than this. You have to let this go and move on.
I went to the courthouse and told the judge that it was all a misunderstanding. I explained how I'd found the diamond necklace and gave it to Sophie to return to the lady.
Is this true?
Sophie went along with my story, and the judge dismissed the case. Afterward, Sophie came up to me.
Why did you do that?
I ruined your life, and you could have easily ruined mine. Because someone reminded me that I'm a better person. After the trial, I apologized to Wyatt for what I did, and he said he was sorry for being a big fat jerk. I also started working on my anger issues. I went to counseling, started cooking again, and doing lots of yoga. Sophie's dad felt so bad about what Sophie did to me that he gave me a huge check. No, thank you, sir. Your apology is enough. Mia pulled me to the side.
It's great that you're zen and all now, but don't be stupid.
Mia was right. I ran to catch up with Sophie's dad. Excuse me, sir. On second thought, we'll take the check. I used the money to reopen our family restaurant. Dad even came to the opening since he got out early on good behavior, and it was the happiest day of my life.
Relaxing in a beautiful hotel in Paris with the cutest French boy smiling at you from across the pool is just perfectly splendid in every way. My personal assistant / best friend Lexi rushed towards me while holding a letter. She read it out loud.
Fancy a date on my yacht tonight? Meet me at 7 on the harbor.
The boy across the pool winked at me. That night, I learned that his name was Pierre, and he treated me like a princess. But our splendid date was interrupted by a panicked call from Lexi.
Your dad's secretary called, and he's just sent the jet for us to leave right now.
Ugh, he must have been mad because I'd been absent from school for a week now. I so didn't need school. I said my goodbyes to Pierre, who said he wanted to see me again, but I just smiled and left. Oh, hey there. My name is Blair, and I have an almost perfect life. I'm as smart as Einstein himself. There's only one little problem. I'm dyslexic. But it's no big deal because I have Lexi to read everything for me. I used to be number one in literally everything, but things took a wild turn when a foreign exchange student joined our class. Please hit that subscribe button before I tell you my whole story. The next day, my limo dropped Lexi and me off at our school, a very expensive private one, where only families with a net worth of at least $1 billion can attend. Blair, watch out! I screamed when I saw an angry dog charging towards me. What was it doing here? Pets aren't allowed. Francesca, my arch nemesis, picked it up while laughing at me. Good boy, she whispered, but I heard it. This insecure brat always found a way to ruin my day. Oh, hey, Blair. I'm giving out our newest luxury product, this $1 million perfume, for free. I thought you might need one. Thanks, Francesca, but I'd rather donate it to charity. The principal appeared and got angry when she saw her dog. Our dog mansion with 10 floors is currently being renovated, so my baby needs to roll with me. Ugh, what a show-off. The principal shut her mouth when Francesca gave her a stupid perfume, too. In the middle of class, I suddenly forgot how to breathe when the most gorgeous boy that I'd ever seen walked in. Everyone, I would like you all to meet Terrence, a foreign exchange student from Korea, and he will be with us for this school year. We were all speechless as we looked at him. Francesca immediately offered her seat, but Terrence just headed quietly to the back. Our math teacher then started the discussion and suddenly asked us to solve the area of a stadium on our tables. Such a no-brainer. The answer is, it's 69,963 square meters. We all turned to Terrence like we'd seen a ghost. He'd answered before me. Like, how? After class, all the girls flocked around him, including Lexi. I tried to smile at him too, but he didn't smile back. What a snob. I snatched Lexi away from him and told her to cut it out. Do that again and I'll fire you. Oh, come on, Blair. He's literally perfect. He's like Lee Min-ho. He's not my type. Terrence might have heard that because he turned to me, but so what? He snubbed me and first impressions last. Every year, our principal holds an auction party, and this year, all the proceeds would be going to poor children in Africa. The last item to be auctioned was a beautiful pearl with a special history. It cost around $50 million. As expected, Francesca and I started the bidding battle. 100 million, 200 million, 500 million. 1 billion. Then the principal asked if anyone wanted to go any higher. Lexi leaned closer to me and tried to stop me, but I couldn't let Francesca win. 2 billion. 10 billion. Silence filled the room when a male voice joined in and said, $100 billion. Everyone turned to the back. It was Terrence again. He really was something else. The principal declared, "Wow, that's a new record. Sold." My eyebrows shot up when I saw Francesca offering him a handshake in a flirty way. Lexi said, "I think you two look better together." Ew, stop that, Lexi. He's a snob and only loves his phone. During our finals week, as usual, I took a special oral exam because of my reading condition. When the results came back the next day, the blood drained from my face when I didn't see my name at the top spot. It was Terrence. He hadn't even been in our school a full year. Then Francesca appeared from nowhere and said, "Just accept the fact that you're a loser now, Blair." I asked Lexi to do some research on Terrence. I needed to know what was up with him. He seemed like the love child of Einstein and Bill Gates. One day, while I was rushing to the toilet, I bumped into him and tripped over. Jeez. His chest was as hard as a tree. I looked up at him and met his cold, brown eyes. I was expecting him to offer his hand, but the jerk skipped past me like I was trash on the floor. I'd never felt so humiliated. It was the first time a guy had ignored me. Lexi came to the rescue and helped me to my feet. He helped me when I tripped out of my helicopter yesterday. Sorry, girl, but you're not his type. Francesca's comment made me furious. Thank God Lexi calmed me down, or else. During lunch, Lexi told me that she'd finally finished her research on Terrence. He was a young CEO in Korea, and his company develops games and software. That's why he's always on his phone. So, he's a self-made billionaire. Interesting. I was on my way to our campus's art center one time, and I stopped when I saw a board ahead. It had some words on it. Francesca and her friends were right behind me, but I didn't want to ask her for help, so I tried to read it myself. It seemed to be saying something about a vacation. I ignored the sign and continued walking. Suddenly, the ground under me collapsed. Someone caught me right on time before I was buried alive. I looked up to see my savior. It was Terrence. He let me go and dusted his uniform off. Don't you know how to read? It says deep excavation ahead. I have dyslexia. Anyway, thanks for saving my life. Just be careful next time. My heartbeat was still going fast as I watched him walk away. A few days later, the principal announced the annual competition between private schools called the Battle of the Brains. I was so ecstatic when I was picked again to represent our school. I always aced it. The problem was the competition would be all about teamwork, so I needed a partner, and Terrence was picked. Lexi came up to me and said, "Oh my God, I ship you both. This is going to be fun." I ignored Lexi's stupid comment and told Terrence to meet me in the music room. We needed to talk about the competition. While I was waiting for him, I started playing the piano. I couldn't finish the song because I forgot the keys. Just in time, he arrived and continued for me. We were so close to each other, and it felt really weird. I was about to move, but the way he played was hypnotizing. I flinched when I felt a spark as our fingers touched. He looked down at me after he finished playing. "That's how you do it. I don't need piano lessons right now. We need to plan a strategy. Just focus on the spelling. Memorize the letters of the longest words, and we'll be fine. Don't underestimate me, Terrence. How about you? Are you going to study?" The dummy answered me with a poker face and left the room. Sometimes I really hated his guts in his gorgeous face, and seriously, he was so confusing. The competition day finally came, and we were totally silent during the ride. He later fell asleep on my shoulder, and I went stiff as a board. Should I move my shoulder, or should I let him sleep in peace? The limo passed over a rough road, which woke him up. He looked up at me, and I immediately looked away. "Can you, scoot over? You're in my personal space." My heartbeat went back to normal when he moved. I was so nervous during the game, but as expected, we made it to the final round. Terrence won the versus round against another boy, and then it was my turn. I needed to win this so we would be the winners already. I was shocked when the announcer said that it was a spelling round. Oh no. Spell supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Terrence gave me an encouraging look. I focused and wrote down all the letters according to my memory. I felt like passing out from nervousness when I slowly raised my answer. Correct. I jumped around in happiness and found myself hugging Terrence. When I realized what I was doing, I immediately pulled away. He then patted my head and smiled at me for the first time. And I must admit, he looked even more gorgeous. You did great. Well, thanks for your advice. Lexi showed up to congratulate us. Oh my gosh, you guys were so good. You two should get married already. Ugh, Lexi and her random fangirling. Terrence smiled at me in the hallway the next day, and it made me feel something in my stomach. What a miracle that he wasn't wearing his headphones and holding his phone in front of his face. Suddenly, the girls started screaming. I went to see what was happening and was shocked to see Pierre in our school uniform. He was showing everyone my pictures that he took on his phone. Oh, finally. There's my girl. Pierre immediately walked up to me and kissed me on the cheek. What are you doing here? I told you. I wanted to see you again. I enrolled in your school just to be with you. I didn't know what to say. Pierre kept following me around, and it bothered me. I wanted to turn him down, but I felt bad for breaking a nice guy's heart. Mademoiselle, come. I have a surprise for you. I told Pierre that I still had a class, but he grabbed my arm and was about to pull me outside when someone grabbed my other arm. It was Terrence. Come on, we're running late already. Everyone stopped in their tracks to watch. Terrence and Pierre were glaring at each other, and there I was, looking like a statue between them. Neither of them wanted to let me go, and it was so awkward. I caught Lexi's eye and gave her the signal to help me. She acted like she sprained her ankle and purposefully fell on Pierre. Lexi then winked at me as Pierre turned to help her. She was the best. I didn't know how to get rid of Pierre over the next few days. Terrence started avoiding me too. Once, when I went into class, Pierre winked at me and told me to come and sit next to him. I said, "Pierre, I just want to be clear that you're not my boyfriend." Yet. That night, Francesca threw a party on her own private island and invited everyone. I didn't want to go, but Pierre was so persistent. During the party, he was telling me about his plan to buy a resort in Paris. He was talking non-stop while all I could think about was Terrence. I wished he was here. I signaled Lexi to start our plan. I excused myself to the restroom as she came over and I let her entertain Pierre. I sneaked out and found myself in a beautiful garden. While I was smelling some flowers, I suddenly felt someone's presence beside me. I turned to see Terrence. "You're here. I didn't think you'd come." Francesca came over to my place yesterday and invited me. What? I wanted to ask him what else she did at his place, but I chickened out. He was looking up at the sky and suddenly a snowflake dropped on his forehead and he slowly closed his eyes. It was a beautiful moment and I just found myself staring. It's the first snow of the year. Oh. Is it? He seemed to be so happy about it, and I wondered why. Where's your boyfriend? He's not my boyfriend. I just met him in Paris last time I was there. I'm relieved. What do you mean? The snow continued falling over us. He stepped closer and suddenly kissed me on the forehead. I like you, Blair. I wasn't expecting that. My heartbeat was so loud I was shaking. Moments later, I finally gave in to my attraction. I think I like you too. Let's get out of here. I told him that only my dad had access to our helicopter, but he just gave me a smug smile and said, "That's not a problem." Did he plan ahead or what? The helicopter flew us to a beautiful place, and while we were enjoying the marvelous view beneath us, I felt his hand holding mine. It gave me an electric feeling. I'd never felt this way before. After our helicopter date, he brought me to this Korean restaurant and made me taste their delicious specialties. We fought over the bill and he won and paid for it. I then gave the waiter a tip, a key to a car. That's very generous of you, but I prefer giving tips like this. He gave the waiter a business card and told him that his secretary would assist him in enrolling in the school of his choice. Education is more important, Blair. Oh, he was wiser than I thought. It was almost midnight when we strolled in the park. When I complained about my high heels hurting my feet, he gave me a piggyback ride. This man had never failed to surprise me. We were inseparable over the next few weeks, while Lexi always ended up distracting Pierre. One day, Terrence was teaching me Korean when Lexi kept calling me. I was enjoying our session, so I ignored her calls. Later that day, I was on my way to my locker when I saw Francesca's dog again. It started chasing me and I ran into the nearest room. While I was catching my breath, I was surprised to see Pierre in there too. Bonjour, mademoiselle. Miss me? Before I could react, he suddenly kissed me. I was so shocked that I couldn't move. I slapped him and walked out to look for Lexi, but I couldn't find her anywhere. She wasn't answering my calls either. Where was she when I needed her? The next day, everyone was looking at me like I'd done something terrible, which I apparently did because an anonymous account had posted a picture of me kissing Pierre on Instagram. No, it was all a mistake. I asked Lexi about it, but she was so mad at me. What did I do? That pervert made a move on me. You weren't there when I needed you because you only care about Terrence now. Lexi, I'm so sorry. Please don't do this to me. You're my best friend. No, Blair, I'm just your personal assistant. Oh, not anymore, because I'm resigning. I was crying as she left me. I looked for Terrence and found him in the music room. Terrence, it's not what you think. Let me explain. I don't deal with cheaters. I tried to convince him, but my heart broke when he said, "Get lost, Blair. I don't want to see you again." I was totally miserable after that. My best friend and boyfriend were ignoring me, and everyone was calling me a cheater. One day, I passed out in my room because I hadn't eaten all day. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was Lexi. Thank God you finally woke up. You had me so worried. Are you okay? How can I be okay when you hate me now? Oh my God, stop. I'm not used to seeing you cry. Lexi then told me that she overheard Francesca and Pierre talking about their plan to set me up. I knew it. I need to talk to Terrence. She then looked away and said, "He went back to Korea this morning." What? Are you freaking serious? I felt like someone had thrown cold water on me. She just bowed her head and avoided my eyes. Why so soon? Is this a prank? I'm so sorry, Blair. I already told him the truth and he believed me, but he still left. No. This can't be happening. I tried to get up, but Lexi told me that my doctor had advised that I shouldn't leave bed yet. I called Terrence, but his phone wasn't on. I checked his social media accounts and confirmed that he was already back in Korea. I just wanted to sleep and hope that it was all a dream. The next day, I woke up to Lexi's scream. She pulled me out of bed and dragged me outside. There was an unfamiliar jet landing outside. A handsome boy then stepped out, and I swear, my heart jumped with joy when I realized who it was. I ran up to him and hugged him. He apologized for doubting me and for not telling me about him leaving. I just needed to finish my surprise for you. He then showed me an app on his phone. You can download this from the App Store. I've specially developed this for dyslexics. Oh my God, this is amazing. I love you, Terrence. I love you more, my Blair. I was so over the moon when he finally kissed me. Another cute Korean guy came out and Lexi looked like she just peed her pants. Terrence introduced him as Andrew, his brother, and Lexi started jumping in excitement. Thank God you have a brother. Terrence and I just laughed as we held each other's hands.
Hi, I'm Janelle. I live in Pennsylvania with my single dad and older brother. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, my brother Mason and I were total besties. He was only a year older than me, so we always had tons in common. We could play board games and kickball without going easy on each other. And at night, Mason and I would talk for hours in bed. Dad was kind of confused by how we were with each other.
Kids, you know you guys can fight every once in a while like a normal brother and sister, right?
But Mason and I were inseparable. There was just one problem. Dad totally favored me over Mason. He went to all of my school plays and sports games in elementary school and was the loudest cheerleader in the crowd.
Watch out, everybody. That's my girl there.
But for some reason, Dad was always picking on my brother. Apparently, every little thing Mason did was wrong.
Don't put syrup on your eggs. Eat breakfast like a normal person. Cut it out with the video games. A boy like you should be playing more sports. Build a little more muscle.
Mason was really skinny and small. People often thought I was way older than him. He would always come to me whenever Dad would upset him. Why does Dad hate me so much? What's wrong with me? Nothing's wrong with you. You're perfect. Dad's just weird. But halfway through 8th grade, I got a taste of what Mason was going through. I had a huge growth spurt, and suddenly I was taller than all the boys and girls in my class. Everyone started acting like I was some alien.
Have you ever bumped your head on the ceiling?
What? That's not even possible. I can barely see past her chin. But Mason always came to my rescue when kids were annoying me.
Who cares if Janelle's tall? She looks older and prettier than all of you.
But deep down, I think Mason was relieved that my life wasn't perfect at school. At least we were more equal that way, because at home, Dad seemed to love me even more now because I was so tall.
Tall people can get anything they want. She could be a supermodel or a basketball player. Endless possibilities.
But then one day in 8th grade, a girl made a comment that made Mason snap in half. Her name was Alyssa, and she was new in my class. Alyssa was also a child gymnast who'd competed all across the country. Janelle, are you this kid's babysitter? How come he's always with you at school?
Janelle isn't my babysitter. She's my sister. And I'm 14 for your information. I'm a year older than her.
Mason stormed off, his eyes on fire. I hated being called Mason's babysitter too. But why did he care so much? That night, I noticed Mason scribbling away in a notebook after dinner, not looking up once while we watched TV together. Mason, what are you writing?
Nothing. Don't look.
But I couldn't stop wondering what Mason was hiding from me, and if he was okay. So after he was asleep, I crept into his room and reached for his notebook, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Mason had written tons of love poems for Alyssa. They were beautiful. I had to convince him to show them to her. Alyssa needed to know how sweet my brother was. But the next day, I found him in a corner of the playground, wrestling a bunch of guys while some kids cheered from the sides. Mason, what are you doing?
We're having a wrestling match.
Suddenly, I spotted Alyssa among the crowd. Was this how Mason was trying to impress her? And he was just getting his butt beaten.
Hey, Mason, how about you wrestle your sister?
Yeah, come on, Mason. Let's wrestle. Mason didn't look too happy about it, but I planned to make him win. 10 seconds into the match, he suddenly tripped over my shoe. He fell face first onto the ground, and it looked like I'd won instantly.
How does it feel to lose to your own sister, dude? He literally fights like a girl.
Mason turned bright red. He dusted himself off and glared at me.
What's wrong with you? How could you humiliate me like that?
I was gonna let you win, but you tripped. Mason walked away angrily to pick up his backpack, but I got to it first and pulled out his notebook.
What do you think you're doing? Give that back.
Look, I know it was wrong, but I read your notebook, okay? And I know you were just trying to impress Alyssa back there. If you really want to do that, do it with this.
How dare you read that? And you don't know what you're talking about.
I was just worried about you. You can be mad at me later, but come on. Just tell Alyssa you love her. She has to see these poems. Suddenly, someone snatched the notebook from my hand, and I turned around to see it was one of Alyssa's friends. And she was also standing right behind us with her mouth half open.
Oh, we've got a lover boy here. Her eyes are so deep, I find myself drowning. What is this lameness?
Mason snatched the notebook from him, and he gave me a look of hatred as he fought back angry tears and ran away. I felt terrible. This is not how I'd meant for things to go. It took Mason a week to even look at me. He forgave me eventually, but after that day, things changed between us. We didn't talk or hang out much anymore. Instead, I became best friends with Alyssa. She never mentioned the playground incident, but I was still hoping I could somehow set her up with Mason one day. We started hanging out all the time, and one day she even took me to her gymnastics practice. I was standing on the side when suddenly Alyssa's coach pointed to me.
Hey, you. Are you also a gymnastics student?
Me?
No. You have the perfect build for it. We have some extra costumes if you want to try out.
Please, Janelle? It'll be so fun having you in my practice. I decided to give it a go, and it turned out I was really flexible. My tall, skinny frame, which I'd always hated, was actually perfect for a gymnast. Oh my God, you totally have what it takes. Janelle, you should train with me. And from that day on, I took up gymnastics training, and when I was good enough, I joined Alyssa's team. And of course, Dad was now obsessed with my newfound talent. He decided to become my manager and did everything in his power to connect me with agents and institutions that would help me get to the top.
You need to compete in every national competition, Janelle. Who knows? In a few years, we'll be in the Olympics. I'm gonna make you a star, honey.
Mason, on the other hand, decided to take on playwriting. Every day, he'd lock himself in his room and write for hours. Most of the time, we barely saw him. Eventually, he decided to apply to a fancy college for creative writing, and he got in. I was so proud of him, but unfortunately, Dad wasn't as supportive as his dreams as mine.
You want to be a writer? Might as well live in my basement for the rest of your life. I'm not paying for any hippie writing school.
But this is my dream, Dad.
To be useless is your dream? Look at Janelle. She's just entering into a competition with Alyssa, and it has a prize of $50,000. She's already going places, and you're just asking me for money for a stupid profession.
This is a huge opportunity for Mason. You have to help him out, Dad.
He's got to figure it out for himself. I couldn't care less.
And he just walked away. Mason, don't worry. I have a plan. If I win this competition, I can pay for your school.
Whatever, Janelle. It doesn't matter. I don't matter. Dad has always made that very clear.
You matter to me. But Mason just walked away and locked himself in his bedroom. I slipped him notes underneath his door, but he refused to talk to me. I had to get that $50,000. I trained every morning with Alyssa until the day of the competition. Dad decided at some point he was going to coach me as well as manage me. And he went crazy.
4 a.m. tomorrow, ladies. Last one to arrive runs 10 laps around the gym.
Please, do something. I know it sucks, but I have to get that money for Mason. Let's go, come on. On the day of the competition, I waited by the gymnastic bars while Alyssa did her routine. This was it. Come on, Alyssa, you can do it. But just as I yelled, Alyssa slipped from the top bar and fell on her arm. Everyone was gathered around Alyssa as I ran forward and tried to squeeze my way to her. But suddenly, Dad pulled me away.
Listen, honey, the medical team is looking after her. She'll be fine. The competition is still going on. You need to focus.
But Dad, I have to see if Alyssa is okay.
I'll do that. Don't you worry about a thing. Now go.
My team had lost tons of points because of Alyssa's fall, but when I did my routine, I earned them all back. We actually ended up winning. I stood on the stage with my team and received a medal and the cash prize. Mason could go to school now, but I couldn't stop thinking about Alyssa and I ran off to visit her at the hospital right after the competition. But when I arrived, Alyssa was already there with another visitor, my brother. Mason, what are you doing here? He came to check on me right after I broke my arm. Mason's been with me all day. Alyssa, you know I would have come for you too if I didn't have to perform. Just then, Mason saw the medal around my neck.
You won? You didn't come to visit your best friend because you wanted to win?
What? No, I wanted to win for all of us. You want to know why I fell, Janelle? The doctor said it was because of exhaustion. I've been competing all my life, but you and your dad pushed me so hard because all you two care about is winning at any cost. You're the reason I got hurt.
But I never wanted this to happen to you. I was just trying to help Mason, but I guess I went too far.
I left the hospital and ran as fast as I could to the gym. The lights were out and it was empty. I sat alone next to the bars and cried until my head hurt. Then suddenly my phone rang and it was Dad.
How's my star winner?
Your star winner is horrible. Alyssa broke her arm and it's all my fault. I put too much pressure on her.
But look how you shone, darling. Alyssa caused you stress, and you performed better than ever in that situation.
Are you kidding me? You're the reason I was stressed. You wanted me to win so bad so you could have some trophy daughter to brag about. And if I didn't win, Mason couldn't go to school. I know his dreams mean nothing to you, but they mean everything to me. I hung up the phone before Dad could answer. I ran back to the hospital to talk to Alyssa. I know you're mad at me, but I really want to apologize to you. It's okay, Janelle. I'm sorry I got mad before. I know your dad was the one pressuring you and that you were really just trying to help Mason.
Really?
Yep, really. Also, Mason gave me a few presents when he was here with me at the hospital. I looked down to see pages from Mason's notebook, all those poems he'd written for Alyssa ages ago. Mason told me he was really mad at you that day. You shouldn't have read his poems. But I guess your advice stuck with him, and he finally decided to show them to me. And I'm so glad he did. I reached over Alyssa's bed and hugged her. And you guessed it, Mason finally won Alyssa over, and they were an item. And just a month later, Alyssa was fully recovered and back doing gymnastics. But I still had to take care of some unfinished business. Dad, just so you know, I'm not talking to you until you apologize for everything.
Settle down, honey. I'll make it up to you.
How about giving Mason money for school? That's how you can make it up to me.
Why? You're already doing that.
You're the dad. You're supposed to be paying for my college, not Janelle.
I'm not paying for that hippie school. End of story.
I'm not talking to you then.
Don't be a drama queen. Your sister doesn't whine like you do.
Dad, if you can't support Mason's dreams, I'm not talking to you either. Mason and I both distanced ourselves from Dad, and I paid for Mason's college. While he was becoming a professional writer, I traveled all across America competing in gymnastic tournaments. But one day, I received a surprising email from Mason's university. It said that he hadn't been attending classes for weeks and hadn't been responding to any of their emails either. That was strange. I spoke to him every other day, but when I asked him, he gave me some really shocking news.
Janelle, Dad's really sick. I've been really busy taking care of him, so I couldn't go to university. I didn't want to worry you, but I think you should come and see him.
I flew home that night and went straight to Dad's place. I found him in bed, looking really weak. Dad, what happened? Are you okay?
Oh, Janelle, you're here. And yeah, I'm okay. I'm so happy to see you. Mason has been taking real good care of me.
He really has, Dad. He's missed some really important stuff at universities just so he could be with you.
No, I just did what I had to do. He's my dad.
You know, Mason, I've been thinking about some things for a while, and I'm really sorry I was so hard on you. I was only trying to push you to be the best, but I didn't have to. You were always a great kid.
Thanks for apologizing, Dad. It really means a lot to me.
And me too. I'm so glad you finally see how great Mason is, Dad.
You two always looked out for each other, didn't you? I love you kids.
We love you too, Dad. And Janelle, I know I don't say it as much as I used to, but you're my best friend, and I love you.
I love you too. Hi, my name is Meryl, and I'm from Germany. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I was born to parents who were rich. So rich that we had several maids, chefs, butlers, and drivers who worked around the clock for me and my crazy family. Dad was a genius on the stock trading platform, and Mom was Miss World in 1998. I loved my family, but they were so used to being spoiled that our entire lives revolved around money. Once when I was 7, I wanted to go camping. So Dad hired a set designer to create a camp set in our massive backyard. He also hired a weird mountain man to entertain us with stories and how to make a campfire.
Who wants to hear a bear story?
I do. But my sister Cassidy, who was 2 years older than me, had her head stuck in her phone. So our camping experience eventually got boring. And soon after, as I grew up, our family hardly spoke to each other. When I was at school, I was crowned the computer genius. Cassidy was popular on social media, and we were both the hottest girls in school. Once when I was in 8th grade, 10 boys asked me and my sister out all at once. These boys were so lame and too desperate for our liking. Cassidy and I had a checklist. The guys that we dated needed to be smart, rich, and hot. I wasn't worried so much about the rich part. I preferred intelligent guys, and in my school, all of them were rich, but also total Smurf brains. And then one day when I was in the 11th grade, a new boy joined our school and took my title of computer genius. I was kinda jealous at first, but when he smiled at me, I melted, having a huge crush on him. Would you like to go out for ice cream sometime?
Will we be celebrating my new title in the school?
Don't rub it in. After that, Gregory and I became an item. He drove a Ferrari and seemed much richer than my family because he lived in a mansion much bigger than mine. Once when I was in the 12th grade, I decided to visit him at his house unannounced, and when I got to his house, his parents acted very weirdly. I'm here for Greg. Oh, he's upstairs. Okay, can I see him? When they finally let me in, I went to Gregory's room and found him busy with something on his computer. Greg?
What? Who let you in?
I'm sorry, I thought I would surprise you. He looked really angry.
I hate surprises. Don't ever come here without calling first.
I was so mad at him when I left, I felt like just breaking up with him. But then he came over to my house with flowers.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you. Please forgive me.
I don't know. You acted so strange. What was more important than me?
I was actually planning a surprise trip for the both of us to Thailand.
I immediately forgave him. He was so romantic and he obviously loved me since he was spending so much on me. We went to Thailand just for the weekend, and my parents liked Gregory, so they also trusted him. While we were there, Gregory was all romantic at first, but then he changed when I wanted to go shopping for clothes.
Did you bring your credit card to pay for all those clothes?
What? But you said to take whatever you want and you'll pay.
Yeah, but I didn't expect you to buy the entire store.
Lucky for me, I did have my dad's credit card and managed to pay for my stuff. But the next day, I woke up to a shock. Gregory was gone. He left a note along with my plane ticket back home. He broke up with me on a note, saying, "Nice knowing you, goodbye." What a jerk! I felt like my world was falling apart. Why would he break up with me this way? When I tried to call his number, it went to voicemail. I had to gather my strength and head back home, and maybe then find out why he suddenly just left. Could it be because of all the clothes I bought? But when I got back home, my family was on edge. Everyone was pacing up and down, and as soon as I entered, Dad rushed up to me.
Meryl, where's my credit card? Someone hacked all my trading accounts using my credit card, which is linked to every other account. So Meryl, you have to tell me where that credit card is.
I was totally freaking out and tore my whole bag apart looking for that card. And then I asked Dad to take me to Gregory's house. And when we got there, his mansion was empty. Oh my God, Dad, I think Gregory took all our money. Dad looked at me silently. At first, I thought he was gonna blame me since Gregory was my boyfriend, but all he did was remain quiet. But Mom and Cassidy went berserk.
We are broke because of your scheming, scamming boyfriend?
How was I supposed to know he was a fraudster? He drove a Ferrari and you liked him, Mom.
Yeah, I did, but he was still your boyfriend. You should have analyzed his intentions.
And then Cassidy looked at her phone and screamed like someone died. Ah! What happened? The Wi-Fi isn't working. How am I supposed to post my selfies from this morning?
Oh, I was supposed to pay for that today, but not anymore. Girls, I'll be in my office. I have no idea how I'm gonna fix this.
I felt like everyone blamed me for this, and after 2 weeks, all our maids, chefs, butlers, drivers, gardeners, and pool cleaners quit because we couldn't pay them. Dad soon started investigating the matter, which was going to take some time. So we all had to adapt to some changes in our overly expensive lifestyle. We managed to keep the house, And since Dad paid our school fees for the entire year, Cassidy and I didn't have to change schools, which was a relief. Okay, so at school, nobody knows we're poor, so let's just try and keep it that way. Of course, why would I want anyone to know that we're poor? Maybe because it's all your fault? I am sick and tired of everyone in this family blaming me for everything. That's just so much pressure. I started crying and Cassidy felt bad and apologized. Okay, I'm sorry, but our life just sucks so much right now. While we sat sulking about our poverty-stricken life, we heard Mom scream from the kitchen. Somebody help! Cassidy and I ran down to the kitchen and found the stove on fire and Mom trying to put it out with a tablecloth, and it was reaching for the ceiling. Ah! It won't stop! Quickly, get some water! While Cassidy thought a glass of water would help, I brought the fire extinguisher and, thank God, was able to put out the fire. But now our entire kitchen was ruined and there was smoke all over the place. We gotta sit outside until the smoke is gone. Come on. We all sat outside on the stairs and Mom was in tears, telling me how she was trying to cook but ended up ruining the kitchen. I guess we'll have to order food. I hope they give us some discount. Right then, Dad came in, all smiles.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, did you get our money back? Mom ran to Dad, smiling like a clown.
Nope, I found a job. I'm going back to selling insurance, and once I make some good commission, I'll start trading again and get all the money that we lost.
Well, Dad's plan didn't follow through the way he saw it. 3 months went by and we were still struggling, and the only thing Dad could afford was food, so I decided it was time to get a part-time job as a waitress. But Meryl, if you work as a waitress, everyone in school will know. Yes, I know. But maybe if I work, I can help Dad pay for the Wi-Fi. Cassidy immediately smiled, but she wouldn't dare try to get a job since she cared so much about what people would think. The restaurant I worked at was a classy place where all the rich and mighty dined. And one day, while I served a bunch of top-class businessmen, I overheard their discussion about new digital devices. I got excited and couldn't contain myself. I have plenty of ideas for new devices. Imagine having a portable hard drive, something almost like an iPod but with more space. That way, users will be able to carry all of their important information on one small iPod. We could even make it have a video presentation for business meetings. After I was done babbling, they looked at me stunned. Then the tall man with the big forehead was so rude.
You can just get our order, please.
I walked away feeling embarrassed. And then, the next worst thing happened. When I waited at my next table, they were girls from my school who envied my sister and me all the time. And the worst of them all was Charlotte. Wow, you work as a waiter? This must be my lucky day. Wait, I have to take a picture of this. Oh, Charlotte, get over yourself. I work here and earn my own money, unlike you, a spoiled brat forever. That's no way to talk to your customers. Where's the manager? I want to file a complaint. He's out to lunch. So, can I take your order? It was the most dreadful day of my life. But the next day when I went to school, everyone called me Waiter Girl, since Charlotte posted my picture on Instagram. And during recess, while Cassidy and I were minding our own business, Charlotte started being so annoying with her stupid minions. We've noticed that you two bring lunches to school these days. Should we open up a charity fund dedicated to the richest in the school? Oh, let me rephrase. The poor, smelly girls of the school. Shut up, chat roulette. Cassidy got up angrily clenching her fists, and I calmed her down. Don't worry about her, Cassidy. She's just a jealous girl who has no goals. At least my goal is not to be a waiter. Yeah, your goal is probably to be a brainless peanut all your life, since you get big fat zeros on all your tests. Charlotte eventually left us alone, but then after school, Dad picked us up in a run-down car, and Charlotte got the entire school to come and watch us get in it. Oh my gosh, where did your dad buy this junk from? At that point, I had had enough of Charlotte's farty face, so I pounced on her and she couldn't even fight back, so I let her go. Just leave me and my family alone. Our financial life is none of your business. Dad was shocked when we got home, and he told us that his contract at work was about to end. So he sold his Land Rover and got us a scrappy car. Life was getting even worse for us. I put on my waiter clothes and got out of the house to work an extra shift. While I was at the restaurant, I found my manager watching MSA. Wow, you like MSA?
Yeah, is that a problem?
No problem. I was just surprised.
There was a guy who came looking for you. He left his number.
When I called the number, a part of me was hoping it was Gregory calling to say he was sorry and he wanted to give us all our money back, but it wasn't. Hello? You were looking for me at the restaurant?
Yes, our investors liked your pitch that you suddenly decided to blurt out while you were serving our table. We have an offer for you if you could put all those ideas on paper.
Yes, I can. I left my extra shift, went home, and started putting ideas together for new devices. I didn't want to say anything to my family yet. I just wanted to get the offer first. The next day, I met with those business people again, and I was blown out of my mind when they told me I was going to get $100,000. I was on cloud 9. I immediately signed the contract, and they even asked me to stay in contact if I had any other ideas. I couldn't believe this was actually happening, and when I showed my family the check, we celebrated all night. Meryl, you just saved our lives. Does this mean we can get our chef back? Because I'm getting really tired of eating baked beans every day. Not just yet. Dad needs to first work his magic on the trading platform, and then maybe. I was so happy to see my family relaxed again. Cassidy wanted us to go shopping the next day since all of our heels were starting to lose their texture. 2 pairs and that's it, right? We need to use all this money wisely. Yes, I know. But what if I see a 3rd pair that I like? Cassidy, just before we could head off to the mall, Dad screamed from the living room.
Meryl, you have to see this.
When I went to check what he was talking about, the news was on and Gregory was handcuffed and sentenced to prison for the next 20 years for being one of the biggest fraudsters in the city. And the parents that he said were his parents were just actors. I felt so relieved, and Dad eventually got a call from the credit card company with good news. All his money would be returned. Soon after that, I completed school, got my degree in computer science, and became the next richest person in our city. And then one day, I even had my own business meeting at that classy restaurant. Can I take your order? Charlotte, you work here now? Yes, so can I take your order? I didn't laugh or insult her because there's really nothing wrong with being a waitress. We all have to start somewhere if we want to make it.
Hey, what's up, you guys? It's your girl, Giselle. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And rock on! My baby sister, Alora, and I were raised by our single mother, who got sick and went into a coma when I was 12 and Alora was 8. Our lives flipped upside down, even more so when we found out we'd have to live with our Aunt Mona. She was Mom's careless older sister, whom she didn't like, and we'd never even met her. But she was our only relative, so it was probably a better deal than foster care. Aunt Mona was a free-spirited, adventurous young woman who was backpacking solo around the world when we interrupted her life. In a blink of an eye, she went from one of the youngest people to have ever climbed Mount Everest to a single mom of 2 girls she didn't give birth to. And she didn't have a clue about how to take care of children. Like knowing that kids run away when you aren't paying attention? Yeah, she once lost Alora at the mall and found her hours later, and they were both traumatized by that incident. But sometimes, it also made her the coolest guardian any kid could ask for. She didn't force us to eat broccoli. She allowed candy before dinner, and we stayed up as late as we wanted, binge watching MSA on school nights. My sister Alora would sometimes use that to her advantage, despite being an overall easygoing kid. And as the younger one, she required more care from Mona, who would try to force that responsibility on me. I don't know what to do, Giselle. Help me out here. I've never had to deal with children before you guys came along. No, Mona, she obviously cannot adopt this wild snake as a pet. I don't want her to resent me for refusing her that. Can you please tell her yourself? In these situations, I always ended up being the party pooper, while those two got closer. Mona remained an irresponsible adult, spoiling my sister, and Alora definitely preferred her cool aunt over her protective older sister. On top of everything else, Alora was an A-grade student, so Mona was always proud of her. Maybe you should be more like Alora, because if you keep up with those grades, you won't be able to get into college, Giselle. Who said I want to go to college? I want to be a guitarist in a metal band. Well, you have to graduate from college first, then do whatever you want. Your mom wouldn't want it any other way. Also, this
is just a phase. It's not a phase, Mona. It's who I am. And don't bring my mom into this. She always supported my talents, and she was chill. I'm sure she would support my music too. I grew up with her, so I know her better than you. Do you though? The last time I checked, Mom never liked you because you always put yourself first. Also, did you ever go to college? Why are you suddenly acting like some responsible adult? Don't talk back to me like that. I'm the one who takes care of you, so you need to obey me. I obey no one. Sorry you're stuck with us, but I'm old enough to know what's best for me, and I definitely don't need you to take care of me. Our endless ego duel started with that fight and lasted for a long time. If Mona didn't understand how important music was to me, I couldn't be bothered to convince her. I was a misfit in school because I dressed like a goth and was into metal music, but I'd formed a band with some kids I'd met in the park, and being with them was the only time I felt I belonged somewhere. School was a waste of time for me, so when Mona dropped us off every morning, I waited for her to go, and then went to practice in an abandoned warehouse with my friends. Life was good, and we were even working on our first album. My bandmates and I decided to play at a very famous local metal festival the coming weekend. But of course, Mona had to overreact massively. What do you mean a metal festival? That's no place for a child. Are you trying to send me into a coma with my sister? Chillax, man. Why are you being so melodramatic?
Maybe because she's worried about you and the company you're keeping? Your friends are a bad influence on you.
Shut up, Mini Raccoon. Keep your nose out of my business. You're just Mona's butt wipe. Despite all her efforts, Mona couldn't keep me away from the festival. We had practiced so hard, and I wasn't letting this opportunity slide. The festival was massive, and I was loving the energy of the crowd and getting to see the other bands perform. But just before it was our turn, the police crashed the event and dispersed the crowds because apparently the festival didn't have a permit. My bandmates and I ran faster than Roadrunner until we ended up near the town's historical municipal building. As an act of protest against the way the metalheads were treated, we decided to write messages and spray paint all over the building's old walls. Anarchy was in town, and before we knew it, the police caught up to us and took us to the station. The humiliation I felt when Mona arrived to bail me out was unmatched. I just knew that she would use this card against me for the rest of my life.
See? I told you they're a bad influence. You're hardly ever in school because of them.
What? Young lady, your behavior is out of control. It's about time you learn some discipline. No more metal music, and you're forbidden from hanging out with those punks. Forbidden? You can't force me. Challenge accepted. She was very serious. She started dropping into school unannounced to check up on me and chat with my teachers. All this time I had been skipping school, I was forging her signature for made-up appointments, and now that cat was out of the bag. But even worse, one day when Mona had dropped in, she witnessed a bunch of mean girls bullying me.
Hey, freak. I heard that music festival was a flop and you ended up in jail. I'm sure you deserve that. Your music is as bad as your taste in clothes. Yeah, you're practically a crime against fashion. Weirdo.
This wasn't new for me, but when it happened in front of Mona, I felt like my ego was crushed. I just knew she'd give me some insensitive lecture that I didn't want to hear right now. Don't listen to them. Only people who are insecure about themselves feel the need to put others down. You're unique and special. You know what you like, and you know how to express yourself. Don't allow their words to hurt you. I was really surprised, but just acted indifferent. I don't care about them, or anyone. But I was really glad that she didn't tell me to change my appearance, or even gave me some lecture about not standing up for myself that would just make me feel bad. Since that day, something shifted in our dynamics. I started appreciating her as someone who had always done things her own way, and wasn't afraid to be herself. I started wondering why Mom disliked her so much. She wasn't all that bad. So one day, when Mona was at her yoga class, I decided to look through her photo albums to see when exactly they stopped talking. As I was digging through some boxes, I found Mona's old diaries. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't help reading them, and I felt like I was getting to know a very relatable and real person with whom I had a lot in common. But then I came upon the entry that made everything clear. Grandpa was a single parent, and he was sick for years when Mona and Mom were teenagers, and their financial situation wasn't the best. So instead of staying with Mom to help her, Mona stole a bunch of Grandma's jewelry and Grandpa's cash, then ran away from home at 18 to go backpacking around the world. Mona's confession
captions in her diary were her true thoughts. So it wasn't just Mom's opinion of her. She was an irresponsible, selfish older sister who had left Mom to struggle. Mom never had the opportunity to do things she liked because she had responsibilities bigger than her ever since she was 15. Mona had stolen Mom's youth. I was so distracted and angry in the following days that I couldn't even focus on band practice, which wasn't good for us because our album was launching soon. We also had a tour planned, and I needed Mona's permission to skip school for 2 weeks and travel around the country. I was already hating that idea, and the conversation didn't go well. I just want to know where you get your audacity from, Giselle. You get to be your own person, but not before you finish high school. I thought I made that clear. Also, I still don't like your irresponsible bandmates, and I can't let you travel around with them. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, which is important for my future career. And you know what? I can't even take you seriously when I know how irresponsible and selfish you are. Excuse me? You heard me. Your lack of responsibility ruined Mom's life. She had to become an adult too soon because her older sister decided to bail on her. And don't try to deny it. I read your own confession in your diary. You read my diary? This is such an invasion of privacy. I don't want to see your face right now. You're grounded. Gladly. Plan B it was. That night, I wrote her a letter and snuck out my window. Not so dear Mona. When I'm famous and successful, don't come knocking at my door. I want you to remember how terrible you were to me and my mom. Selfish witch. Rock on, Giselle. The adrenaline rush I felt as I left the house in the middle of the night was unmatched. I rushed down our street as fast as I could to my friends who were waiting for me in their van. And so, my new life as a rebellious musician began. The next morning, I woke up to 20 missed calls from Mona and 70 voice notes. Alora also left me tons of texts saying Mona was furious and I had to come back home. So I decided to turn off my phone and enjoy the decision I had made. Night after night, we played in different cities across several states, and the crowds loved us everywhere. It felt good being cheered by unknown people, meeting potential connections in the music industry, and getting paid. But after 3 weeks on the road with my bandmates, I started noticing how tiring living in a van with them was. They didn't clean up after themselves and often had the pettiest arguments. They also became lazy and stopped taking this tour seriously. We even missed a couple of shows because they didn't feel like it. I missed hot showers and delicious homemade food. I even felt Mona and Alora's absence. But I couldn't bear to hear Mona's "I told you so" and admit she was kinda right about my friends. I knew I would have some big punishment waiting for me back home. One night after our concert, it was raining heavily, so we decided to stay in a hotel to rest and wait for the rain to stop. But we couldn't afford a good hotel, so the 5 of us had to share a shabby room, and being the youngest, they made me sleep on the floor. And the next morning, we realized that our dream tour had turned into a real nightmare. Is that our van floating down the street? It had rained so much that there was flash flooding in town. Unless we managed to get a boat or build an ark, we couldn't get out. The electricity and internet connection was down too, so we were basically stuck with no contact with the outside world. The next 2 nights, things got worse as we waited for some help to come. Everyone was scared and hungry. And to top that, my bandmates managed to push all my buttons when they suggested we swim for it. They were morons. I spent all my time regretting the way I'd left. I realized that I'd left Alora with our selfish aunt to pursue my dreams, kind of what Mona had done to Mom. Now, in this grave danger, I wondered if I'd ever get to see my sister again. But the next morning, we woke up to the loud sound of helicopters. We rushed to the rooftop to see the rescue teams had finally reached our area. And just then, I heard a familiar, high-pitched, distinct voice screaming from a megaphone. "That's her over there! That's my niece!" I couldn't believe my eyes. Mona was here to save me. At that moment, I forgot everything else. And when we were rescued, I hugged her as tight as I could. How did you even find me? I'd find you even if you were on Mars, Giselle. You're my little girl, and I would never let anything harm you. I was able to track you from your phone's location, and I know people working in some rescue agencies, so I pulled a few strings. I'm so sorry for how I left things. You were right about my bandmates, and I regret everything I wrote in that letter. There's nothing to forgive.
life. You know, I came to your room that night to tell you everything, but you'd already run away. I guess you didn't read my diary entries long enough to know how much I regretted my selfish actions later. I spent years reaching out to your mom and trying to make it up to her, but she refused to forgive me, and now she never will. But I promised that I'd do my best to take care of you girls. I'm sure she'd forgive you if she saw the person you are now, Aunt Mona. Alora was waiting for us at home, and she was so happy to see me safe and sound. I had betrayed my sister, and she still received me with open arms.
Don't scare me like that again, and don't leave me.
Never, I promise.
Hi, I'm Grace from Canada. Please like and subscribe. I was raised by my single dad, and he was the best parent anyone could ask for. He was a lawyer and worked long hours, but he was always there to make me breakfast, take me to school, and give me piggyback rides when we got home.
Charge, my trusty horse.
Giddy up, giddy up.
Throughout my childhood, different people tried to convince Dad to get married, but he never agreed. You know every child deserves a mom.
Thank you, but I'm perfectly capable of raising Grace.
Aha! Take that, nosy people. Dad and I were perfect alone. But as a kid, I struggled to make friends. It turned out that I had social anxiety, and talking to people was a nightmare. Dad said it was because I spent a lot of time alone, but it didn't get easier even after joining school. I always said the wrong things and ended up chasing people away. Like this one time, I saw a girl sitting alone at recess, and I went to talk to her.
Hi, I like your dress. It's green like a frog. Not that you look like a frog. Well, maybe you do, but in a good way. What a weirdo.
After a while, I stopped trying and became the girl who was always alone and kinda invisible. But then I found company in my books, so it was no surprise that I was a genius at school. My life was really simple. I went to school, topped my grades, and then came home to watch movies with Dad. But when I turned 14, everything changed. One evening, we were halfway through dinner when I noticed that Dad was sweating nervously. OMG, was he having a heart attack? I pushed him down to the floor and began thumping his chest. Dad, you're gonna be fine. I won't let anything happen to you.
I'm fine, Grace. I just wanted to tell you I met someone. Her name is Angela, and I want to marry her. And the best part is, you get a brother and a sister.
Wait, what? What are you talking about, Dad? You always said you didn't need any help raising me, so why now?
I'm not marrying her to raise you, Grace. I'm marrying her because I love her.
Loved her? I was furious. I stormed off to my room and slammed the door shut. Our lives were perfect. Why would Dad want to change anything? A week later, Dad arranged for me to meet Angela and her kids over dinner, and I had the perfect plan to chase them away. I changed the settings of the oven and turned the turkey to flames. No food, no dinner. But Angela, my stepmom, turned out to be a master chef. When she came home, she cooked food for everyone and it was freaking delicious. But I wasn't gonna melt so easily. I kept frowning at her the entire time while her 5-year-old son kept blowing raspberries at me. He was so cute. Ugh! Focus, Grace! This is a really lovely home, and I'm so happy to meet you. Well, sadly, I'm not.
Grace, you will be nice to our guests. Apologize right now.
I mumbled sorry under my breath and turned my focus to her daughter. Her name was Eva, and she kept going around and touching everything. Wow, what a big house, and what a shiny sculpture. Don't touch it. It's my dad's favorite and really valuable. Don't you mean our dad, sister? And listen to me carefully. Don't play with me. I'm warning you. What? She gave me the most evil smirk and rubbed her dirty hands all over the sculpture before she ran away smirking. After they left, I told Dad I didn't like Angela and her daughter, but he didn't listen. And a month later, they were married. At their wedding, I was the angriest guest ever, but Eva was happier than the bride. A day after the wedding, Dad came into my room and sat on the bed.
I know this is hard for you, Grace, but I want you to promise that you'll try to like them. For me, okay?
Dad had never asked me for anything before, and his request moved me. So I decided to chin up and try to love my new family. The same day Dad and Angela were supposed to leave for their honeymoon,
Dad said their trip was canceled because the sitter they'd arranged wasn't available. And I took this chance to be supportive. "I can handle everything here, Dad. You should go." I insisted. How hard could it be to take care of a 5-year-old? They agreed and left for the week. And Fred was great. But Eva was a witch. She refused to help and would litter all around the house, thus making me do all the chores by myself. Then one evening I looked out my window and saw Eva yelling at Fred. I rushed outside to his rescue. "You idiot! How dare you put a bug on my bed? You can't even talk right, you weirdo." She was about to hit him when I came and stopped her. "Stop it, Eva. Don't touch him. And don't speak to him like that. Back off. He's my brother, not yours. I'll speak to him any way I like." I knew what it felt like for someone to call you a weirdo, so I gave him a hug. "You know, I don't think you're weird. In fact, you're the best 5-year-old I know." His face lit up and he happily skipped away. I already knew that I was gonna love him so much, and soon enough, he became my first friend ever. And that drove Eva mad. "Fred, you know I'm your actual sister and not her." But Fred ran to me and climbed into my lap. Soon enough, our parents came home and Eva joined my school. She instantly became friends with the popular girls, and everyone wanted to be close to her. "Eva, it's time to go." "Ew, who are you?" "I'm Grace. We've been in the same class since the 1st grade." "Wow, I really never noticed you before." "What? All my life, these people made me feel invisible. And Eva walks in and suddenly she has a million friends?" One weekend when our parents were away, I heard loud music coming from the backyard. I went to check and found Eva having a huge party in the garage. It seemed like half the school was there. "What's going on?" "I'm having a meet and greet with my new friends." My dad would not like this. "He'll only know if you tell." Just then I heard someone say, "No way. Loser nerd girl is your sister." And that hurt so much. I'd spent so many birthdays alone because these people never came. But they were all here now. I hated that Eva had walked into my life and was living it better than I ever did. So I went to the main controller and I shut down the electricity. The music died and soon everyone left. And Eva came screaming at me. But just then our parents came back home. And when they saw the mess, Angela was pretty upset.
"How dare you have a party without asking? You are in trouble, young lady. I'm grounding you for a month." "It's all right, Angela. She's just a kid."
Ugh, I wish he knew. As soon as Dad took her side, Eva turned all smiles and Angela came to me.
"I wanted to thank you, Grace. You accepted us as a family and looked after both Eva and Fred. So I got you a present as a token of thanks."
It was a beautiful gold necklace. She put it around my neck, and for the first time, I noticed how beautiful she was. Maybe she wasn't so bad after all. "Hello, where's mine?"
"You're not getting it anymore.
"I'll sell it and give the money to charity." Eva grew red with anger and she marched to her room. And later that night, she stormed into mine. "Look here, you nerd. If you think my mom loves you, you are wrong. She married your dad for his money, and that's the only reason she's nice to both of you. So before you get any mommy-daughter fantasies in your head, I thought you should know that." I just tried to ignore her because I knew she was mean to her core. But it annoyed me so much that people still adored her, even my dad. One evening, I came down into the lounge and I saw Eva jumping around happily. "Oh my God, we're gonna go see Funky!" Funky? It was our favorite band. Dad and I always watched them play when they came to town.
"Actually, Eva and I are going. I only managed to get the last 2 tickets, and Eva's never seen them play before."
"What? But that's our thing. This is crazy. You're taking her and not your daughter?"
"Come on. You've seen them a million times, and Eva is my daughter too."
"Stepdaughter?" With that, I picked up a picture frame on the shelf and smashed it to pieces.
"Grace, I am so disappointed. I didn't raise you to be a brat."
I didn't care. I was really angry at Dad. In fact, I was angry at all of them for changing my life. But it was hard to hate my stepmom. While Dad and Eva were at the concert, she took me shopping and we did fun things I never did with Dad. One morning I overslept and I was in a hurry to get to school. I was struggling with my hair when she walked into the bathroom and helped me. "There you go. You look beautiful." "Thank you, Angela. Please,
call me Mom."
Mom. I imagined a perfect world where she really was my mom, but my thoughts were interrupted by Eva's voice. Mom, can you leave her ugly hair and help me with mine?
Oh, honey, you guys are late. We don't have time for that.
Eva went red with anger. Jeez. I was slowly getting used to having a new family, even though I still hated Eva. But then one day, it all came crashing down. I came home from school and went to say hello to Mom, but I stopped outside her room when I heard her speak.
Darling, we'll leave as soon as we're done selling those sculptures and all the jewelry. I can't wait to get away from this man and his needy daughter.
My heart broke. So Eva was right all along. Her mother didn't love me or even Dad. I immediately raced downstairs and saw that Dad's favorite sculpture was gone. Oh my God! I went out to the driveway and waited for Dad to get home. Dad, I told you these people are evil. I told him what I'd heard, and it made me so sad to see his heartbroken face. But when we went back inside, the sculpture was back in place. What? I couldn't believe it. And I could already see how disappointed Dad was in me. Wait, Dad, I'm not lying. I heard Angela myself. She's a thief.
You think I stole something?
I turned around to see Angela, Fred, and Eva standing behind me, looking shocked. But they weren't fooling me anymore. Just stop it. I heard you saying you'll sell Dad's sculptures and leave. You can stop pretending now.
All I've ever done since I've come here is love you, but it seems like I'm wasting my time.
She turned to Dad and said,
I love you, but if your daughter hates me enough to make up lies about me, then maybe we shouldn't be together. I'm leaving.
What? Leave? We can't leave. Can we all calm down and talk about this? But her mom had already stormed off, and Eva ran to her.
I begged you to try and like them for me, but I guess that was too much to ask.
Dad, I'm not lying.
Stop it. You got what you wanted. Congratulations.
It was the first time Dad had ever yelled at me, and then he walked out. Gracie, you really want us to go? I thought you were my sister. I cried as I hugged him tight and ran away to my room. As they left in their car, I watched them from my window and cried some more. After that, Dad didn't speak to me for a while. Our lives were back to normal, but everything was different. Dad was miserable, and so was I. I missed Fred and his mom. Why did they have to turn out to be such terrible people? One day I was in my room when I heard something. I looked outside, and it was Eva throwing stones at my window. I marched downstairs angrily to ask her what she wanted, but she held up her hand. Wait, let me speak first. I'm just here to fix things. My mom didn't do anything. I used a fake voice app to make up the thing you heard. What? Are you crazy? Why would you do that? Because I was jealous. I had Mom to myself for years, but then Fred came along, and then you, and she likes you better. It was like I kept getting pushed back and no one remembered me anymore. I didn't mean to break them up. I just wanted to hurt you and for you to kinda hate Mom. I'm sorry, okay? Please help me make our parents happy again. Weirdly enough, I sort of understood Eva. To be honest, I was jealous of you too. I didn't like sharing my dad, and all the things I found difficult came so easy to you. Next to you, I felt like a freak. Don't say that. You're the smartest person I know, and you may not have friends, but you have a brother and sister who care about you, if you still want them. I could feel tears rolling down my cheeks as we hugged, and I noticed for the first time that she smelled like flowers, just like Angela. Let's go tell our parents about the mess you made. My mom's gonna kill me. Don't worry, I'll save you.
Hi everyone, I'm Alina, the enchanting enigma. Want to see a magic trick? Choose a card. Ready? Hocus pocus. Is this your card? Are you sure? Well, I should keep working on that one. Let's begin. But before I continue, make sure to like and subscribe. I grew up in one of the most beautiful places on earth, Norway. I loved everything about my home. The natural beauty, the epic history, even the grumpy shopkeeper at the corner store. But the best part was the northern lights. Every year, starting around September, shimmery curtains of light appeared in the sky like a giant kaleidoscope. With my family, we went to see them every night, making bonfires, toasting marshmallows, and telling Viking stories. Those are my most cherished memories. I say memories because those times ended abruptly.
Your father and I are getting a divorce. I'm in love with my business partner Hans, and we're moving to Argentina.
That wasn't even the worst part.
Astrid, you're coming with me. You're too young to be without your mother.
But Mom, I want to stay with Alina.
It's not up for discussion. Pack your things right now.
Growing up, my little sister Astrid idolized me. She was 2 years younger and thought everything I did was amazing, especially especially my magic tricks. For my next trick, I'll make a piece of gold appear out of thin air. Wow. Okay, technically it was a chocolate candy with gold foil, but Astrid still loved it. She was my biggest fan, even when I didn't believe in myself. So I was devastated about her leaving, but Mom's mind was made up. And just like that, she left me with my dad and my big brother Frederick. Of course I love them, but let's just say they are...
Vikings?
Not the word I have in mind. Immature? They spent all their time playing Vikings like children.
Check out the spoils of our last hunting trip, sis.
Frederick, shut up. You bought that from a grocery store. You're not a real Viking.
Tell that to the village we just razed to the ground. Good one, son.
Still, I always had fun with them. I even went to some Viking battle reenactments. It was better than staying home alone. We still went camping under the northern lights from time to time, but it wasn't the same without Astrid. I wish Astrid was here too.
Me too.
Fast forward 9 years later. I was a senior in high school, and after a lot of training, I finally started getting magic shows. At first, I'd put on shows in backyards for my classmates' birthday parties. For my first trick, I'm going to pull a rabbit out of my... Uh-oh. Bunny, where are you? Oops. Yeah, sometimes things go wrong, but eventually I got really good. And every time I looked out at the audience, a part of me was hoping to see Astrid sitting there clapping and laughing like she did when we were kids. She was still all the way across the world. She grew up to be a full hippie, completely in love with nature. For the first 2 years, we talked every single day, even despite the time difference. Did you watch the last MSA video? Of course, it was amazing. She is my new favorite main character, at least until tomorrow. But then we started talking only once a week, then once a month. Over time, Astrid grew colder and colder until one day, she snapped. First, I was pulling this really long handkerchief from my mouth. Suddenly, a kid from the audience grabbed the end. Before we knew it, we were both rolling up in it, turning into a giant handkerchief burrito on stage. And oh God, can you stop talking about that? There are bigger problems in this world. Who cares about stupid magic anyway? Then she hung up. Rude. I tried calling back a million times, but Astrid ghosted me. Well, she was a teenager after all. They all have mood swings, right? But when a few months passed since Astrid had gone radio silent, I started getting worried. I called my mother and Hans, but neither was helpful.
She can't come to the phone right now. She's playing football.
Isn't it like midnight there?
Yeah, I'm so late. Oh, good night.
Oh, that Elena. Right. Your sister's not home. Bye.
But with no other choice, I got a plane ticket to pay them a surprise visit. I only sent Astrid a DM so she knew I was coming, but again, there was no reply. Okay guys, see you when I get back. Try not to burn the house down.
I can't promise that. I'm still saying don't go. It's okay. Have a safe flight, kiddo.
When I got to the airport, I didn't even have time to step into the security line before I had the shock of a lifetime. Hey sis, excuse me? Who are you, Astrid? You look so different. What are you doing here? I was just about to go see you. I know. I read your text when I took back my phone in the middle of my escape. Luckily, they didn't know how to work Instagram, so they hadn't read it. Escape? Who is they? What's going on? I need you to hide me. Nobody can know I'm here, not even Dad and Frederick. Before I could ask any of the million questions I had, Astrid took us outside and put us in a cab. What's with all the secrecy? Did you rob a bank or something? Of course not, sis. Why would you ever say such a thing? Astrid kept looking nervously at the taxi driver. A few minutes later, he dropped us and Astrid pulled me into an alleyway. Tell me what you know. About why you're here? Nothing. I called you nonstop for months. Tell me what's going on before I call Mom. No, don't call her. Mom changed a lot after we moved. She does whatever Hans says, and he's a monster. Like a real one. Months ago, he took my phone and kept me locked in my room. Are you for real? I can't tell you more than this for now. The first thing I did after escaping was get a ticket here. I need you. You're my last hope, sis. Astrid's story was disturbing. I had to help her. She was my baby sister. So we went to the mall to give her a makeover. New clothes, new hair color, different lenses. But I didn't know if her disguise would fool anyone. You really think Dad's not gonna recognize his own daughter? I don't think so. He hasn't seen me in person since I was 7. Plus, Dad and Frederick aren't exactly geniuses. No offense. I was a little offended, but she wasn't wrong. As we got home, I almost fainted from the smell. There was trash everywhere, food smeared on the walls.
Alina, you're back. Dad, Alina's back. Thank Thor.
What the heck happened here? I've only been gone a few hours.
I told you we'd be lost without you. Who's your friend?
Dad looked at Astrid in confusion.
You remind me of someone.
Probably some international superstar or model. I get that a lot. Frederick, Dad, this is Ruby. Love your place.
Thanks, Ruby. You're a gem. Good one, Dad.
I rolled my eyes and pulled Astrid upstairs. Then my phone rang. It's Mom. Please, sis, you can't tell her I'm here. I picked up the phone, and when Mom asked me if I'd heard from Astrid, I denied it.
Your sister is in serious trouble. Please tell me if you hear from her.
Before I could say anything, she snatched the phone from my hand. Dear customer, your coverage is currently out of range. Please try again later. I felt weird, but I shrugged it off, and later I talked to my dad about Ruby staying with us for a little while. Dad was so happy I hadn't gone to Argentina that he agreed right away. Thanks, Alina, you're a lifesaver. Hey, I can book some magic show for tomorrow. You know, I'm a really big hit here, so you can come. Actually, I wanted to check out this new environmental facility nearby. Oh, okay, I guess we can do that. When we got there, it was just like a normal, boring factory site. But then Astrid broke a window, opened its latch, and started crawling in. What are you doing? Breaking in? Hush! Either come with me or shut up and stay here quietly. Feeling totally weirded out, I reluctantly followed her as she moved down the corridors. When she reached the office, she started going through the drawers and took several documents. Astrid, this is illegal! Don't worry, I know the owner. Then she grabbed some spray paint from her bag and started painting the walls. She wrote something in really big, sloppy letters. Dentures? It says destroyers. Oh, right. Oh, what? Just then, sirens wailed in the distance. Run! I thought you said you knew the owner. I do. He's my arch nemesis. What? I never said we were friends. We raced out of there as fast as we could and make it home without being caught. Why would you do something like that? Will you tell me what's going on? Can't. And don't be so uptight, sis. It was just a little fun. Thankfully, the next few days were less crazy. Astrid still avoided coming to my magic shows. She was really busy with her plan, but every time I asked about it, she would change the subject or run off who knows where. I decided to find out the truth, so I started going through her things. In her purse, there were some huge piles of cash. There must be a logical explanation. Maybe she subscribed to MSA and won their amazing weekly prize of $10,000, right? What? You haven't subscribed yet? What are you waiting for? Remember that this only works on YouTube, not on other low-end platforms such as TikTok. As soon as Astrid came back, I confronted her. Astrid, where did all this money come from? Oh, that. I saved up a bunch from working at a restaurant in Buenos Aires. Then she started a long and passionate speech about the environment. I was angry and confused, but also a little proud of her. She had so much passion and knowledge. She kept talking until we both fell asleep. In fact, I think she kept talking even in her sleep. The next morning, my dad was scrambling around the house searching for something.
My savings! I kept all my cash in random cereal boxes, but it's all gone now!
I told you to open a bank account. Then it hit me. Oh no, Astrid. I ran upstairs to confront her. You need to give that money back. What are you talking about? You stole Dad's money. What? No, I didn't. You're just mad because I didn't go to your stupid magic show. I'm sorry. I'm just too busy saving the world. She stormed out of the room. She was out of control. First, she'd almost gotten us arrested, and now she was stealing from our dad and even calling my magic stupid after everything I did for her. I'd had enough. Knowing she wasn't telling me the whole truth, I called Mom right away.
You did the right thing calling me, sweetie.
Astrid needs help before she ends up in prison. I went to school, but when I came back, all of Astrid's bags were gone. Then Frederick appeared dragging a wooden boat into the kitchen.
Check it out, sis! A real Viking boat!
That's a canoe, Frederick.
Frederick, how did you pay for that boat? I found a bunch of money in a box of Cocoa Puffs. So cool!
Oh no, so it wasn't Astrid who'd taken the money. What if she was telling the truth all along? My sister had come home for the first time in years, and I totally betrayed her. I needed to find her. I called her over and over, but again, no response. Then I decided to tell Dad the truth. When he found out that Ruby was Astrid, his face lit up again. A part of him already knew. Still, the rest of the news wasn't that good. Just as we were about to jump into our car to look for Astrid, an all-black car with a chauffeur pulled into our driveway. Out of it came Mom, Hans, and a huge bodyguard.
Where is she?
Mom? We need to find your sister right away.
She stole my money from me, and she vandalized my construction project. I knew you helped her, Alina. If you don't help me find her, you are gonna end up in jail, just like your idiot sister. Don't you dare talk to my child like that!
Dad tackled Hans, but then the huge bodyguard came for us. Frederick let out a Viking war cry and lunged at him. Soon our front yard became the scene of a fierce battle. But don't panic, we have a weapon up our sleeve, my magic. As Dad and Frederick were trying to beat the bodyguard, I decided to catch Hans. So I grabbed my magician coat and hat, and with a wave, cards flew straight at Hans's face like little arrows. Then I threw my rabbit at Hans, who is quite a fierce little biter. Then I pulled out my handkerchief, magically turned it into a rope, and then managed to tie up Hans with it. Just then, help arrived. But it wasn't the regular police, it was some kind of secret service. And they immediately arrested Hans and Mom. Turns out their new factory that Astrid had broken into was located in a zone and used certain chemicals that could lead to an environmental disaster. They had falsified the safety safety tests and all the permits. When Astrid found out, she tried to go public, and that's why they were keeping her locked in her room. After escaping, she came here to collect more evidence before presenting the story to the authorities, who quickly located the people responsible. Yep, my mom and Hans. However, Astrid was still nowhere to be found. She was gone. About a year later, I had my biggest magic show yet, and I nailed it. Towards the end of it, I dedicated the show to Astrid. My sister is my favorite person in the world, and I miss her. Wherever she is, I hope she knows how proud of her I am, because she grew up to be this amazing, brave person. And after the show, I went to my favorite viewing spot to see the Northern Lights, since it was the season for them. I kind of felt closer to Astrid in this spot too, because if you think about it, maybe the lights wouldn't be here if she hadn't fought for the environment. It was like I could hear her there. Alina! Alina! Like she was right there with me. Alina, are you deaf? Can't you hear me? Wait, Astrid? I looked around and she was really there. I leapt up and hugged her. Oh my God, you're here! I decided I should check out that magician that everybody keeps talking about. I thought magic was so stupid and not real. I used to think that till I heard that magic kicked Hans's butt. Since then, it's my second favorite thing, right after nature. We both laughed for a second, then we apologized to each other and hugged. Remember guys, siblings should stick together. That is the first rule of families. I called Dad and Frederick to join us. So after all these years, we were finally seeing the Northern Lights as a family again, and that was the most magical moment ever.
Hello everyone, my name is Tony, and this is my crazy story. I was just a baby when my parents moved from China to America. Growing up, Mom was always busy since she worked as a nurse, but Dad worked from home, and I loved spending time with him. Mom was the exact opposite. All she cared about was work. Sometimes I tried to get her interested in my life, but it never worked. Mom, I have a huge science test tomorrow. Can you help me?
Honey, my back hurts. I just finished a 48-hour shift. Can you ask your dad, please?
It was always the same. As I got older, I stopped trying and Dad became my everything. My parents have always been super proud of their Chinese culture, but I didn't care so much for it. For me, America was the only home I ever knew. Still, I was known as the nerdy girl of the school. Teachers adored me because I was a smart kid, but the kids, well, they disliked me because I loved tests and quizzes and would always remind my teachers in case they forgot. Other than academics, I was practically invisible in school. I never had a boyfriend, and the only person that thought I was cool was my best friend Ashley. We had been friends since our first day at school. Our sheer love of mathematics connected us like two pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. One time when I was in 6th grade, Dad gave me a traditional Chinese hairpin, and Ashley loved it. Whoa, such a big hairpin. It looks so awesome, so Chinese. Dad made me wear it as a symbol of good luck. Here, you try it on. Just as Ashley was checking out the pin, someone snatched it from her. It was Mason. He was the absolute worst. His mission on Earth was to annoy me every day. He was the school jock and the head of the cool squad. The guy had started school with Ashley and I, but he was our junior now because he flunked grade 3 twice.
Wow, good for you for bringing China to school today. Ooh, this looks cool. How much would it make at a pawn shop? Couple of cents?
Give it back, Mason.
Hey, come on, Tony. I was just goofing. Here, it looks good on you. Don't give it to this wacko.
What did you call me? How dare you? It was always the same. Mason just loved messing with me and Ashley, and every time it turned into some argument. That was my life. I know, not quite happening. But things flipped when I turned 15, and one day, Dad announced that he was leaving Mom and going back to China. He wanted me to come with him, but the court didn't agree with Dad. After the divorce, Mom got custody of me, and I was devastated. I tried to get Mom to send me away by being naughty, but she wouldn't budge. One day, Mom was stuck at work and she asked me to order dinner. Instead, I invited Ashley and the entire math club for a pizza party. Are you sure your mom would be fine with this? Cut her some slack, Tony. No way. Come on, let's party. Just then, I heard a loud crash in the kitchen. Someone had broken my mother's favorite china set. Ooh, if that doesn't get her to send me to Dad, nothing else will. When Mom got back, she was pretty upset. What is the meaning of this?
Tony, how could you throw a party without asking me?
I wanted to, but you know, you're always busy. I didn't think you'd care.
Don't say that. I care about you. Everything I do is for you to have a good life. Your dad, he left us. You, for someone else.
What? You're lying. He'd never do that. Just then, Ashley interrupted and showed me her phone. It was some woman's Insta ID, and she had wedding pictures with my dad. Even Ashley knew? No, this all happened because of you. I hate you. I was so angry that I ran out of the house without even thinking. And right at that moment, something hit me and knocked the wind out of my lungs. Then, everything went black. When I woke up, I tried to open my eyes, but everything was pitch black. Who turned off the lights? Put it back on. I can't see anything. Honey, the lights are on. It turned out that the impact of the accident made me lose my eyesight. I was blind. Mom informed Dad, and he wanted to talk to me on the phone, but I refused. He could have visited me from China, but he didn't. After I was discharged from the hospital, Mom had a hard time taking care of me, so Ashley was practically living with us. I wanted to be angry at her for not telling me about Dad, but I couldn't. My family drama shouldn't affect our relationship. The craziest thing happened at school today. Mr. S was teaching a class, and boom, his wig fell off. OMG, that must have been epic. I was way happier to spend time with Ashley rather than with Mom. It was her fault that Dad left in the first place, I suppose. I mean, it must have been, because she was always so busy. I can get up by myself. I'm blind, not handicapped. And you must have work. You can go. I can handle it. But over time, I noticed how Mom was home more. It was like she was changing. She wanted to be constantly by my side. And even though I was always so snappy with her, she was patient. One time, I was listening to an old birthday video recording, and hearing Dad's voice made me cry. Right then, Mom came and hugged me. Oh, Mom, how could Dad forget me so soon? It's his loss, honey. You have me. You'll always have me. I promise. 6 months passed by, and the doctor suggested surgery for my eyesight, which was not only risky, but also very expensive. Mom needed time to think, and that's when the doctor suggested it would be good if I started school again. I needed to get back out into the world, but I was so terrified. As I walked into school with my cane and Ashley by my side, I could feel my heart in my mouth. I was expecting to hear mean comments, but instead, I heard kids gasp. Is it her? OMG, she's back. Yeah, she's here. And then, all of a sudden, kids started clapping. I was baffled. What's going on? Are they making fun of me, Ashley? No, everyone is lined up in the hall, clapping for you. What? But why? Well, the day was full of surprises. Kids were super nice to me in class. During lunchtime, tons of kids sat at my table. Even Mason was there. Hey, it's good to see you. School hasn't been the same without you. Why? You didn't have anyone to pick on? Ashley was here. You could have bothered her. Nah, not the same without you. Oh, I came up with a joke for you. You want to hear it? Of course you do. What do you call a blind dinosaur? Do you think he saw us? God help me, Mason. I will punch you. Oh yeah, Mason? Tell me this. What do you call a blind reindeer? No idea. Now that's a good one. I guess Mason wasn't such a jerk after all. While everyone was always being nice to me, Mason did something different. He made me feel normal, and I liked it. He'd still tease me, call me a nerd, but now he also cared for me. Every day, the moment I'd enter school, Mason would hold my hand and guide me to class while telling me how he'd rather be doing something else. But I laughed because I knew it was the first thing he looked forward to. And whenever he rubbed his thumb on the back of my hand, I somehow felt calm. With him, soon our duo became a trio. Mason went everywhere with us. Yeah, he was still annoying, but in a sweet way. It was refreshing. Ashley, on the other hand, thought he was up to something. Why is he always hanging out with us? Like, where are his guy friends? Are we not nerds anymore? Gosh, he's always looking at you. It's weird, isn't it? Do you think he likes you? And that's why he hangs out with us? Ashley, it isn't weird, but now you made it weird. Yeah, fine. Mason was handsome, but him being friends with us didn't mean he liked me. He was just being nice, I think. A few days later, when I got home from school, Mom gave me the biggest news ever. My surgery was happening. She finally had the funds. I was super scared for the surgery, but Ashley and Mason were at the hospital when I woke up. I was so happy. It was so good to see their faces again. When I got back to school, I thought the attention from my classmates would end, but it didn't. Hey, gorgeous. Whoa, why was I feeling butterflies in my stomach seeing Mason? One of my friends is having a party tonight. Wanna come? Was Mason asking me out? Was a party a date? Sure, pick me up at 7. When Mason arrived to pick me up, he looked like $1,000,000, as he always did. Where's the ride? Are we gonna walk there?
Actually, I was thinking, what if, Tony, I need to ask you a huge favor. My exams are starting soon, and you know me. It's just that I don't want to fail. Could you
help you? Of course, yeah. Come on in. We studied together that night, and I realized Mason just had some attention problems. He would just get bored really fast. So over the next few weeks, I tried different ways to help him understand concepts, and he was able to. But on the day of his exam, he was still nervous. Hey, it's okay. You've worked really hard.
What if I still fail? Everyone thinks I'm stupid.
They must be jerks. You are awesome and kind and amazing. Mason, I think, never mind. Just as I turned, Mason grabbed my hand and pulled me in for a kiss. It was perfect.
Gosh, Tony, you are perfect. If only you could see yourself as I see you.
Saying that, Mason leaned in and kissed me. The entire night, I couldn't stop thinking about the kiss. Once his exams were over, Mason asked me to the prom. And of course, I said yes. But when Ashley found out, she totally freaked out. Now something is definitely up. There's no way he would just ask you. Why not, Ashley? Am I not pretty enough? Spit it out, Ashley. That's not what I mean. I mean, it's just weird. The way he's just oh so nice all of a sudden. And of course, you're pretty. I don't know what you mean, but I'm tired of this. Mason likes me. Deal with it. I hated how she said that, but I knew Ashley had a point. Was this just a game to Mason? That night, when he came to my window, I couldn't help but ask, Mason, why did you ask me to the prom and not one of the cheerleaders? Do you still pity me as the blind girl?
No, I really like you. I know we didn't start off on the right foot, but I always had a crush on you. I didn't know how to express it. I just sort of annoyed you instead. But that day, after the accident happened, seeing you lying there in your pink PJs and unable to do anything, I felt horrible. When I saw you in the hospital, I knew I had to show you how I felt about you. Tony,
Wait a minute. How did you know I was wearing pink PJs? Were you there when the accident happened? Mason looked shocked, and I knew why. OMG, it was you, wasn't it? I just realized you don't have a car anymore. What happened? Your dad took it from you after you hit a girl with it? After you hit me?
Tony, I wanted to tell you like 1,000,000 times, but I couldn't. I didn't know if you'd ever talk to me again. It was an accident. You just came out of nowhere. It wasn't my fault, and yours neither. I am so sorry.
Not your fault? Get out. I don't ever want to see your face. Leave. I felt like 1,000,000 emotions wash over me. Ashley was right. There was no way someone like Mason could like me. He was just hanging out with me because he felt guilty. I sent a message to Ashley. She came over right away, and after learning everything, she hugged me tight. Over the next few days, I kept replaying the whole accident scene every night in my head, and I realized Mason was right. It was me who came in front of the car. I am such an idiot. I needed to make things right. I tried calling him, but he never picked up. The next day when I went to school, I looked everywhere for Mason, but he was nowhere to be found. And when Mom came to pick me up, she gave me the most shocking news ever. Apparently, someone had come forward regarding my accident. It was Mason.
I am shocked. That boy was your friend. He looked like a saint. He helped us so much, and in the end, he turned out to be the one responsible. I don't know what to believe.
Helped us? What do you mean?
He didn't tell you? He helped raise money for your surgery. He set up a GoFundMe and ran ads all over the internet. Maybe he was doing it just to not feel guilty.
Mom, I gotta tell you something. I told Mom all about the accident, how it was me who ran in front of the car. She immediately called her cop friend, and Mason was released. I love you, Mom. Thank you for everything. I'm sorry I treated you badly before and blaming you for what Dad did. I love you so deeply. Later that night, I waited for Mason to come to my window. When he didn't, Ashley and I went to his. I still don't like him, but fine. I'll accept him. For you. Bet you would. As I climbed his window with Ashley's help, I caught Mason watching MSA videos on his phone. So, why didn't you tell me you helped raise money for me?
'Cause it didn't matter. What mattered was how I felt for you, how you felt for me, how you feel for me. I'm sorry about...
Before he could finish, I rose up on my toes and kissed him. So, is the offer to go to prom with you still on?
Hi there! My name is Kathleen, and this is the story of how I ended up in a crazy marriage contest. Before we continue, please click like and subscribe. Do you have someone in your life who is just always one step ahead of you, and it's really annoying? Well, I do. My twin sister and my arch nemesis, Jessica. She had to one-up me on everything, even our birth. I was born 3 minutes earlier, loser! Height, hair, clothes. She wanted to beat me at it all. If I wanted to dress up as Ariel for Halloween, Jessica would steal the costume the night before. Then she would wear it right in front of me. You stole my costume! Well, you stole my chance to be an only child. She was the worst. In the 7th grade, I waited for Valentine's Day to ask out this really cute guy in my class, Sam. As I was walking up to him at the bleachers to give him the card I'd made, I suddenly stopped in shock. He was busy staring at Jessica, who was standing on top of the cheerleading pyramid and holding up a banner that said, "You suck less than the rest, Sam. Be the bread to my jam." He ran up to her and they kissed. With furious tears, I ripped my card and stormed off. On our 18th birthday, Jessica crossed all her limits. I was so excited for my party, but when I came out, all the signs had changed. They no longer said happy birthday Jess and Kathy. They said, congratulations, Jessica. What? Jessica arrived in a glittering red gown. No one was even looking at me. Jessica, what did you do to my party? I'm valedictorian. I can speak 5 languages, and I'm traveling the world right after high school. I'm the better twin, so I get a party. Honestly, I was so angry because at that moment, I realized she really was better than me. 5 languages? Wow! I could only speak in my mother tongue. If I wanted to be the better twin, I had to be as brilliant as she was. But how? I was sitting alone thinking and crying when my friend Raj came up to me. He came to say goodbye because he was planning to return to his hometown in India. When I asked him why he was going back, he looked very sad. My family wants to arrange my marriage to some girl I don't even know. The moment Raj said the word marriage, I had an incredible idea. What if I married him and went to India? Then I could start traveling before Jessica. I could even learn their language. So I told Raj my idea. It would solve his problem of marrying a stranger, and I could finally become the better twin. Raj looked confused. But how will you explain all this to your parents? Not a problem. I don't have to tell them everything. I'll just say that I'm going to visit you in India. And that's how Raj became the first guy I married. I told my family I was going to travel to India with my friend, and Jessica literally burned with jealousy. Ha! I left home the day after and hopped on a plane with Raj. I was ready to start my international adventures. I married Raj in a traditional Indian dress, met his parents and relatives, and ate lots of amazing Indian food. I studied Hindi day and night. It was really hard to learn another script, but the result was so rewarding. When I could actually talk to the locals and hold my own in the city, I knew it was time to move on to a new destination. A few months after my marriage, I met the perfect person, Rodrigo. Rodrigo was a Mexican tourist in India, and I bumped into him in a supermarket one day. For him, it was love at first sight. Latin people must be very passionate because when I asked him to marry me in a week, he said yes. So I ended my marriage to Raj and went off to Mexico with my new husband, Rodrigo. I worked hard on learning Spanish, and it was way easier than Hindi. I could speak in fluent sentences in only 2 months. Rodrigo was such a caring and sweet person, and after 2 months of marriage, he took me to a romantic dinner and told me he loved me. He was so charming that I almost fell in love with him. But I had to keep my eyes on my objective: travel the world and learn more languages than Jessica. So I looked into his eyes and said, "Our marriage ends tonight." I think I broke his heart because he started bawling like a baby. Then he kicked me out of his home. Now I was all alone with no money in Mexico. I started walking aimlessly down the streets, feeling scared and guilty. I almost thought of giving up my crazy plan to travel the world and just go home. Just then, a guy walked up to me and asked me why I was crying. And that's how I met Pierre, my third husband. Pierre was from Paris, and he was for sure one of the most handsome guys I'd ever met. He was also really kind and offered me a warm meal and a place to stay. When he asked me what I was doing here, I decided to tell him the plain hard truth. I need to marry someone to travel with. Are you okay with that? At first, Pierre seemed taken aback by my idea, and then he shrugged. My mom is always complaining that I've never introduced her to a girlfriend, so why not? Let's do a marriage contract. The next stop was Paris, and what a wonderful city it was! As soon as I went to Pierre's home, though, I realized why his mom was worried about him not finding a girlfriend. Pierre was a video game nerd. I wanted to be out in the city of love, eating croissants and cheese, and he just wanted to play video games in his room. Our wedding was super lame. Pierre didn't have any friends and spent most of the party playing his stupid games. I didn't care. My plan was to study French with his mother. I became pretty fluent in 2 months. And then as planned, I divorced him. Soon after, I found a job in a bakery and I loved it. One day while I was serving a customer, a Chinese guy entered and asked if we could talk. He was so sweaty and nervous, and I wondered what he had to say to me. Pierre told me you marry people, right? Oh, yes, that's me, the girl who marries. The Chinese guy's name was Lang, and he needed a bride. He had a secret love story with another girl his parents didn't like, so he needed marriage as a cover for it. So that's how I flew to Shanghai and married my 4th husband. Lang was sweet, and his family was super happy that he was finally married. We lived in an apartment in downtown Shanghai where I had all the time to study and learn Mandarin. Everything was going perfectly till I opened Instagram one day and saw Jessica's update about traveling to her 6th country. Oh no, I needed to speed up. I asked Lang for help, who had an idea. I could find guys through wedding agencies and marry as many as I wanted for the honeymoons. That sounded perfect. The day Lang and I divorced, my mom called. She was worried because I'd been away from home for too long. I told her I was having the most incredible time of my life, and I hung up the phone because it was time to meet my next husband. My 5th husband's name was Ling Wei, and we had a fake wedding certificate because dealing with that many divorces started to be annoying. So we had our honeymoon in Thailand, and it was terrific. I think I had 4 different fake marriages in China, which gave me the opportunity to go on honeymoons to Indonesia, Japan, Australia, and Korea. Being with so many Chinese guys, I'd really perfected my Mandarin too. I was really moving forward, but slowly, I was getting tired of it. After my 9th marriage ended, I was emotionally exhausted. I needed some alone time in one place. So I shut myself in my apartment in Shanghai and refused to go out. I only opened the door to get my food deliveries and turned down all my phone calls. In the darkness of my room one day, I realized it was my 21st birthday. 3 years had passed since I left home, so I decided to call my mom and dad. When I finally explained why I'd left, they were really upset with me. You're a terrible daughter, Kathleen. While you've been away having fun, we've been sick with worry. Don't come back now. Keep living your crazy life. That day, as I was eating my birthday cake alone, I realized how my actions had shaped my life. My parents hated me, and I'd married 9 guys but never found love once. At that moment, I received a phone call from Lang. I know you're sad, but your 21st birthday is a big deal. We're going out, Kathleen. So, after a long time of being cooped up in my apartment, I put on some makeup and a cute outfit and went out. Lang took me to a lovely party on the roof of a skyscraper. We danced for hours and had a lot of fun. But when the DJ put on a romantic song, people started dancing in couples, and I felt alone again. I wanted to leave, but Lang stopped me. We started dancing, and I felt something I never felt before. Were there butterflies in my stomach? When the dance ended, I actually felt bad. I wanted to be near him again. I started hanging out with Lang more often. We had so much fun together, and slowly, my feelings had turned into a full-blown crush. But Lang had married me so he could date some other girl in peace. What about her? My doubts were cleared when one day, Lang and I were going home from dinner, and he kissed me. I asked him, "What about that girl you were with?" "Oh, it didn't work out with her. I was a little too busy falling for you." Oh my God! Lang was falling for me? I threw my arms around him and kissed him, my heart soaring. We started dating for real this time. He was my first real boyfriend. For a while, I'd really regretted my stupid competition with Jessica, but it had led me to Lang. Being with him gave me enough self-confidence and strength to do something that I was putting off for a long time. I was going to go back home. I promised to come to China soon, and he promised to come see me. Ha! Okay, whoever makes it first. We will see each other soon. I was crying when I said goodbye to him and flew back home. When I met my parents and finally apologized, I thought they were gonna get mad, but they ran to me, hugged me, and started weeping. "Oh, we're so happy you're okay. I'm so sorry about what I said. You're always welcome home, baby." I hugged them back and we cried buckets together. When Jessica showed up, she started mocking me right away. Is the little loser back? Are you crying because you finally accepted I'm better than you?" Her jokes had zero impact on me. "I'm not competing with you anymore, Jessica. You're not worth it. No one is." From that day on, I focused on living my life the way I wanted to. Lang joined me at home a few months later, and my parents just loved him. We got married at an adorable ceremony, and even my past husbands attended. Jessica was super jealous of me that day too. "What is this? Husband number 10 for you?" "Maybe, but he's definitely the last one." I kissed Lang right on the lips, ready to start the rest of our lives together.
"Move it, weirdo!" I heard as I was pushed out of the line. I turned around angrily. Of course, Christina. I glared at her and said, "Or what, you'll bite me?" She laughed and said, "Hell no! All I need to do is show you a mirror!" At the mention of the word mirror, my knees began to shake and I turned red. I hated my weird condition. I was horribly, horribly terrified of mirrors. But before I could reply, Mark rushed up to me and hugged me. He said, "Happy 16th birthday, babe!" Christina started to laugh and said, "Happy? Your parents were so happy they just dumped you in a stupid orphanage." Hi, my name is Sarah, and I'm going to tell you about how I went from a poor orphan to a rich heiress. Anger rose in me. She was sort of right. Of all the kids here, I was the only one who didn't know her parents. Everyone else had someone or something. Even Mark's mom had left him a picture of herself, though he never really knew her. Mark turned to her and said, "You want a piece of me, Christina?" She smiled at him and said, "I most certainly do, Mark." I said, "Shut your trap," and dragged Mark away, saying, "I have to show you something." In my dorm, I showed him my most precious possession and said, "Miss Stacy gave this to me this morning. She said when I was left here, this was the only thing I had." Miss Stacy was the principal's assistant, and she'd hidden it away in case someone stole it. Now that I was 16, I could take care of it. Mark said it was lovely and looked expensive. I said, I'd much rather have a picture of my parents. I just wanted to know who they were. He jumped to his feet and said, "I've got an idea. Meet me in the basement after lockup and bring this along." Then he was gone. At dinner that night, Christina put on her nice clothes and her sickeningly sweet smile as we all headed to the dining hall. She rushed to the principal's usual spot and cleaned the seat for him just as he was about to sit down. She then ran to grab his meal from the pantry. His meals always looked the most delicious. We, on the other hand, only got watery porridge. He then gave half of his steak to Christina and loudly said, "This girl here is the only one worthy of treats." We all rolled our eyes. Thankfully, dinner ended, and I went to the basement. In the dark, Mark put his hand over my mouth and said, "Shh!" He led me to the door and pushed it open. Suddenly, we were out on the main road. I asked him what he was trying to do, and he said he knew a jeweler who could trace old jewelry back to its owners. I couldn't believe my ears and I hugged him. He said, "It's my birthday present to you, babe." At the jeweler's, though, the assistant kept telling us to leave. Suddenly, a door at the back opened and a man stepped in. He asked the assistant who we were. I rushed over to him and said, "Please help me. Can you trace the original owner of this?" The jeweler led us to his office. The minute I stepped in, I almost screamed. There were mirrors everywhere. Mark immediately pulled me in a bear hug and told the jeweler to cover them. Then he held my hand and said, "I'm here, babe. I'll look after you." He asked the jeweler to hurry up. After examining it for a while, he told me that it was a precious antique, but he had no idea who it belonged to. My last hope of finding out something about my family seemed dead already. I was devastated, but Mark tried his best to console me as we headed back to the orphanage. As soon as we got back to the basement, a pair of eyes glared at us in the dark. "And where have you been?" But just as I was about to speak, I heard another voice mocking us, and I knew immediately why the principal was in the basement. "Christina!" She said, "See, sir? I told you they were gone." Then to my horror, she told him that she'd heard me talking about some necklace. He demanded to see it and tried to take it from me, but I told him Miss Stacy knew it was mine. The principal was furious. He decided to give the two of us a week of detention. Immediately, Christina said, "Oh no, it's not Mark's fault. She convinced him. I heard them. He just went to keep an eye on her. He shouldn't be punished." The principal agreed and dragged Mark away. Before she left, Christina turned to me saying, "I'll make sure to keep him company for the time being." The next morning, As I waited for Miss Stacy in her office to be assigned my punishment, I could hear voices from the principal's office. He was saying, "Don't worry, my friend. This land is as good as yours. I'll make sure that the old bat sells it to you. Just remember me when you build your hotel." I was shocked. They were selling the orphanage? Just then, Miss Stacy came in and said, "Could you sort these, dear?" But the very first envelope I picked up made me super curious. It was addressed to the principal. I opened it, and what I read almost made me pass out. It was by some woman who said she was the mother of one of the children here. But what was really crazy was that she'd written that the father of her child was the principal. The letter said, "Look after your child, Stephen, or I will ruin you." The next day, as I was working in Miss Stacy's office, a man came in. Miss Stacy immediately led him to the principal's office. Curious, I listened to what was going on. Pretty soon, I heard the man say that he had been looking for his niece. Having had no luck, he was planning to sell the orphanage. It was the owner, Mr. Douglas. After a while, I heard the principal ask if the woman in the picture was really Miss Douglas's sister. Then the principal said, "Well, Mr. Douglas, I think I recognize your heirloom. I believe I will have quite the surprise for you when you return next week." The next Monday, I had a plan. I was going to expose the principal and save the orphanage. Mark and I waited for Mr. Douglas at the door, but as soon as he came in, we were both pushed aside. Then Christina ran past us and hugged him, screaming, "Uncle!" It turned out that Christina was his missing niece. The principal had apparently recognized her from the picture. Once things settled, I went up to him and told him we needed to talk. But the minute the principal saw me, he yelled, "Get away from him, you shameless girl!" Then he told Mr. Douglas that I was a bad kid who snuck out at night with her boyfriend. Before I could get a word in, he dragged me to his office and said, "If I ever see you near Mr. Douglas, I will kick you out. Do you understand?" He then told Miss Stacy that I was to stay indoors the whole day. Mr. Douglas was overjoyed at finding his niece, and he decided to spend a few days at the orphanage. A few days later, Mark surprised me with a date in the orphanage garden. He said he hated seeing me upset, saying, "We'll always have each other." Suddenly, I saw something that left me shook. Miss Stacy and Mr. Douglas were behind the bushes. Mr. Douglas was declaring his love for her while she nodded shyly. Then they kissed. Mark and I started laughing. As soon as Miss Stacy saw us, she jumped out of the bushes. She then introduced us to Mr. Douglas. Mr. Douglas seemed like a kind man, and he offered for us to walk with him. I instantly accepted his offer, even though Mark was a bit hesitant. Just then, the principal came out yelling, "You beast! How on earth are you roaming around freely? And when you're supposed to be in detention? Miss Stacy, aren't you supposed to be taking care of all this?" Before Miss Stacy could respond, Mr. Douglas asked why I was being punished. However, the principal diverted his attention, saying they had important issues to discuss and that Miss Stacy would deal with it. I was furious. The principal couldn't even look at me without thinking of a punishment. I literally couldn't have a few happy hours, let alone a happy life. The next few days, I went around trying to avoid the principal and hung out with Mark until one day, Christina decided to barge in again. Christina said, "Come with me, Mark. I'll get my uncle to adopt you too." Against my better judgment, I begged Christina to plead with her uncle not to sell the orphanage. She simply laughed at me and told me that she didn't care what happened to the rest of us. Just then, Mr. Douglas said, "Don't say that, sweetie." Christina jumped and started giggling. "Oh, I was just joking, Uncle." But he turned to me and asked me why I was upset at the idea of the orphanage closing. I told him that while we, the older ones, could probably make it, the younger ones would be in a lot of trouble. They couldn't work or look after themselves. He looked at me for a minute. I felt nervous, but then he just left, saying, "The city isn't good for my family." The next day, the principal called me and Mark to the office. He said that we were behaving shamelessly, and he had seen us kissing. He yelled and said, "You two are setting a bad example for the kids. I never want to see you together again." Then he ordered us to leave, and as I left, I heard him tell Mark that for the next week, he was to be Christina's personal bodyguard. "You're not to leave her side, do you understand? Your job is to make sure she's happy at all times." Thankfully, something happened that pushed all the drama out of my mind. The next day, we found out the craziest thing. Mr. Douglas had proposed to Miss Stacy. They were having a party to celebrate, and Miss Stacy insisted on having it in the orphanage. For a week, we did nothing but prepare for the party. A few times, Mark would sneak away from Christina, but she would immediately find him, like some bloodthirsty hound. One day, I was sitting in the storeroom. The storeroom had numerous mirrors, and the principal had said I couldn't leave until they all were clean. I couldn't believe he had assigned me this. even though he knew how absolutely terrified I would be. Suddenly, someone grabbed my arm. I screamed, but then I saw it was Mark. It felt like I hadn't seen him in forever. I hugged him and told him I missed him. He asked me to wait outside and quickly cleaned everything. Then he leaned in to kiss me. At that moment, the door flew open and Christina screeched, "Oh, Marky Mark, come here. I have the most important job for you. I'm bored. Come watch a movie with me." Then she practically dragged him away while I wanted to gag. On the day of the party, I was looking for Miss Stacy and ended up in Mr. Douglas's office. On the table, I spotted something. I got closer and gasped. The woman in the picture was wearing the same necklace as me. Just then, I heard the principal's voice from outside the door. He was holding Miss Stacy's hand and said,
"Oh, darling Stacy, don't go with him. Stay with me. I love you."
Then to my shock, he tried to kiss her. She pulled back, slapped him, and ran away. The principal yelled, "Just you wait!" But I had another problem. The picture! I went to get my necklace, but to my horror, it was nowhere to be found. Just then, Mark came looking for me. He said, "Where are you, babe? The party is starting." I showed him the picture and told him I couldn't find my necklace. He said we'd discuss it with Mr. Douglas later. But at the party, while everyone was busy admiring how lovely Miss Stacy looked, suddenly a murmur ran through the crowd. Someone said, "What a lovely necklace!" I turned to see what the commotion was for and almost passed out. It was Christina, but she was wearing my necklace! Suddenly I was livid. I yelled, "What the hell?" Everyone fell silent, and Mark and Miss Stacy rushed over to me, but I was quicker. I jumped onto Christina, yelling, "You witch! You good-for-nothing thieving witch! Give me back my necklace!" Christina screamed and said it was hers, and the principal knew it too. Suddenly, the two of us were fighting. Miss Stacy jumped in to try and break us apart, but to my horror, Christina took out a mirror and thrust it into my face. I began to scream, and then everything went black. I finally snapped back when I heard a mirror break and Miss Stacy screamed. When I came to my senses, she was lying on the floor, hurt and cut. I stood stunned as everyone gathered around her. Mr. Douglas tried waking her up, but she wouldn't move. He ran around like a madman, yelling for an ambulance. The ambulance came, and Miss Stacy was taken away. Suddenly, Mr. Douglas turned to me and said, "You! This is all your fault!" I tried to explain, but the principal jumped in and shouted, "You disgusting monster! Get away from us and pray that we don't kick you out after what you've done!" But there was no way I was giving up. "Not after this!" I screamed. "That necklace is mine, and you know it! I saw that picture. That woman was wearing it too! Who is she?" But to my utter shock, the principal said I was a liar, and he had never seen me with the necklace. Then he took Mr. Douglas away, saying, "She has a history of violence, sir." The two left, and Christina followed, crying. For the next 2 weeks, everyone was gloomy and silent. There had been no news about Miss Stacy, except that she still wasn't awake. The doctors had apparently told Mr. Douglas that Miss Stacy had lost a lot of blood and also had some heart problems, possibly due to the stress of our fight, and that he should prepare for the worst. But he was acting like a madman. Every morning he left and would only come back at night. I mostly stayed in my room, and Mark was forbidden from seeing me. The last thing he had said was the woman in the picture was Mr. Douglas's sister. The necklace was hers. That meant Mr. Douglas was my uncle, but he hated me. One day, he came back when I was working in the garden. The minute I saw him, I ran over to him to apologize. Miss Stacy was the only person who'd ever looked after me, but as soon as I got near, he gave me a look of death and said, "My niece and I will leave this place as soon as Stacy is better. Don't come near me, ever." That broke my heart, and I knew there was only one thing left to do. The next morning, I slid a note of apology under Mr. Douglas's door and left the orphanage forever. I got onto a bus and went to the next town over, where I worked in a local McDonald's. Even though I missed Mark, I tried to date another guy. Mark would be better off if he dated Christina. I moved into a shelter. Months went by, and then one day, when I got back from work, I almost fainted. At the door sat Mark. The minute he saw me, he ran over to me and dragged me with him. I protested, but he didn't reply. When he finally stopped, I was stunned to see who else was waiting for me. Miss Stacy! They told me Mr. Douglas and Christina were set to leave the next day. I told them, I don't care. He hates me. But they told me I had to try one last time, especially now that Miss Stacy was there to tell him the necklace was mine. We rushed back only to find the entire orphanage in an uproar. A woman was outside yelling at the principal. "I want my child back, you monster!" She was yelling at the top of her lungs that he had left her alone. I knew who she was, the woman who wrote the letter. Just then, Mr. Douglas and Christina came out. The woman jumped at Christina and screamed, "My daughter! My lovely daughter!" Mr. Douglas looked shocked and said she must have been mistaken. Then he stopped. He had seen Miss Stacy, and tears welled up in his eyes at the sight of her. He rushed to her and she said, "Sarah is your niece!" Mr. Douglas looked absolutely lost, and as Miss Stacy told him that she had indeed given me the necklace, and that, on the night of the party, she thought she had seen the principal put something in her glass, but she wasn't sure. But now she knew. She had been ill because of him, not because of me. She said, "After I found out he had stolen Sarah's necklace and I confronted him, he tried to kiss me and asked me to be a part of his plan. When I refused, he knew I was a threat. That woman really must be Christina's mother." Well, after that, things sorted out quite quickly. Mark and I started dating again. I told my uncle about the principal's call I overheard, and he kicked the father-daughter duo out. Even though I was still terrified of mirrors, I started to feel safe. My uncle even decided that we would stay there and look after the orphanage with Miss Stacy, who, by the way, I now call Aunt Stacy.
Hey guys, I'm Eva from Canada. Please like and subscribe, and you might just get that new present you've been wanting. As you can see, I was born with a birthmark on my face that covered my right eye. Though it sometimes caused others to stop and stare, which made me feel insecure, the one person who always made sure those feelings didn't stay around too long was my cousin Anna. My dad brought her home to live with us on my 8th birthday.
Don't worry, I got you, Anna. You can stay in my room and share all my toys. Oh, please don't be sad. Oh, Eva, you're the kindest. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Uncle.
I was happy to have Anna with me. Soon, we started going to school. She was shy, but I introduced her to everyone, and my friends were a little too thrilled to see her. Whoa, is she really your cousin? She is way too pretty.
If she were my cousin, I would feel jealous.
I know, right? Anna's the best. I did put on a smile, but I'm not gonna lie. It did sting a bit when my friends were going all gaga for Anna. But it was true. She looked like a movie star. That day when I got home from school, I decided to put on some makeup to cover up my birthmark, and even tried to dress and style my hair like Anna's. But Anna saw me. She told me that my birthmark was cool. It made me unique and special, and that it was like a little star shining on my face. Anna was the sister I'd always wanted. We truly loved each other and had so much fun together. She was smart and helped me with my studies, while I showed her how to make social media accounts. Can you believe she didn't even have Instagram or TikTok?
What do I do with this?
Which rock are you under? Jeez, you upload your cute pics. But why? Well, that's what Instagram's for, to share the moments of your life with others. Everyone has it. Seems like allowing people to invade my privacy. But I'll try it out, just for you. Of course, I would grow to regret ever having done that, but I couldn't have known it at the time. When I was in 8th grade, Dad's friend's son Parker came to live with us from Paris for a couple of weeks for his mom's treatment. The moment I saw him, I may have developed a teeny tiny crush. Oh my God, he was too cute with his glasses, just like Harry Potter. Parker seemed kinda uptight, no doubt due to all the stress he was under. His mom was in the hospital and all. As I sat near him one day, he scooted further away. I thought it was funny and was trying to make him laugh, so I did it again. He fell off the couch. I am so sorry. Please, don't mind me. Still silent? Cat got your tongue? Look, I lost. 'Cause of you. Oh, sorry. Late at night, I got up to get some water, and I bumped into Parker, who was still playing some game on his phone. Dude, it's like 12 a.m. No wonder you have glasses. I just couldn't sleep. I have a cure for that. Come on, follow me. I took Parker to the kitchen to make him some hot chocolate. Slowly, he opened up to me. I was surprised by how chatty he was. I could feel this connection between us, and I found myself really liking him. One day, Anna, Parker, and I were in the garden, and Parker was looking kinda down, obviously missing his mom. I could see that he was getting a bit emotional, so I tried to think of something to lighten the mood. Hey, let's play a game. And let's see who hangs upside down from the tree and for how long, and... Oh, no. Okay, how about a bubble making competition?
Right then, I tripped over a rock, and thank God Parker caught me before I fell. My heart was fluttering. Then the gum popped and splattered all over his face and glasses. I wanted to help him clean it up, but before I had the chance, here, let me help you. Anna took off Parker's glasses and started wiping them down, and he just stood there and stared at her. I just couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Parker stayed with us for 2 weeks while his mom recovered, and I got pretty attached to him. I was glad his mom was okay, but it was kind of sad to see him go. I missed our talks. One day when I was studying with Anna, I saw unread messages from Parker on Anna's Instagram account, the one I had made for her and she never used. Well, I knew Anna was obviously not interested in replying to him, so I decided to chat with him from her account. And then I made an account like hers to talk to him. I mean, it wasn't like we would be seeing Parker anytime soon anyway, right? I just thought it would be fun to get to know him more. And I was right. We talked about everything under the sun. But the more we talked, the more I realized we had a lot in common. We both loved Chinese food and taking pictures of nature. He even told me the story about his first breakup in kindergarten. And I told him my secret, how I was afraid of heights. I think I was falling in love, but I couldn't even tell him because he thought I was Anna. One day, as Anna and I were hanging out, I got a message from Parker that absolutely rocked me. He was coming to town and would be staying at our place. OMG, this was gonna be mad. I was up all night and decided that I'd tell him the truth when I met him. But once he arrived, he had his eyes only on Anna. Someone got handsome. Whoa, was he always this huggy? Why is he talking to me like he's known me forever? How would I know? I just got a fist bump. I had managed to make the guy I loved fall in love with the one person I was always jealous of. Parker was totally head over heels for Anna, and she seemed to be liking the attention. But still, I held on to a tiny bit of hope that maybe, if I told him the truth, he'd feel something for me too. I tried so many times to tell him, but every time I was about to, I'd chicken out and my heart would sink. Just a week later, I was displaying my photography in an art gallery, and Parker, Anna, and Dad were also there.
Wow, the angles, the lighting, everything's perfect. Eva, you're a pro. And I thought Anna loved photography.
Ah, she does. I learned everything from her.
Oh, okay. Eva, I need to ask you something.
I need to tell you something.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it's okay. You go ahead. I chickened out again.
I want to buy one of these photos from you.
Really? I never sold my photography before.
Yeah, I want this one of Anna. I'll give it to her when I ask her out. Do you think she'd like it?
And right at that moment, I felt like I was hit by a train. You want to ask her out? Really? Don't you want to get to know her more first?
I know her better than anyone else. She's my soulmate. I've known that all these years, and she's the one.
I was too shocked and just smiled. Yeah, I think she'd love it. Parker bought it right then and there and gave it to Anna. I couldn't hear them, but I knew what he was asking. And then he kissed her. Once we were home, I asked Anna why she agreed to date Parker, and her answer broke my heart into a million pieces. Eva, I really like him. Boys have always chased me, but Parker, he's different. It's like we've known each other forever. He's so confident with me. That's nice. I walked away with a heavy heart. Parker and Anna both liked each other and were happy. I couldn't take that away from Anna. A couple of days later, Anna was out shopping and called Parker to join her. He asked me to accompany them. I tried to refuse, but he practically begged me, saying how much he hated shopping and would need someone to talk to while Anna shopped her heart out. The ride started off a bit awkward, at least for me. Parker broke the ice by playing some songs and asked about what music I like, which made me feel a lot more relaxed when we started talking. It was so much fun.
It feels like I've known you forever.
Like you felt like you knew your kindergarten girlfriend forever?
Wait, how did you know about that?
What? Oh, Anna told me. After we picked up Anna, Parker asked to take us both out for lunch. How about Chinese?
Oh, I love it.
Chinese? No way. I don't like it at all. I'd rather just get a burger.
But I thought you loved Chinese food.
Parker was super confused, and I felt goosebumps all over my body. To make matters worse, when Anna told Parker how she wanted to try skydiving, he looked totally shaken.
But I thought you hated heights.
Me?
No, it's this scaredy cat who's afraid of heights. It was the most difficult lunch of my entire life. That's when Parker looked at me all side-eyed and suspicious. I quickly excused myself for the restroom, but ended up running into a waiter carrying a glass pyramid, and it tipped all over the next tables. Eva, are you okay? Yeah, sorry, just in a rush to pee. I felt so embarrassed. And Parker stayed quiet the whole time, even on the ride home. As soon as we were back, I hurried out and hid in my room. And then I realized I had left my phone in his car. I ran outside. Anna had already gone in, but Parker was still in his car. He was looking at my phone. Oh no. I had my doubts, but now I know. How could you, Eva? I thought Anna and I had a real connection. It was all a lie. Here I was thinking Anna was my soulmate. Parker, I know I messed up, but I was afraid that you wouldn't like me. You were always too busy looking at Anna to pay attention to me anyway. I was just trying to get to know you. But then I fell in love with you and couldn't stop myself. You couldn't stop yourself? That's your excuse? What am I supposed to tell Anna now? I can't do this. But she likes you. You still don't get it, do you? Eva, I am in love with the person I talked to all these years, but now I don't know if I can ever trust that person ever again. Saying that, Parker walked away while I crumbled. I was stuck in this mess of lies I'd created for myself. I had no idea how to get out of it. I went for a walk, trying to clear my head and think of how I would explain it to Anna, when I heard her crying at the top of her lungs. I rushed to her and saw that she'd smashed her phone. No one ever did this to me. That jerk. He said he wanted to date me, and now he called and said he wants to break up because I'm not the one? I can't believe this. Like, who even breaks up on the phone? Oh no. I hugged her tight and told her there must be a misunderstanding. I needed to talk to him and make him get back with Anna. I couldn't see her cry like this, and it was my fault. But when I called him, he never replied, and a few days later, I learned he had gone back to Paris. Anna was devastated, and I knew the right thing would have been for me to tell her the truth, but I didn't have the courage, and the guilt was eating me up inside. Over the next few weeks, I did everything I could to help her get over the breakup. I took her out for laser tag, bowling, mini golf, and even on a short trip to Hawaii. We had the most amazing time ever. And on our last day in Hawaii, as I was looking at the setting sun, Anna came and sat next to me. You are the best sister ever. I'm so lucky to have you. No, I'm not, Anna. There's something I need to tell you. I told her the truth. I'd expected her to be upset, but I hadn't expected her to be so silent. I felt like my heart was going to burst out of my chest on our flight back home. When we got back home, Anna didn't talk to me at all. I was desperate to make things right, so I started doing little things for her. I made her favorite chocolate chip cookies, gave her notes telling her how sorry I was, even made her a scrapbook of all our childhood memories, but nothing seemed to work. I was starting to feel hopeless. One day, I was in my room when Anna suddenly barged in. If you want me to forgive you, you have to go skydiving with me. Skydiving? You know I'm terrified of heights. I need proof that you're actually sorry. Anyone can make cookies, Eva. This would show me you really care. Wait. Okay, I'll go. When we got on the plane, I felt like I would black out, but I was willing to push myself to make up for my betrayal. When it was time, Anna grabbed my hand. I closed my eyes, and we both jumped together. The feeling was peace. At first I was scared, but then I felt calm, and once we landed, I looked over at Anna and she smiled back at me. Without a word, I ran over and hugged her tightly. I am so sorry, Anna. Eva, I know how insecure you are when it comes to boys, and since I was always being chased by them, I realized I don't know how you must have felt, even though you are beautiful. I can't believe I ruined what you and Parker had. Maybe you can forgive me, but I can't forgive myself. But it wasn't real, our relationship. I only thought it was. I'm not mad at you for that anymore, but I will be mad at you if you keep doubting yourself. I talked to Parker and decided he's right. I'm not the one. He's back in town today, but he's leaving in an hour. Go, tell him how you really feel. Really? I got an Uber and rushed to the airport. I couldn't get past security without a ticket, so I bought one. There goes all my savings. After looking for him everywhere, I saw him sitting on a bench looking at his phone. I went and sat next to him, and he scooted over without looking at me, just like the first time we met.
Hey, excuse me. Oh, Eva, it's you.
Yep, it's me, Eva, the girl who just jumped out of a plane to prove how sorry she really was, and the girl who really, really likes you, but was too insecure to be herself.
Anna actually made you skydive? And you did it?
Of course I did. She's basically my sister. And for you, I would go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Miranda, and I can guarantee that you've never heard a story as crazy as mine. But before I continue, click like and subscribe, and follow us on Facebook and Instagram. I grew up as the only child of loving parents who were always there for me. We called ourselves the Three Musketeers. Growing up, I wasn't pretty, or particularly smart, or very rich, but I had tons of photo albums filled with the happiest memories. My life was perfect. And then, suddenly, everything changed. One day when I was in the 8th grade, there was a big thunderstorm rolling in, but my dog kept whimpering to go outside. I decided to take him for a quick round, and a few minutes later, it started raining. Just as I was diving under a tree for cover, I heard a loud crack and saw a blinding light right before something hit me. I'd been struck by lightning. I felt a sharp pain through my whole body, and then everything went blank. When I opened my eyes, I saw that I was in a hospital bed with my parents' worried-looking faces around me. I felt fine, but as I looked around, I could sense something wasn't quite right. Mom, that wall is 13 degrees off the grid. The ceiling will eventually crack. Everyone looked at me in surprise. I tried to jump out of bed, but the doctor stopped me. Easy, Miranda. We still have to run more tests on you. But I feel fine. I have to go to school. I have exams. Honey, you were out for 3 months. School's over. Wait, what? But I didn't take the exams. I have to talk to the principal. This is a special case, right? She'll let me. Stop worrying about school, love. We're just happy you're okay. You can take it slow. Slow? The universe didn't stop for me, did it? Did the earth stop spinning 1,000 miles per hour because of me? No, it didn't. The doctor ran some more scans, but after the MRI results came out fine, he let me go. When I got home, I went straight to the basement and started taking out a lot of old stuff from my childhood. As I was taking a box to the trash, my parents stopped me. What are you doing, Miranda? You don't need these old pictures, right? Yes, we do. Those pictures are so many memories. Why do you need memories? The past doesn't matter. Only the future. And I need the space for my books anyway. What books? Just then, the doorbell rang. It was the delivery guy with all my new books. How did you pay for these? Oh, I just checked your stocks, and I used some formulas to get ahead of the market. Don't worry, Dad. You probably have $350,784 extra dollars in your account by now. I made my parents rich over the summers. I also took my 8th grade exams, and then I started taking advanced calculus and physics courses online, because I was getting really bored. Soon after I joined school again, the teachers realized that I was a genius. They recommended that I join a private school for high achievers, Hill Valley. The admission exam was really tough, but I got in. On the first day, I just put my stuff in the locker when I turned around and bumped headfirst into someone. I looked up to see the cutest guy in the world. Sorry, I was just walking up to you to say hello. I'm Byron. Byron showed me around the school, and he was really fun to be around. I was already imagining my wedding with this guy. The next day, I was late for a class in the science lab. After I'd sneaked in quietly, I realized that the kids around me weren't from my class. Just then, I heard a boy say, "If Einstein was a DJ, you know what his name would be? MC squared!" Get it? It looked like no one got it, but I giggled. This boy was funny. He turned to look at me and he smiled. We became friends that day. His name was Kyle, and he was really smart. He knew everything about everything. Now this was getting confusing because I was also imagining my wedding with this guy. The next few days were a bit crazy. I thought I would be busy studying day and night here, but instead, I was busy taking turns hanging out with these boys. One day after Kyle and I had just solved a complex math problem, he suddenly took my hand. "How come I know the 20 digits of pi, but I don't know the 10 digits of your number?" What now? I'm asking you out, Miranda. Oh my god. But what about Byron? Oh, I'm really flattered, but let's take it a little slow. He said he totally understood that, and I felt relieved. Later that day at Byron's football game, he scored the winning goal and came running over to me after. Wow, Miranda, you're like a lucky charm for me. Can I ask you out? But what about Kyle? Oh, I'm really flattered, but let's take it a little slow. He said that was completely fine, but now I was worried. How was I ever going to decide? But then, unexpectedly, a solution presented itself. One day I walked into school to see a large crowd gathered in the hall. To my horror, I spotted Kyle and Byron wrestling each other. Why'd you tell Dad I flunked math, huh? You told Dad I didn't make it to the swim team first. You're such a jerk. You're such a geek. Wait, they had the same dad? Just then, a teacher walked in and took them both away. I turned to Bertha, a girl in my class, who was the biggest gossip ever. She was the ears and eyes of the school hallways. So, what's the deal with those two? Oh, Kyle and Byron are half-brothers. Their dad is this really big politician who's always making them compete over everything. So they basically hate each other. They mostly pretend like the other one doesn't even exist, but they went kind of bonkers today. Great. I liked two half-brothers who were arch enemies. But then, it struck me. This was kind of convenient. If they didn't cross paths much, I could date both of them without the other finding out. Obviously, I had to keep it a secret from Snoopy Bertha, which was even harder because she was super chummy with me. I told both Kyle and Byron that I'd love to go out with them, and they were so happy. But I said my parents were very strict and wouldn't let me date. So we had to keep a very low profile. Kyle had classes in an entirely different building, and I started to wear running shoes because I was literally sprinting all the time. And I was lying. A lot. I'd be running across campus every day for my 11 o'clock date with Kyle in the janitor's closet. I really wish we could spend more time together, babe. Oh, me too. But I told Bertha I'd tutor her during recess. She's really bad at math. Poor thing. And then I was running back to meet Byron in the empty school auditorium. Go with me to the movies tomorrow? Oh, no. I had a date with Kyle at the planetarium then. Why wait until tomorrow? Let's just go today, babe. And in the middle of all this drama, I also had to study. But I had to admit, I was really having fun. Until, one day, I was in the cafeteria and Bertha came up to me in super gossip mode. You know that weird nerdy guy from the other building? Byron's brother? Yeah, barely. Kyle, right? Yeah, him. There are security cameras in the computer lab, and he was caught making out with some girl. I spat my juice out all over Bertha. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Take it easy, girl. You seem to be more into gossip than I am. Oh, no, I just choked. So, did they see the girl? Yeah, of course. Her name's Daisy. She's in Kyle's class. What? The girl he was making out with wasn't me? I mean, okay, I was being kind of a hypocrite, right? But it still kind of hurt to be cheated on. Well, at least the decision was made for me. I would only date Byron now. And just come out openly with it. In your face, Kyle. Hey, babe, I have some really good news. My parents are really happy with my grades, and they're okay with me dating you. But he wasn't as happy as I thought he'd be. Yeah. There's something I have to tell you, Miranda. I started dating someone else. What? Why? Because I was tired of having to hide from everyone. Just then, Bertha turned up and kissed Byron. Hey, girl. I guess you've heard? Byron and I are dating. Aren't we great together? What the what? Yeah. Congrats. You guys are the cutest. I was in shock. I went from having two great boyfriends to none in 5 minutes. And I couldn't really blame poor Bertha. I was so mad I had to take it out on someone. So I went to confront Kyle. How could you do this to me? Seriously? You're just going to stand there and act like a victim? What do you mean? I know you were dating Byron while you were going out with me. Yeah, some anonymous person sent me the pictures of you two making out. So all this time you were cheating on me with the person I hate the most. We were done, Miranda, even before Daisy asked me out. I stared at him, speechless, as he started to walk away. He turned back for a second. I really liked you, you know. I realized at that moment that I'd been a terrible person, and I just lost the best guy. Sure, Byron was gorgeous and popular, But Kyle had everything I ever wanted. He was smart, funny, and kind. And now, I was alone. I guess I deserved it. For the next few months, I hung out with Bertha and Byron, and it didn't actually bother me at all. But when Byron invited me to his birthday party at his house, I couldn't make an excuse fast enough to get out of it. And now, I'd have to see Kyle again after all this time. Mom noticed that I was looking really bummed out, and she asked me what was wrong. I ended up telling her the entire story. You know what? Something like that happened to me too. I was dating another guy when I met your father, and for a long time, I couldn't decide between them. Really? So what happened? Your father found out and dumped me, just when I was about to tell him that I loved him more than anything. So I had to win him back. Suddenly, she got up and left the room. When she came back, she was holding the most beautiful red dress. When he saw me wearing this, it changed his mind really quickly. Go on, try it. I put it on, and it looked amazing. Maybe I could win Kyle back. When I got to the party, Byron's jaw dropped open. Gosh, Miranda, you look stunning. Yeah, she really does. You go ahead, babe. I need to talk to Miranda for a sec. She pulled me aside, and I noticed she looked mad. What do you think you're doing, you witch? Bertha, what are you? Oh, don't you dare play innocent with me. I know what you're really like. You were two-timing with both brothers. And now you come here wearing that dress? To my boyfriend's birthday? What? You knew about me and the boys? Oh yeah. I know everything that goes on in that school. I told Byron you weren't serious about him, and that's why you wouldn't date him openly. And I sent that picture to Kyle. I suggest you turn around and go home, boyfriend stealer. Oh my god. You took away both my boyfriends, and I'm not here to steal Byron. I don't trust you. And with that, she pulled my dress by the shoulder and ripped it. I lost my temper and attacked her. Before I knew it, everyone had gathered around for our full-blown catfight. Suddenly, I felt myself being pulled away by someone, and I saw that it was Kyle. Byron was holding Bertha back as she kicked and screamed to have a go at me. Kyle took me out to the garden, and I realized I must be looking terrible. What was that all about, Miranda? Nothing. Just some stupid girl stuff. You can go back to your girlfriend. Oh, we broke up months ago. My heart soared with hope. That's so sad. Why? I guess she just wasn't the one for me. As he started walking away, I suddenly took his hand. Kyle, I came here for you today. Give me another chance. I realized almost instantly that I'd made such a mistake. You're the one for me. You're more special than the theory of relativity. Kyle's face broke into a huge grin. You're such a nerd. And you look amazing in that dress. But then you look amazing in anything. And with that, he pulled me in for a kiss and sent me flying to the other end of the universe.
I was racing through the hallway. I knew I had to run for my life. I pounded on the first door I saw. Open the door, please.
Hey, who are you? What do you want?
He's after me.
What? Who?
Help me! No, don't go outside! Okay, hold on. Let's get some context here. I'm Luna, and I was born in a small town in Switzerland. Before we go any further, like and subscribe to hear my story. Thank you! It took my mom hours to give birth to me. So much so that doctors and nurses figured it would be okay to take a lunch break since they'd be there forever. Maybe it's cause I was scared with everyone there. But as soon as the room was empty and my dad took a bite of a sandwich, I decided to come through. My mom gave birth to me pretty much by herself. What a hero. We should name her Heidi. Really? The most ridiculous Swiss name you could think of? We might as well have named her Cheese Fondue or Swiss Army Knife. After arguing over it, they agreed on Luna. Luna means moon in Italian. It's no wonder that I grew up to be a dreamer. When my parents split, I was a little upset. Pack your suitcase. We're leaving. In order to keep me from destroying our house, Mom decided to take me on a trip and explore the world. Life was amazing. Why don't we travel the world for the rest of our lives? Mom was skeptical. I just graduated high school. It's the perfect time to take a break. And how will we afford that if I don't work? Ugh, see, the Lunas of this world, the dreamers, we aren't made for sitting in classrooms for hours. So we're not gonna travel the world? I'm not saying we won't. I'm saying I won't. And with that, she just gave me a wink that could have meant two things. Either she was giving me the green light to go on this trip alone, or she had something in her eye. Either way, I was left feeling confused and a little nervous. I had never traveled without her before. I mean, she was the one who packed my bags and reminded me to put on clean undies. But there was no turning back now. I ran out of things to break in the house, and Mom was starting to look at me like a caged animal. I needed to get out of there before I started gnawing on the furniture. When I told my mom I planned to go to Australia, she looked at me like I had announced I was joining the circus.
Australia? That's on the other side of the world.
Yes, because I got the best deal. I used my student card to get the cheapest package to Australia during peak season, and there were no other countries available, so I had to act fast since there was only one spot left.
Do you know how big the spiders are in Australia?
Of course I knew, but I had refused to Google anything about Australia out of fear I'd get too afraid to go. I had to do this. It was now or never. Obviously, she wasn't thrilled, but I went to grab my suitcase from the attic, feeling excited for my trip until I saw a spider. It wasn't a horror movie spider, just a tiny one that I could easily crush with a tissue, but my phobia of spiders caused me to panic, and that tiny one looked like a giant 8-legged beast. I wanted to scream and run, but my legs were frozen in place. I swear, I could hear the Jaws theme playing in my head as I slowly reached for the door, trying not to alert the spider that I was there. I managed to shut the door without letting out a scream, but as soon as I was back downstairs, all hell broke loose. I started hyperventilating, my arms flailing around like some sort of demented windmill. The next day, Mom dropped me at the airport. I'm gonna miss you. You can still change your mind and come with me. You know I can't. The trip to Sydney took forever, like at least 40 hours. I was daydreaming about my future. What if I fell in love with a handsome, sun-tanned Australian? What if the universe had this planned for me all along? As I made my way toward the airport exit, I realized I had no idea where my ride was supposed to pick me up. Frantically checking my phone, I noticed that my battery was almost dead.
Luna, Miss Luna.
He looked like a driver, but what if he was a stranger trying to trick me? My heart was racing as I hesitantly made my way towards him. As I got closer, I realized he was indeed my ride. I let out a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived. As soon as we got into the car, the driver started blasting music that was way too loud. I tried to ask him to turn it down, but he couldn't hear me over the noise. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I realized I'd forgotten to convert my currency. How was I supposed to pay for anything without any Australian dollars? I started to panic when we pulled up to my apartment. As I made my way out of the car, I heard a loud crash behind me. Turning around, I saw that my massive suitcase had fallen out of the trunk and was now spilling its contents all over the pavement.
Oh no, let me help you. Here, let me get that for you. Don't worry about it. This ride is on me.
He drove away, and I was stunned by how nice Australians were. As I reached for my wallet to check my funds, I realized with horror that it was missing. That sneaky driver must have swiped it while I was distracted by the chaos of my spilled suitcase. I couldn't believe it. I had just been robbed by the same guy who pretended to help me. I had only a little food left and chump change in my bag. I had to find my thief immediately, or I would starve. That day had been a total dumpster fire, but then I saw something that caught my eye outside my apartment window. There was the driver, standing by the beach with a surfboard. I immediately ran downstairs and headed towards the beach. I looked around frantically, trying to spot my driver. After a few moments, I saw him in the water riding a wave. Without a second thought, I decided to steal a surfboard and join him in the water. As I made my way into the ocean, ready to catch my thief, wham! What the heck just happened?
Is she okay?
That must have hurt. As I opened my eyes, I saw a bunch of people surrounding me. Ouch! My face was hurting. So after I got up, the lifeguards told me that you should never enter the water holding your surfboard in front of you. Waves will hit the board and slam it right into your face. But I didn't care about any of that. My thief was gone, and I still had this board that I had borrowed and wasn't sure where to return it. That's Adam's board.
Huh? Adam?
He lives in that building. The girl was pointing at my apartment complex. Great. I grabbed the surfboard and headed back to my building. If I mentioned that my apartment was located on the 40th floor, the surfboard didn't even fit in the elevator. So I walked up 40 floors with the heavy board to make it back home. The next day, I woke up sore, but ready to find my thief and, well, give this Adam guy his surfboard back. I grabbed the board and headed for the elevator. I wasn't going near those stairs again. The surfboard would most certainly survive the fall, right? I shoved the board through the window and let it fall. I mean, who was gonna notice? Ouch! I scanned the beach like a hawk trying to spot my thief, but I couldn't see beyond the waves. I needed to get everyone out of the water to identify the culprit. Shark! Shark! Everyone came running out of the water in a frenzy, but as soon as they realized there was no danger, they looked at me like I was the crazy one. And the worst part, the thief was nowhere to be seen. That night, I decided to make myself a fondue. Yeah, kinda gross to have melted cheese in the summer, but I was missing home. As I was about to finish melting the cheese on the stove, my fire alarm started screaming at me. I immediately grabbed a towel and hurriedly waved it under the fire alarm. It was useless. This thing wouldn't stop. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. Was someone here with me? I was racing through the hallway. I knew I had to run for my life. I opened the first door I saw.
Hey, who are you and what are you doing in my apartment?
He's after me.
What? Who?
Help me! No, don't go outside. Wow, he was so cute that I almost forgot about my fire alarm that was blasting in the background and the fact that someone was after me. Fire, alarm, stranger, apartment. My neighbor was kind enough to check every closet and corner. No one was there. He also fixed my fire alarm. And by helping me fix it, I mean that he literally tore it off my ceiling. I just hoped that the building wouldn't catch on fire while I was asleep because I no longer had a fire alarm. Thank you so much. You saved me.
Happy to help. I'm here for anything you need. I'm Adam, by the way.
Luna, like the
moon. I love it.
Wait, are you the Adam?
Oh, wow. You're the thief.
Well, wait a minute. I didn't steal it. I borrowed it to go after my thief. He smiled and winked. Was he not believing me or was he flirting? Well, I didn't have time for this. I had a thief to catch. I called the driver's company, but they were as helpful as a chocolate teapot. I walked out of my apartment, hoping I'd find him at the beach again, and almost stepped on something, a small box of chocolate. It had a note on it. When I opened it, it said, "Welcome, Luna." Aw, obviously this was from Adam. And Celia? So, my handsome neighbor had a girlfriend. Clearly, he wasn't flirting with me and thought my thief story was a lie. I laid in bed that night, exhausted and annoyed, wishing for a good night's sleep. But that didn't happen. I woke up around 3 a.m. that night. Something felt off. I was sure I wasn't alone, but with a quick look around my small studio, I saw no one. Then why did it feel like I was being watched? As I looked at my ceiling, I saw it. The spider. I'm talking a big, hairy, 8-legged nightmare that could have easily passed for a small dog. How did it end up in my apartment on the 40th floor? I won't admit it, but I was tearing up. I needed help, but who could I call at 3 a.m.? Mom. With the time difference, it was daytime for her. I immediately FaceTimed her. Hey, honey. Mom, there's a monster in my apartment. As I looked up at my ceiling, it was gone. Without thinking for a second, I jumped up and looked around. Where was it? Was I dreaming? Are you okay, honey? Mom, there's a huge spider.
Remember what I always tell you. The spider is probably more afraid of you than you are of it.
Behind you! It must have fallen behind my bed somehow. I swear that at that moment, the spider gave me a judgmental look.
Don't you dust behind your bed?
Mom, what do I do?
I aimed the phone toward the spider to show my mom. Stop zooming in!
I'm not! This thing is huge! I felt a wave of panic wash over me. My heart started racing, and my palms began to sweat. Mom, I can't do anything by myself. I'm useless alone. Someone stole my wallet, and now there's a huge spider, and I can't achieve anything without you.
That's not true, Luna. When Dad left, I thought I was never going to be able to do anything alone, but I was able to. I survived. You can make it through anything.
And just then, the screen went black. My phone died at the worst time. The spider was still there, and I was alone. I grabbed the nearest object I could find, which happened to be a travel guide. But as I raised it up to strike the spider, I started to have second thoughts. What if I missed and it crawled on me? Or worse, what if I missed and it called for all its spider friends to come and get me? There was no one to save me. I considered calling the police, but I was afraid they'd lock me up for disturbing them over a spider. I stood still watching the spider. It was looking back at me like we were in some Western movie scene. Eventually, I made a move toward it, hoping I could scare it away, but it wasn't scared. It lifted its legs, ready to attack. Okay, the spider wasn't going anywhere, so I did what anyone would have done. I slept on my doormat. A few hours later, I was woken up by my neighbor Adam.
Luna, what are you doing?
Spider, huge.
Oh, you must have met a huntsman spider. They're great. They eat mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes? I'm surprised this thing doesn't eat cows. It's huge. Adam was laughing. He helped me up and looked me in my eyes.
You could have knocked at my door.
So I wasn't wrong. He was hitting on me. I didn't want to wake up your girlfriend.
My girlfriend? Oh, Celia? That's my sister and current roommate.
Oh, and just then, he pulled out my wallet from his back pocket. How?
My dad owns the building. I told him about what happened with your driver, and he mentioned that a tenant found a wallet on the floor outside. It must have fallen when you walked out of the car.
I suddenly felt terribly embarrassed. I was running after my driver, thinking he stole my wallet, when in reality, he truly really was a kind local who gave me a ride for free and helped me with my suitcase. Adam gave me one of his perfect smiles.
Wanna go surfing?
As the universe was handing me my wallet back and a handsome Australian, I felt compelled to decline. I think I'm good. I'm gonna pack my stuff and go home. He was surprised, but nodded respectfully. I packed in record speed to avoid another encounter with Dracula Spider and headed for the airport. As much as I appreciated Adam's gesture of returning my wallet, going surfing with him sounded like a disaster waiting to happen. I mean, the guy lived in his dad's building. Talk about dependent behavior. It was like looking in a mirror and realizing I needed to stop relying on my mom so much. The truth is that ever since Dad left, I was running away from my problems by traveling. But if I ever wanted to grow up to be an independent adult, I needed to confront my fears head on, even if it meant facing spiders the size of cars. For the first time in my life, I felt like I was able to weave my way out of this tangled web of fear, and it felt good. I was going back home, and I'm not running away from my problems ever again.
You know that part in a horror movie where you scream at the characters not to go after the monster? That scene where there's a blood-curdling scream and you know someone's about to die if they go after it? Well, that's how I felt about going after that noise in the woods. It's not some ghost or goblin out there, though. I'm pretty sure it's my mom, who just woke up from a coma. If you're feeling a little lost, you'll want to check out part 1 first. While you're there, don't forget to like these videos and subscribe to My Story Animated to listen to more crazy content. If you don't, you'll see a ghost the next time you look in the mirror. Trust me, you do not want to deal with that. In fact, you would probably scream at the top of your lungs, which is pretty much where you guys left me last time. That scream in the woods was ear-shattering. I fell down and was shaking. My dad and brother went up and decided to go and investigate the screams. I was too scared, so they told me to stay back and wait for them to come home. I sat there under my covers, crying from being so scared and alone. I know it's weird, but I actually felt the urge to call Lisa, even though the last time I saw her was pretty dramatic. I really missed her. When I thought about getting scared and running into my mom's arms, I only saw her. I was surprised when she actually picked up. I told her how scared and horrifying it was. Every shadow seemed like a monster, and I could not calm down. That's when I heard some noises coming from my living room. My dad and brother must be back. I'll hope I can see you soon. You will, she told me. She asked me to keep our conversation secret, and I agreed. I rushed out of my bed downstairs so that I didn't have to be by myself. But, to my horror, I was completely alone. The lights were all turned off. This was scarier than sitting in my room. I walked towards our lamp to try to brighten up the place. I turned on the light and walked over to sit down and wait for everyone to return. Something reached out under the couch and grabbed my ankle, pulling me to the ground. I looked around and saw that it was my mom. I screamed at the top of my lungs and kicked her in the face a few times. She hissed and covered her eyes, and I ran as fast as I could towards the door. You know the old TV show Tom and Jerry? Well, I felt like a little brown mouse being chased around by a giant gray cat. I probably would have found it funny if I wasn't so busy running for my life. Did you know a cheetah can run over 60 miles an hour? Well, it felt like my mom was about to break a world record. Even though I got a head start and my mom was weak, my mom caught up with me in a matter of seconds and pinned me down to the ground. I thought I was going to die, but in that moment, my dad and brother rushed to the scene and pulled her off of me. My dad told me to call the ambulance while he and my brother held her back. With tears in their eyes, they handed her over to the medical professionals who took her away to the psychiatric hospital. My mom was begging to stay, promising that she didn't remember anything, but my dad and brother had witnessed it. My father went to the hospital with her, and my brother just sat there and glared at me. She was literally trying to kill me. How was I still the bad guy here? My brother ran to his room without even saying goodnight, and my dad spent the whole night at the hospital with Mom. I tried to go to sleep, but tossed and turned all night. Every time I shut my eyes, I saw her staring back at me with an evil glint in her eyes. I got up to go to the bathroom and overheard my dad and brother fighting about Mom being in the hospital. My suspicions were confirmed. "This is all Emma's fault," my brother screamed. "We just got Mom back, and now she has to send her back to the hospital all over again?" I wanted to jump out and scream, but I just couldn't gather the strength. Deep down, I knew he was a little right. I ran up to my room and locked my door. I fell into my pillow and sobbed.
My dad must have heard me because he was knocking on the door seconds later, but I didn't want to talk to anyone. I was a complete wreck and ignored all of my friends and family. I barely ate meals. My brother tried to apologize with gifts, and my dad tried to convince me to go out to my favorite stores. Nothing made the darkness inside of me go away. I know that they say time heals all wounds, but it didn't for me. Every day that I stayed like this, I just got a little worse. I was always crying alone in my room. My dreams were even evolving with my horrible state. Even though my mom was far away from me, I was just becoming more afraid of her. She was starting to take over me. I hate to admit it, but I wish she never woke up. The only thing that made me feel anything was talking to Lisa. She even secretly came by when my dad and brother weren't home. I never asked how she knew I was home alone, but maybe I should have. One day in particular before she came, my dad and brother knocked at my door a couple of weeks after this all happened. He told me that my mom was healthy enough to see people, and even doing quite better. She really wanted to see me, and it would mean a lot if we could all go there as a family. I promised Lisa I would go with them the first day my mom could receive visitors, but I wasn't feeling ready yet. I scoffed and brought up that he and my brother should go alone since that was the only family she wanted. They explained that they were going today no matter what, but I could process it all in my own time. He said they would be back only in a couple of hours, and he was leaving some money for takeout on the counter. Seeing my psychotic mother didn't appeal to me, but ordering a giant pizza to wash my sorrows away, that was my plan for the next few hours. I started walking down the stairs, but froze when I heard a click. This was way too early for them to come home, and I was pretty sure they would not have forgotten anything. Part of me panicked that my mom had somehow broken out of the hospital to attack me. I ducked behind the couch as fast as I could and peeked behind it slowly. I was only able to see that a person had come in with a dark hoodie, sunglasses, and high heels. I recognized it as Lisa. But why was she being so secretive? I was about to go and greet her until I heard something that made my blood run cold. Yeah, I got in. Are you sure about this? Yeah, I'm completely alone. She is receiving visitors today. She? I thought to myself. It was obvious she meant my mom. What wasn't obvious is why she was scared. I followed her quietly like I was a spy, crawling on the ground and keeping myself out of sight. She went right into the bathroom in my parents' room. I decided to jump out and demand the woman leave at once. I startled her, knocking her sunglasses to the ground and things out of her hands. My suspicions were correct. Lisa? She explained that she thought I wasn't home and was just picking up stuff that she had to leave behind. I looked at the ground to see what she was picking up. I reached onto the floor and picked up a little orange medicine bottle and a bunch of loose pills. Your stuff, huh? I asked. Are you poisoning my mom? I told her I knew she was bad, but a murderer? She shook her hands and said she could explain everything. Not poisoning her. I was helping her. I asked what kind of help she was giving. She said it was to be her true self. She told me that she knew my mom back before all of this happened, and she was not the kind and wonderful woman she wanted us all to believe. Lisa didn't want to lose her family to such a monster, so she started to sneak in and add some of these special pills to her medicine bottle. All this time, she had been living in a shed out in the woods. Coincidentally, it was her that screamed in the middle of the night, but only because a raccoon ran into her when she was coming back from breaking into our home. She had been slowly dosing my mom, since right around the time she started to seem to hate me. I told her that it couldn't be true, how my mom had been so sweet and caring until all of that happened. The pills, they made her evil. No, you're wrong. See, these pills are just helping her be more open. She hates you. She wants you dead. Those are her true feelings. These pills only lower inhibition. She said it was better her true colors show now than in a couple of years. I was heartbroken by this response. I yelled at her and accused her of making it up because she was hurt that my dad loved someone else. Deep down, I didn't believe that. Lisa made sense. I guess I would kind of hate me too if I were my mom. Everyone blamed me for what happened. I cried saying I just wanted to be a happy family. And now I have to face my biggest fear, the truth that my own mother wished I was never born. Look, Lisa said, that's all I want to do. Think about how great we had it. You have to admit that things were a lot better before your mom woke up. She placed her hand on my shoulder and took out her wallet. She had a picture of me and her from our last vacation. Don't you miss this? She asked. She may have given birth to you,
but I am the closest thing you ever had to a mom. Just stop it, I shouted, dropping to the floor. I feel so guilty even thinking about it. But she was kind of right. Even if my mom wasn't on these pills, she would always secretly hate me. Lisa, on the other hand, had proven time and time again that she loved me. I was left crying on the floor while Lisa slid past me. She handed me a piece of paper with her new number and told me to keep it away from my dad and brother. She then promised me that she would never be back and would never tamper with her pills ever again. But she would leave everything with me, and if I wanted to do it, well, I should give her a call and she would help me out. She had a plan to get our family back together, but it needed both of us to work. I needed to decide the mother I wanted, the one who actually raised me, or the stranger that gave birth to me. I went to flush the pills in the toilet, but something stopped me. I decided to put my mom's bottle back as it was and bring the bag of pills to my room. Why was I hesitating to call the police or toss the pills? Suddenly, my thoughts were interrupted by a click at the door. My dad and brother were home. I know this was stupid, but instead of telling them about Lisa immediately, I ran to greet them. They seemed, well, pretty happy. They explained that Mom could come home pretty soon, maybe even a week or two if we're lucky. I know I should have been happy, but this just sent me into tears. I ran into my room and locked the door. What if she would try to kill me again, or worse? What if she pretended everything was okay, but secretly hated me? I tried to collect myself and went out and told my dad and brother that they were just happy tears. I was overwhelmed. I insisted I was okay and understood, but deep down, I was pretty scared. I decided that I was just going to forget it all ever happened, to toss the pills and forget Lisa ever happened, at least until that night happened. See, I had so many nightmares. Every time I closed my eyes, there were new terrible twists of horror, all of them involving my mom as a monster saying she hated me, and Lisa being washed out to sea. After waking up every 20 minutes for a couple of hours, I decided to go get myself a glass of water. That's when I heard my dad crying. I peeked around the corner to see him sitting there in the kitchen, sobbing to himself while looking at a piece of paper. I walked in and asked if he was okay, and he quickly shoved the paper into the drawer, and I pretended not to notice. He just told me he was feeling overwhelmed right now. Everything had been a big adjustment for him. I asked him why he wasn't happy about Mom coming home. He said he was super excited. It was just adult stuff, and it was complicated. He left and said he was going to bed, giving me a kiss on the forehead and telling me he loved me. As soon as he left, I ran over to the drawer and dug through it. Crushed in the back of the forks and spoons was a picture of Lisa. He had been crying over her. He wasn't over her. It sounds harsh, but my mom kind of ruined everything when she woke up. I was so conflicted, but at the same time, I think this sealed the deal. All I ever wanted was my mom back in my life, but she really just hates me. With these pills, I could probably keep her out of my life forever. I don't know if I should tell anyone about Lisa's visit. When I got back to my room, I dug up that little paper Lisa gave me and sent the number a text. We need to talk. Tune in next time to hear what happened.
Hi, my name is Hermione, and I'm from Greece. Please like and subscribe. My dad left before I was born, but I grew up with the most amazing mom, who was a hairdresser at a really fancy salon. But when I was 10, I ran into the salon one day to show Mom my report card while she was working on a beautiful woman. Suddenly, I tripped over something and went flying straight into Mom, who ended up snipping off half the woman's hair. And she went ballistic. You moron! What have you done? I look like a hideous boy. Oh, I'll make sure you never work in this town again. And before I knew it, Mom was fired. I was really sorry, but she wouldn't hear it. It was an accident, darling. Don't worry, I'll find another job. But the woman wasn't kidding. Mom couldn't get a job anywhere in town as a hairdresser. And soon enough, we were too broke to even make rent. Then one day, Mom said she'd talk to her older sister and we'd be moving to another town to live with her. I'd never met this aunt before, and when we got to her house, my jaw dropped. Her mansion looked as big as the Parthenon. As a maid let us in, a plump woman dressed in expensive clothes walked into the hall. My aunt! I rushed forward to hug her, but she stopped me. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Just do a curtsy. Who was she? The freaking wife of Zeus?
Just then, a pretty girl about my age came running in, and she stomped on my foot.
You're ugly. I can't believe you're my cousin.
Wow, I had to live with these people now? Of all the rooms in the mansion, Aunt gave me and my mom the dusty old attic to share. And at dinner time, I could feel her eyes on me as I helped myself to more food. She seemed to be the cheapest millionaire ever, but I promised I'd behave well and not cause Mom any trouble, which was easier said than done. My cousin Lydia was a year older than me, and I soon discovered that Aunt was obsessed with making her a model. One day, I found Lydia balancing a pile of books on her head, while her trainer screamed at her to walk straight without dropping them. The very next second, they all came crashing.
Lydia, you have no balance, no grace. How will you be a model?
You, skinny girl, come try this. To my surprise, I walked across the room with the books easily. Lydia angrily tried again, and this time, she went crashing into a very expensive vase.
Mom, look what Hermione did.
What? Aunt came charging into the room like an angry bull, and no matter how much I protested, she wouldn't hear a word. And she actually took money from Mom to pay for it, which was her 2 months' salary. Gosh, Aunt was such a witch. Soon after, Mom got me enrolled in the same school as Lydia. On the very first day, I'd just sat down at the cafeteria, where she and her friends joined me.
We thought we'd give you company. You've clearly made no friends.
I'm fine, actually.
So, Lydia tells us you're her maid's daughter?
It's so amazing that her mom is paying for your school. What? No, she's not. My mom is…
Ew, your mom packed you meatballs for lunch? So uncool. We only eat salads.
Well, I guess you have to watch what you're eating. Suddenly, Lydia leapt forward angrily and rubbed my lunch all over my face.
Did you just call me fat? Call me that again, and I will end you.
With that, she and her friends walked away. I wanted to kick her butt so bad, but I didn't want to get into trouble. I just tried to keep my head down and focus on my studies, but Lydia and her friends would find some way to bully me. And it didn't help that I looked really bad in Lydia's oversized hand-me-downs. When Lydia's 15th birthday came around, Aunt threw her a huge birthday bash. And even though she had tons of servants, she made me slave away in the kitchen too. I finally managed to escape and snuck up to the table with a plate. Just then, Lydia came running and snatched it.
What do you think you're doing?
Are you stupid? I'm about to eat, so give that back.
No, it's my birthday and I decide who eats, and you can't.
Oh, yes, I will. What you gonna do? Go crying to mommy, you big baby?
What did you just call me?
I said, you're a big baby. With that, I grabbed a chunk of cake and threw it at her face. She pounced on me and we went crashing straight into the food table. As we threw food at each other, Lydia's friends also joined in and a food fight broke out. When Aunt arrived at the scene, she started screaming like a maniac and all the kids fled, while Lydia burst into tears that her birthday was ruined. And then Aunt turned to me. You clean up this mess right now, or I'll throw you and your mother out tonight. Do what you like, you miserable creature. I'm not cleaning. I grabbed some food, dashed to my room, and locked myself up. Oh God, what had I just done? A few hours passed, and no one came to my room. I was beginning to get worried why Mom wasn't home yet, so I snuck down quietly to find her wiping the walls and floors clean. Mom, why are you doing that? I'm really sorry. I'll do it. It's okay, Hermione. I feel awful that you have to live here because I can't afford a place. I promise, someday we'll leave, but we can't just yet. You don't have to feel bad about anything. I'll be good. I'll even say sorry to Aunt. But I don't understand how you two are even related. We never got along, even as kids. She always wanted to have everything I had. Now she has so much more, and she's still a witch. We both burst out laughing as we cleaned the mess. I'd put up with anything as long as I had Mom by my side. But after the birthday, Lydia and her friends were being a lot meaner at school. One day during recess, she and her friends started hounding me in the corner. Hey, Twiggy, you're light as a stick, I'm sure.
Oh, she is. Why don't you go see for yourself?
Suddenly, the guy just picked me up as I kicked and screamed. Let me go! Put me down right now! But they threw me in the janitor's closet and locked it. Just then, I heard them all running off, and seconds later, the principal opened the door. He'd seen everything, and he punished the bullies by suspending them for a week. And when I got home, who was Aunt furious at? Me!
It's your fault my darling was suspended. She's just a kid, and she's never been punished for anything in her life. I'm a kid too, and she got punished for bullying me. Well, if she's getting punished, you will too. You'll serve all the guests at my party tomorrow, or else. I didn't want Mom to suffer again, so I kept my mouth shut. Aunt's party was full of super rich friends, and I was busy serving them when a lady caught up with me. Hi, you're really pretty. Are you interested in modeling? Before I could answer, Aunt interrupted. Her? A model? No. She's just a maid. Don't waste your time on her. But you're naturally built for a model. You're perfect. I can see you being Miss World, I tell you. Turns out the lady was the owner of a big fashion magazine, and she wanted to have me as her cover page model.
What? That was supposed to be Lydia, not this stupid maid.
Well, darling, I'm sorry. Lydia isn't fit for my magazine. Aunt went totally bonkers. She grabbed the woman's drink and threw it in her face. Then she started screaming at everyone.
Party's over. Everyone, get out. And you're grounded.
But when I told Mom later all about it, she was so excited. She insisted we'd go together to meet this woman. We went to the lady's office the very next day, and she was really happy that I showed up. She immediately signed me up for a big magazine shoot. I woke up super pumped on the day, but seconds later, I was screaming at my reflection, that which Lydia had chopped off my hair in my sleep. I looked terrible, but Mom came to the rescue. She gave me a beautiful pixie cut, and the magazine lady absolutely loved it. And I totally nailed the shoot. Everyone thought I was a natural. Within the next 6 months, I was on lots of magazine covers and billboards, and suddenly, things at school changed too. I was no longer the skinny kid with hand-me-downs. I was the popular model kid now, with a wardrobe that fit me just right. And the best part was watching Lydia burn. A few weeks later, there was a fashion show at school, and Lydia immediately signed up for it too. On the day of the event, I decided to take a quick shower in the gym before getting ready. But as I stepped out, I saw to my horror that Lydia had gathered all my clothes, and she just grinned at me and she walked out. Oh my God, what was I gonna do without any clothes? I looked around and the only thing I saw were the curtains. I quickly pulled them down and made them into a dress with safety pins, and it didn't look half bad. Lydia looked shocked when I walked down the ramp in my curtain dress and blew her a kiss. When I was announced as the winner, she went insane. She literally jumped on me, trying to snatch the trophy away. She would have poked my eye out if some teachers hadn't rescued me. That night, I was walking down to the kitchen when I heard Lydia and Aunt talking about me. Just make her go away, Mom. I can't stand her anymore. She's ruining my life. Okay, baby. I'll get rid of her somehow. You know, I got rid of her father too a long time ago. Wait, what? Got rid of my father? Is that what you just said? What are you doing here? Can't I have some privacy in my own house? Just shut up and tell me what you meant about Dad. Yes, I got rid of him. After my stupid husband left me, I fell in love with your father, but he fell head over heels in love with your stupid mom. I couldn't stand it. So I convinced him that your mom was pregnant with someone else's child, and he left. If I couldn't have him, no one could. While I stared at her speechless, I heard Mom behind me. How could you do this to me? All these years, I thought it was him, but it was actually you. Are you completely crazy? Why should you have everything? You didn't deserve him anyway. I would have given him the world. But before she could finish, Mom leapt forward and slapped her hard. You've had this coming for a long time. Come, Hermione. We aren't staying here another minute. We packed our bags and checked into a hotel for a few days. We decided that the first thing we had to do was track down Dad. Mom started calling up their mutual contacts, and luckily, we found out soon that Dad lived in another city now, and that he owned a $1 million company. My dad was a millionaire? The very next day, we flew over and showed up at his company. Mom asked me to wait outside while she went to talk to him in his office. Half an hour later, Mom called me excitedly. As soon as Dad saw me, he hugged me tight. I can't believe you're my daughter. This is a lot to take in. I'm so sorry for leaving. I should have been there for you. I never should have believed your aunt's lies. I never want to spend another minute without you both. He then showed us a picture of Mom in his wallet,
and said he'd never gotten married because he'd never loved anyone the same way again. Soon after we moved in with Dad, I planned a wedding for my parents because they never got the chance earlier. I decided to personally invite Aunt, so I went to her place. Come begging for a place to stay again, haven't you? I handed her the wedding card. I'm rich enough to buy your house now, but that's not why I'm here. The wedding is next week. You and your daughter can come to witness that true love can't be separated, but evil people always end up alone in a big house. You are the best example. I walked out and I never saw her again. I was my mom's bridesmaid at the wedding, and it was the happiest moment of my life to see her get everything she truly deserved. And now I'm living my best life with my family. Wondering why I'm running down the streets of New York at night in the pouring rain with a mob of angry girls chasing me? I'll tell you when I catch my breath. I turned a corner and ran down an alley, only to find a dead end. I looked around frantically and burst through a tiny door that led into a dingy cafe, which was empty, except for a boy sweeping the floor. Quick, I need you to hide me. He just stared at me silently. Sometime today would be nice, buddy. What's the magic word? I don't know. Hurry up. That's not one word. Jesus Christ. Wrong again. Please is the magic word. No, it's abracadabra. Okay, I'm guessing you're not from the mafia. You want to look at the menu? I wouldn't order the salmon. It's been smelling weird for weeks. Just hide me, now! The boy shoved me into a tiny broom closet just before the girls chasing me burst in. Did Lana Moon come in here? No one's been in here for 3 days. No, wait, yesterday, a big ugly guy came in and cut his toenails here and left without ordering anything. Does that sound like Lana Moon? You're crazy. Let's go, girls! When I heard the door slam shut, I came out. You really don't know who I am? I figured out your name was Lana Moon, duh. But no. Who are you? Hi, everyone. I'm Lana Moon, global sensation and chart-topping singer. But of course, you all knew that. I don't know what rock this weirdo's been living under. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. My life wasn't always like this. In fact, growing up, I was a nobody with nothing much. My dad was a math teacher in a public school, and my mom was a maid. She was French and had come to America for a better life, but it hadn't turned out like she'd imagined. Pay attention, Lana. You have to learn fractions. Yes, Lana. It's very useful to know that half your father's miserable salary goes to rent, and 1/3 goes to bills. How much is left for buying us something nice? Do the math and feel disappointed. Algebra is important. This equation can help you calculate the gradient of the slope. Yes, Lana, let's calculate the slope of your life going downhill. And it's a steep slope, baby. Clearly, my parents didn't get along. And even though I loved Dad, I was with Mom on how useless math was. I was actually obsessed with singing. But my parents were either too busy with their jobs or too busy arguing to notice. One day they were fighting when I put my headphones on in my room and started singing a ballad. All by myself. Don't wanna be all by myself anymore. As I belted out the high note, I saw my parents in the doorway, their mouths hanging open. That was you? Singing? It was you? No, Celine Dion's hiding under my bed. Oh my god, Celine is here? Dad, of course it was me. You don't get sarcasm, do you? Oh, my baby, you have a gift. You're going to be a singer, a superstar. We'll talk about this after she finishes high school and college. Do you know how many singers fail? I'll run the numbers on the probability of success. Wait. How you say in America? Ah, yes. Shut up, man! Mom took on extra cleaning jobs to pay for a professional vocal coach, and soon she was signing me up for talent shows, open mic nights at cafes, and singing competitions. And then everything changed in the 12th grade when I won a big national competition. I received a huge cash prize, signed up with a talent manager, Chaz, and got a record deal in New York. You're ruining her childhood. How can you make her drop out of high school? She's almost 18. And what good has education done you, huh? I don't support this decision, and I won't be going with you two. Some people are meant to live small lives forever, and you are one of them. But it won't be me or my daughter. I was really sad that Dad didn't support me, and our family was breaking up. But I just couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Before I knew it, I was on a crazy roller coaster ride. I was recording songs, singing on TV shows, giving radio interviews, and when my album was released, it topped the music chart and launched my career into the stratosphere overnight. Soon I was touring and singing to sold-out stadiums. Every time I stepped on stage and the crowd roared my name, I had to pinch myself. This was real. I was a star. But it turns out, a roller coaster isn't all that fun if you can't get off. enough. 2 years later, I was getting tired and wanted a break.
We've got concerts lined up for the next 3 months. We have TV appearances, brand endorsements.
A small break.
It's not possible right now. You're on top of the world, Lana, and we have to make sure you stay there.
But one night, as I performed for a huge crowd, I found myself singing off-key, and I forgot my lyrics. Then, during my final number, this huge spotlight turned towards me, and suddenly, I couldn't stop blinking. I stumbled backwards in confusion and crashed into a bunch of dancers who crashed into the band. Chaz ran on stage with my bodyguards and whisked me off to a hospital. After a thorough examination, the doctor told us that my excessive blinking was triggered by exhaustion and stress, and I needed rest. Chaz had to cancel my commitments, and I went off to Hawaii for 3 months. One day, as I was sunbathing by the pool with Mom, Chaz came running.
Have you seen the music charts lately? You're almost at the bottom.
Relax, have a pina colada. People love me.
This is showbiz, Lana. You go from hero to zero in seconds. There's a talented new girl in town, and everyone's talking about how she's gonna be the next big thing.
He wasn't kidding. The girl was some exotic foreign beauty who wrote her own lyrics and played 5 different instruments, and America was obsessed. I still had my fans, but my popularity was definitely taking a hit.
What do you mean you found another face for your makeup brand? You're Lana Moon's backup singer. Ever heard of a thing called loyalty? Okay then, jump off a cliff.
I returned to my work and started recording again. One day after my session, Chaz dragged me off to my dressing room, and I flipped out when I saw who was inside.
I'm guessing I don't need to introduce myself.
Oh my God, you're Xander, the lead singer for the hottest boy band in the world. Come on, I have a poster of you in my bedroom. And now you're here in the flesh? No, scratch that. It's my mother who has a poster of you in her bedroom. No, wait, that sounds way worse.
It's okay. I have a poster of me too. I've heard your songs, Lana. You're very talented.
Who? Me?
Yes, you. Also, I was wondering if you'd go to dinner with me tomorrow night. She'll be there.
I can speak for myself, Chaz. Yeah, I'll be there. The next day, Xander whisked me off in his limo to a super exclusive restaurant. And sure, I was impressed with the food and Xander's dimples, but we also had a lot in common.
This life can be so lonely. It's hard for regular people to understand.
It does get overwhelming sometimes, but we're also really lucky.
I love your positivity. You look beautiful, by the way.
Xander took my hand, and butterflies fluttered in my stomach. The next week, Xander sent his private jet to take me to a beautiful island town. We spent all weekend on the beach talking and laughing. The night before I left, we had our first kiss under the stars. Then he asked me to be his girlfriend, and I was so caught up in the moment, I just said yes. Soon, Xander and I moved in together, and we became the new it couple. We were on magazine covers, we were doing interviews together, and the paparazzi were obsessed with us. My album sales were through the roof again, and Xander and I released a duet that the public went wild for. Life was perfect, but soon a new side of Xander started to show itself.
Are you seriously wearing that to the gala?
This is Chanel.
From last year's collection. Looks like someone gave you those clothes as charity. Please go change. It's not a good look for me.
I thought Xander was being rude and superficial, but I changed anyway to avoid an argument. But he only got worse. He became more and more controlling, telling me what to wear, when to smile, how much to eat, who to talk to.
Why do you talk to that woman on the phone so much?
Because she's my mom? How come you don't talk to your family?
I ditched all those bottom feeders years ago. All anyone wants from me is money.
I honestly felt a little bad for him, but I hated his attitude with me. I felt suffocated and like I wasn't my own person anymore. Soon we had an interview on a popular late night show, and Xander was unbearable. He kept undermining my opinions and interrupting me, or just talked non-stop about himself. As we walked out of the studio, Xander took my hand, but I shook it off.
What are you doing? You know the paparazzi is always watching, so smile.
Don't tell me what to do, and I'm not going home with you. We're done, Xander.
Excuse me? Do you understand what it means to be my girlfriend? There are girls far prettier and more talented than you who are dying to be with me. Jeez, I hate it when your eyes start doing this blinking thing. You look so stupid. Make it stop. I'm having a serious conversation here.
No, Xander. This conversation is done, and so are we. As I turned away, he tried to stop me, but I pushed him hard. The paparazzi went crazy around us, and I jumped into a cab and fled the scene. I checked into a hotel that night, and as I sank into the bed, I felt relief wash over me. I was free. But the next morning, I woke up to 100 angry voicemails from Chaz. When I turned on the TV, I saw the video of me pushing Xander being played on every news channel, and he was crying.
Lana was only with me because of my fame. Her manager set us up because her career was tanking. I really fell in love with her, though. I did everything she said, bought her everything she asked for. But after the interview, interview last night, she told me she was seeing someone else. Lana Moon is a cheater, a liar, and a gold digger.
That jerk! I checked Twitter and TikTok and found thousands of comments calling for a boycott of my album and tour. I moved back to my own place and released an official statement saying Xander was lying and just couldn't accept the relationship was over. My fans were supportive, but his fangirls were insane. They were camping outside my house, chanting protests and egging my windows. After a week of this nonsense, I slipped out one night, climbing over the back wall. But as I was sipping my favorite latte at a cafe, some of those girls spotted me. It's her. I can't believe you treated Xander that way. You need to apologize to that precious angel. That's when they started chasing me, and I ended up with the crazy boy in the weird cafe. His name was Kenny, and he offered me a dry sweatshirt and a cup of tea as I told him my story. He was fascinated, especially when he saw Xander's picture.
Whoa, you were dating this guy? I don't think I've ever seen someone so proportionate. And those cheekbones, you could grate cheese off of them. Sorry, went off on a tangent. We hate this guy. He's a toxic piece of garbage.
Thank you. How come you don't know about all this?
I don't have any social media accounts. I'm a theoretical physicist in an advanced level university program. So between that and my multiple jobs, I don't have much time for stupid gossip. Not that your life is stupid. This was really interesting, and it's nice to meet a pop star.
It's been nice to meet someone so ordinary. Wait, that came out wrong.
No, I'm pretty ordinary, and I'm okay with that.
Is it okay if I come hang out here sometimes?
I'm always alone here. I could use the company.
The noise created by Xander's fans started dying out, and I returned to work. But in the evenings, I started slipping out frequently to the cafe. And even though we were poles apart, I found Kenny the easiest person to talk to. He listened attentively and always gave the best advice. He was smart and funny and even cute, but clearly unaware of it. And he really seemed to love my songs. After I finished the new album, I decided to take a weekend break on an exclusive island resort where no paparazzi would be around. And I invited Kenny. Kenny was loving the resort, but he just wouldn't come into the pool.
I could show you some disturbing statistics about how much pool water is actually just pee.
There's no one here, and I'm not peeing.
There's a lot of life-threatening bacteria in that water that can travel up your nose.
You don't know how to swim, do you?
Yeah, you caught me. I'm a loser.
I'll teach you. I'm an expert.
No thanks.
Come on, just jump into the pool. I'll catch you.
You jump into the pool.
I'm already in the pool. Jump at me.
You jump at me.
I literally had to drag him in and force him to learn. When I thought he was ready, I pushed him towards the deep end. Kenny started flapping around like a crazy duck, but he was actually afloat.
Oh my god, I'm swimming.
You're doing so well. Keep going. Soon he was swimming around like a clumsy mermaid, and then he circled back to me laughing.
Wow, this feels amazing. Thank you.
And then suddenly, he kissed me, and I kissed him back. We broke apart and stared at each other. But just then, Xander turned up at the pool. What are you doing here? Are you stalking me?
Maybe. Is that a crime?
Yeah.
When I found out you were coming here with a +1, I had to see for myself. You were cheating on me all along, just as I'd suspected. Why else would you break up with me?
'Cause you've been acting like a jerk for months.
So you decided to cheat on me? With skinny, pasty nobody? Hey, that's rude.
What do you want, Xander?
Just some pictures to prove my claim. I got one of you two kissing. That'll work.
You're invading my privacy. I want you to delete it.
Sure, after I posted it. What's happening to your eyes, Lana? Is that the first time you're seeing Miss Blinks a lot? Listen, dude, if you don't stop bothering Lana right now, I will punch your face. It won't hurt that much because I'm not that strong, but it'll still be embarrassing for someone like you to get punched by a pasty physicist. Give it your best shot, chicken legs.
No one is doing anything. As I stepped forward to stop them, I suddenly slipped on some water and hit my head, and then I blacked out. When I finally came around, I was in a hospital with Chaz and Mom beside me. Oh, my baby, you're awake. Where am I?
You were taken to a hospital on the island, but we had you transferred to the city. You've been unconscious for 3 days. We kept the news quiet, though. How are you feeling?
I think I'm okay.
Then take a look at this.
Chaz shoved a phone in my face, and the picture of me kissing Kenny was everywhere. Xander was claiming it was taken by a private investigator while he and I were still together. This isn't true, and that maniac posted this when I could have been in a coma?
Who is this boy you're kissing?
I'm entitled to some privacy.
No, you're not. You're a public figure, Lana, and I'm your manager. I need to know everything about this boy before I decide how to handle this story.
He's a nobody, okay? Just an ordinary guy I randomly met. A distraction. I only invited him to the resort because I didn't want to be alone. Don't drag him into all this drama. He's no one important. Of course I lied to get Chaz off my back. Kenny meant a lot to me, and I wanted to talk to him about us before I made anything public. I texted Kenny, but he didn't reply. Soon after I was released from the hospital, I went to the cafe, and sure enough, he was there. Hey,
Why haven't you replied? You didn't want to know how I was doing? I knew you were fine. Okay then. Kenny, we need to talk. Yeah, and I'll go first. Lana, I don't think you should come around here or keep in touch with me. Oh, so you don't want to see me anymore? Yeah, 'cause I'm just an ordinary guy you randomly met and hung out with. So you wouldn't be alone, right? I came to see you at the hospital and I heard you and Chaz talking. Listen, it's fine. I am ordinary, and I have a lot on my plate. I don't want to be in the public eye and I don't need distractions. You and I belong to two different worlds, and they're never gonna intersect. So let's just back off before anyone gets hurt, okay? If that's what you want, okay. I felt kind of heartbroken, but maybe it was for the best. He didn't want this life, and perhaps it was better for me to not be in a relationship right now. But on the bright side, karma hit Xander soon. He started dating the exotic foreign singer who recorded him acting crazy jealous and screaming at her, and she made it public. Xander got dropped by his label, and the same fans who'd hated me brought out their pitchforks for him instead. I got a lot of support, and my new album did amazingly well, but my success felt hollow, and I called Dad one day. Maybe you were right all along, and I should have never become a singer. I never said that, Lana. You're very talented, and I never expected you to become a mathematician. I just wanted you to have a balanced life. You should have fought harder to stick around, Dad. I could have used your wisdom. I didn't think you'd listen then, but I am sorry. Do you think I should take a break and finish high school? I think that sounds great, honey. The next day, I publicly announced my career break. Mom didn't protest much because apparently she was getting married to a rich music producer and relocating to France. Chaz went berserk, but I fired him. I was done being pushed around, and I would get back to music when I felt ready. After my high school graduation, I was celebrating with my friends at a cafe that was having an open mic night. I couldn't resist getting up on stage and singing, and it felt great. Just then, I spotted a familiar face smiling at me, and I walked over. Kenny, it's been a while. How are you? Pretty great, actually. I finished the program with flying colors. Of course you did. It's lame in comparison, but I just finished high school. I know. I made a social media account just to follow you. Kenny, all those things I said to Chaz, I didn't mean them. You weren't a distraction or a rebound, and you're not at all ordinary. Not to me. Anyway, I'll see you around. Are you free for dinner? I know this shady cafe that's great if you want to get food poisoning. And good tea. We could talk more? Sounds good to me.
Hi, I'm Rigel from Washington. Please like and subscribe. My parents were space scientists at NASA, so they named me after one of the brightest stars in the galaxy, Rigel. Now, problems started when they expected me to be a star performer at school, too. But there was only one thing that got me starry-eyed, watching anime. But my parents kept pushing me towards space science.
Rigel, we got you the latest spaceship Lego set. Come on, let's put it together.
I haven't pooped for 3 days, so the gas inside me might explode. I gotta go. Rigel, it's such a clear night. Let me show you some constellations. Some other time, Mom. I have to go walk our goldfish. I darted out of the house faster than a bullet train. When I was in grade 6, my parents had to move to New Jersey for a year for some project. On my first day there, I was in the garden when I saw a girl my age next door. She had long blonde hair and blue eyes, and she was dancing like a ballerina princess on her porch. When the music stopped, I clapped for her. That was beautiful. Thanks. You must be the new neighbor Mom was talking about. Are your parents astronauts? Have they been to the moon? I told her what my parents did, and her eyes widened. So their job is to look at the stars? Do you know how many of them are up there? Of course. There are 20,000 gazillion million stars. Wow, you sound like a genius. Mom says when God forgets to give someone beauty, he makes up for it by giving them brains. Okay, that was kind of insulting. The girl introduced herself as Bianca, and she told me her mom was a model and her dream was to become the best ballerina in the world. We even went to the same school, and I found out Bianca was super popular. She had her own YouTube channel with amazing dance videos and thousands of subscribers. We grew close, and most days after school, she'd hang out at my house, mainly because of Mom's cupcakes. My mom doesn't let me eat sweets. She says I won't be able to dance if I put on weight. No need to listen to your mom, honey. Scientific studies suggest that makeup gets absorbed through the skin and shrinks brain cells. Imagine how tiny your mom's brain must be. Put that cupcake down, Bianca, and tell me something. Did you become a space person because you're ugly and no boy on Earth wanted you? What? I have a husband.
And where did you meet him? At work? Exactly. But we don't work in space. Then why do you keep telling people you're a space worker? Liar. Come, Bianca, let's go.
Clearly, our moms couldn't stand each other, but that didn't stop Bianca and me from being friends. Once in class, our math teacher, Mrs. Watson, was giving a really boring lecture, so I started sketching her. Suddenly, Bianca grabbed my notebook, scribbled something, and handed it back. She'd made Mrs. Watson's butt bigger and labeled the picture Mrs. Butson. I giggled loudly, and just then, Mrs. Watson walked up and snatched my notebook.
Who made this?
I did. No, I did. We were both sent to the principal's office, and our moms were called in, and they went crazy.
My daughter would never do such a thing. She's an angel. Then why don't you take her to space with you next time? And don't bother coming back.
I'm a space scientist, not an astronaut, but a bimbo like you wouldn't understand.
Bimbo? As if counting the stars is really a smart job. And at least I'm gorgeous. Your looks could make onions cry.
Suddenly, Mom lunged at Bianca's mom and pulled her hair, and her wig came off. She pounced on Mom's face and broke her glasses. The principal had to call 4 teachers to pull them apart. That evening, I was on my way to the market when I heard loud noises coming from Bianca's house.
Stop hanging out with that girl. She's a good-for-nothing loser just trying to get you in trouble.
No, Mom. Rigel's my best friend.
Bianca, you're too innocent. If she was the one who made the sketch, why did she let you take the blame too?
Bianca fell silent and I quietly walked away. Why didn't Bianca say she'd drawn something too? I tried to avoid Bianca after that day, but it was hard since she kept following me around like a lost puppy. One day, she was at my place when she saw my bicycle and said no one had ever taught her how to ride one. Well, I can teach you if you want. Woohoo! This is so much fun! Suddenly, Bianca's mom came out running and started shouting.
Get off that thing right now. You'll hurt yourself before your big ballet performance next week. And you, stop teaching my daughter stupid things.
Riding a bicycle isn't stupid, but you wouldn't understand because when God gives you beauty, He forgets to give you brains.
Did you just call me stupid?
No, I called you beautiful. Bianca's mom refused to let her go out after that until the day of her ballet performance. But one night, I got a text from Bianca saying she was super bored, so I asked her to sneak out of the window where I was waiting for her with my bike. We both had so much fun taking turns riding it. When it was Bianca's turn, suddenly a car whizzed past her. She lost her balance and went crashing into a lamppost. My parents rushed her to the hospital where the doctor told us she'd broken a bone in her left foot and would probably never be able to dance again. I'm so sorry, Bianca. Get lost, you witch. I won't ever be able to live my dream because of you. Mom was right. You're just a good-for-nothing loser who can't stand anyone who's prettier and more popular than her. I was shocked at her words. How could she mean that? She made it sound as if the accident was my fault. Honey, she's really upset right now. But don't worry, she'll come around. Only Bianca never did. She blamed me for what happened and turned into this mean bully who didn't miss a chance to put me down. Thankfully, I didn't have to deal with it for long since we moved back to Washington soon after. By the time I was in high school, my parents had given up all hopes of me becoming a NASA scientist, but I was still obsessed with anime. So when our teacher announced career day in class, I decided to dress up as my favorite anime character. As I entered the classroom in costume, I saw all the boys gushing over a new girl. She had blonde hair and really blue eyes. OMG, it was Bianca. I quickly tried to hide my face behind my bag, but Bianca spotted me. Hey, Rigel. Long time no see. Ew, what are you dressed as? A homeless beggar girl? I'm dressed as my favorite anime character, Mikasa Ackerman. So you're still making those weird drawings, huh? As they say, once a loser, always a loser. Bianca became super popular thanks to her stunning looks. All the boys wanted to date her, and all the girls wanted fashion tips from her. And Bianca never failed to rub her popularity in my face. Rigel, 97 guys proposed to me today. Or wait, was it 99? Well, good for you. I bet no one's ever asked you out. Such a loser.
Mikasa Ackerman can never be a loser.
I turned around to see Toby standing behind me. He was a year senior to us and was an awkward skinny guy with braces and huge glasses.
I just wanted to tell you that I loved your outfit that day.
Thanks. Are you into anime too?
Yeah, big time.
We ended up discussing our favorite shows and characters and didn't even notice when Bianca marched off angrily. After that day, I started hanging out with Toby, and he told me something shocking. Bianca was his stepsister.
Her mom married my dad a few months back. Things are weird between Bianca and her mom. They hardly ever talk to each other.
I told him about our friendship and how things ended between us.
Now I get why she's mean to you. Do you want me to talk to her?
No, I don't want things to turn ugly between you two because of me. Toby and I started getting closer day by day, and we had tons in common. One evening, he invited me to his house to show me his collection of anime comics. His favorite anime character played the guitar, and he had a similar one in his room too. When I asked him if he knew how to play, Toby shyly took the guitar and started playing, and he was phenomenal. Wow, Toby! You could easily play in our school band. You're so good! The next day, I insisted Toby meet our school band teacher, and he agreed to give him a chance after hearing him play. After that day, Toby joined the school band. I even gave him a little makeover, and his popularity in school shot through the roof. But he just wanted to hang out with me, and this really pissed off Bianca. My brother doesn't know what a two-faced person you are. Stay away from him. He deserves someone better. Why do you have to be so mean, Bianca? What happened all those years ago wasn't my fault. Really? You have to have some nerve to say that. If you hadn't made me sneak out of my room that day, I'd still be dancing. How was I to know you'd get into an accident? We were just kids, Bianca. Let it go. Easier said than done. She pushed me aside angrily and marched off. Gosh, this girl was something else. A few weeks later, Toby and I were chilling at my house when he saw some of my anime drawings on the table. Oh, it's nothing. Just a hobby right now. I tried hiding my drawings, but when Toby insisted, I showed him the anime series I'd been sketching.
Wow, these need to be published. You have no idea how amazing you are, Rigel. Can I show these to my dad?
Toby told me his dad's friend owned a big publishing house and he could actually get my series published. I was super excited by the idea, so I put my sketches in a folder and gave them to him. The next day, I reached school early and waited anxiously for Toby when a girl from my class told me he was waiting for me in the auditorium. But when I got there, it was completely empty. I was about to leave when the stage lit up and Bianca walked onto it. And she was holding the folder Toby took with him. Surprise, surprise. So what were you saying that day about letting things go? Well, today, I'm gonna do something, and you're gonna have to let it go. Okay, Rigel? Just then, Bianca pulled a lighter from her pocket and set my folder on fire. I watched in horror as years of my hard work got burned to ashes. But just then, I noticed a spark from it land on her dress, and in a fraction of a second, it caught fire. Before Bianca had a chance to react, I ran on stage, peeled off the thick carpet, and wrapped it around her. Thankfully, that was enough to put out the fire. Are you hurt? No, I'm okay, I think.
Bianca, what did you just do? Are you insane?
Toby told me he'd been looking everywhere for the folder this morning, and a maid told him she'd seen Bianca take it from his room last night. Yes, I stole the folder because I wanted to show Rigel how painful it is when something you've worked so hard for is snatched away from you. Bianca, I'm so sorry for what happened to you, but it was an accident. Yeah, but it ruined my chances of becoming a ballet dancer. It's everything Mom ever wanted. After I stopped dancing, Mom basically lost interest in me. And then she got remarried and got busy with her life. I felt so lonely.
I was always there for you, Bianca, but you never warmed up to me.
Because every time I saw Mom being nice to you, I felt jealous. And then you started hanging out with Rigel, and that just made me angrier. Life always gives us a choice, Bianca. We can choose love or we can choose hate. You chose hate today, but I choose love. I forgive you for burning my drawings. With that, I walked out of the auditorium. A few weeks later, it was my birthday, and I'd thrown a small party for my friends. I was in my room getting ready when I heard Mom talking to someone. It was Bianca. Rigel, you never told me Bianca had moved to Washington too. It just slipped my mind. Just like it slipped your mind to invite me to your birthday party? Well, I'm here anyway. Happy birthday, Rigel. I don't want anything from you. Just open it. My jaw dropped when I saw it was a book of my anime series. But you'd burned all my drawings. I tried, but I couldn't. I just burned the empty folder that day, Rigel. When that accident happened, Mom kept blaming you for it, and I started believing her. And when I saw you after all these years, the hurt came back. I'm sorry for what you went through, Bianca. Believe me, if I could turn back time, I'd be on that bike instead of you. I know. When I saw you being so nice to Toby and encouraging him to play in the band, I realized maybe I was wrong all along. I know you think of me as this evil person, but I'm not as bad as you think. No, you're not. I hugged Bianca, and she hugged me right back, and it felt great.
Okay, now I'm feeling a little jealous.
Bianca and I laughed as we pulled Toby into a hug too. My anime series soon became a huge hit. With success came money, and my parents were shocked that what they considered a waste of time could actually be a full-time career opportunity. So, do you guys still want me to be a space scientist? Yes, but only in an anime.
Hey everyone, my name is Eden, and this is my story. The day I was born, the biggest rainbow appeared over the hospital, and my parents thought that I was really special. They always treated me like a princess. Mommy, I want an airplane. And the very next day, my room was full of all the toy airplanes my parents could find. I always felt loved and had everything in the world, but sometimes I couldn't help wishing I had someone to share it all with. Mommy, I want a little sister.
Oh, baby, trust me. You don't need anyone. Our lives are perfect just the way they are.
But only they weren't. Soon after that day, I'd often hear Mom and Dad fighting with each other, and I noticed they started to drift apart. So I tried my best to keep them together. Mom, Dad, you guys want to watch a movie with me?
Your dad's busy, but I can go with you.
Maybe we can go tomorrow when you're both free?
I think it's just better if we go on our own, love.
And my biggest nightmare came true when I turned 14, and my parents announced that they were getting a divorce. It crushed my heart. Mom decided to move back to her hometown in Missouri, and since Dad was moving away for work, I had no other choice but to go with Mom. But the minute we got there, I got the shock of my life. Mom was freaking rich! She owned a huge house and farms in the town. Mom, how come you never told me about any of this?
Well, I just didn't think it was that important.
But this was huge to be kept from me. And turns out, that wasn't the only secret she had. Later that evening, I was taking a walk across the grounds when suddenly my legs got caught in a rope and I fell down in cow poop. What the heck? Just then, I saw a girl my age running towards me, and she stumbled and fell too. Ouch, my butt! Hey, are you okay? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I was practicing rope throwing, and I didn't see you there. That was you? Ugh! Now get me out of this! Okay, hold your horses. Well, I have good news and bad news. The good news is, this is the best knot I ever made, and I might have a chance at winning at the rodeo this year. But the bad news is, I have no idea how to undo it. What? Are you crazy? Cut it or something. She ran away to look for something and came back with her mom. But just as the lady was untying me, Mom came running and pulled her away.
What did you do to my daughter? Get away from her.
Lily?
What are you doing here? It's my home too. I can come here anytime I want. And from what I've heard, you've been running the farm at a loss, so I thought I should come look into it.
Oh, so you just turn up out of nowhere to tell me my business? I'm shocked you're even showing your face here after what you did. Christy, shut up. Mom took my hand and pulled me out of there. That's when I learned this lady was Mom's sister, Christy, and that girl was my cousin, Nancy, and they lived in the house next to ours. And you didn't think this was important to tell me too? What else are you hiding? Do you have another husband and kids too? Eden! I had so many questions, but she was refusing to answer any, and it was driving me mad. So I called Dad to ask, but he just said,
"Oh, honey, I can't tell you much, but just remember, your mom needs you."
I had no idea what he meant by that, and I was so annoyed at all these secrets. So I just stormed out of the house and went towards the fields. But suddenly, I noticed one of the scarecrows in the fields was moving. Holy freaks! I screamed and started running away, but the scarecrow kept following me. And suddenly, it fell on the ground. Ouch! My knees! Nancy, why are you dressed like that? I can't tell you that. My mom told me to stay away from you. Oh, yeah? Then what are you doing here talking to me? I thought you were hurt when you screamed, so I came to check up on you, but now I'll have to go. Bye! Nancy, wait. I thought she'd know what was going on between my mom and my aunt, but turns out she was just as unaware as me. I offered to be friends with her, and she agreed, as long as we kept it a secret from our moms. Now, tell me, why were you actually here? My friends dared me to do this all night, but then they all left me here. She was really innocent and super funny, and always made me laugh so hard by mimicking the animals at the farm. At night, she'd sneak into my room with homemade cookies, and we'd eat them together while watching our favorite videos. By the time summer was over, we were BFFs, and when Mom enrolled me into the same school as Nancy, we both were super excited because now we didn't have to meet in secret. But at school, I learned that Nancy was really naive, and a lot of people took advantage of her. Nancy, you shouldn't be doing your friend's homework. It's all right, Eden. My friends say practice makes a man perfect, and if I write all these things so many times, I'll become a genius. Sometimes she'd make me want to bang my head against a wall. But at home, it was much worse with Mom and Aunt's constant fighting. I've been making the decisions regarding the crops all these years. Why did you sell this lot without even asking me? 'Cause you're dumb and we're suffering losses, so I need to take charge. Suddenly, Aunt Christy picked some tomatoes and threw them right into Mom's face. Soon, the view looked like a tomatina festival, and out of nowhere, Nancy threw a tomato at me too. What the heck? Come on, it's fun. It'll convince them we hate each other too. Join in. God, she was crazy. A few nights later, Nancy and I decided to go out for a movie, and we had a blast. Oh my God. It was my first time in a movie hall, and I loved it so much. We should totally do it again. But then suddenly, a stray dog came barking at us, and before I could move, Nancy jumped over the fence and ran at the speed of light, leaving me behind. I wasn't as fast, and the dog caught my skirt and ripped it. Just then, a guy came running and shooed the dog away. Hey, are you okay? He helped me off the ground, and I couldn't help noticing how cute he was. He had patches of white hair all over his head, and it looked gorgeous, like art. He introduced himself as Randy, and when he saw me looking at his hair, he explained it was because of a condition called poliosis. Oh, I see. Well, it looks good. Thanks, and here, take this. He took off his jacket and wrapped it around my waist. I hope you'll feel more comfortable now. Cute and such a gentleman. He then walked me back home, and as we talked, it turned out he was a senior at school and a national-level baseball player. When we reached home, Nancy was waiting for me at the doorstep, but as soon as she saw me, she ran to her house. And now I wasn't going to talk to her either. Later that night, as I was sleeping, I suddenly woke up to see Nancy waving a torch in my face. What the heck is wrong with you? What the heck is wrong with you? Why were you with that jerk, Randy? You know him? Yeah, he's a bad guy, and you need to stay away from him. When I asked her to explain more, she refused to tell me and ran away. The next day, I saw Randy in the cafeteria, and I was curious to know if he also knew her, so I asked him. Nancy? Doesn't ring a bell. But before I could ask more, someone dumped an entire tray of food over me. Nancy! What is the matter with you? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just slipped. Well, obviously, I knew she didn't, but I didn't want to make a scene, so I just ran to the washroom to clean up. But the moment I stepped out, Randy was waiting there for me with a change of clothes. I had some clean clothes in my locker. They'll be too big, but they should work for now. This guy was just perfect, but I had no idea why Nancy was behaving this way. So that night, I went to see Nancy and forced her to tell me why she hated me getting along with Randy. And she gave me the most shocking reply. 'Cause he's into guys. What? Yeah, I knew his secret, but I didn't want to be the one to break it to anyone. That's why I lied to you that he's a bad guy, so you'd keep away from him and won't get your heart broken. She then showed me pictures of him laughing and holding hands with a guy in a park. What? You could have just told me sooner, you know. I tried to, but you were pissed at me for running away. I'm really scared of dogs because I got bit by one when I was 5. Oh, Nancy. I told her not to hide things from me anymore, and I was so glad to have my bestie back. From the next day, I started avoiding Randy whenever I'd see him around school, but one time, he caught me on my way back home. I have no idea why you've been avoiding me, but if I've made a mistake, you should let me know. No, Randy, it's not like that. He then told me it was his birthday, and he invited me to the carnival happening in town. At first, I was hesitant, but then I remembered how nice he'd been to me, and I decided to be a good friend at least. Later that night, when I joined him, I realized it was just the two of us, but we had a blast. We played so many games together, and Randy won a giant teddy bear for me. After that, we went on the Ferris wheel, and when we reached the top, Randy held my hand and pulled me in for a kiss. Randy, get away from me! I'm sorry. I thought you liked me too, and... I do. I mean, I did until I found out you like guys. What? Who told you that? I told him about those pictures, and he burst out laughing. Oh my God, who took those? That's my cousin who visited me quite a while ago, and I was holding his hand on our walk because he's blind. I'm not into boys. I like girls, okay? I mean, I really like you. And suddenly, I realized I got played by Nancy, that little witch. Later when I got home, I stormed off to Nancy's place and went straight to her room. I can't believe I trusted you and you lied to me. You did this because you like Randy too, right? Yes, I liked him too, but... Before she could say more, I jumped onto her and we broke into a wild fight. And soon our moms came running to separate us. Girls, stop it. What's going on? I told Mom all that happened, and Aunt Christy started to laugh hysterically. So, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, I guess. I knew you'd be just like your mother, stealing boyfriends as usual. What did she mean by that? Mom, please stop it. But Aunt went on to tell us that my dad was originally her boyfriend, but Mom made him fall for her. Their parents asked Mom to dump my dad so the sisters could stop fighting, but instead she ran away with him and never came back. I have apologized to you 1,000,000 times. I'm sorry I hurt you, but we really loved each other. He was my boyfriend. You had no business loving him, and I'm never forgiving you for that. I watched Mom's eyes fill with tears as Aunt Christy asked us to leave. Later at home, I asked Mom if she regretted marrying Dad. No, I don't regret it at all, sweetie. Your dad gave me the best years of my life, but sometimes good things also come to an end. I just wish it hadn't cost me my family. I was too young and stupid to not consider my sister's feelings. I hugged her tight and comforted her, and the next day, I knew just what to do. I walked up to Nancy's room and told her I was going to stay away from Randy. I don't want a boy coming between us. Oh, Eden, it's all my fault. Like I said, I also liked Randy, but my friend showed me all those pictures and I believed them and thought he's gay. And I've lost feelings for him now. But you threw all your food over me that day. I thought you were jealous. It was a genuine accident, I swear. I'm happy if you guys like each other. Oh my God, my little sister was such an innocent baby. But there was one more pair of sisters that we had to reunite, and I had just the perfect plan for it. I called Dad and told him everything and asked him to come visit us. Thank you so much for coming, Dad.
You don't have to thank me, honey. I should have done this sooner and made things easier for your mom.
We then walked towards the fields where both our moms were working, and they looked super shocked to see Dad.
What are you doing here? I'm here to apologize to you, Christy. I was the one who fell in love with your sister first, and I was the one who broke your heart. So don't resent her so much, and please forgive both of us. Yeah, I'm sorry too, Christy. Really and truly.
I could see tears in Aunt's eyes as she hugged Mom, and Nancy and I joined in too. After what felt like a lifetime, I saw Mom and Dad smiling at each other, and it made my heart so full. We should never give up on people we love. They are always worth the fight.
Once when I was 5, I was at the grocery store when suddenly I heard loud voices behind me. A mean-looking woman was screaming at my sister Nancy for taking the last toilet roll. Oh no, I knew what was coming next.
Don't you shout at her, you witch! She's gonna faint!
I caught Nancy just before she hit the ground. The woman looked shocked and someone started calling an ambulance.
Don't worry, I can take care of this.
And with that, I started rocking Nancy and singing in a calm voice.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, you're a dummy, yes you are.
Everyone was looking at me like I was crazy, but Nancy opened her eyes soon. I helped her get up, and as we were leaving, I stomped on the woman's foot. Hi, my name is Mira, and I was born 15 years after my sister Nancy. And ever since I can remember, Nancy's had this crazy problem called cataplexy. Every time she's really angry or stressed, she faints. One time, a bully in the park pushed me off the swing, and as Nancy stepped forward to yell at her, she just fainted on top of her. I couldn't stop laughing as the girl screamed till her parents came to her rescue. Mom worked as a maid, and we were poor, but we were happy together. I was especially close to Nancy because she always had my back, and I had hers.
Soon after I'd passed 8th grade, Nancy came home with some great news one day. She'd been hired as a teacher in a private school, and I could attend it for free. I was awestruck on my first day there. Everything and everyone was so fancy. When the bell rang for recess, a girl named Lexi shrieked,
OMG, let's go outside. My parents must be here with my birthday present.
and she and her minions rudely pushed me aside on their way out. I followed them out of curiosity, and my jaw dropped when I saw a pink sports car drive up and her parents jumped out. But suddenly, Lexi went ballistic.
Are you kidding me, Daddy? A Mercedes? My name is freaking Lexi, and I wanted a freaking Lexus with a number plate saying Lexi. Are you guys morons? You're ruining my life.
And then she started pulling her dad's hair, and he started crying and apologizing. Gosh, what planet were these people from? Well, now I was on the planet of jerks too, and Lexi was the president. One day in class, the teacher was testing out our mental math skills and asked, "What's the probability of rolling an even number on a dice?" Lexi's hand instantly shot up.
I don't know, but it's definitely higher than the probability of you ever finding a boyfriend. Loser.
As the teacher's face turned red, I felt terrible. Hey, that's really rude. Didn't anyone teach you any manners? The class fell silent, and Lexi stared at me like I'd killed her cat.
You think I can't tell how poor you are? Someone like you shouldn't be messing with someone like me. That was stupid times infinity.
After that, she made it her life's mission to make me miserable. I'd find stinky tuna in my locker, orange juice all over my notebooks, my bag in the toilet. And even though I was doing great at school and the teachers loved me, no one dared say anything to Lexi because her parents were big donors. But then she went too far. One day, I was having lunch when Lexi came over, and she climbed onto the table and kicked my plate away.
Kiss my shoes, loser, and I'll make you part of my gang. We could use a nerd to do our homework.
I'd had enough. I got up to kick her butt when suddenly Nancy walked in and pulled her down. "What do you think you're doing? Stay away from my sister."
Sister? Wow, I do see the resemblance actually. You both look like some homeless people let you borrow their clothes.
Nancy looked furious, and next thing I knew, she'd fainted smack onto Lexi with her food tray. Lexi went mental and stormed off straight to the principal.
That teacher attacked me, and she ruined my limited edition Gucci dress.
I'll report her to the police. She has a health issue, you psycho. She didn't do it on purpose.
I want her fired.
Even though the principal was sympathetic, she said she had to let Nancy go. But since I was a good student, she'd let me stay on scholarship. I was so furious. I decided I was gonna leave anyway, but Nancy wouldn't hear it. "You have a chance to get a great college scholarship if you study here, Mira. I'm sorry I made things worse for you, but you have to go." With Nancy losing her job, I knew money would be tight again, and I didn't want her and Mom worrying. So I found a tutor's job and started teaching math to a couple of super spoiled brats. One evening when I was leaving their house, their snooty mom handed me a bag of trash and a large painting. Someone gave me this butt-ugly painting as a gift. Be a dear and throw this on your way out. God, why were rich people so awful? She didn't even say please. I shoved the stuff in the garbage dump, but then I turned around and picked up the painting. Nancy would probably like it, but I wasn't expecting her reaction when she saw it. This artist is really famous, and it looks like an original. She asked you to throw it away? We took it to an art gallery the next day, and the owner confirmed that it was an original. He told us to sell it at an upcoming auction, and we did. As the number went higher and higher, Nancy fainted. It was finally sold to the highest bidder for freaking $2 million. What? We went into complete shock for a minute, and then we started hugging and dancing for joy. We were rich from some rich idiot's trash. And just like that, our lives changed. We moved into a better apartment immediately and decided to spoil ourselves a little. The three of us went on a shopping spree, got spa treatments and makeovers, had a few fancy dinners. We had a blast. And when I walked into school after the weekend, I could instantly feel all eyes on me. As I put my stuff away in the locker, I closed the door to find Lexi standing behind it like a creep. And then I saw we were wearing the exact same outfit.
You have to take your clothes off. What? How can you even afford this? And no one is allowed to wear the same clothes to school as me. Now, just take these gym clothes and go change. Lexi, you can bully your friends and parents and teachers to get your way, but it's never going to happen with me. Like, ever. To make things even better, someone posted a picture of us and started an Instagram poll of who wore it better, and the majority voted for me. When Lexi saw that, she snatched all of her friends' phones and smashed them into the wall one by one. And just like that, a war had started between us. I already had better grades, and now I had just as many friends and boys around me. One time at a big football match, Lexi was busy flirting with all the jocks, but the minute I sat down on the bleachers, the whole team came running towards me.
I'll be playing for you today, Mira. Don't miss my moves out there, babe.
That was weird, but it seemed to be making Lexi livid. So I blew them all kisses and said I'd be cheering them on. And when they won, they literally carried me off on their shoulders to the celebration party. But the final straw was when the student council elections came around. Usually, no one even bothered to stand against Lexi as president, but I decided to run, and I won by a freaking landslide. This is not possible. I want to recount. I smell foul play. Lexi, it's about time you understood that people might fear you, but they'd rather vote for someone they actually like, and that's not you. I won fair and square, so deal with it. Well, she did deal with it. In a way, I didn't see coming. I'd been working for months with my teacher on a math research paper for a university competition. Winning it could get me a full scholarship after high school. So when my teacher called me one evening to say that I'd won first prize, I fell off my chair at the dining table. Mom and Nancy were so proud of me. But when I went to the principal's office to meet the university dean, I was shocked to find Lexi there with her parents. What are you doing here, Lexi?
What are you doing here, Mira? I'm here to talk more about the prize and scholarship I just won.
I looked around at everyone in shock, and then I just snapped. Oh my God, you mean the scholarship you just bought with mommy and daddy's money? Because you sure as heck aren't smart enough to win anything. Lexi snarled and attacked me, pushed me straight onto the principal's desk. I grabbed a bottle of ink and flung it into her eyes. As the principal screamed and Lexi's parents tried to stop her, she just kicked them. When the grown-ups finally managed to pull us apart, the principal was furious. That's it. I don't care how much you donate, sir. One more incident like this and Lexi will be expelled. And with that, she pushed us all out. As I was about to storm off angrily, I turned to Lexi's parents. You guys have raised a monster. Can't you see she has no respect for anything or anyone? Not even you? You can buy her everything she wants, and she's never going to love you or thank you for it. For the next few days, I pretended like Lexi didn't even exist. And then she didn't come to school for a week. No one was happier than me. But one night, Nancy and I were driving through her neighborhood when we crossed her house, and it seemed pitch dark. Had she left town? I asked Nancy to stop for a minute, and I walked up to the house to look through a window. I found Lexi sitting with her parents on the floor, eating with candles on. There was no furniture. What was going on? I can't even see what garbage I'm eating. How can we not have any electricity?
This is what it means to be broke, Lexi. We can't pay for things.
Ugh, I hate you, Dad. I can't live like this. I wish I'd never been born to a loser like you.
It's not my fault the market crashed. You want me to put you up for adoption? That girl Mira was right. You're awful.
I sneaked away from her house, feeling super weird. Lexi was poor now? The next day at school, I saw Lexi was back, but she was cornered by the other girls from class. Is it true, Lexi? The paper said your dad is totally broke. Are you too poor to afford shampoo now? Your hair looks like it hasn't been washed in a week. Gross. I was about to walk away, but something about Lexi's tear-stained face made me stop, and I pushed through them. Can everyone please, for once, stop being a big jerk around here? You don't have to punch somebody when they're already down. With that, I took Lexi's hand and led her away from the rest. She wiped away her tears and stared at me in shock. Why did you do that? Why would you help me? You certainly don't deserve it, but it was the right thing to do. I don't think someone as heartless as you would really understand that. That was the last I ever spoke to Lexi. Her locker was cleared up soon after, and she and her parents left town for good. But I got a call the very next day from the university dean, offering me the scholarship again. No thank you, sir. I've lost all respect for you and your university, because anyone could buy you if they had enough money. And 2 years later, I'm graduating high school with honors and going off to my dream university. Some superheroes strut around in capes, while others rock pixie boots and a trendy poncho. Because, yes, you are looking at a real superhero. Hi, I'm Annie, and I'm from New Jersey. Don't be fooled by my cute pink locks and dazzling big blue eyes, because as it turns out, I'm also a bit of a crazy, jealous maniac. You know, every superhero has a weakness. Mine was my dad. My dad was the center of my world. Mom left when I was 3, so it was always me and him. We'd hang out all day, and he'd do whatever I wanted.
Let's jump on your bed and then go fishing for sharks in the park.
I've just made the bed and it's raining outside, but whatever makes you happy, my angel.
My dad was the best. He was my superhero. We did everything together and made a big effort to share each other's interests. For example, he learned the names of all the dogs from Paw Patrol.
You're such a Skye.
In return, I learned to play chess, which was Dad's favorite game.
Kapow! That's a chick and a mate.
One time, when I had a high fever, I asked him not to leave my side for 1 minute.
I promise, Annie, I never will.
And I totally believed him. He even made a pulley system to get the Uber food delivery to my bedroom window without leaving my room. But then, the worst thing happened. A couple of days later, instead of making me breakfast, he grabbed his car keys and let a babysitter in.
I must go to work today, Angel Annie. Teresa will look after you.
No, Daddy, I'll go with you.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I have to go alone. It's for the best.
Why?
Because we need the money to live.
Fine. If you want to leave, you'll have to step over me, and everyone knows that's bad luck.
And to my surprise, he actually stepped over me to leave. I hated babysitters and caused as many problems as I could to get my dad to come back. He used to be late for work pretty much every day and had to sneak out during lunch and leave early to take care of me. So you can imagine what happened next.
I got fired.
Yay! Daddy's at home forever! Yeah!
I was ecstatic, thinking things would go back to normal when I got the biggest shock of my life, kindergarten. I cried all the way and threw a total hissy fit at the front gates.
Why?
To learn and get a good job when you're older.
Jobs suck!
You'll make lots of friends.
Friends suck!
I hated it and let everybody know that I did.
I hate it! Stop!
Dad got more calls from the kindergarten than the principal's secretary. I know what you're thinking. I was a little monster. And yes, I was. I just couldn't help it. I wanted to be with my dad so bad. Soon, kindergarten turned to school, but things didn't improve. I felt so alone and sad without my dad, and I was always getting into trouble. But then one day, I got the best news ever.
I know how unhappy you are at school, so I talked with the principal and I'll take a job at your school as a janitor. This way, we can spend all the time you want together, and I can have a job. God knows we need the money. I know it's not glamorous, but would it be too embarrassing for you?
What? Just you and me again? This is the best job ever!
But there is one condition. You must behave, because if not, I'll get fired. You promise?
Oh, I promise. Pinky promise!
And for some years, things were amazing. We drove to school and worked together, sat together at lunch, and whenever he'd go past my classroom mopping the floor, he'd give me a goofy wave. For the first time, I focused on my schoolwork because I didn't want to mess up our arrangement. Other kids were even inviting me to parties.
You should go. Make some friends.
Maybe you could come with me?
Annie, you must learn to do things without me. Rely on other people.
Really? Maybe you're right. I guess I can go for like half an hour. Nah, let's just hang out here and watch TV. But then it all changed. I was supposed to be meeting some peeps at the movies, but then remembered Dad's favorite TV show was on. So I decided to go back home and watch it with him. But when I opened the door, I found that Dad was having dinner with a woman with candles and flowers on the table.
Annie, Angel, I wasn't expecting you. This is Fern, my new friend.
Hello, Annie. I've heard so much about you. It's great to meet you at last.
Funny, I've heard absolutely nothing about you.
I was hoping we'd spend some time with Fern, Annie.
Three's a crowd. Suddenly, I felt so jealous. Why would he want to spend time with her and not me? Soon, Fern became a permanent fixture at our place. Despite my grumpy face when she was around, she was always super nice to me. Wanna hit the shops? I have the biggest discount card. Maybe you can use it to buy another book on winning over skeptical teenagers. And at school, Dad was always calling her. She even joined us for lunch some days. I tried to do everything to get his attention when they were together. Like the time in the canteen, she'd made us all sandwiches and I pretended to choke. Poison! But they were too busy staring into each other's eyes to notice. Soon, Fern moved into the house. And even though I kept moving her things around, she was always calm and supportive.
You can always talk to me about anything, you know.
I'm fine.
You and your dad have such a special relationship. I wouldn't want to come between you two.
Well, cheers for that.
You can rely on me too. I'll always have your best interests at heart.
Yikes, is that the time? Gotta run. It felt like Dad was slipping away from me. But at the same time, I was also starting to become independent. During that time, I joined the chess club and quickly showed talent. No doubt thanks to all those games with my dad. I even won the school tournament and got invited to represent the school in an international tournament in Belgium. I knew it was a life-changing trip, but I also knew that my dad's job as a janitor didn't pay much. He would not be able to afford the expenses of such a trip, so I had to decline the offer. I was pretty sad about it, and soon things got even worse. That same afternoon, I got to class, and one of the more popular girls was sitting in my seat, slurping on a milkshake and making fun of me. Look at me, I'm Annie, and I'm so lame because my dad's my BFF. Great, that's really mature. Now move your butt from my seat. Oh no, you better call your personal janitor to clean up this mess. What mess? I shouldn't have asked, as she threw her milkshake on the floor on purpose. This mess? What are you waiting for? You better call Daddy. I jumped on her and tipped the rest of the milkshake over her, and that's when the teacher intervened. I got after-school detention. I was really scared that Dad would find out, but thankfully, he went home after finishing his shift. I was super relieved. But then, on my way out from detention, I heard a weird rustling noise from one of the classrooms. That's odd. Everybody went home already. I thought it was best to get out of there, but suddenly, a man in a ski mask rushed out of a classroom, holding a bag full of the school laptops. Oh no, a thief! I froze in my spot as he spotted me and stopped for a few seconds, then started running down the hallway. As he ran past me, he accidentally hit me with the bag of laptops, and I yelled in pain as I stumbled to the floor.
Oh my god, are you okay?
I looked up in shock as I recognized that voice. Dad? Suddenly, he dropped the bag and ran down the hallway and out of the school. I tried to follow him, but he was too fast. So I sprinted home, and there he was, Dad, completely out of breath and with the ski mask in his hand. The first thing he told me was to keep my voice down so Fern wouldn't hear. Dad, seriously? Stealing from the school? Are you crazy?
Annie, you've got it all wrong.
Oh, really? Ski mask? Swag bag? Come on!
Keep it down, will you? We can't let Fern hear this.
Start talking.
I did it for you, Annie. Professor Parker told me about the chess tournament and the trip to Belgium. He told me that you turned him down without even telling me. I want the best for you. I don't want you to lose out on something like this because of me. But the moment I saw you, I knew I couldn't go through with it. Now, we can't let the police know. They'll lock me up. If you think about it, no harm was done. Nothing was stolen, so everything's great.
Of course, everything wasn't great. While his intentions were sweet, he made a huge mess in school. The principal had reported the attempted robbery to the authorities, and I had to testify in front of the police as the only witness. I couldn't couldn't turn in Dad, so I had to lie. I told them that the thief was super short and had green hair. I hoped to keep a low profile about the whole thing, but the next day at school, I was treated like a hero. The girl who saved the school. My hair would have just frizzed out in fear. You're like a real superhero now. Yep, I guess that's me. Want to hang out with us and tell us all about it? And oh, let's snap a selfie. I need to boost my feed with some genuine hero vibes. But the worst thing was, since I caught Dad red-handed, he'd become increasingly clingy and hardly left my side. I guess he was scared I'd confess the truth, but it was really annoying. Like when this really cute boy Warren, who I liked but I didn't think had ever noticed me, talked to me.
Hey, Annie, I'd love to take you out for a burger. Sorry, she's busy.
Dad?
Come on, hun, it's lunchtime. The first one to our seat wins the pudding.
Sorry, Warren. I'll just have to go now. A burger soon, though.
Sure.
But soon, I started hanging out with Warren and his new friends all the time, while Dad's excuses to drop by became increasingly awkward and downright embarrassing.
I came by to check if you seen my lost, mop. Thought I might have wandered into your classroom.
And he'd always pick the worst times to barge in.
I think I'm falling for you in a big way. I think we need to clear the air here.
Dad! I'd had enough, and on the way home, I thought of ways to let him down gently. But I ended up screaming the truth at him in the driveway. Dad, it's time for a reality check. You can't shadow me forever. How about picking up a hobby that doesn't involve stalking me? You're suffocating me. Then he looked down and rolled his puppy dog eyes. I began to feel very guilty. But then, big news popped up on my phone. A very short man with green hair had been arrested for the school robbery. And it was all because of me.
Annie, we must go on the run.
No, Dad. You need to confess. Confess to what? And suddenly, we both turned around, and Fern was standing there with the groceries.
To not cleaning the bathroom properly.
You have never cleaned it properly, Annie. Oh, I think my sock drawer needs some reorganizing. Annie, you can tell me anything. I'll always take your side. You can trust me. I didn't tell Fern. I thought she wouldn't understand. I tried to forget the whole thing, but I felt so guilty. That innocent guy was in jail because of me and my dad, and we needed to set the record straight. But I just couldn't turn my father over to the police. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I was so angry at my dad that the next morning, I skipped breakfast and took the bus to school. But when I got there, I saw him getting into a cop car. Dad! Loads of people were standing around, watching and filming, and I was mortified. I tried to make my way through, but when I reached the police car, it drove away from the school. Then the principal came over and pointed at me. Warren and my friends were shocked.
It seems Annie isn't a superhero after all. She was an accomplice to her dad.
I've never felt such deep shame. If I had superpowers, I'd have vanished right there or zapped myself to the North Pole. I covered my face, crying, and was ready to run away from there, but a cop caught my arm. Time to face the music and confess. But when I finally told the truth, I felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. They let me off with just a warning since I was a minor, and my dad took full responsibility. Fern came to pick me up, and I was enraged with her. I knew she couldn't be trusted. How could you betray us like that? I must confess that I heard you guys whispering around. I quickly understood what was happening, and I knew I had to step in. You didn't deserve to live with that huge secret and with the guilt. I knew it was the right thing to call the police, and I was about to do it, but then I just couldn't. Not to save your dad, but because I know how close you guys are and how devastating it would be for you. I just didn't want to hurt you. I started crying. Thank you, Fern, for everything, and I'm sorry for being a brat with you. Fern hugged me firmly, and I hugged her back. During those hard times, we became really close. She took me home and stood firmly by my side through it all. But if you didn't turn him in, then who did? Some weeks later, they allowed me to visit Dad.
I confess everything myself. It was unfair that someone else was arrested, and it felt even worse that you lied for me. I was afraid you'd start hating me for dragging you into my mess, so I gave myself up. I'm so sorry for being such a terrible dad.
Dad started crying, and I soon joined in. No, Dad, you've been the best. I'm sorry I've been so difficult, and you don't need to feel like I'm missing out on anything. Promise, you won't ever do anything like this again.
Pinky promise.
And now, a few months later, Dad has been released, and we're moving with Fern to a new city for a fresh start, and I'm looking forward to making new friends. Hi, I'm Megan. Please like and subscribe because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. My American mom met my dad in London when she studied piano at university, and they got married and then had my older sister Susie. They moved back to the States so mom could work on her career, and then had me. Then they started having problems, and my dad thought it would be best to move back to London. But for some reason, Dad only loved Susie and ignored me all the time. On my 5th birthday, Dad bought her a PlayStation and beautiful dresses, while I only got a grumpy look from him. But Dad, it's my birthday. Why didn't you get me anything? Don't you love me?
Oh, stop being such a crybaby. I told you, Mum, I only wanted one child. Susie was enough for me. But no, you had to come along.
Seriously? He was such a jerk. And Susie always made sure to remind me she was his favorite. But thankfully, I had Mom, and she loved me to bits. Then one night when I was 8, Susie and I heard Mom and Dad fighting like crazy.
I know that child ain't mine. I know you cheated on me, you awful woman.
OMG, is that why Dad hated me all this time? Because I wasn't his daughter? Dad stormed out of the house with his bags and didn't even stop for Susie as she called out to him. I hugged Mom and cried, but she convinced me that he was crazy and we were better off without him. But there was someone who was super pissed. Susie. Dad left because of you. You're the reason for everything bad, Megan, and I'm going to kick you out of our lives for good and bring him back. I thought she was just going to be mad for a while, but the next day, I screamed when I went into the bathroom. Stuck on the mirror was my head cut out from a photograph with the eyes poked out and red paint streaks on my face. Of course it was Susie. I found more of those pictures all around the house, and I showed them to Mom, and she grounded her. Over time, I grew even closer to Mom, and she discovered that I was great at playing the piano, just like her. She started teaching me, and by 7th grade, I was good enough to be selected as the key player of the school's music team. But Susie just couldn't live with that. On the day of the program, when I went on stage, I saw that my music notes had been burned. There was only a heap of ash on the piano with a note, "Hope you fail and keep failing for the rest of your life. You don't deserve happiness." Susie was a psycho, and I was gonna kill her. I nervously started playing the music from memory, and everyone in the audience loved my performance, except for Susie, of course. She looked fuming mad. As soon as I got home, I confronted her. "What's wrong with you? Don't you think it's time to find something to do with your life besides being a pain in my butt? My life? You ruined my life, my happiness, my family. I'm not going to let you breathe in peace, Megan. Just you watch and wait." OMG, she was unbelievable. But then what happened next shocked me even more. My left hand suddenly grabbed her hair and smashed her face into the cake Mom got to congratulate me. She screamed as loud as she could, and Mom came running. "What did you do now, Susie?" But it wasn't Susie this time, it was me. And I had no idea what had just happened. I ran out of there all confused. A few days later, I was taking my math test in class, but I couldn't figure out any of the answers. I started to panic when suddenly my left hand grabbed the test paper of the girl sitting next to me. She screamed in shock. And up next, detention. What the freaking heck? What was wrong with my hand? Susie couldn't wait to break the news to Mom. As soon as we reached home, she started screaming. "Look, Mum, your favorite has made you so proud. She got detention for cheating." Mom looked at me in shock, but I just ran up to my room. Later that evening, I told her what had been happening with my hand, and the next day, she took me to the doctor. And it turned out I had a strange condition called alien hand syndrome, where my left hand acts like it has a brain of its own. It's more likely to get out of control when you're experiencing extreme emotions, like stress. What? Then what about my career as a pianist? I freaked out and my left hand smashed the doctor's instruments into the wall. I decided to keep it a secret from Susie because I didn't want her to tell the world that I was a freak. I thought my life was just ruined, but at least I had my best friend Max. He never visited me at home anymore because once Susie had put so many chilies in his food, he ended up in the hospital. I didn't tell him about my hand, but he could tell I was bummed out. So he took me out for ice cream that evening.
As we were walking back home, he suddenly turned to me. You have ice cream on your nose. Do you mind if I... Saying that, he moved closer, and my heart started beating a bit faster. What was he doing? He leaned in to kiss me, and I ended up slapping him really hard. Not my freaking alien hand again. Oh, Max, I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to. It's just, No, it's my fault. I should have asked you first. I'm sorry. Saying that, he ran off. I felt so terrible. A couple of days later, I was looking for him everywhere to apologize, and I found him making out with some girl in the music hall who was none other than freaking Susie. Oh my God, Max! Why are you kissing my sister? What are you, the kissing police? I can kiss whoever I want. You missed your chance when you slapped me. Oh, you obviously deserved more than that. Whoa. Easy there, Hulk. He's my boyfriend, and we've been dating for a whole day now. Susie, you know he's my best friend. Why are you such a jerk? Jerk? You're the jerk here, always wanting to take away my happiness. I'm not going to let you do it, Megan, so keep your paws off him. Saying that, she grabbed his hand and stormed out of the music hall. She just wanted to take away everything from me, even my best friend. Days passed and I focused more on my music. In the 10th grade, I had a chance to audition for a spot at the best music academy in the country. I was super excited for it. I reached the venue an hour early, but as I was waiting for Mom backstage, Susie called me on my cell phone, and she was crying hysterically. Megan, you have to hurry. Mom met with an accident on her way to you, and she's in the hospital now. Did that witch really think I'd believe her? But I called Mom 10 times and she just wouldn't answer. That's when I started to panic, so I quickly hailed a cab and rushed to the hospital. Halfway through, I suddenly got a call from Mom. Honey, my phone was on silent and I didn't even know. I just saw all your calls. I'm at the venue. Where are you? OMG, I couldn't believe Susie had played me. I got stuck in traffic on the way back and I arrived 10 minutes late for my performance. As the judges glared at me, I sat down shakily and tried to calm down, but I was so flustered. The performance started out fine, but only after a few minutes, my left hand went bonkers, and it turned into a complete nightmare. As people started to laugh, I ran off the stage in tears. I was so embarrassed and furious at Susie. She was so cruel. When Mom and I got home, I walked straight to Susie and slapped her hard in the face. I can't believe you'd stoop so low to hurt me. You ruined my performance. Do you have any idea how important it was for me? Yeah, I do, and I don't care. Just like you people don't care about me. Mom has always loved you and supported you, but me, after Dad left, she just abandoned me. Oh, honey, what are you talking about? I love you as much as I love Megan, but you always pushed me away, and I felt you hated me. Oh, yes. I do hate you. I hate you for making me feel left out. You two even have your own little secrets, don't you? Yes, I know all about Megan's condition, and I was just waiting to use it against her at the right time, and it all worked out wonderfully. I was about to attack her again, but Mom stopped me and Susie stormed off. I was never going to speak to that witch again, ever, but I could still annoy the heck out of her. I hooked up my piano to some large speakers and played like crazy day and night right outside her room. I started making videos of myself while playing and uploading them on my YouTube channel. Once, I even composed a song especially dedicated to her. If you know any Susie, just be aware. Even if she's your sister, please take care. My sister can't see me happy. No, just never. My witch sister hates me forever and ever. The next day, I had hundreds of comments on that video. People loved my little composition, and they even sent me sympathetic messages about their own mean sisters. And a few days later, I got an email from a famous music producer saying he saw some real talent in me and that he'd like me to work with him on a new album. What? Could it be that I was dreaming? This was insane. Soon after, my first album came out and it became a huge hit, and I was on freaking cloud 9. After that, I was playing at concerts and even went on a music tour with Taylor Swift.
Then one day, the bell rang and Susie opened the door. I went running when I heard her screams. Standing in the doorway was Dad? OMG, Dad, I knew you'd come back for me. I missed you so much. What took you so long? But suddenly, he just pushed Susie aside and came running to me.
Oh, my daughter. My lovely, talented, famous daughter. I knew you'd make me proud one day.
What are you saying, Dad? I'm your daughter, Susie, the one you love the most.
You're not my daughter. You're the reason I left this house in the first place. 'Cause you aren't my own blood.
What? This was crazy. All this while I thought I wasn't his kid, but turns out Susie wasn't? She burst into tears when she heard this, but Dad wouldn't stop.
I don't know whose worthless child you are. Megan is my only daughter.
Just stop it, Dad. You're not Susie's dad, and you're not mine either. You never loved me, and then you just abandoned us all. You're not fit to be anyone's dad, and don't you dare talk to my sister that way. Just then Mom stepped in, looking furious. You crazy, horrible man. I never cheated on you, and they're both your daughters. But you wouldn't believe me. Well, you don't deserve either of them, you selfish creature. Dad looked at Susie and said that he loved her and that she needed him. You only came to get Megan's money. You never loved me, and I blamed Megan for it. I thought she was the reason why you left me. But I realize now, you're just a terrible gold digger, Dad, and I don't want to see your face again. So leave, now. And then Susie kicked him out of the house. I'm so sorry, Megan. I was so mean to you all this time. I was such a moron for treating you like an enemy, and I don't deserve to be your sister. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I'm very sorry. Everything you did to me affected me badly. I don't know if I'm ready to forgive you, but I believe in second chances. I really hope you change. But for now, we can start with a hug. Susie hugged me and Mom joined us. I love you, my precious daughters. Everything will be fine as long as we're together. Hi, I'm Eurus from Arizona. Please like and subscribe. Me and my elder brother Ivan were raised by our single mom, who worked as a chef in a small restaurant. She worked really hard to give us everything, but it was never enough for my brother. How do you like this toy, Ivan?
Yuck, it's so bad. I want this car.
But that's really expensive, honey, and I don't have the money for it. I need to buy diapers and food for your sister. I hate her. Ivan just hated it. How he had to compromise on things because of me. So he secretly hid the car in Mom's bag, thinking that he could take it home. But I pointed it out right at the billing counter.
Car, bag, Ivan.
No, keep quiet. Unfortunately, the shop owner saw this, and since Mom didn't have the money to pay for it, he threw us out. And again, Ivan thought it was all because of me. So the next day when Mom went to work, he took me out and left me with one of the blind beggars on the streets.
Stay here and don't come back.
Thankfully, one of the neighbors saw this and she safely brought me home. But when Mom found out, she got really mad. Ivan, have you gone crazy? She's your sister and I told you to always look after her. No, she's not my sister. She's the reason why you won't buy me any stuff. So I just want her gone. Saying that, he stormed off and Mom turned to me and hugged me tight. Oh, sweetie, you must have been so scared. But don't worry, your brother's just a kid. He'll come around. Well, I hoped so too, but only he didn't. Growing up, Ivan was never around for me, and I grew up into a shy kid who hesitated while talking to others. Sometimes when they'd ask me something, I'd go completely mute and just run away. But as shy as I was really curious about things too. One time in second grade, I saw two old men playing a game in the park. It seemed so interesting that I stood there watching for hours until they called me.
Do you want to play the game, kid?
Of course I did. I loved solving puzzles and games, and chess became the ultimate love of my life. After that day, I'd play chess all the time, every day. But Ivan just hated it, because he was the complete opposite. He never liked studying and was often caught cheating on his tests. And the worst happened when Mom lost her job and Ivan failed 6th grade. Mom was really stressed, so she ended up scolding Ivan, and he seemed upset.
It's all right. I can help you with your studies.
But he didn't take it the right way and thought I was making fun of him. You're gonna teach me, huh? You think I'm a kid and you're some genius because you play that stupid game? Go away. He pushed me away and I landed on my butt. Mom rushed in and picked me up. Are you okay, sweetie? But for some reason, I couldn't speak. I tried really hard, but I just ended up in tears. Ivan, your sister was just trying to help you and you hurt her. You're grounded. After Ivan left angrily, Mom felt something was wrong with me because it wasn't the first time that I struggled to speak. So she took me to the doctor, and that's when we discovered that I had selective mutism, a condition in which a person goes mute for some time under shock or surprise. Mom looked really worried, but I didn't want to add to her stress. It's gonna be all right, Mom. The doctor said the condition will go away with time, so don't worry, okay? Of course, Ivan thought I was making it all up to get more attention, so he spread all sorts of rumors about me at school. But I couldn't care less. There was a regional chess tournament for kids, and they were giving away a huge cash prize to the winner, and I couldn't think of a better way to help Mom. So I spent weeks practicing for it while Ivan kept demotivating me. But it was no surprise that I won the finals, and Mom threw a huge party for me. I'm so proud of my daughter. She's like a blessing to me. Oh yeah? And what am I? A curse to you? Ivan! It's my birthday soon, so why is she the one getting a party? Ivan caused a huge scene and Mom had to ask everyone to leave. And now I was really pissed at him.
What's your problem? Why do you have to do this to Mom all the time?
But he just shut the door in my face. Ugh, this boy was something. He kept getting more jealous of my achievements as I kept winning more and more competitions. And by the time I was 13, I was competing in the state championship. My final match was against a guy named Greg, and everyone said he was a ruthless player. And indeed, he defeated me with his brutal moves. He was so good. I was really curious to know more of his tricks, so I gathered up the courage to talk to him. Hey, excuse me, whoa! Easy there, and I'm not signing anything for you. What? No, I'm not asking for your autograph. Then why have you been following me all the way into this elevator? I was... And there, my mutism was back again. It's okay, I get it. I'm so charming and handsome. Girls often go speechless when they see me. What? This guy was so full of himself. As soon as the elevator door opened, I stomped on his feet and ran out, hoping I'd never run into him again. And thankfully, the next year, I won the state championship because Greg wasn't there. By the time I was 15, I had won enough money from different chess tournaments for us to move into a better neighborhood and for Mom to start a small cafe. Things were really looking up for us, but Ivan continued to be a brat. He failed so many times now that he was in the same grade as me in high school, but he always hung around with the bad senior kids. One time when I was walking down the hallway, I saw him picking on some kid along with his minions. Ivan, stop it! What are you doing? But what I saw next shocked me even more. Greg? What are you doing here? Oh, so you know him. Is he your boyfriend? Then I guess I should trouble him more. Ivan! Just then the principal came in and most of the kids ran away, except for Ivan and his gang. When the principal asked what was happening, all the guys blamed Greg for trying to prank the seniors. No, I didn't do anything. Greg looked at me hoping I'd tell the truth, but I couldn't. I tried really hard, but I'd just gone mute. So Greg was put into detention, and I felt so bad that I decided to go tell the truth to the principal later. But Ivan caught me on my way. If you go and say anything to the principal now, I'm gonna make you and your little boyfriend miserable. Gosh, you're such a jerk. I can't believe you're my brother. I wasn't afraid of Ivan, but thinking about what he'd do to Greg, I decided to let it go. Just this once. A few days later, after the detention period was over, I went over to see Greg. Hey, I'm really sorry about the other... I don't want to hear it. Just leave me alone. He just walked past me without listening to another word. He was in the same class as me, but he hardly talked to anyone. And when I asked him to join the chess club, he just refused. He seemed so different from the time I'd met him at the chess tournament, and I wondered why he'd changed. A few days later, it was Mom's birthday, and I decided to go to her cafe after school and surprise her. But I got the bigger surprise when I saw Greg was laying out the tables there. What the duck? I asked Mom, and she told me Greg was in dire need of money and begged her to let him work there after school. But he was a chess master and a genius. Why was he begging for money? I had to find out. After we cut the cake, I went over to him. "Here, this is for you." He hesitantly took it, and then I explained to him the whole situation about my condition. At first, he looked at me weirdly, but then he just broke into a laugh.
So you weren't mesmerized by my looks in the elevator that day?
Absolutely not, but I was mesmerized by your brain for sure. Suddenly his gaze changed and he looked at me with bright eyes. We then talked for a while, but when I asked him about why he wasn't playing anymore, he said it was getting late and ran out of there. And I felt something was really off. So I decided to follow him and saw him secretly sneaking into a dark alley. And then he entered the haunted house in our neighborhood. That house had been empty for over 20 years and no one ever dared to go inside. Some people even believed that ghosts lived there. What was Greg doing here? I somehow gathered courage to go inside. But then I heard screams and I ran away as fast as I could. The next day, I waited for Greg at school so I could ask him what was going on, but he didn't come. Now I was starting to get worried, so on my way back home, I sneaked into the haunted house through the back door and switched on the lights. But as soon as I did, I heard that same loud scream again. Gosh, this was really scary, but I had to find Greg. I walked upstairs and saw a woman sitting on the floor in one of the rooms. And as soon as she saw me, she started screaming.
"Don't hurt me, please. Go away from here. Leave me alone."
I was really confused, but I could tell the woman needed help, so I calmed her down. But just then I heard Greg's voice from behind me.
What are you doing in here, and how did you get in? Get away from my mom.
Your mom? He lifted the woman up from the floor and made her sit on a broken chair. Are you crazy? If she's your mom, then why have you kept her here like this? He didn't answer my question and kept insisting on me leaving the house. He looked really mad and I had to leave. But this felt really wrong. Why was he hiding her in there? Later that night, I was in bed when I heard a loud thud and I was shocked to see Greg standing at the window. "Greg, what are you doing here?" But he didn't say anything and just hugged me tight.
I'm sorry for being rude to you earlier, Eurus. I shouldn't have talked to you that way.
He then told me how his mom was diagnosed with some mental condition a few years back. His jerk dad ran away with all the money and left Greg and his mom by themselves, and ever since then, they'd been moving from place to place. But your mom needs medical help, Greg. You should at least inform your relatives or social services about it.
They're all bad, Eurus. They just don't care, and they'll separate me from my mom. I don't want that.
I promised I was going to help him with the situation, and he happily went back. But just then, my room's door flew open, and Ivan barged in.
I heard everything you and your boyfriend were talking about. I've been hearing these screams, and I thought I was going crazy. But now, I can get rid of my headache for good.
What do you mean?
I'm gonna call the mental hospital and have that crazy cuckoo taken away.
But why would you do that?
Just 'cause I can. And I will.
You're a piece of garbage, Ivan. I tried to stop him, but the very next day when I returned from school, I saw ambulances were leaving from outside the haunted house. And minutes later, Greg came running into our house.
You informed them, didn't you, Eurus? They took my mom away before I could even see her after school. No, silly. I'm the one who did it. Why does no one give credit to me for what I do?
Before Ivan could say more, Greg jumped onto him and they broke into a huge fight. I tried hard to separate them, but they didn't stop until Greg's mom came out.
Stop it, Greg!
Stop it, Ivan! Greg looked really confused, and even Ivan lost his mind.
What the minions? Is she really a ghost? What's she doing here?
I brought her here. This morning, after you both left for school, I told Mom everything and brought your mom to stay with us until things were sorted. Greg ran and hugged his mom really tight.
No. Are you kidding me? She's a psycho. She belongs in an asylum.
Stop it, Ivan. I think you're the one who needs treatment.
Shut up, you little...
That's enough, Ivan. I didn't raise you and your sister to be so different. But while she's so nice and kind, you're always looking for ways to hurt people.
That's because you always hurt me. You've always liked her more and never cared about me. And treated me like I'm a good-for-nothing.
But that's your own fault. Even though Eurus is younger than you, she's always understood me and helped me, while you just added to my troubles. And I know you're failing again this year. Enough's enough. I'm sending you away to your aunt's place in the countryside.
What?
Mom, no! Ivan ran after Mom, and Greg turned to me and held my hand.
I'm really sorry for doubting you, Eurus. I'll never be able to thank you enough for your kindness.
Well, you can actually. I'm gonna be competing for the National Chess Championship, and I'd love to defeat you at the finals.
You sure you won't be distracted by my looks?
You...
Come here.
Hey friends, I'm Michelle, and I want to thank MSA for giving me a chance to tell my story. Ever since I can remember, I've been jumping from one foster home to the other. I used to feel like I was never gonna find my place. But then Miss Emily stepped in, my rock star caseworker. Miss Emily used to be a foster child too, just like me, and she always told me how she understood my feelings. On my 9th birthday, I arrived at my 4th foster home feeling a mix of emotions, but Miss Emily was there to calm my nerves.
Nervous?
Yeah? What if I can't make any friends here?
Come on, you'll make many friends. You're an amazing person, Ashal. Your foster siblings will love you. Don't worry. And since it's your 9th birthday today, I got you a gift. Come on, open it.
When I opened the box, I was stunned to see the prettiest necklace ever.
OMG, is this for me? Wow, I've never gotten a gift before. Thank you so much, Emily. I love you.
Love you too, kiddo. Come on, let's get you inside. The moment I stepped through the door, I knew things were gonna be different. First, because the house had 4 kids, all different ages. And second, the foster mom was really cool. She gave me pretty clothes, the best food, and the comfiest bed ever. But it was just a week in, and I felt the other foster kids being a bit jealous of me. One sunny afternoon, all the kids gathered to play hide and seek. I saw them forming teams and planning their secret hiding spots, and my heart sank as I stood there, unnoticed and left out.
Oh, look who decided to grace us with their presence. Must be nice being the foster mom's favorite.
I think she's nice to everyone, right?
Yeah, right. That's the reason we sleep in bunk beds, have to wear hand-me-downs and eat bland food, while you get to eat McDonald's and KFC. You're close to Miss Emily. That's why the foster mom gives you the royal treatment. So just go away. This is our thing, and we don't want to include you.
Feeling defeated, I turned to leave, and someone caught my arm. It was Maya, one of the foster kids around my age.
Cut it out, you guys. Seriously, what's with the jealousy? Michelle doesn't control what foster mom does. Oh, so you want to be her bestie? If you're so much on her side, you can leave too. Ugh, you guys are petty. Michelle, come on, let's play outside.
Maya and I quickly became close friends, and soon we were inseparable. She became my closest confidant, and I told her about my big dream to be a doctor one day.
And so you will be. You could be anything you want, Ishal. I really believe that.
Little did I know that our friendship would soon be tested. One day, our exam results were announced, and while I didn't get the best marks, my foster mom surprised me with her praise.
Ishal, I'm so proud of your efforts. Let's celebrate your progress. I'll invite Emily too. She's gonna see how much I care for you and will be pleased and put in a good word at the agency. You know, maybe I can have more kids here.
The celebration was awesome, but when I returned to my room after the party, my heart sank. My precious necklace lay broken on the floor, and Maya was collecting the pieces.
Oh my god, who did this? You? I'm so sorry, Ishal. It was an accident. I didn't mean for it to break. I was just trying it on, and it broke. I'll fix it, I promise.
Even though I was angry, I knew it was just an accident, so I took a deep breath and forgave her. However, the next day, the foster mom saw Maya and me trying to fix the necklace, and when she asked what happened, I told her the truth that Maya accidentally broke it. She was so mad. She said Maya was grounded for 6 months and couldn't go out with friends. Maya, can I help you?
No, just leave. Ishal, why did you have to be such an honest angel and tell her what really happened? You could have just said you broke it and I was helping you.
But I just told her the truth.
Don't try to be so noble, Ishal. We all know how you use your friendship with Miss Emily to get everything you want. I realize now you're nothing but a brat. All the other kids were right about you.
But Maya...
Don't speak to me again, Ishal!
Maya's anger ate her up, and our friendship took a major hit. But still, I held on to hope that Maya would realize her mistake and make things right. But instead, she went full-on mean girl mode. She was always rolling her eyes at me, would spread nasty rumors about me, and turned my life into a living nightmare at the foster home. It was like living in a twisted version of Mean Girls Foster Care Edition. One morning, I woke up to find my favorite t-shirt shredded to bits. It looked like it had survived a fight with a grizzly bear. Seriously, Maya, did you have to destroy my clothes like a psycho fashion critic? What did I ever do to you? You think I'm gonna let you off the hook that easily? You brought this upon yourself, Vishal. But I didn't do anything. Whatever. Maya's non-stop attacks never let up, and it felt like a never-ending storm cloud hanging over me at the foster home. Seeing how miserable I was, Miss Emily stepped in and promised to find me a better foster home. Months later, she came through on her promise and found me a new place. When it was time to leave, the other kids gave me jealous looks that made me feel really bummed out. As I entered my new foster home, a bubbly girl named Tyra greeted me with a wide smile and a warm hug.
I can't believe you're here. I'm so happy. I have always wanted a sister. We're gonna have so much fun together. Mom and Dad told me you were coming, and I've been sitting on the porch since 6 a.m. Crazy, right? I'm Tyra, by the way.
She was like a kid on a sugar rush, but I fell in love with her positive energy. Thanks, Tyra. I'm Ashal. It's great to meet you. In the days that followed, I realized I had struck gold. Tyra's parents weren't loaded, but their hearts were pure gold. Seeing how much they adored Tyra filled me with hope and made me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Over time, Tyra and I bonded and became BFFs. Tyra was an amazing painter who had a passion for creative expression. Even though Tyra and I shared everything, from secrets to clothes, her room was always kept like a locked vault. I never pushed her about it because our friendship was built on trust. And if her room was her private sanctuary, I respected that. But one day, while we were goofing around in the backyard, something happened. Tyra's leg came off and she fell to the ground. It was then I realized Tyra wore a prosthetic leg. I rushed over, wiped her tears away, and helped her up.
Ishal, I didn't want you to see this. I have a prosthetic leg and it sometimes comes off. That's why I never showed you my room, because I take it off when I'm inside.
Wow, Tyra, you're incredible. I had no idea, but it doesn't change anything. You're still the awesome person I know and love. In fact, now I think you're even cooler. From that day forward, our friendship grew even stronger. We had each other's backs, and Tyra knew she could be herself around me, prosthetic leg or not, and it made our bond even more special. I thought life couldn't get any better, but boy, was I wrong. One day at school, I got selected for the hockey team. When Tyra's dad heard the news, he was over the moon.
Ishal, that's amazing. Congratulations, you're gonna rock the hockey team.
He was so excited that he started practicing with me every day. We'd go to the local park and work on my skills. But as we spent more time on the field, I noticed something was bothering Tyra. And one day, I asked her, "Hey Tyra, what's up? You seem a little down."
Ishal, I'm happy for you, really, but sometimes it feels like I'm missing out. I can't play sports like you do, and it makes me feel left out.
Oh, Tyra, I never realized you felt that way. But you know what? You have talents and strengths that I can never match. You're an amazing artist and have a heart full of kindness. Tyra smiled at me and hugged me tight, but when I won the championship at school, Tyra's mom and dad couldn't contain their excitement. They lifted me onto their shoulders, cheering and celebrating. But as I glanced at Tyra, I could tell she wasn't liking the attention her parents were giving me. I knew I'd have to have a talk with her again. But before that, fate threw another curveball my way. One day in the school hallway, I spotted a familiar face. It was Maya. Anger surged through my veins at the sight of her. What are you doing here?
What do you mean? You think only you can get a nice foster home and get into a good school? Are others not worth it? Guess what? A very nice and loving family has adopted me, and I'm living the good life.
Good for you.
Listen, Ashal, stay out of my way, and I'll stay out of your way. Understand? You better understand.
I hoped Maya would actually stay away, but man was I mistaken. One day, I caught sight of her chatting with Tyra, and my gut screamed, uh-oh, something's up. I rushed over, ready to confront Maya and set things straight. Hold up, Maya. What are you doing talking to Tyra?
Oh, just having a friendly chat. What's your problem?
Come on, Tyra. Let's have lunch. I walked away with Tyra, but once we were seated, she asked me about Maya, and I told her everything. The bottom line is, Maya is trouble.
Thanks for looking out for me, Ashal.
I was determined to keep Maya at arm's length, but one day, when I saw her with Tyra again, I was so angry. I was walking towards them, but then all of a sudden, the witch pushed Tyra. That was the last straw. Fury consumed me, and I lunged at Maya, ready to defend Tyra with everything I had. It was an all-out battle, an explosive clash. But before things escalated further, school staff intervened, pulling us apart. We were all taken to the principal's office, and when she asked Tyra what happened, the words that came out of her mouth shattered me.
It was a shawl. She pushed me and Maya and was just trying to help me, but a shawl attacked her too.
What? No, that's not true. Tyra, you know it was Maya who... Before I could finish my sentence, Tyra's tears and her parents' arrival caused a shift in the atmosphere. They saw their daughter crying, and their anger was directed right at me.
How could you do this to our daughter? We trusted you.
Feeling rejected and utterly alone, I thought all hope was lost. But just when I thought I had hit rock bottom, my guardian angel, Miss Emily, appeared. I told her everything, and she was the only one who believed me and promised she'd fix everything. After that, things got a bit tense. 2 days later, Miss Emily came to pick me up, and I thought I was going to be moving to my 6th foster home. But when I learned Miss Emily had adopted me, I felt like I was on cloud 9. I was so happy that I had tears. You're my mom now? Yes, honey, I am. We're gonna have so much fun. And indeed, we did have a blast. Emily and I went on exciting holidays, exploring new places and creating wonderful memories. We laughed, we played, and we grew closer with each passing day. Emily also enrolled me in a new school where I worked my butt off to achieve my goal of becoming a doctor. As time passed, I worked hard and excelled in my studies. I even received a scholarship to a great college. Following my passion, I became a doctor, and I chose to help people with prosthetic limbs just like Tyra. One day, as I was checking patients at the clinic, I saw a familiar face. It was Tyra. Recognizing me, she looked ashamed. I decided to keep a poker face and act cool. I worked on creating a state-of-the-art prosthetic leg for Tyra. When it was ready, she looked at it with tears in her eyes and finally opened up. Ishal, can we talk, please? I want to explain things. No need. But I need to. I was scared, Ishal. You don't know this, but I was adopted by my family when I was 7. Before that, just like you, I had to move from one foster house to the other. Maya made me believe that my parents would replace me with you. Mom and Dad loved you so much. You were awesome at sports. I became jealous. I was just a kid, and I didn't know how to handle it. I didn't want to lose my family, so I followed Maya's words. But after you were gone, she turned on me too. It was then I realized she had always lied about you being mean to her when it was actually the other way around. She made my life at school a total nightmare. I guess I deserved it after what I did to you. Tyra's words hit me hard, and suddenly everything made sense. I could imagine the whirlwind of emotions she went through, seeing her parents praising me while she struggled with her insecurities. It's okay, Tyra. We all make mistakes. What's important is that you realize it and you want to make things right. So, how about we try this on? I was exploring our building when I walked into a strange, empty apartment. The walls and ceilings were all painted blue. Even the tiles on the floor were blue. Suddenly, I felt like I couldn't breathe. I tried to run out, but to my horror, I realized that the door had closed behind me and it was locked. I don't even know how long it took my parents to find me. Hi, I'm Piper, and since that day, I've had cyanophobia. Did you know that it's a fear of the color blue? And people who have it can't look at anything blue without freaking out. I don't even own a pair of blue jeans. If I look at the sky without my tinted glasses, I feel like I'm having a heart attack. So imagine how I felt when I got stuck in the middle of the ocean when I agreed to go with my best friend Tori to her private island. That was the worst day ever. Before I start my story, please subscribe to My Story Animated for the craziest stories ever. Are you sure you can't fix the engine, Conan? What kind of genius are you anyway? Stupid? We were a few miles away from the island, and the yacht's engine had suddenly died. Miss, I told you he can't fix it. We'll have to call some mechanics. Right now, I'll arrange the rowboat for you all to get to the mainland. My stomach churned. It was bad enough being in a yacht. I didn't want to be out there on the open water in a tiny boat. Don't worry, Piper. Just keep your glasses on and I'll hold your hand all the way. Tori was the best. Your glasses are so dorky. They match you pretty well. Ace held out his hand to help me off the boat, and I felt my legs turn to jello. He turned to Tori next. What a gentleman. Thank you, babe. She pulled him in for a long, steamy kiss. I turned away, only to see Lucy looking crushed. As soon as we got inside the house and I took my glasses off, Ace suddenly jumped in front of me, grinning. Hey, Piper, guess the color of my shirt under this jacket. I swear to God, Ace, don't. I looked away when he suddenly unzipped his jacket and laughed his head off. As soon as we'd settled into our rooms, everyone got on their bathing suits and headed straight for the pool, except for me, of course, and Conan, who probably didn't know how to have fun. Tori and Ace were chasing each other around the pool. Boy, Ace looked good. I felt so bad for feeling jealous of Tori. She'd asked me to help Ace with math lately, and stupid me, I'd just gone and fallen in love with him, and he only saw me as a weirdo. I wasn't the only one with a love problem, though. Lucy was trying so hard to get Ace's attention. Hey, Ace, I can hold my breath underwater for a really long time. Why don't you time me? When she came back up a few minutes later, almost blue in the face, Tori and Ace were kissing each other. Even though I didn't like her at all, my heart went out to the poor girl. Just then, Lucy started splashing around in the water like she was drowning. Ace, help! Ace started swimming towards her quickly, but someone else had gotten to her first. It was Conan. He emerged from the pool like a hero, carrying Lucy in his strong arms, and she looked furious. Luce, are you okay? What happened? Nothing. I just got a cramp in my leg. I would have been fine, but hey, thanks, Conan, I guess. I thought you screamed for help. So why didn't you come for me, Ace? God, I was feeling embarrassed for her. Could she be any more obvious? Just then, the yacht captain came running to the pool area. He told Tori that the earliest anyone could come fix it was a week. Tori called home for her private helicopter. Geez, my stupid sister Stacy has taken it on a spa retreat. We won't be able to get it for 3 days. Why is this happening to me? It's probably Conan's fault. He brought bad luck with him. My life suddenly seemed to have turned into something from my favorite channel, My Story Animated. I saw the story of a girl once who got stuck with her crush and his girlfriend in a basement. Who would have thought something like that would ever happen to me? They all came into the house looking bummed out. We were going to miss our own graduation. Everyone started freaking out. I tried to calm them down, so I said, guys, there's nothing we can do but make the most of it. Let's play a game. How about hide and seek? Everyone agreed. Surprisingly, Conan too. We drew straws, and it was Tori's turn first to find the rest. She started counting to 100 as we all slipped away looking for our hiding places. 85, 86, 87. She was almost done, and I still hadn't found a good place to hide. I quickly ducked into a small broom closet at the bottom of the stairs. I nearly had a heart attack when someone put a hand over my mouth. Shh. It's me. You're in my spot. Just be quiet now. Ready or not, here I come. When we heard her footsteps fade away, there was an awkward silence. I'm pretty sure he could hear my heart pounding. So are you afraid of the dark too? No, Ace. I'm not afraid of everything. You know I'm just kidding around with you, right? I wouldn't actually scare you. Well, honestly, my phobia isn't really a laughing matter. He fell quiet. To my shock, I suddenly felt him take my hand. Listen, I'm sorry. I won't bug you again. I could feel him pulling me closer. My head was spinning. Was he going to kiss me? Hey, Piper, there's been something I've been meaning to tell you. Just then, the door opened and we jumped apart. It was Tori, and she didn't look happy. What are you guys doing? Nothing, Tori. I ended up in Ace's hiding place by accident. Did you find the rest? Ace had turned red, and Tori kept looking between the two of us. Oh, I wish I could walk back into the closet and go out the other way, to Narnia or something. She said that she hadn't found the others yet, and I told her we'd help her look. We found Conan pretty quickly. He was hiding under the sheets in his bed, and he was fast asleep. And we all knew where Lucy would be. Somewhere in Ace's room. Let's call it a night, guys. I'm pretty tired. Walk me to my room, babe? Ace followed her, but he turned back to look at me for just a second. As I headed to my room, I couldn't stop thinking about that moment in the closet. What had he wanted to tell me? The next morning, as I was about to head down for breakfast, I heard Ace's voice from his room. Hey guys, has anyone seen my jacket? I can't find it anywhere. Just then, Lucy came out of her room, and boy did she look pissed. I can't find any of my lipsticks. I'm I'm going to look like a freaking ghoul without them. Who took them? Tori and I decided to check our stuff too. She found out that someone had taken all her credit cards. To my horror, when I went through my things, I couldn't find my bottle of anti-anxiety pills anywhere. Who would want a bottle of crazy pills?
Hey, don't be mean. Who'd want a bunch of lipsticks?
Guys, there's no one here other than us. Who's doing this? We all exchanged glances when we remembered Conan. Just then, we heard the sounds of things being thrown around and ran to Conan's room. He was sitting on the floor looking scary mad.
Who took my books?
We looked for the missing things, but they seemed to have vanished in thin air. Oh my God, what if this house is haunted?
Don't be silly. Of course it's not.
But Lucy seemed to be getting really worked up. You know what? This getaway was a bad idea, and this is all your fault, Tori. Suddenly, the always nice Tori seemed to lose her patience. Who forced you, Lucy? We all know why you're really here. I didn't even want you to come.
Oh, of course you didn't. You just wanted Ace yourself, right?
Duh, he's my freaking boyfriend.
Whatever, Tori.
I jumped between them and tried to push them apart before they ripped each other's hair out.
Get off me, freak. That's enough.
In case everyone has forgotten, it's my birthday today. That's why we're here. Ace gave her a quick hug and wished her a happy birthday.
Guys, let's not ruin Tori's birthday, okay?
Yeah, let's cut the cake. You'd think we were at a funeral. Everyone looked miserable, but Tori blew out the candles in delight and cut the cake. She picked up a slice and turned to Ace.
First one for my babe.
Lucy glared at the two of them, grabbed the knife, and took a big piece. Well, here you go, babe. And she shoved the piece in the mouth of a completely unsuspecting Conan. Weirdly enough, he looked really pleased. I'll just cut myself a piece. Nobody seemed to want to hang out, so we all went to our rooms. I was reading a book when Tori came in, carrying Ace's jacket. She said she'd sneaked into Lucy's room to search around while she wasn't there, and she'd found it under her pillow. She told me to come with her. We had to tell Ace. Reluctantly, I followed her to Ace's room. We got the shock of our lives when we found Lucy in his bed. Tori grabbed Lucy by the feet and dragged her out. Are you insane? First you steal all our things, now you're trying to steal my boyfriend? I didn't steal anything, and I don't think your boyfriend likes you all that much. I found the jacket in your room, and Ace loves me. I guess the ghosts in this house put it there because I didn't. And why were you in my room? Why are you in Ace's bed?
What are you all doing here?
Ace had just stepped out of the shower, and for a couple of seconds, all three of us forgot the fight. Damn, he looked hot. Then, Tori started screaming again about how Lucy had stolen their stuff, and they'd found her in his bed. And she said, "You didn't love me. Tell her she's crazy." Ace looked strangely nervous.
Of course I do, babe. Can we just stop this and go to bed?
Just then, Conan walked in. He stood staring at us for a few seconds. Then, before we knew it, he seemed to have flown over to the other end of the room, straight at Ace.
Hey, what the hell? Get off me, you ape.
Isn't one girl enough for you? Do you always have to take them all?
Why don't you take them all and get out of my room? I'm so sick of everyone.
Tori looked furious and stormed out of the room. Lucy followed her in a huff, and I quickly slipped out too. I couldn't wait to go back home. I'd had enough of all this drama. I woke up the next morning to my worst nightmare. Everything in my room was blue. I screamed and dove under the bed. No, this couldn't be happening. I could feel my chest getting tighter and everything closing in on me. It felt like I was 8 again, stuck in that apartment. Suddenly, I felt a hand reach out to me.
Piper, are you okay? Let's go, and keep your eyes closed.
While I sat on the bed with my eyes shut tight, I could hear Ace going around the room. When he told me I could open them, I saw all the blue sheets were gone. I couldn't stop crying. I need my inhaler. I pointed to the drawer, but when he opened it, it wasn't there. Ace quickly took a brown paper bag and told me to breathe in and out of it. He held me close while I calmed down. Oh my God. Ace, why'd you have to be so nice? Just then, Tori walked in, but before she could say anything, Ace explained that he'd heard my scream and came to see what had happened. Tori looked horrified.
I can't believe someone would do that. It's that Lucy, of course. She's always making fun of you. Where is she, by the way? We looked around for Lucy, but she wasn't anywhere in the house. We peeped in Conan's room, and he wasn't there either. When we went downstairs, I suddenly noticed something out of the window. Tori? Where's your yacht? We all ran out to where it had been docked, and it was nowhere in sight. Suddenly, Ace spotted a note stuck to a tree. Thanks for bringing your genius brother along. He finally managed to fix the engine. I hate all of you, including you, Ace. I hate you for not loving me back. I hope you all rot on that stupid haunted island. Hate, Lucy. Tori was about to blow a fuse. She called home and could hardly explain what had happened because of the weak signal. She threw her phone on the ground in frustration. I'd never seen her so mad. I guess we'll get home tomorrow, Tori. It's okay. Tori tried to calm down and forced a smile. Yes, you're right. We get another day on the island without those two losers. It'll be fun. Tori said her parents had a few boats and jet skis in the shed, so we could have some fun on the water. I was still feeling really shaken about what had happened that morning, so I told her I'd sit it out on the beach. You should join us, Piper. We'll go on the rowboat. Just keep your glasses on and just hold on to me all the way, okay? Promise, you'll be fine. How could I say no to him? Tori also encouraged me, so I decided to go with them. Just as Ace was about to push the boat out into the water, Tori said, "Hey, babe, can you run back to the house and get my sunscreen? I forgot to put it on and I'll get burnt." Ace ran off to the house and suddenly, Tori snatched the glasses off my face. What are you doing? My boyfriend is in love with you, Piper. And don't even act as if you don't know that. I asked you to help him study, and look what you did. I don't know what you're talking about. Please, give me my glasses back. He has been planning to break up with me after my birthday. I hoped he'd see on this getaway what a freak you are. I stole everyone's stuff. Messing around with everybody, especially that idiot Lucy, was just an added bonus. And I made your room blue. I stared at her, horrified, as she jumped off the boat and pushed it into the water. It's really you I want to punish, Piper. You stole my boyfriend. And with that, she walked away with the oars while the boat was carried farther away by the waves. I was going to die. I couldn't take this. I closed my eyes and hid my face in my knees. Just then, I heard the sound of a machine, and I barely opened my eyes to see Ace racing towards me on a jet ski. Oh, my knight in shining armor. He stopped next to the boat, and with shaking hands and legs, I somehow made it onto the jet ski behind him. My eyes shut tight. I'm so sorry she did that, Piper. She must have read my text to a friend. I was planning to break up with her because I've kind of fallen for someone else. Who? Open your eyes. I promise, it's not that bad. I did, and holding onto him tight, this was the least afraid I'd felt in a really long time. He turned around and kissed me, and of course, I kissed him back. I couldn't believe the crazy events of the past few days had led me to Ace. Of course, we're no longer friends with Tori and Lucy. I've enrolled in therapy for my phobia, and I have a long way to go, but I'm slowly making progress. I got a delivery on my doorstep today. I chose roses because they're not blue. That would be my life without you. Jeez, he's so lame. One day, I was streaming live in the living room when someone knocked on the front door. I opened it and saw a strange, tiny man standing there with a creepy smile on his face, and he smelled really good. He said, "Hi, I'm Noah. I'm looking for your dad. Is he home?" I replied, "No, he's out there looking for a stupid job." I was about to close the door in his face when he suddenly pushed it back open. I screamed. I thought he was going to hurt me. He took off his glasses and told me to stay calm. He looked a lot less intimidating without his glasses on, and his face was softer. I said, "Okay, come on in." The man sat on the couch and said, "I know you don't remember me, Olivia, but I know you." And then he took out an onion from his pocket, smelled it, and took a bite. This was crazy. I demanded that he tell me who he was, but suddenly I heard noises outside. I knew it was my family. I didn't want them to think I'd done something stupid by letting a stranger in, so I took the man's hand and pushed him into the nearby shoe closet. I gave him a $100 bill and told him to wait there. I locked the closet and left. After a few hours, while we were having dinner, Dad said that he had an announcement to make. "Well, I can't thank God enough for giving me another chance to reunite with my—" "I'm going to Harvard," I interrupted Dad. They all glared at me and burst out laughing. Then the annoyed Emily said, "Did they name the new mall Harvard?" I was about to hit her when Isabel, my oldest sister, and the one who was always on my side, stopped me and calmed me down. Dad said, "Don't be ridiculous. Olivia is plenty smart enough to go to Harvard." Mom asked if I even got accepted and when. Dad said, "Oh, not yet. I've contacted one of the best private tutors in town. His name is Noah. He's going to help Olivia get ready for her entrance test. Oh, he was supposed to arrive today. I wonder why he hasn't called." What? Everyone stared at me, and by the looks on their faces, I could tell they knew something was wrong. Emily said, grinning, "What did you do, Olivia?" I ran to the shoe closet and opened it. The tutor came out, looking furious. He said, "There's no way I'm going to teach this crazy girl. I'm out of here." And he left. I said, "Okay, just take another $100 and stay." But he stormed off. My sister started laughing at me, but Dad stood up for me. He said that he would find some online courses to help me out, and he dragged me to my bedroom to start studying. I don't know what Emily told you guys, but you need to know that I'm smarter than her, smarter than everyone in this family, smarter in a different way. I studied day and night. When we finally got the letter, Dad and I made sure to open it secretly. I was shocked when I was rejected. I was mad and told Dad that there was no way my sisters could know about this. He said they wouldn't. We agreed that we would just tell them that I got accepted, and on the day I was supposed to leave, I would just hide in the attic. I'd come back down after a couple of months when the semester was over. I wanted the basement instead of the attic, but the basement was already full of my other 4 adopted sisters' stuff. They refused to live with us, but never mind. That's another story for another video. The following day, we told everyone that I got accepted. No one believed it. Dad showed them a fake letter, and the look on their faces was priceless. The day after, Dad threw a party, and when it was all over, he said he was going to drive me to the airport. We just hung out until everyone went to bed. When Dad and I got back home, he made sure to give me everything I needed and told me he was proud of me for being so brave. I didn't feel brave, though. I felt sad because I was going to miss my Insta fans now. I spent a few days in the attic, and actually it was pretty nice. Not like I'd expected. Dad would come and give me food and all, and I was just posting pictures on Insta and taking a break from all the jerk guys out there. Everything was great, till one morning when I saw Emily and Sophia from the attic window. Sophia is my youngest sister and is usually a sleepyhead. I was surprised that she was up so early. I heard Emily say, "Now that Olivia's gone, we can finally do it." Sophia nodded, and both laughed like evil stepsisters. What were they talking about? Just then, my dad entered looking terrified. He said he'd had a fight with Mom, and she wanted him to go to the attic until God knows when. I said that was insane. It might get us exposed. Dad agreed and said, "But what your mom said was even more insane. She said that Isabella ran away with her loser ex-boyfriend last night and left her baby daughter with us." I said that Isabella was a grown-up and she always made stupid mistakes, so what's new? I told him about Emily and Sophia. He said he would stay with me to investigate. Dad stayed with me for the next 2 days, and it was crazy. Mom would come up and give him food and leave, and I would hide under the bed. Once she came in and whispered to Dad, "Hey, listen, about Olivia." Dad interrupted her and said that they would talk about it later, but Mom ignored him and said, "No, listen, I'm thinking we should." Dad then put his fingers in his ears and started singing la 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 la, so I wouldn't hear what Mom was talking about. Mom got mad and left. I got up and demanded to know what they were talking about. Dad pretended he didn't hear me and left, just like that. What was going on in this family? One night, I got a message from my boyfriend. "Hey, I'm on campus. Where are you?" What? Man, I broke up with him a week ago on purpose just to avoid this moment. What's wrong with boys these days? I sent him a picture of me studying. As if. I wrote, "I don't have time for you right now. I have to study." He replied, "Thank God. Finally. I was only with you because of the money and fame. See ya." What? But I broke up with him first. Whatever. I'll get a new boyfriend as soon as I'm out of the attic. The next day, I decided to sneak out and look for anything to help me understand what everyone was talking about. I knew it was crazy, but curiosity was getting the better of me. I opened the attic door, and there were Isabella and her loser boyfriend, Brad, laughing and whispering. They froze when they saw me. We stared at each other for a moment. I knew exactly what to say. I gathered up my courage and said, "Listen, sister, I love you, but no, this loser can't share the attic with me. Go hide him somewhere else." They both stared at me in shock, and then Isabella said, "Aren't you supposed to be at college?" I broke down and confessed everything. I told her about Emily and Sophia and Mom and Dad too. Isabella looked away and stuttered, no, it's probably nothing. I think we should probably go now. She grabbed Brad's hand and started to leave. I snatched her hand, got on my knees, and begged her to tell me the truth. I'll give you my room. I already took it. Sorry, sis. And with that, they left. I didn't know what to do. I was very confused and lonely. How could a popular influencer feel this lonely? I got an idea. I prepared my study corner and started a live video. Hey guys, long time no see. Yeah, I'm busy with my studies. It's hard being smart all the time. Oops, gotta go. Bye. Oh my God, did this just happen? I texted my dad and told him to come up immediately. He came running and said, "What's going on?" Dad, I think it's that time of the month. I'm not prepared. Dad looked completely shocked and obviously didn't understand what I was talking about. I told him I needed sanitary products. Dad was still looking shocked and just froze in place. I yelled, "Dad, just do something." Yes, honey, I'll do something," he said while running down the stairs. Minutes later, I heard Dad coming towards the door and a voice behind him saying, "Dad, what are you doing? And what are you holding?" That annoying Emily. She just can't stop showing up everywhere. Dad laughed nervously and said it was nothing, and they both left. A minute later, he sent a message that said, "I'm sorry. Try to figure something out. I'm taking everyone out to the backyard." I decided to sneak into my room. I found Brad's underwear on my bed. Ew, so disgusting. Next to his clothes, Isabel's baby was sleeping, and I got a very smart idea. I decided to take her with me into the attic. Isabella had stolen my room. I would steal her daughter. We were even now. She'd been my favorite sister, but she'd decided to start this war. Actually, having a baby wasn't as bad as I thought. She was adorable. An hour later, I heard my mom screaming, "Where's the baby?" Everyone was running around, and I could feel how nervous and anxious they were. The baby was asleep peacefully next to me under a blanket. Dad came in looking terrified and asked if I had seen the baby. "Can you see a baby in here?" No. And he just left. Minutes later, they all left the house to look for the baby. I got my chance and went downstairs, just to look for anything to understand what my family was up to. I got to the kitchen and saw a cake on the table and things like candles, balloons, and presents. My birthday was tomorrow. They were planning to surprise me at the campus? I was thrilled. But a voice inside me said, "No. Wait, Olivia, you know your sisters. They aren't that sweet." I told that voice to shut up and stop ruining the moment for me. I heard noises coming from outside. I knew that my family had come back. I ran up to the attic immediately. I took the baby in my arms and ran to the window. I opened it and yelled, "Guys, I love you so very much." They all looked startled and froze for a second. Isabella screamed, "Give me back my baby." "Oh, come on. You left her first." Then Emily said, "So you've been in the attic this whole time? You didn't go to college at all?" "Oh, your high IQ didn't help you figure that out sooner? But never mind. I don't want to fight. I'm really grateful to you guys for planning this surprise party for me." Sophia said, "What are you talking about? This party is for Samantha. She just arrived. We waited for you to leave so we could bring her here." Just then, a gorgeous girl appeared behind them. I looked straight into her eyes, and she looked back. I was sure everyone could feel the tension between us. I said through my teeth, "Samantha?" She said, raising her eyebrow. "Olivia!" Mom snapped. "Just get down." I joined everyone in the living room. Samantha was there with her bags. She's my twin sister. She was adopted when we were little, back when Mom was poor and Dad was in the Navy. We never got along when she used to visit us. And when I say never, I mean never. She had everything. Rich parents, fame, and beauty. She decided to become an influencer the moment I became one, just to compete with me. And now she had more followers than me. She just copied me and did everything I did. Emily said, "Well, this is going to be bad with 2 Olivias now." Samantha said, "Except that I'm smarter than her. I would never fake an acceptance letter and stay in the attic for months. That's just so dumb." I was about to jump on her when Dad stopped me and said that Samantha and I were going to share the same room. I got mad and said, "Why doesn't she stay in the attic then?" Sophia declared, "Oh God, another story from My Story Animated." Mom said angrily, No more stories for that channel. We are a happy family." I couldn't believe I was going to share a room with Samantha. She put all her fancy clothes and stuff on the bed and said, "This room is way too tiny for all my things. You can use Olivia's space for now," Mom said while holding a fancy red dress Samantha gave her. I was furious and said that wasn't going to happen. Mom glared at me and left. Samantha just couldn't stop giving everyone gifts. She gave Isabella a box of fancy makeup and perfumes, Emily the newest laptop, and Sophia a stupid pillow with a special message, and she thought it was the best gift ever. How dumb is that? Samantha also thought that we needed a new car, so she bought one. Then she made Brad our driver, and the loser was more than happy to do it. Everyone started worshiping Samantha. I decided to talk to Dad about this. I found him in the living room and said, "Dad, we need to talk. It's about Samantha." Samantha suddenly appeared and said she had something important to ask. She said she was having a party with her Insta fans tonight. She took out a stack of money and handed it to Dad and said, "I need your help organizing everything, Daddy." Dad nodded his head, got up immediately, and left with Samantha, like I didn't even exist. That night, around 200 people came to our backyard, and Samantha threw the craziest party ever. My ex-boyfriend was there, and he started hitting on Samantha. She didn't care even though she knew he was my ex. I'd had enough. I left the party and went back to the attic. Let little, wonderful Samantha enjoy it all. They only liked her because of her money. I opened the attic window and yelled to them to turn off the music because I needed some rest. Then Emily said, "What are you doing up there? Is that your new college?" I said, "No, I'm staying up here while you guys enjoy having a new, wealthy, spoiled sister." Sophia said, "Oh, that's so cool." I shut the window angrily and went to bed. When the party was over, I could hear my family talking about buying a new house. Samantha said, "This house is too small for us. I want you guys to move with me to the beach house, and we can have parties all the time." Everyone cheered and clapped. I went down and yelled at them that I wasn't going to leave the house. Then Samantha said, "And who said you were invited? I'm not taking you to my house." I threw a book at her, but it missed. Then Dad stood between us. He said, "There's no way I'm going to leave Olivia alone." "Fine," Samantha said. "You can stay with her." Everyone agreed with her and left. I hugged Dad and cried on his chest. The next day, while I was in the attic, I heard Samantha and Emily talking in the backyard. They were sitting on the ground while Sophia was asleep with that stupid pillow. Samantha said, "I'm so excited for you guys to move into the beach house. You're just going to love it there." Emily said, "I'm sure we will. Also, sis, I have a great idea to make sure Olivia stays away from us." That Emily. She was always against me. Emily said, "We'll get a restraining order against her. She'll have to stay 100 feet away from us." They both cackled in delight, and it made me so angry. Fine, if living in a fancy beach house meant so much to them, they could all go. At least I had Dad. The whole day, everyone was in a frenzy, running around and packing their stuff, while I sulked in the attic. In the evening, when they all seemed ready to leave, Mom called me downstairs to say goodbye to everyone. I kept my poker face on, but inside, I felt really sad. I couldn't believe they were actually all leaving, including Isabella. Emily said with a smirk, "Oh, just one last thing. I need you to sign this paper." I knew it was the restraining order, and I didn't care. I'd happily stay 1,000,000 feet away from them. Just as I was about to sign, Samantha rushed forward and shouted, "No!" We all stared at her. She broke down in tears. Wow, I didn't think the girl had any feelings. Samantha said, "I'm so sorry. I can't actually do this to my sister." She looked at me, fat tears rolling down her cheeks. "Everyone thinks I'm the lucky twin who got the rich parents and the fancy house. All I've ever wanted was to be with my own parents and sisters. I just did this all because I was jealous, Ollie." I stared at her in disbelief. Did she actually expect me to forgive her after everything she'd done? I said, "Are you joking? Now, after making my life a living hell? No way I'm forgiving you." Sam looked at me awkwardly and stepped closer. I was ready to defend myself, but to my shock, she shoved a box in my face and said, "Here, this is for you." "I'm really sorry, sis." I looked at the box. It was the latest iPhone. Oh my God, she really was sorry. For the first time in my life, I actually felt bad for Sammy. I realized that even though I'd sometimes wanted to kill my annoying sisters, it had been so much fun growing up with them too. I hugged her tight. Mom and Dad dragged us all into one big bear hug and said they were sorry, and they'd never realized how lonely Samantha must have been. Dad said, "We all have to stick together, guys. No one's leaving now." Emily said, "Can we still all live together at the beach house, though? I'm sure that's nicer." We all laughed, and Samantha turned to me. "Go pack your stuff, Ollie." We moved to our new house, and Isabella, Brad, and their daughter got our old house. I was happy for everyone.
Hi, I'm Ellie, and I've got an unbelievable story for you with mystery, suspense, and backstabbing betrayal. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I'm an only child, and I live with my mom, who is an amazing pizza chef. She has her own cookbook and a popular YouTube channel, and when I was 6, she started a pizzeria with her best friend. The two were inseparable, and Mom's friend also had a daughter my age named Gia. Gia and I couldn't be more opposite. I was shy and quiet, and she was weird and loud, but she was my ride or die friend. One time in 3rd grade, I spilled chocolate ice cream on my shirt, and this mean boy in the neighborhood called me Poop Girl.
Hey, you big jerk, pick on someone your own size.
The boy looked at Gia and couldn't stop laughing.
You pint-sized twerp? I'll smash you like a bug!
Then Gia whistled, and a giant stray dog appeared out of nowhere.
Attack, Fluffy, attack!
The dog chased the mean boy down the street, and he never messed with me again. Gia was always there right beside me, for better or for worse, but sometimes she could be a bit much. Since we were little, Gia was different. While I played with Barbies, she played with bugs, which totally creeped everyone out. On our first day of middle school, I wanted to make a good impression, so I spent hours getting ready. But on our ride there, Gia pulled out a huge jar of cockroaches.
Look, Ellie, my little babies are so excited. I think they'll love math class.
Maybe you should leave your bugs at home.
No way! What are they supposed to do? Crawl around in the mud all day? Isn't that what stupid bugs do? Don't be rude. Apologize to my babies now.
And just as I expected, all the kids thought Gia was a freak, and our first day was a total disaster.
Ew, gross! She has a cockroach on her shoulder!
Actually, I have 10. Want to see?
Gia, don't! But of course, Gia didn't listen. She pulled her jar of bugs out of her backpack. I tried to snatch it from her, but it slipped out of my hand and shattered on the floor. Kids started screaming. The bugs scattered everywhere. One jumped on my nose, a few got caught in the cheerleader's hair, and a big one crawled down our math teacher's pants. Gia and I were sent straight to the principal's office and suspended for a week. All the cool kids avoided us after that. As we got older and reached high school, things didn't change much. The bugs stopped making public appearances, but Gia was still odd. She spent most of her time in the science lab working on secret projects, which I thought was cool, but frankly didn't help her social life.
Sniff this, Ellie.
Yuck, it smells like feet.
But how does it make you feel? Do you want to climb a mountain or run a marathon?
No, I want you to get out of my face. Guess it needs work. Gia always spoke her mind, and sometimes it was so cringe. She had no filter. Like this one time, I went shopping with Rachel and her squad, the ultimate popular girls at our school, and I was getting along with them great. But then, Gia appeared just as Rachel had tried on this pink dress and was modeling it for us. Isn't this perf for the homecoming dance? I look stunning.
Not to be a buzzkill, but you kinda resemble Peppa Pig. Oink oink.
Seriously, Gia?
I was just being honest. Is it just me, or does anyone else suddenly have a taste for bacon?
Ellie, we have to go. Your weird friend is freaking us out. Rachel and her friends couldn't leave fast enough. What's wrong with you? Why did you say that?
Forget about Rachel. She's lame, and her perfume stinks. Come on, let's go down to the pizzeria and say hi to our moms.
As much as Gia drove me nuts, I couldn't stay mad at her. She made me laugh, helped me with all my homework, and when our moms were busy working late, Gia always came over to keep me company. She was like an annoying sister. The first day after the shopping disaster, my first period teacher had an announcement.
Class, we have a new student. This is Billy Fiss. He just transferred here. Make him feel welcomed.
He took the empty desk next to mine. Hi, I'm Ellie. If you need to know where your next class is or anything at all, just ask.
Thanks, Ellie. I'll be sure to.
I did end up showing Billy where his next class was, and we hit it off. After school, we had lunch at Mom's Pizzeria and talked for hours. He was super interested in everything about the school and my life. I felt so special with all the attention he was giving me. I told him all about myself, my mom, the pizzeria, and of course about Gia.
I know this is really fast, but I saw the posters for the dance this weekend. Do you want to go with me?
Would I? I was low-key freaking out, but I kept it chill. Well, I was going to go with a group of friends, but I guess I can change my plans. Billy picked me up for the dance in this fancy car that probably cost more than my house. He was dressed like $1 million. Then he gave me a corsage and a really expensive diamond necklace. I was so shocked, I was speechless.
Sorry, is the necklace too much? You don't have to wear it if you don't want to. It's just that when I saw it, I thought of you.
Hey guys, you think you can give me a ride to the dance? My bike's busted. I lost my bus pass, and my date, the love of my life, just broke up with me. Gia pretended to cry, and my blood boiled. Gia didn't even have a boyfriend. Just as I was about to snap, Billy said the sweetest thing.
Forget about him, Gia. I don't know you, but if you're anything like Ellie, then you must be extra special. And you deserve much better than that jerk. Of course you can ride with us.
Aside from Gia being a third wheel, the dance was pretty awesome. Billy was a dancing superstar. After that, Billy and I hung out all the time. We'd stroll in the park, go out for dinner, cute couple stuff. He was the perfect boyfriend, and his father was so nice. They even came to eat at the pizzeria. Billy's dad took one bite of my mom's pizza, and he was so impressed that he wanted to invest in the business.
I tell you, this place really has potential, and I think I can make it a huge success. We can take this pizzeria worldwide. By the time we're finished, you'll be millionaires.
Millionaires? No way, you're joking.
I'd never joke about a thing like that.
Then Billy's dad dropped a wad of cash on the table, then left his business card.
Call me in the morning, and we can talk business.
After Billy and his dad left, me, Gia, and our moms were so excited we danced around the store like maniacs. That night, I dreamed about being a millionaire and traveling to tropical islands with Billy on my yacht. The next few weeks were a blur. Billy's dad brought in these fancy accountants and lawyers to help my mom and Gia's mom with their business plan. I even started helping out at the pizzeria after school so I could do my part. Gia, on the other hand, was named president of the science club, so she wasn't around much. To be honest, it was nice getting a break from all her silly antics. With working after school and all my homework, I didn't get to see much of Billy either. He sent me sweet texts all the time, but I missed hanging out with him. Then one day, I was passing by the science lab and I heard Billy laughing. I went inside and found him sitting with Gia. They were doing some kind of experiment with this green goo that exploded everywhere. They were laughing uncontrollably and having the greatest time. Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, Elle, why didn't you tell me that Gia was so awesome?
Billy went on and on about Gia's stupid science experiment. I barely understood a word he said. I sat down and tried to help, but they totally ignored me. I felt like an idiot, and seeing them together made me jealous. I stormed off, and they didn't even notice that I'd left. A few days later, things got even worse. I texted Billy to see if he wanted to come over and watch MSA videos, but he said he was too busy to hang out tonight.
Sorry, babe. I've got a ton of homework and I'm really tired. Maybe we can hang out next week.
I told Billy that I understood and wished him a good night. It was nice out, so I decided to take a walk and get a chocolate sundae at my favorite ice cream shop. But I stopped short in shock when I looked through the window. Gia and Billy were sitting in a booth, sharing a banana split and laughing like a pair of hyenas. Hot rage coursed through my veins as I marched toward the door, but just as I was about to open it, I got a call from my mom. She was with Gia's mom at the pizzeria, and she was in tears. Mom, what's wrong? Before she could answer, the phone disconnected. I raced to the pizzeria, and what I saw next blew my mind. The sign on the pizzeria had changed to Fitz Pizza, and these huge, scary men were shoving all our things into a huge trash compactor. Gia's mom was trying to make the men stop, while my mom sat on the curb crying like a baby. What happened here?
We lost our business. Billy's dad took everything.
How could this happen?
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. We can't even afford to hire a lawyer to fight back. All our bank accounts are empty. We're ruined. Our lives are over.
The police showed up and arrested Gia's mom for punching one of the men in the face.
Get your hands off me. This isn't fair. It's not right.
Then, Mom fainted. I called an ambulance to take her to the hospital. The doctor said she'd be okay, but they had to keep her a few days for observation. I was devastated. I couldn't believe that Billy's dad was behind this. I called and texted Billy. There had to be some explanation, but Billy didn't answer. I even went to his house, but no one was home. Mom was right. We were ruined. I was so exhausted that I went home to get some sleep. But guess who I found waiting for me on my front porch? That backstabbing witch, Gia. That rage that coursed through my veins before, well, now it was 20 times stronger. I raced toward Gia like an angry bull and tackled her to the ground. You evil witch! I tried to punch Gia, but she grabbed my arms. Ellie, you have to calm down. There's something I need to show you. It's about Billy. I've already seen enough. I knew you were weird, but I never thought you were evil. I saw you with him at the ice cream shop. Oh, that? It was all part of my plan. What plan? To save the pizzeria. Gia led me to her house and into the basement. Take a look. I caught a toad. Billy was tied up to a chair and gagged. He had green slime all over his face, and he smelled like a gym sock. Gia, what the heck? Listen up. I'm sorry for hurting your feelings with Billy, but you need to know why I did it. When Billy started hanging out with you, I started following you too, and then him. You did what? Shut up and listen. Billy's dad is in the mafia and needed a front to hide his shady deals and launder his dirty money. That's where our moms and the pizzeria comes in. He thought snagging the business was the way to go, and the whole
whole thing was totally Billy's idea. That's why Billy was hanging out with me? I feel so stupid. Don't, Ellie. Smooth talking runs in that family. Billy's dad tricked our moms into signing over their business. Too bad for Billy and his dad that I'm not so easily played. I recorded them talking about their scheme for weeks, and I even convinced Billy to confess.
How did you get him to spill? First, I poured my truth serum all over his head, but that didn't work. It just stunk up the place. I really should open a window, huh? Gia, stay focused! Oh yeah, so since the serum was a dud, I asked my friends for a little help. Gia pointed to a tank full of giant winged cockroaches. Billy started to struggle and yelled through his gag. You should have seen Mr. Tough Guy crumble. Gia sent Billy's taped confession and the rest of the evidence she found to the police. Billy and his dad had been scheming small businesses for years, but no one could ever prove it until now. The police arrested Billy and his dad. The movers dropped the charges on Gia's mom. Our moms got the pizzeria and all their money back, and things went back to normal. Well, kind of. After the news got out that Gia and I took down a mob boss, our popularity at school went through the roof, and the pizzeria became busier than ever. My friendship with Gia grew as strong as an ox, and eventually, I didn't mind her eight-legged friends. But one thing was clear. With Gia around, my life would always be an adventure, and that was fine with me.
Hi, I'm Sophia from Romania, and I'm here to tell you something you probably aren't aware of. Each one of you has the power to change people, even the jerk ones. But before I continue, like and subscribe because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. People in my little town thought that I was the cutest girl with red hair, and they completely doted on me. Everyone would notice me wherever I went and would start talking and laughing with me. Yes, I enjoyed it, but honestly, sometimes it got overwhelming. One day when I was 3, I was at my neighbor's place and her son put a paper crown on my head and offered me a horseback ride.
All hail Sophia, the Queen of Romania.
Just then, his jealous little demon sister came running out of nowhere and pushed me off his back.
No, she's ugly.
Then she squirted glue in my hair. I pushed her and was about to attack her when my mom took me away. All evening, my parents cried and I tried to comfort them.
It's okay, Mom, Dad. It will grow back, prettier than before, I promise.
Eventually, they just had to cut my hair, and it did grow back all lovely and thick in a few months. When I was 4, Mom started taking me to a small farm 2 hours away from our house just to have my hair washed with goat's milk. That was insane, but being around sheep and goats was fun. I refused to let them wash my hair unless I milked the goat myself. It took me 4 hours though, but I did what I enjoyed. Dad's favorite thing was to spend every evening brushing out my shiny curls as we sat around the fireplace, but I only agreed if he read me stories. One day, Dad sent my picture for a modeling job, and I got accepted. I told my parents that I was only 5 and I had a childhood I wanted to enjoy. They promised the job wouldn't affect anything, and it would make them proud and happy. So I agreed. And just like that, I started modeling for the following years. By the time I was in 9th grade, I was a pretty popular hair model for all sorts of shampoos and hair products. But I never enjoyed having makeup slapped on my face and posing in front of a camera. One day, I was determined to tell my parents that I was done. But then, Dad got off the phone with my agent, saying that there was an audition for the role of the Little Mermaid. Mom, Dad, I'm just done with all this. Please, just let me live the life I want, not the one you want. With that, I stormed off to my room. And no, I didn't go to that audition. Months later, Dad said I got an acting job offer in LA. I knew there was no use protesting, but I thought to myself that the States is the land of freedom, and the moment I would arrive there, I would be more free. And just like that, we'd flown across the world and settled in LA. It was really different from anything back home, but all I was thinking about was school. I wanted to do well so I could study law in college. As I walked down the hallway on my first day of school, suddenly someone came rushing straight at me on rollerblades. The only thing I could register was the most beautiful pair of blue eyes before we both rolled onto the floor. For a minute, we gazed into each other's eyes as my heart beat furiously. Someone slammed a locker door somewhere, and we both snapped into reality. He jumped to his feet, and I held out my hand. "Oh, sorry, He smiled and took my hand to help me up. "Yeah, I'm sorry too, for not pushing you harder, ketchup head." And with that, he let go, and I fell back on my butt.
He just smirked and skated away. I stared at him in disbelief. What an A-class jerk! I really hoped I wouldn't have anything more to do with him. But to my horror, it turned out that he was in my class. I just knew he was going to make my life miserable. The teacher asked me to introduce myself, and I stepped in front of the class. Hello, everyone. My name is Sophia, and I'm from... Before I could even finish, the boy burst out laughing. What planet are you from? Do all the aliens there have hair like Elmo's fur? And does everyone talk like they're stupid? Brian, that's no way to talk to a girl. That's no way to talk to anyone. I've never met anyone as what you call it? Handsome, breathtaking, dreamy, as rude as you. And don't make fun of my accent. I'm proud of where I come from. Wow, now your face is as red as your hair. Do all ketchup heads get this angry? Only if they meet stupid people like you. Someone from the back called out. Geez, get a room, guys. What room? I'm new here. Can someone guide me? Oh yeah, I will. Everyone started laughing as he got up. I didn't really understand what was so funny, but the teacher was banging on the table to make everyone quiet. Brian, that's enough. You'll be staying back for detention today. Tell me something new. The teacher glared at him, but decided to ignore him for the rest of the lesson. Later at lunch, I found out from all the girls that Brian was the bratty son of some rich businessman, and he was just always getting into trouble. But even the principal doesn't really say anything because his parents are big donors. I'd be a bit worried if I was you. You seem to be his next target. I'm not scared of some stupid jerk boy. Just then, Brian walked over to my table with a blonde girl and said, Here, a new friend. She speaks like a robot, but not like a ketchup head. Maybe more like a mustard head? Listen, I have to be honest here. You guys do have a beautiful accent. See, I can be nice. How about a kiss? I felt my temper flaring up again and rose from the bench to punch his face. But before I could attack him, he turned around to leave, and I decided to let it go. The next day, I walked into the classroom for the chemistry lesson to find no one was there. It turned out that it had been shifted to the lab, and I was 15 minutes late by the time I finally found it. Ah, Sophia, you must be the new student. We're doing the experiment in pairs, and the only person left is Brian. Ugh, I couldn't believe I was stuck with him. Things were going smoothly enough for a while, and when Brian handed me a beaker, our fingers touched for a second, and I could swear I felt sparks. I sneaked a glance at him to see that he was also looking at me. Is there something you want to say? Suddenly, he came a little closer, and my stomach did a few backflips. Was he going to kiss me? I was just wondering. Why do you breathe like a dragon? I can hear your nose whistling. Ugh! Well, I can hear your face joking, so I guess we're even. And with that, I stormed off to the teacher with my lab results. I was just done experimenting with this boy. For the next 2 years of high school, he kept being a jerk to me. He would call me names all the time or pull stupid pranks. I knew he was just trying to get a reaction out of me, and the best way to deal with bullies like him was to pretend he didn't exist. One day when I was in the library, holding my head over a really puzzling math question, someone suddenly pulled my notebook away. What are you crying over, Tomato Queen? Your sappy diary? Dear diary, Brian is so mean to me. Give me back my notebook. I don't have time for your nonsense. Seems like you're as stupid as you look. You've done the question all wrong. Oh yeah? And you're going to tell me how to do it right? Since you're practically begging me for help, sure, I can't say no to a damsel in distress. And with that, he just sat down and started scribbling away furiously in my notebook. A minute later, he threw the pen down. And that's how it's done. Give me that. Wait, what? That's actually the right answer. I stared at his smug face in complete shock. How come you're always getting such bad grades? Why do you let everyone think you're dumb? That's none of your business. But Brian, wouldn't your parents be really proud to know you're so smart? Suddenly, Brian got up from his chair, looking furious. What do you know about my parents? Nothing. They wouldn't care if I was as smart as Einstein. They're too busy fighting with each other to have any time for me, so just stay out of it, and I don't think you know anything about me. And with that outburst, he stormed off. For the first time, I felt a bit sorry for him. A few days later, the teacher gave back the last math assignments of the term, and she slapped Brian's on his desk. Brian,
You're going to have to repeat the school year now. I want to give you one last chance. I'll give you another assignment, and if you do well, I'll give you a passing grade. Thanks, but no thanks. See you again next year. I tried to stop myself, but I just couldn't. Brian, you know you can do it. I can help with it, but I don't think you even need any help. Miss, he's practically a genius. He really doesn't deserve to fail this grade. Everyone was staring at us now, and Brian looked livid. No, I'm not. Who do you think you are, ketchup head, my guardian angel? I just don't want you to be left behind, dude. Why do you care? I don't want a second chance. Stop acting like Mother Teresa. And with that, he stormed out of the room. What a stubborn idiot. When I went home that day, I had some shocking news waiting for me. Dad was really unwell and was given time off work. And to make matters worse, I found out that he'd gotten sick because our immigration status had been under threat for a few months and he'd been trying to deal with it. If we lost the case, we'd have to go back to Romania. I felt devastated. I skipped the next few days of school to help Mom take care of Dad. But when I finally returned, I was taking some stuff out of my locker when I heard Brian behind me. Oh no, you're back? My eyes were feeling so much better because they weren't hurting every day looking at your hair. I started walking away, but he kept following me. Come on, what's the big secret? Where were you? Growing tomatoes? Making ketchup? If you must know, Dad has been working too hard lately, and he fell sick, so I was taking care of him. Oh, I feel so sorry for your dad. Sorry that he has such a dumb, ugly daughter, and he brought her all the way from Romania and worked so hard just so she can have a good life. You made him sick, ketchup head. You make me sick too, actually. He'd really stepped on a nerve, and I snapped. I turned around and gave him a hard slap. You're just a spoiled, ungrateful brat who's been given everything in this world, and you just want to waste it and make others miserable. To think I ever felt sorry for you. I hate you, and don't worry. Soon enough, you won't ever see me again. I stormed off, and this time, he didn't follow me. A few days later, we went to court to fight our immigration case. But to our dismay, the judge ruled against us. Just then, a well-dressed man came running into the courtroom. Your Honor, I'd like to submit an appeal in this family's case. They deserve to stay here. We just stared at the stranger, and he started firing some legal mumbo-jumbo and handed papers to the judge. And to our shock, the judge actually changed his decision, and we won the case. We didn't have to leave. As we hugged each other, we turned to the man and thanked him over and over again. But sir, if I may ask, who are you? I'm your friend Brian's private family lawyer. The boy has been after me non-stop for the past few days to look into your family's case. Oh my God, Brian? Did he really do that? I headed straight for school after that. I looked everywhere and finally found him sitting alone on the bleachers. He looked stunned to see me as I sat down beside him. Brian, why did you do that? I don't know. Maybe because you tried to help me, even though I've been nothing but a complete jerk to you. And maybe because I've had a crush on you from the start. My face broke into a huge grin. I always knew it. You like ketchup head. With that, I pulled him in for a long, steamy kiss. So I have been living in LA for a good long time. I've become a lawyer and mostly deal with people's immigration cases because I want to help others like me. Oh, and I'm married to Brian now. And we have a beautiful daughter, Leah. I'm teaching her both English and Romanian because learning different languages makes you smarter and changes the way you think.
They'll tell you I'm a thief, an outlaw, a rebel. All of it's true. But what they miss is the best part. The part when I met her, Maid Marian. Because before her, I was fighting for a cause, sure, taking from the rich, giving to the poor, but it was just a fight. Marian didn't just join my cause, she transformed it to a crusade. Our greatest enemy was the sheriff of Nottingham, a man whose unfairly high taxes made life unaffordable for all. I was just a boy when he came for us. My father, a proud and honest farmer, couldn't pay the rent after a season of failed crops. His men banged on the door, then dragged us into the street like animals. I was terrified, but my father stood tall.
We've paid our dues every season. A man's worth shouldn't be measured by the gold in his hand, but by his work and his honor.
Honor doesn't pay the sheriff his rent.
My mother begged and pleaded, but they tossed us out and set fire to the fields. I watched everything my family had worked for turn to ash. I swore that night I'd never let anyone feel that powerless again. In my world, the rich lived in their own bubble of luxury and ignored the poor. I never felt guilty robbing them. The noble women were no different, lost in gossip and gowns, and unaware of the struggles beyond their lavish walls. That's just how it was, until I met Marion. Disguised as a beggar in the bustling marketplace, I kept my head down. The sheriff's men had plastered wanted posters of me everywhere. Amid the usual chaos, a desperate cry caught my attention. A frail old man who had been caught stealing bread was pinned to the ground by one of the sheriff's brutes, ready for the usual harsh public punishment. Just as I prepared to intervene, a confident voice interrupted.
Stop that!
The crowd parted, and she stepped forward. At first glance, she seemed like any other noblewoman.
A public beating of an old man for stealing bread? Have you no mercy?
Kindly go about your business, milady.
I am Lady Marion of Beaumont, and I will not let this man go!
Lord Beaumont was a powerful man, the sheriff's top tax collector and the reason the poor starved. But besides being beautiful, his daughter also had a spark and kindness I'd never seen in a noblewoman before. My heart beat faster than a fiddler's strings. The guard, unsure of what to do, let the beggar go. As she turned to leave, I saw her look at one of my wanted posters.
Be warned, he's one of the most dangerous criminals in all of Nottingham. He says he steals from the rich, but the poor pay the price. More guards roam the streets because of him, which means higher taxes and more punishments. He thinks he's helping, but he makes it worse.
I watched her go, assuming I would never see her again. It wasn't my place to think of her, for I was betrothed to a woman I didn't love. It was a match arranged for peace between families that my heart had no part in, nor hers. But still, I couldn't help telling my loyal merry men of my encounter with the compelling Lady Marion.
You're smitten by someone from the Beaumont family? She might have a sweet face, but her heart and loyalty will always be with her family coin.
He's right, my friend. Temptation comes in many forms. She'll lead you to heaven first, and then straight to your doom.
Trust me, Robin. I've seen it before. Her world and ours, a distant shore.
Despite my friend's warnings, I couldn't shake her from my thoughts. That very night, as fate would have it, I would see her again, and everything would change. It was an ideal night for stealing. The sheriff's grand party would keep the nobles busy, the perfect place to show off their riches. I sneaked through the back of a grand estate into the kitchen and quietly took what I could. But upstairs, as I reached for an ornate necklace, I sensed someone else was in the room.
You're Robin Hood, aren't you? The dangerous criminal?
I turned slowly and knew exactly who it was. And there she stood, Lady Marion, bow drawn, an arrow pointed at my chest, the same fire in her eyes that I'd seen in the marketplace. I put my hands up. I mean you no harm, and I am no criminal. I steal back what they've already taken from us.
I knew you'd come. I was waiting for you or one of your merry men. I knew the banquet would be the perfect distraction.
Clever. Well, I hope the reward is worth it.
You think that stealing trinkets and silverware is helping your cause? Maybe in the short term, but you need a better, longer plan if you are to win.
I don't remember asking for your advice, my lady. Go back to your silks and oysters where you belong. This is not your fight.
It's only a matter of time before the sheriff catches you. And then what will the poor do? Ever thought of that?
I couldn't believe her cheek. But deep down, I knew she was right. Well, it looks like I've been caught. So you tell me.
I don't want to turn you in, Robin. I have a plan. You're stealing from the wrong places. The real wealth isn't in these houses. It's in the vault beneath the castle. The taxes collected from the poor.
Now I see it. You're insane. How am I supposed to get into a steel vault?
Why, Robin, it's simple. I'll get the key.
I was shocked. Her plan was bold, yes, and brilliant. But I was hesitant. And why should I trust you?
Because it's my fight too. I've watched my family grow fat while others starve. I've seen food wasted on dogs while people beg for scraps. I've seen the sheriff's men drag families from their homes, beat them for a few missed coins, and I've had enough.
But if you get caught, you'd be an outlaw, and your betrayal will never be forgiven.
I don't want forgiveness. I want change.
Her words struck me hard, as if she had shot me in the heart with her arrow. I saw my own past flash before my eyes, the night my family was thrown out by the sheriff's men. The fields burned, our home reduced to ash. Marion wasn't just a noblewoman playing rebel. She meant every word. Then so be it. Finally, she lowered her bow, and for the first time, we smiled at each other. I was captivated by her, and knew it wasn't just her plan I was falling for. It was her. Together, we could ignite a change far greater than anything I could ever achieve alone. We arranged to meet the next night that night, and I ran straight to the merry men, eager to explain my plan. But they were less trusting.
She's not here for the people, Robin. This is just her rebelling against her father.
Her heart's burning with anger, not justice. The fire can consume us all if we're not careful.
It's a clever plan, I'll grant you, but don't easily place your trust. When it's her or your head, she'll leave you for dust.
It took me a while to convince them, and even then, I knew they were placing their faith in me, not Marion. And my heart believed in her, but my mind couldn't silence the doubts. What if it was all a setup? But I decided to brush all negative thoughts away and focus on the task ahead. Marion planned to steal the vault keys from her father and leave them in the sheriff's castle library. We'd sneak in at dusk, steal the treasure, and vanish without a trace. But before I set out that night, I wanted to see my betrothed. It didn't feel right committing to her when I couldn't shake Marion from my mind. I'm sorry, but we can no longer wed. I will ensure your family is provided for. You'll never want for anything, I swear it. But she was outraged. This wasn't about love. It was about pride, the humiliation of being cast aside. I thought I'd done the right thing, but I had no idea what her wrath would lead to. Later, the merry men and I arrived at the estate. We crept through the garden toward the library. My heart pounded in my chest, not just from the risk of the mission, but because I was placing all my trust in Marion. But when we reached the library and looked where she told me to, my heart sank. The keys weren't there. Had something gone wrong? Suddenly, we heard footsteps, voices. We ducked behind a heavy curtain just as the door swung open. It was Marion and her father.
I must say, Marion, this is a pleasant surprise. You've never shown much interest in my line of work before.
Yes, Father. I thought it was time to understand more about our holdings. See things through your eyes.
Was this all part of her plan? Did she need more time? But then, the unmistakable sound of clanking armor echoed down the hall. The door burst open. This time, guards flooded the room.
Start the search! We've received word that Robin Hood is in the castle.
My heart dropped. I was desperate to believe Marion hadn't betrayed us. But it wasn't long before they ripped back the curtain and found us. I was dragged out in front of Marion and her father. As the guards bound my wrists, I caught her eyes. I begged her silently. Say something. Do something. But she just stood there.
Marion, you're witnessing history. The most notorious outlaw in all of Nottingham, finally caught. You'll never have to worry about this scum again once you take over from me. Isn't it magnificent?
I held my breath, waiting for Marion to intervene. But she just looked away.
Yes, Father. Justice must be served to criminals. And may I have your coat, please? I'm cold.
Her words hit me like a dagger to the chest. And as they dragged me away, I felt the sting of betrayal burn deeper than any wound I had ever known. They soon threw me and the merry men into a cell.
Well, I warned you. Nobles only look out for themselves. We're gonna be hanged for this. But we'll be together till the end, brother.
We are all tested with betrayal, but it is through forgiveness that we find salvation. Pray for strength and for Marion.
Our mission will live on, no matter our fate. The people will rise one day. They will not hesitate.
I felt like a crushed man in that cold, damp cell. When I heard the sound of footsteps getting closer, I braced myself for the next cruel twist. But there before us stood Marion. Before I could speak, she threw a set of guard uniforms at us and started to let us out.
Put these on, now!
We all dressed, and the merry men soon fled, disappearing free into the night. My heart was pounding as I followed her down a corridor to follow them out the castle. I thought you handed us over.
No, you were followed to the castle. I saw it happening but couldn't warn you. Then I realized you getting caught was the only way to distract them. They'd celebrate your capture and leave the vault unguarded. It's the perfect opportunity.
No, Marion. We need to leave now. You'll be free from all this.
We came here to take back what belongs to the people, and I have the keys.
She lifted the keys she'd taken from her father's coat, the very same she'd asked for warmth in the library.
This is our chance, Robin. We can't let them win.
But if they catch us...
The poor have no one else.
Her words pierced my doubt, and I followed her, deeper into the belly of the castle. We reached the underground chamber, which was unguarded just as Marion had said, and she unlocked the door. We walked over to the vault door at the back, and she unlocked that too. I turned its handle, but it wouldn't budge and kept slipping from my grasp. As I struggled, Marion stepped forward and placed her hands over mine.
Your hands are trembling. Here, let me help you.
Our eyes locked briefly as we pushed down on the handle together, and the door clicked open. We soon filled sacks with coins and gold, our hearts racing. But just as we were about to leave, laughter and voices carried down the hall. And it was none other than Lord Beaumont and the Sheriff of Nottingham.
Let us take what we can before the celebrations end.
The king won't miss what he doesn't know exists. Only you and I know the amount of cash and gold we really have here.
We quickly shoved the bags behind a pillar, but we had nowhere to run. Just then they entered, and Lord Beaumont hastily hid a sack behind his back.
Guards, what are you doing inside? Wait! The vault! It's open!
Lord Beaumont drew out his sword.
Show yourself!
I was thinking about how to tackle him and the sheriff when suddenly, Marion stepped forward calmly. I had no idea what she was doing. Then she lifted her visor, and the color drained from her father's face.
Marion? What in the world is this madness? What are you doing here?
It's obvious, is it not? How dare you steal from the king? Isn't that what you were both about to do? But father, you have it all wrong. I was stopping the robbery.
My heart plummeted. Would she really do this to me? But when she pushed me down to my knees and handcuffed me, I knew my fate was sealed.
Is that so? But why are you in armor? Looks like a disguise to me. Father, look at how he doubts my loyalty. I knew all the guards would be drunk and busy in celebration, so I came here in armor to do my duty. And I found this thief here in armor too, which he stole from a guard he attacked earlier. You should be thankful I caught him, because it's none other than Robin Hood.
Marion pulled off my helmet to reveal my face. The sheriff and Lord Beaumont looked shocked, then started laughing.
Marion, I always knew you had the mettle of a true Beaumont. Well done. Excellent work, my girl. You see, Robin Hood, no matter your cunning, you cannot outwit true loyalty.
I desperately tried to make eye contact with her, but she didn't meet my gaze.
Guards! Guards!
Suddenly, Marion kicked my back, and I fell face forward.
No need for them, father. Look at how pathetic he is. He's in handcuffs and can do no harm. Why don't you check the vault first and reassure yourselves that everything is in there? I hope I've made you proud.
The sheriff and Lord Beaumont walked towards the vault as she quietly unlocked my handcuffs. And the second they were inside, we both rushed to the vault door and pushed all our weight against it, slamming it shut. As we heard the muffled shouts and cries of the two men inside, Marion quickly locked the vault door, and we walked out of there with the bags of riches and big smiles. That was close. You really had me thinking this might fail.
It was never meant to fail. Not for me.
What do you mean?
The vault was empty days ago. What we loaded into these bags? Fake painted rocks. Tonight wasn't about gold. It was a final farewell to my father and my soon-to-be fiancé.
The sheriff? So this was...
a trap. I knew the sheriff couldn't resist a quiet raid. I hoped my father would follow. He never trusts anyone with the money. Lucky me, caught red-handed in an empty vault.
with no one to blame but each other. The royals will handle the rest.
You played them.
I played everyone, but I chose you.
She wasn't just escaping her world. She tore it down, piece by piece.
Oh, and tell Friar Tuck he was wrong. I didn't fall from grace. I burned the palace down first.
It's weird to think about why we even need enemies when we've got siblings. That's my thought when I look at my sister Natasha. And when she looks at me. To be honest, things weren't always like this. I used to have an awesome relationship with Natasha. She was just 2 years older than me. And man, I idolized her like crazy. Everywhere she went, people would be in awe of her beauty. Her hair was thick and shiny. Her skin was as soft as silk, and her eyes were a captivating blue. Not only was she gorgeous, she was also a genius, passing every test with flying colors. People couldn't help but stare when she walked by. Natasha is the meaning of beauty and brains. She looks like a Barbie doll, but a smart Barbie doll. I'm in love with her.
All right, hold your horses. She's my sis, remember? Sometimes I don't believe that. Look at you and look at her. I mean, you're cool, but Nat, she's hot.
You might think I'd be all green with envy, but nah. It was because Natasha wasn't just my sis, she was my BFF. I totally admired her. She always pushed me to own my confidence and embrace my true self, no matter what.
You are perfect, beautiful, and strong. Always remember that. Got it? Good.
Growing up, my favorite thing was to watch Natasha work her makeup magic. She had a YouTube channel where she taught how to put on makeup, and I used to sit there and admire her. Watching her made me so happy. But there was this one time, I was riled up as she got ready. It was my birthday the next day, and so I wanted to chill and watch a movie with Natasha, but instead, she had to go on a stupid date with her jerk boyfriend.
Stop with the pouting already. I'll throw you a massive party tomorrow.
Ugh, fine. But you promise about the party tomorrow? Pinky promise.
I love you. Bye-bye.
Once Natasha was gone, I felt so bored because Mom and Dad weren't home either. So I decided to try on Natasha's makeup and even straightened my hair like hers. I looked awesome, but I had no idea that night would change everything. My life, my relationship with my sister, my future. I woke up to a room filled with smoke. Someone was calling my name. It was Natasha. Natasha, help me! I'm coming, Ariel! Natasha rushed to my side and dragged me out of the room. The last thing I remember was my sister carrying me, and then everything went dark. I woke up in a hospital bed and immediately remembered how my sister had saved me. She wasn't just my sister now, she was my hero. I ran to Natasha's room, and the moment I was about to hug her, she started yelling. You! Why is she here? Mom, Dad, take her away! But why? Why is she angry with me? Angry at you? Ariel, you left that straightener on and it caused a fire. In saving you, look what happened to me. It's your fault, Ariel. Look what you did to me. Honey, it was an accident. An accident she caused. Please take her away. Her words hit me hard, but my heart sank seeing how shattered she looked. Once we were home, I realized Natasha's burn scar crushed her confidence. Though it faded with time, she was never the same. She hid it under her hair, ditched school for homeschooling, and even stopped making YouTube videos. She got even sadder when her loser boyfriend dumped her. I knew she blamed me, but still, I was determined to remind her how amazing and beautiful she was, just like she used to remind me. Natasha, I need to talk to you. Don't think about that jerk. He never deserved you, and you're the prettiest girl in town. Shut up. Just shut up, Ariel, and stay out of my room. Just give her some time. She'll come around, honey. She loves you. I love her too, but I miss her. I miss my sister. I wished and hoped that one day Natasha would forgive me and things would go back to normal. Before I knew it, it was my 16th birthday, and I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, Natasha had promised to make it special 2 years ago, but I knew that wasn't gonna happen. So I grabbed a cupcake and a candle and headed up to the school rooftop, just like I had done the past 2 years. Just as I was about to blow out the candle, I noticed someone else was there. It was Damon, the school's resident heartthrob. He had transferred just a month ago, and all the girls were going crazy over him. He was the biggest flirt and always tried to hit on me, but honestly, I found him to be cringe. Oh, hey, pretty lady. Not this again. Save your cheesy lines for your fan club. Now please leave.
Wow, didn't know you owned the school building. Please, I need to hide here. You know that girl I started dating, Amanda?
Ashley. Her name's Ashley.
Yeah, her. I told her, it's me, not you. And it looks like I'm a wanted man now.
Fine. Stay, but keep your mouth zipped.
So what are you up to? Is it your birthday? You wouldn't want to celebrate alone. How about I be your partner in crime? I'll even sing you happy birthday.
No. Okay, fine.
Yo, happy birthday, girl. You're turning 16. Time to break free from that boring routine. They say you're dull, but that's a lame disguise. On your special day, let's see you rise. It's your birthday, girl. Time to let loose. No more snooze fest, let's turn up the juice. Forget the haters. Show them how you shine. Get ready, have a blast. It's party time.
The moment he was done, I burst out laughing so hard I could barely breathe. We shared the cupcake, and after that, we were best buds. Damon was the friend I always needed, and together, we unleashed the ultimate teenage chaos. We pranked teachers, danced like maniacs in the hallway, and had so much fun together. With him by my side, I was smiling again. But being Damon's friend wasn't all fun and games. The girls at school literally hated me for being his best friend. One time, as Damon and I sat in the lunch area, we overheard some girls gossiping about us. What does he even see in her? She's like a plain Jane. She's not even a size 0 like me. She's a size 10. A 10 is like the new size 18. Plus, her hair, so curly. Damon looked furious, but I stopped him. I knew how to handle this. Psh, whatever. I may be a plain Jane, but you're just jealous of my effortlessly chic style. And you, listen up. Size 10 is where the style and curves have a party. I'm rocking the best of both worlds. And I know you're just jealous of my envy-inducing curls because your hair is full of lice. Yeah, I saw you scratching your head like crazy in the bathroom. Might want to keep your distance, girls. Everyone started to giggle, and her friends left her table in an instant, which made her super pissed. And all of a sudden, she lunged at me like a furious cat. But I pushed her away. Damon grabbed my hand, and we ran out of the cafeteria. Once outside, I looked down to see my shirt had been torn by that witch. Damon suggested I go home and change, so we headed to my place. It was the first time I was taking Damon home. Since the accident, I had never invited anyone to my place. Wait here, I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Gotcha.
Just as I was done changing, I heard a loud scream. It was Natasha. I ran downstairs, only to find Natasha holding Damon in a chokehold. Ariel, call 911, now! I caught a thief. I won't let him hurt you. Honestly, it felt good to hear her say my name, after what felt like forever.
Ariel, who's this cutie?
She's my sister. Nat, this is Damon, my friend from school. You can relax. Oh, I am sorry. Since you're out of your room, can I get you something? Can I make you, lunch? Want to watch a movie together? Want to go out? Natasha looked at me like I was crazy, and Damon stared at her, completely shocked. He awkwardly offered her his hand, but the moment she did, Natasha covered her scar and sprinted to her room, slamming the door shut. Damon was left there standing completely confused.
Did I do something wrong?
I shook my head and left the house with Damon. On our way back to school, I told him the entire story. After hearing it all, Damon suggested I keep trying to talk to Natasha. He said she still cared for me, considering she had protected me and thought Damon was a thief. He was right. I shouldn't give up on the love Natasha and I had. I kept trying to make things better between my sister and me. I cooked her favorite meals, baked her favorite treats. I sent her sweet texts and reminded her of all the good times we had together. But nothing. Even Damon tried to help me. He started coming over more and more, and whenever Natasha was out of her room, he'd tell her lame jokes and would try to chat with her. While at the start, she ignored him like he didn't exist. Slowly, I noticed how Natasha started to smile at his jokes and sometimes even spoke to him. I was happy, but to be honest, I couldn't help but feel a tad bit jealous that she'd respond to him and not me. One time, it was Valentine's Day and we had this fun fair at school. Damon came to pick me up, and just as I stepped out of my room, I spotted him outside Natasha's room. What are you doing?
Nothing.
Doesn't look like nothing to me. Show me. My heart sank when I saw Natasha's name on the box. I didn't know what to think. You can't do this.
Nope, you can't give it to her.
First, she won't accept it, and second, I don't want you flirting with my sister. She's been hurt in the past too, and I know you, Damon. You're the biggest flirt in school. He tried to protest, but I was having none of it. I felt my head spinning, and the urge to go to the fun fair suddenly disappeared. The next few days were a struggle. I was so mad at Damon and refused to talk to him, but he kept calling. Trying to ignore him, I focused on my college applications. I had applied to a ton of colleges and was accepted in most of them. I just needed to make a choice about where to go. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, Damon appeared out of nowhere. No, I don't want to talk. You have to, please. Just listen to me. Ariel, I really like your sister. A lot. I wasn't expecting you to be jealous. I'm sorry, I didn't know you had this big fat crush on me. OMG, me having a crush on you? I was mad because I don't want to see Natasha get hurt again. Her ex-boyfriend dumped her when she needed him the most. Damon, you're my buddy, but I know what a big flirt you are. My sister deserves the best. So please, listen, I know I don't have the best reputation when it comes to dating, but I promise I won't hurt her. The few times I have talked to her, I realized what an amazing person she is. I just wish she could see herself the way I see her, the way you see her, beautiful inside out. Damon's words shocked me. The funny guy suddenly showed he cared for Natasha. I had to step back and give my blessings, with a warning to break his bones if he hurt my sister. That night, Natasha came to me and she was fuming. You think I'm some pathetic, lonely girl? You told your friend to ask me out, didn't you? Are you taking pity on me? Is he taking pity on me? Are you crazy? Why would he pity you? You're a beautiful, smart, amazing girl. He likes you for who you are, Nat. Just stay out of my life. I hate you, Ariel. I know you hate me, Natasha. And you know what? Maybe I hate myself too. For what I did. I've been hating myself the past 2 years. It was the first time in my life I was talking to Natasha this way, but I needed to let it all out. Every time you ignore me, I feel like someone hit me in the gut. That day when the accident happened, I tried to style my hair like yours, wanting to be just as amazing. I love you so much, but I guess it's too late. You just told me you hate me for the first time. Well, let me put your mind at ease. I won't be here for long. I got accepted into a college far away. You won't be seeing me as much. I guess it would be for the best. Saying those words, Natasha turned to leave, but her foot slipped and she was about to go tumbling down the stairs, but thank God I caught her just in time. But I ended up with a twisted ankle as a result and let out a scream. Mom and Dad came rushing. All the while, Natasha stood there, stunned. I ended up with a cast and had to stay in bed for a month. At first, Natasha was kinda hesitant to even enter my room, but slowly, she started to come into my room to check on me often. One day, she brought in my dinner and asked why I saved her from falling. I had just one simple answer for her. Because I love you, and I don't ever want to see you hurt. 2 months later, I packed my bags and left for college. At college, I was super focused on my studying. I did make some friends there, but I really missed Damon. Even though he called me every now and then, it just wasn't the same. Time passed, and it was my 19th birthday. And like always, I bought myself a candle and a cupcake and went to the college's rooftop. Just as I was about to blow the little candle, I heard a loud noise. Surprise! Suddenly, all the lights turned on, and I was stunned to see my parents, Damon, and Natasha there. The whole rooftop was decorated, and it looked amazing. What's happening? Your wedding ceremony. Duh, it's your birthday, dummy. Wow, thanks. Don't thank me, thank your sister. She was the one who said she needed to keep a promise she made to you. This was her plan. She did everything. I just supported her like the good boyfriend I am. What? Natasha and Damon were a thing now? Wow, a lot had happened back home. Damon told me how happy Natasha made him, and seeing how radiant and confident she looked, I could tell he made her feel the same way. Happy birthday, Ariel. How are you doing? I guess fine. I got admission in a community college, and also got a job, and I'm back on YouTube. Things look bright. You go first. I want to apologize for everything I ever said to you. I was just being stupid. Once you left, I finally realized how much I freaking love you and what you mean to me. I am so sorry. Can you forgive me? Can we go back to being the sisters we were? No matter how much we argue or try to keep our distance, you and I are family. Being sisters isn't something we can just choose. It's something we are. We're in this for life, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I am so happy to be stuck with you.
Me too.
I stared down at the box of crayons. Why did these kids keep tearing the wrappers off? I couldn't read the names now. Hey, Dumbo, why's your grass purple? Are you an alien from planet Stupid? It's purple because I've got an imagination. As I stormed off to the teacher to ask for a new box of crayons, I suddenly fell face forward. I tripped over a skipping rope I hadn't seen. Hi, I'm Anna. And no, my grass is actually purple because I'm colorblind. Before I continue, click on like and subscribe. Otherwise, you'll stop seeing your favorite color. Things weren't too bad when I was little, but my condition really started affecting my life in high school. See, imagine your mom's not dressing you anymore and you want to look good, but if you're colorblind, you can end up doing some really embarrassing stuff. I went to school one day wearing what I thought was a very cute blue shirt, but Alexa, the class bully, screamed that I looked like a toad in the ugly green shirt. The other day, I ended up wearing mismatched stockings, and while everyone was busy laughing, I said it was a bold-fashioned choice. So I usually just ended up sticking to black and white, which is cool if you're like 50. One day, as soon as I walked into school, one of the guys shouted, "Oh my god, are you okay? Your eyes are bleeding." What? I didn't feel anything. Yeah, really funny. Ha ha, weirdo. But apparently, it wasn't a joke, because pretty soon, a crowd had huddled around me, looking closely at my eyes. Ha! She's not bleeding, she's just blind. What do you do when you're blind? You put red lip liner on your eyes and black on your lips. Oh my god. Had I really? As I tried to get out of there to wash my face, Alexa and her rat pack just pushed me back and started taking pictures. Just then, someone pushed their way through, and I turned to see the school's football captain and the most handsome guy on the planet, Kevin. Hey, cut it out! You guys are the worst! Then he suddenly pulled me away from Alexa and her minions and took me to a quiet corner. What he did next left me speechless. He took out some tissue paper and wiped my tears. And of course, the horrendous lip liner too. Hope you're okay. You know why they act that way, right? They're jealous because you're so beautiful. I gasped. Had Kevin just called me beautiful? But before I could even wrap my head around it, he was gone. The next day at lunch, I was sitting by myself, as usual. I could see the guys in class were always looking over at me, but while Alexa and her gang were around, they wouldn't dare to come and sit next to me. The cowards. But just then, Kevin came by and asked if he could join me. And before I knew what was happening, the two of us were hanging out all the time. He was pretty popular and always had a bunch of friends around, but he never made me feel left out. Of course, this didn't sit well with Alexa. She was part of the cheerleading squad, so she would always be there at every practice match, and she just wouldn't stop flirting with him. Hey! Can't wait for the out-of-town game next week. An overnight trip will be so fun. Why don't you come to my room after the game? We'll definitely be having a party. Kevin nodded and she smirked at me and walked away. I felt furious. She's really pretty, isn't she? I think she's into me. Maybe I should ask her out. I felt my heart sink right down to my toes. Yeah, whatever, if you want to. Just as I was about to walk away, he grabbed my hand. Or I could ask you out, 'cause you're way prettier, and you have my heart. Someone bring me back to planet Earth! I was over the moon! I was dating Dream Boy Kevin! One day while we were strolling through the park, I said to Kevin that it was pretty cool we were both from African American families. He started laughing. Anna, what are you talking about? I'm black. You're totally white. This was news to me. I was pretty sure he was pulling my leg. When I went home that day, I walked straight into one of Mom and Dad's screaming matches. Dad could never hold a job and was always getting into trouble. Hey, guys, cut it out for a sec. Tell me something. Are we black or white? Mom and Dad both stared at me blankly for a second. Dad said, "Why don't you answer her stupid questions and leave me alone?" Mom said, "Of course we're white, Anna. And no, I'm not done with you. Your dad has really crossed the line. He stole money from my own aunt, and everyone in the family knows." Jeez, he'd really done it this time. I don't know how Mom puts up with him. I just couldn't be around them, so I grabbed my keys and rushed out of the house. As I turned around, I saw a red signal and rushed past it. Blaring in the distance was a truck. It kept flicking its lights, and I pushed on the brakes as hard as I could. Oh no! As I slowly opened my eyes, I saw the two of them arguing again. My dad said, "Why do you even let her drive? Now I'll have to pay this ridiculous hospital bill. Why don't you go steal some more money?" Then I said, "Orange? What?" Mom asked. "I'm problem cat pink." "Oh God, and now she's blabbering," my dad said. Why couldn't I speak properly? What was happening? The doctor explained that because I'd had some head trauma, I was having difficulty putting words together. But I just had to keep trying, and it would be fine. The doctor said it's minor, but I lobster SpongeBob so much. Give us some time, dear. You'll be fine, Mom said. The day I got home from the hospital, Kevin came over to see me. "So, you know how much I love you, right? Well, I want to show you how serious I am about you." I want you to meet my parents. What? Meet Kevin's parents? That's the kind of seriousness every girl is looking for. Oh, Moon, go! Ink so hope. What? Kevin asked. I took out my notebook and wrote. The doctor said I won't be able to put words together properly for some time, and it's worse when I'm excited or anxious. Maybe we should do this later? You'll be fine when you're with me. Don't worry, Kevin assured me. Kevin's smile made all the difference in the world. I was still anxious, though, because there were his parents. And from what he told me, they seemed a little hoity-toity. The next day at their house, I was so nervous. Hello, lovely house. I was trying to be as respectful as possible to his parents while keeping my sentences really short. But then I tried complimenting the food, and I wished I'd kept my mouth shut. Wow, the good food dog, eggplant, the Scrabble. Wait, no, the stapler, stone, jello. I mean, no. Oh, dear God. Then Kevin saved me and said, You mean you really like the food? Well, thanks, Anna. That's very sweet of you. I just smiled meekly at his parents. No amount of covering up from Kevin was going to make them like me now, and I was right. This is the only girl you could find. She's crazy. This is exactly why we want you to meet Sabrina. She's your dad's business partner's daughter, and she is extremely well behaved. I could hear Kevin's mom's voice from the kitchen. But, well, there was nothing I could do about it. Over the next week, I noticed my sentences were improving, but Kevin wasn't around for me to tell him. He had the flu, so he wanted to stay in. Or so I thought. One day, I got a text from him that left me completely shook. Dear Anna, as much as I adore you, I have to end this relationship. My parents really want me to date Sabrina, and they won't have it any other way. Please forgive me. I hope we can still be friends. What? Was this for real? The guy who claimed to love me was leaving me because I wasn't good enough for his parents? I felt beyond furious and blocked his number. He didn't even have the decency to say all this to my face, and he thought we could be friends? I spent the whole weekend crying over sad movies with tubs of ice cream. I didn't want to go to school and ever see him again. The next day, while I was putting stuff in my locker, that jerk walked up to me. Hey, I've been trying to get in touch. I slammed the locker door and turned away. I don't want to hear it, Kevin. Leave me alone. And here I was at lunch again, back to sitting by myself. And I got a C on my math test because I hadn't studied at all. Suddenly, someone snatched the test paper out of my hands. Not so smart now, are we? What's it like being stupid and blind? Alexa, have you ever gotten an A in anything? I'll take that, thanks. Colin, this guy from my class, snatched the paper out of a furious Alexa's hand and came and sat next to me. He'd never spoken to me before. Hey, you ever need help with math, let me know. I'd be happy to tutor you, Colin said. I was just about to say no thanks when I saw Kevin looking over at us from the corner of my eye. I was hurt and angry, and I wanted him to eat his heart out right now. Yeah, I think I could really use the help. Say we meet here every day during recess? The next few days, I started hanging out with Colin all the time. We went to the school's football game, and I saw Kevin look at us as we walked up to the bleachers. I immediately took Colin's hand and smiled at him. One evening, Colin came to my place to work on a school project. As we laughed and worked together, I couldn't help thinking he was really cute. When he was leaving, I walked him out, and he turned to me on the porch. Hey, it's been a week since we started hanging out, but it feels like I've known you a really long time. Then he took my hand and pulled me close. Uh-oh. What was happening? I don't know if you know this, but you've got the most gorgeous green eyes. What a smooth talker. As he was leaning in to kiss me, I moved closer too. And, Anna, what are you doing here? I demanded. I felt so angry looking at Kevin. I'm so sorry, Anna. I know why you're mad and I can explain. And what's this loser doing here? Kevin asked. He is not a loser. He really cares about me, unlike you. I could feel Colin getting all worked up beside me. Kevin said, just listen, okay? I overheard my parents today talking about how they texted you from my phone. It wasn't me, Anna. I would never do that. For a minute, I was speechless. My heart was just melting looking at his face. But then there was Colin, still holding on to me. Colin said, You know we have something special, Anna. Are you really going to choose him over me? I said, No, but it really wasn't his fault either, you know? This is so confusing. Kevin said, I'm willing to show you how much you mean to me. Maybe this guy can do the same, if he's up for it. Oh, I'm up for it. There's no way she's choosing the guy who didn't even check why she left him. I wasn't sure how I felt about that, but, well, then let the dating games begin. As I was getting ready the next evening, I was pretty surprised that the dress Colin had sent me looked like Cinderella's. But then he turned up in an actual carriage, looking like Prince Charming. I felt like I was in a fairy tale. After you, my lady, Colin said. This place is beautiful, Colin. Oh, look, everyone here is dressed up as a character, I said. Yes, but none of them look as beautiful as you. Colin was such a sweetheart. I had the most amazing night at this club, dancing away my worries. These are for you, my lady, Colin said. Colin was giving me yellow roses? You want to friend zone me after this amazing night? No, cutie, they're red. You're just seeing them as yellow. Friend zone you? I could never. It was Kevin's turn next. And he turned up in a limo and whisked me away to my favorite boy band's concert. And we had front row tickets and backstage passes. As I got selfies with the band, I couldn't believe he had done this for me. My life had turned upside down in a week. The next few days were just a whirlwind of candlelit dinners, romantic moonlit walks, picnics in the park, and boat rides on the lake. And I was being showered with the most amazing gifts every day. If I kept eating chocolate truffles at this rate, I wouldn't be able to fit in any of the pretty dresses I was getting. I was getting more and more confused, too. Both the boys were so sweet, and they really seemed to care about me. How was I ever gonna decide? Eventually, it was my birthday, and I got a text from Kevin at midnight sharp. Happy birthday to the love of my life. Just then, I heard someone throw a pebble at my window. It was Colin. I couldn't wait till tomorrow to give you your present. Happy birthday, sweetheart, Colin said. I gasped when I saw the Apple Watch. I've been trying to make my parents get this for me since forever. How did you know I wanted this? I asked. I'm pretty sure you told me, babe. To my disappointment, Kevin didn't even come and see me the next morning. Of course, Colin was more than happy to have me all to himself on my birthday. We had a great time at the movies, and later, he cooked me dinner at his place. Looking at his face in the moonlight, my heart melted a little. Maybe he was the better guy. He left the table to get dessert, and suddenly his phone beeped. I just happened to glance at it, and suddenly my gaze froze. Why did he have a text from my dad? I opened it, and it said, "Told you she'll love the present. Make sure she makes up her mind about you before that boy is back." Colin came back and stopped short when he saw his phone in my hand. "What's all this, Colin?" I asked angrily. He slowly sat down and wouldn't even look at me, as he said he had to tell me something. "Your dad has been paying me to keep you distracted from any thoughts of Kevin. What I didn't know was that I would actually fall in love with you. I'm so sorry, but please know my feelings for you are real." I was shocked and speechless. I felt disgusted by Dad, and I couldn't believe Colin had agreed to trick me like that. I just threw my napkin down and left. As soon as I got back home, I went straight to the lounge where my parents were watching TV. I said, "Mom, you know what this guy did? He paid Colin to play with my feelings and keep my mind off of Kevin." I started crying as I told Mom the whole story. I had never seen her this furious. Mom screamed at Dad. "Why would you do such a thing?" "Aw, jeez. Don't make such a big deal of it. I only did it because Kevin's parents were paying me to keep her away from their son. I knew she would never listen to me if I talked to her, so I thought Colin would be a good distraction. What's the problem? I picked a nice guy for her, and I could use the money to pay off our debts." Mom got up and said, "Not our debts, your debts. Even this house is mine because I pay for the rent. I've had enough. Get out, now." Finally, go Mom! Dad was furious and left. I felt completely betrayed by Colin, and Kevin had just disappeared. I was done with these stupid boys playing with my feelings. I spent the next few days sulking in my room and watching videos on my story animated. I came across one where the girl's dad had been paying her boyfriend to spy on her for years. Well, that was believable. Kevin showed up the next morning. I told him I was done with everyone. He said he'd had to go somewhere urgently, and he couldn't get a flight out sooner because of bad weather. I said, "What's so urgent? You had to go to Rome to eat pizza? Your private jet wasn't available?" Kevin said, "Listen, let me make it up to you. Just give me one chance. That's all I'm asking." Reluctantly, I agreed. He blindfolded me and drove me somewhere, refusing to tell me anything. He helped me out of the car, and I could feel the sea breeze on my face. "Kevin, what's the big secret? I've seen the sea 1,000,000,000 times. Not like this. Just don't open your eyes till I tell you." The blindfold came off, and I felt him placing glasses on my nose. Now, I opened my eyes, and I gasped. I was seeing colors properly for the first time. I didn't know the sea was that shade of blue. I couldn't get over the sky. And the trees, the sand. Kevin was laughing and recording my reaction. I started crying. I'd been living in a faded world, and it was so much more beautiful and brighter than I could have ever thought possible. Kevin wrapped me in one of his bear hugs. God, I miss these hugs. He said he'd flown over to a place in Europe where a company was making these glasses. They were still in the testing phase, but he wanted to give me the perfect gift. It was at that moment that I knew it was always Kevin, and for the first time, I could really see how beautiful and deep his green eyes were. "Kiss me, Kevin. I want you to kiss me." We shared the most magical kiss, and I had fireworks going off in my head of every color.
In Grimm's version of the fairy tale, apparently my sister and I weren't even worth naming. But at least we were rightly described as beautiful. In Disney's version, our names are mentioned, but can you recall them? No. I bet all you can remember are two pug-nosed sisters with terrible hair, the nasolabial fold of a 70-year-old, annoying voices, and very big feet. The thing is, we really weren't ugly, especially me. Honestly, I was kind of a looker from the right angle. No, move to the left. That side is prettier. Like, sure, I could have benefited from a nose job if it was a thing back then, But I've got great hair, a bangin' body, and deep eyes that look like dark pools you could drown in. Or so I've been told. No, the problem wasn't us. The problem was her. Because next to her, anyone would look like a gnarly potato. You know how one day you feel you're looking really good? The skin is skinning, the hair is hairing, the outfit's outfitting. And then you see some celebrity on Instagram and feel like you two can't even be creatures from the same planet? Yeah, that's what the Cinderella effect was. Making everyone around her look like E.T. And you know what the biggest joke is? She was never a victim or forced to be our maid. She was very OCD, so scrubbing everything like a maniac all the time is entirely on her. No one asked her to do that. I guess she didn't love being a nobody, because slowly, very slowly, she started spinning her story. And before we knew it, we were the villains. She was the poor, mistreated servant girl, and I was the bitter hag trying to steal her man. But he was my man first. My name is Drizella, and I'm here from the dead to tell you the true story of how Cinderella pulled off one of the greatest cons in history. She got the name, the ball, the prince, the animated pigeons, the merch, the eternal adoration. And it's built on lies, all of it. Well, except for the part about me having really big feet. Like, I was told most of my life to shop from the men's section of the shoe store. I bet that's half the reason I've ended up being a villain in every version. Because how dare I imagine myself as a worthy princess with my US size 11 feet? I digress. I must stay on track. And even though my version of events is no charming fairy tale, I must begin the story the right way. Once upon a time, there was a man with a family, a fortune, and a functioning household. So naturally, he had a midlife crisis and ran for the hills.
Gone to figure myself out. Don't wait for me. And tell your mother, it's not me, it's her.
I hope you figure out you suck big time. Yeah, I wasn't shocked. Because honestly, we'd be idiots if we hadn't seen this coming.
I crave adventure. This provincial family life is suffocating my soul. Someday, I'll leave to seek my higher purpose. Marriage and fatherhood can't be it. I have to find myself, and I really don't think I can do it, while married to you specifically.
But Mother was still blindsided, shocked, bamboozled. Why had he left? Was it because she wasn't pretty enough, or young enough, or hadn't plucked her eyebrows properly since 1823? Maybe her elbows were too pointy. Maybe her eyes lacked emotional depth. I tried to explain that it was more about him being a spineless lizard running away from adult responsibility, but she just kept sinking in the depths of her despair, and the couch. And without a husband around, she went into full damsel in distress mode.
Oh, how I crave pickles. If only I had a man with strong arms to open this jar for me.
Never mind that she had servants to open all the jars in the world and 2 perfectly decent daughters. Okay, fine. She had 1 decent daughter, because the other one was Anastasia. Let's just say that we didn't know back then that excessive glue sniffing causes brain damage. And that kid always had her head stuck in a pot of glue. Anastasia, focus! With father gone and mother officially losing her mind, you and I have to run this household. Mother has plenty of money, but we need to start budgeting.
Why? Mother's always telling me to stop budgeting when I'm around horses because it makes them nervous. Like, hello, lady, I'm the nervous one here. I'm the one who got kicked by a horse in the head.
No, she's telling you to stop fidgeting. Those are 2 completely unrelated things.
Are you sure? They sound a little related.
They're not! Look, budgeting just means that we need to keep track of our expenses. For instance, how much do we spend on candles per week?
Oh, candles? At least 11.
11 what?
Candles.
I meant money.
What about it?
How much money do we spend on candles?
We spend money on them?
No, Anastasia. They just grow on trees and we pluck them like fruit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Candles are free. What's the next item on your fidgeting list?
Yep. This was my partner in responsibility. Her loyalty was unwavering, as was her misunderstanding of absolutely everything. She had a heart of gold and the usefulness of a fork in a soup bowl. Okay. I'll stop roasting my poor sister now. Despite all her flaws, she was my rock. Heavy, useless, and mostly in the way. Bazinga! But we soon had a much bigger problem at hand. Mother was dying for attention from men, and word of her wealth and desperation spread fast, sending every gold-digging bachelor within 100 miles our way. And I figured out how to get rid of them fast. Of course, my sister slowed me down. Okay, Anastasia, are we ready for afternoon tea?
Absolutely. I ordered those fancy pastries Mother loves, fresh lilacs, lemon curd.
No, Anastasia, not the actual tea. The plan. Are we ready for the plan?
Oh, the plan. Right. Let me just quickly cancel the musicians.
You ordered musicians? This isn't an actual date. It's an ambush. Do you remember the strategy or not?
Not really, but I'll think of something on the spot. You know I'm very quick on my. Did
you just forget the word feet?
Quick on my feet? No, that doesn't make sense. You know I run slower than a duck. I have yet to beat a duck in a race.
Oh my god. Focus on the tea.
Fine. I'll spill tea on his thighs.
No, that's not what we... Actually, you know what? You do that. Leave the rest to me.
Great. And afterwards, we can eat the pastries?
Yes, we can eat the pastries.
And the lemon curd?
Yes, fine. The lemon curd, too. I had discovered that the fastest method to drive off unwanted suitors was to casually mention Dad, and then watch Mother spiral into all 5 stages of grief. Well, 4. Acceptance was off the table. Mother, you look lovely today. Isn't this the dress you were wearing the day Father left?
No, that was the lavender one.
Oh, yes. The one Father said made you look washed out.
He said what?
Madam, you look absolutely radiant today. I cannot understand why any man would leave you.
Of course he didn't leave me. He just relocated temporarily. I'm sure at this very moment he's thinking about how much he misses me, and he's making his way back home.
Oh, I didn't think this was something temporary.
You're right. I'm such a fool. Because honestly, what is there to miss? Just the woman who gave him the best years of her life. I held this family together. I cooked. I cleaned.
When? You ironed a napkin. Once.
And I'm the one who holds anything together.
But if he'd just communicated properly, I could have changed. I could have sent my daughters to finishing school and gone with him to find himself and slept under the stars. I could have been free-spirited and spontaneous. Do you think if he knew this, he'd come back?
I really can't say, madam.
Oh, there's no point thinking about it. He's gone now. But you're here to mend the pieces of my broken heart, right? You have good, strong shoulders to cry on. I'm going to cry on them so much.
It's getting kind of late for my hostess dinner. This has been lovely.
Are you running away from me too?
No, I mean, yes. But it's not you, it's me. Oh!
He was leaving anyway, genius. Tea is expensive.
You're all crazy.
As he ran off and Mother sobbed into the tablecloth, we high-fived. I thought I was so smart, chasing off Mom's suitors and taking charge of the household. But then I made the biggest mistake of my life. Yeah, bigger than letting Anastasia give me a haircut once. I hired a gardener.
Ma'am, thank you for the position. If it pleases you, my daughter Ella will also be staying with me in the servants' quarters. I'm sure she can make herself useful to you.
A girl my age emerged from behind him, and I will never forget the first time I saw her. Her hair was like honey catching sunlight, her skin like porcelain, and her patched-up linen dress
looked better than any silk I owned. Her eyes were the kind of blue that would make painters cry into their palettes trying to replicate it. Every feature on her face was in perfect harmony. And then she smiled. We didn't know it yet, but the entire trajectory of our lives was rewritten at that moment.
Oh my, just look at you, child, like something out of a dream. You're perfect.
You're too kind, ma'am. I'm so grateful to you for letting me stay.
She's glowing. Should people glow? Do you use some kind of special shampoo made from unicorn tears and fairy dust?
You're funny. I like you.
Did you hear that, Gisela? She likes me.
As Mother led her father away to show him their living quarters, and, I don't know, Anastasia went after a butterfly, Cinderella stayed back and looked directly at me.
Drizella, isn't it?
Yes. And you're Ella?
Yes, but my late mother nicknamed me Cinderella because I'd always sleep by the fireplace and get covered in ashes. You know how nicknames stick. You don't have one?
No, but you can call me Miss.
You hired my father, Miss. That means you changed my life, and I will be sure to return the favor.
I felt a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the weather. As she walked away, I just knew I disliked her intensely. Part of me thought it was because I was jealous, and yeah, of course I was. But I just had a feeling that beneath that flawless facade was someone calculating and dangerous. And oh, how I wish I wasn't right for once. At first, she just helped. She polished the silver, dusted the bookshelves, organized the pantry, but then she started having ideas for everything. She rearranged the furniture, suggested new colors for the curtains, and started embroidering tablecloths and crocheting bedspreads.
It's like watching angels knit.
Even I couldn't deny her taste was impeccable. And soon, Mother wanted her opinion on everything. And then, she was suddenly instructing all the maids, the butlers, and even the cook. The cook! That toad never listened to anything I said. The house sparkled, the cutlery gleamed, the food actually had flavor, and I could see my reflection in the floors now. How could I complain about that? But I couldn't help being bothered by how she had Mother and Anastasia wrapped around her little finger. She would make them face masks and hair oils, play the piano for them like she was Mozart's daughter, and sing like a nightingale. And then there was the dancing. There was a celebration, as always, at the end of the harvest season. And as the servants gathered to dance, Cinderella joined them. She didn't dance like a girl raised in servant quarters. She danced like the air was conspiring to hold her up, like the music was written just for her, like she'd spent her whole life rehearsing her steps to perfection. Everyone was mesmerized.
She's so graceful. Not like my girls.
That was the first time I heard her say it. Not like my girls. But it wasn't the last. Soon, Mother was drawing comparisons between her and us all the time, telling us how we could try to be more like her. And I swear, I would have given up and accepted her perfection and superiority if it wasn't for the bird incident.
Come here, Gisela, look! A robin's nest right outside Ella's window. Isn't it sweet? It's gonna have babies soon.
Yes, lovely. But I bet it won't be so sweet when they're all screeching at dawn. The two of them continued to look utterly enchanted, and I lost interest soon and left. But the next morning, I ran outside to Anastasia screaming. I found her standing under the tree, and the nest lay on the ground, completely destroyed. The eggs and the robin were gone. Anastasia cried half the day, wondering if it was the work of an evil squirrel, or an evil raccoon, or an evil eagle. Later that evening, Cinderella walked into the living room, holding something behind her back.
Mother, I made you a gift.
Mother? Since when did she... Then I saw the gift, and my blood ran cold. It was a delicate comb, woven with tiny blue-gray feathers twisted through gold thread.
Oh my dear, it's exquisite.
Mother kissed her on the cheek. Anastasia clapped, while I just stared, stunned. This couldn't just be my imagination running away with me, right?
Still feeling uneasy, I was going up to my room for the night when I found Cinderella polishing the stairs banister vigorously. Still cleaning? You really love it, don't you?
Oh, yes. It really helps me think. And all the work makes me sleep soundly at night.
You should be sleeping well tonight anyway. You know, without all that chirping right outside your window.
Yes, such a noisy little thing that robin was.
I wonder what happened to it. And we both know it wasn't an evil squirrel. Cinderella straightened and met my gaze, smiling.
Please, Drizella, do I look like the kind of girl who murders birds?
No, but looks can be very deceiving.
People only see what they want to see. Luckily for me, they always want to see an angel.
Without a shadow of a doubt then, I knew this girl was a psychopath. I just stayed away from her as much as possible. I was also glad that Mother was spending less time with her since she'd recently found gardening and spent hours outside taking interest in dirt and compost. I was happy she had a healthy hobby. Until I walked into the living room one afternoon to find her and Cinderella's father sipping tea and holding hands. What's going on here?
What does it look like?
I'm hoping he's about to flip your palm over and read your future because no other explanation will make much sense.
Drizella, I know it's been hard on you since your father left and you miss him.
Nope, not even a little, not even at all. Speak for yourself.
Honey, a woman needs a man in her life. His companionship, his strong hands, his opinions. What I'm trying to say is, Mr. Rivers and I, we're...
No. If your next words are in love, I'm throwing myself out the window.
Will you just let me finish?
Fine.
In love.
Great. Fantastic. Open the window with your strong hands, Mr. Rivers, so I can throw myself out.
Why would you be so upset, Drizella?
And then, to always make things worse, Cinderella walked in.
It's a beautiful thing for two lonely widowers to find love again.
My father isn't dead.
We don't know that.
Oh my God. Had she found a way to get rid of him too? No, she was just saying things to irk me. Cinderella put her hand on my arm.
We're like family already. This just feels like it was meant to be.
I really thought I might gouge Cinderella's blue eyes out with a fork. So I stormed off, grabbed a horse, and rode furiously, not even sure where I was headed. I just had to get away. I remembered an old estate on the hill that had burned down decades ago. It had never been rebuilt, but the library had survived. I'd sneaked in there a few times before, and I definitely needed abandoned ruins to rage in right now. I pushed open the creaky library door, grabbed a book randomly from the shelves, and plopped myself onto the couch next to a pile of dusty blankets. But then, the pile moved. I turned around, terrified, to see a boy emerge from under the blankets.
Oh, wow, it's just one girl. I thought an army of banshees had descended upon me.
Are you a ghost?
No, but that scream should have woken all dead people within a 5-mile radius. Ow! What was that for?
If it had passed through you, it would have meant you're a ghost. I was just checking.
Did you miss the part where I specifically said no to that question?
Why would I expect a ghost to tell the truth?
Then why even ask?
Okay, fair point. What are you doing here, blending into the furniture?
Exactly that. I just wanted to disappear for a while. What about yourself? This isn't the most obvious hangout spot for a girl like you.
A girl like me?
Well, you don't look homeless in your silk gown.
You're not exactly some local goat farmer yourself.
How dare you? I'll have you know I milked a goat. Once. It ran away crying, but still. My name's Henry.
Henry what?
Just Henry. First name Just.
Okay then. Just Henry. Countess Dracula.
Charmed to make your acquaintance. Now, is there any chance we could both disappear here together for a while? We don't have to talk about what we're running away from.
I like the sound of that. And somehow, after that, Henry and I started meeting at the old estate. Not often, maybe once every week. We didn't ask why the other was there. We didn't even ask real names. Of course, a part of me was growing curious, but not knowing also felt weirdly nice. Like we were two fugitives, hiding out here and talking about books, ideas, the world, anything but ourselves. But one afternoon, as I rode back home after meeting him, I came upon a scene of chaos. Mother was wailing like someone had died, Anastasia was blocking out the sound with pastries, and Cinderella was on the floor at Mother's feet, a picture of despair. It turned out that Mr. Rivers was a greasy rat who had run off with Mother's jewels, and he'd left Cinderella behind. Man, I would have given him the jewels myself if he'd just taken her.
He took advantage of me. He played with my heart and threw dirt in my eyes. I will never forgive him. I will tear out every flower he planted with my bare hands.
For a moment, I felt hope. Surely Mother would toss Cinderella out after this. She would be a constant reminder of his betrayal.
Please don't send me away. Please don't send me away. This is the only place I've ever felt safe. I will do whatever you ask of me. Please, I love you. I love our home, Mother.
Ugh.
Oh, my poor precious child. How could I hate you? You're betrayed and abandoned just like me. Of course you will stay here and we will heal together.
Anastasia and I were abandoned too, and Mother never paid attention to our healing. As Cinderella sobbed into Mother's lap, she shot me a sideways glance that clearly said, "Checkmate." Mr. Rivers' betrayal just cemented Cinderella's place in our home more firmly. Now she wasn't just beautiful, she was tragic too. She needed love and care, and everyone from the servants to the house cat wanted to give it to her. Mother now referred to her as my precious girl, while Anastasia and I were quietly downgraded to the other two. And I just found being around Cinderella unbearable. It's not like I was even needed around the house anymore, so I started slipping away more often to Henry. One afternoon, we decided to explore the woods near the estate, and barely 20 minutes in, there was a loud snap, a startled yelp, and I turned around to see Henry dangling upside down from a tree in a hunter's trap. I couldn't help laughing as he flailed around, trying to reach up and unhook himself.
A little help before I pass out, maybe?
I was just waiting for you to ask. I started tugging at the trap rope, but Henry kept giving me instructions nonstop.
You're doing it wrong. Step to your left, pull tighter, then twist. No, not like that. Oh, you'll break it.
Do you think I'm a helpless little girl who can't possibly figure out a rope trap for herself?
Have you ever seen a rope trap before in your life?
Of course not, because all I do is embroider cushions and sigh dramatically.
I bet you don't even know how to embroider.
You're right. I hate it. My threads get so tangled up that I want to poke someone in the eye with my needle.
Violent and unladylike. You're a real catch.
I yanked hard at the rope, and his face swung towards mine. Suddenly, we were too close, and his lashes were longer than any boy's had a right to be.
Ooh, your eyes are really pretty.
Flattery isn't gonna make me help you faster.
No, really. They're dark and deep, like pools one could drown in.
That's just the blood rushing to your head. I quickly moved to brace the rope again, when suddenly I noticed his shirt had slipped to reveal his belt, which had a silver crest. The royal crest. Wait, are you from the palace?
Define from.
Define it before I drop you straight on your head.
Technically, yes.
Are you the court jester? The guy who polishes the king's shoes?
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna need better answers before I help you. I pushed him hard and sent him swinging like a pendulum.
Oh, come on, Lady Dracula, just let me down.
That's when I heard boots thundering through the woods. And before I could react, a pair of soldiers in armor grabbed me roughly by the arms. Another two swooped in, expertly cutting Henry down and catching him before he face-planted into the dirt.
Endangering the crown prince is a punishable offense, girl.
Endangering the who now?
Stand down, and she's harmless, unless she has a needle and thread in her hands.
I just gaped at him. You're the crowned prince?
Yes, first name, Crown, second name, Prince.
You told me just Henry.
Well, I am just Henry sometimes. You never asked follow-up questions. You will say nothing of this to anyone, men. Same as you. Keep quiet about my visits here. Is that understood?
Yes, Your Highness.
Your Highness? Your Highness?
You look like you're both spiraling and want to murder me.
No, that's just my normal expression.
Now, since we're being honest and going for full disclosure...
You're a liar who got forced into telling the truth.
How about you tell me your real name, too?
Drizella.
That's pretty. Dracula suits you better.
Lots of names are coming to my mind for you, but I shall refrain from using them since I know who you are now. Good day, Your Highness.
Hey, don't let this change things between us.
But I kept walking without turning to reply. How could it not change things between us? The boy I'd been sneaking off to meet, regularly insulted, hit a couple of times, and maybe, possibly, definitely liked, was the freaking crown prince. I didn't go back to the estate for days, still finding the truth about him too overwhelming. But eventually, I cracked. So I rode back to the old estate one afternoon, and my heart skipped a beat to find him already there, throwing pebbles into a broken fountain.
Well, look what the cat dragged in. I was beginning to think you died. Or got married.
Sorry to disappoint you, but still alive and unwed.
You know, I was this close to going around town and knocking on random doors to inquire after a girl with violent tendencies and great hair.
I just rolled my eyes, but inside, I was smiling stupidly. We just sat in silence for a while.
I come here sometimes because it's all just too much. The title, the expectations, the spotlight. I don't even get along with my father mostly. I know I'm gonna sound like an ungrateful brat, but sometimes I just don't want to be the prince.
I come here for quite the opposite reason, I suppose. I feel invisible in my own house, completely replaced by my stepsister. My pride wouldn't let me say the gardener's daughter. She's perfect. Everyone admires and adores her. It's not hard to see why.
Come on, no one's perfect.
Oh no, she really is. I'm sure this sounds like some petty sister jealousy, and it doesn't compare to your royal problems. But honestly, they don't sound so bad. No one expects anything from me. Well, except maybe being more ladylike so I can marry some stuffy lord one day. But you could do so much with your life, Henry. And people expect things from you because you're important. Because you matter. Henry reached across the space between us and slipped his fingers through mine.
You matter to me.
As my heart tripped over itself, he leaned in and kissed me. It was clumsy at first. Our noses bumped. My hair got stuck in his stupid jacket, and we started laughing. But it was so sweet and real. And for a while, I forgot Cinderella. I forgot he was royalty. I forgot about everything. It was just me and Henry. I floated through the next few weeks like some lovesick idiot. Of course, like any self-respecting lady, I didn't show it.
You're grinning like you've got a clothes hanger stuck in your mouth. What is so funny about my art?
I wasn't grinning. And what art?
The one you're staring at, my masterpiece. I made this cat sculpture from old socks and glue.
Ah, that art. The one cleverly disguised as garbage. It's the loveliest duck I've ever seen.
Cat. It's a cat.
Yes, that's what I said. It was the happiest I'd ever felt in my entire stupid life, which naturally meant the universe had to kick me in the teeth soon. One afternoon at the estate, Henry sat me down with a serious look I didn't like one bit.
I have to leave for a while.
What, running away to join the circus?
No. Father's sending me across the sea for an official royal delegation. It could be months, even a year, maybe.
I forgot how to breathe for a few seconds.
Drizella, you made me realize that I need to take my position and privilege more seriously instead of whining about it. So, yeah, I'm really trying.
I'm really proud of you, Henry, and I just know you're gonna be brilliant. But a small, selfish part of me wanted to scream, "Don't go, just stay." We promised to write regularly, no matter what, and for a while, his letters were the only thing keeping me sane. Of course, I always picked them up from the post office. I didn't want to draw anyone's attention to our correspondence.
Dearest Countess Dracula, you will be thrilled to know that the local delicacy here is fermented fish eyeballs. Guess who had to eat 3? Smiling all the while. I cannot sleep at night because I keep imagining those eyeballs swimming around my gut, winking at each other. Send help.
Dearest one-time goat milker, I regret to inform you that my life is way more exciting than yours. Just today, Cinderella invented chamomile soap and taught her cat to fetch her ribbons. Anastasia lost an intense staring match to a goat. Mother tried flirting with the milkman, and he fled on the aforementioned goat. I am so close to faking my own death.
P.S. I miss your face and your insults. Mostly your insults. Fine, also your face.
P.S. I miss insulting you too. I'm forced to practice my skills on vendors at the market, but it's not the same. They cry too easily. Of course, it wasn't ideal, but every letter kept him close, and for now, it was enough. But then, the letters stopped coming. At first, I told myself it was all fine. There could be a million reasons for delays. But when 2 months passed by with no word, I started to feel a bit crazy.
Still nothing for you, same as earlier this afternoon. You want me to save you a trip and scream no at you from across the street every morning? You might consider picking up a hobby. How about embroidery?
I wasn't getting any letters, but I didn't stop sending them. Pages filled with jokes, questions, news, bad drawings. But weeks and weeks went by, and still, there was no reply. By now, my heart was filled with dread. What if something had happened to him? But if that was the case, the news would be everywhere. And then finally, a letter arrived one morning. My hands were trembling so much, I almost ripped the letter trying to open the envelope.
Dear Drizella,
I was standing on the balcony in my room, screaming my lungs out, while my cousin Catherine stood next to me. Hello! Hello! Save me from this wretched queen and her snooty bodyguards! I will give 10,000 gold coins to anyone who saves me! No one can hear you, Merida, and even if they did, they won't go against the queen's orders. When I'm queen, I will demolish this stupid castle and build a big house with glass windows, and everyone can visit me, and I'll have lots of friends and pets and pastries. No, not pastries, they give me a sugar rush. Okay, so only friends and pets then. You wish. Just then, I heard the queen screaming my name, and I ran in the other direction to save my soul. Hi, I'm Merida, a real-life princess from someplace in the world. Please like and subscribe. My mom, the queen, was really strict, but she wasn't always like this. She used to be a fun-loving mom who loved spending time with me. But when I turned 5, Dad went out hunting. He fell from his horse, hurt his back, and was permanently bedridden. Mom had to take up all his responsibilities, and since then, she turned into the Wicked Witch of the West. To make matters worse, when I was 7, I was with my mom inaugurating a children's park when this homeless guy picked me up and started running. The guards caught him and saved me almost immediately, but Mom became extra paranoid and never allowed me to leave the palace. I wasn't allowed to go to school or play outside like normal kids. Growing up, the only friends I had were the palace workers or my royal tutors, who were really boring. My life sucked, and I hatched a new plan every week to escape the palace. Like this one time when I was 13, I tied a bunch of bedsheets and hung it down from my window. I was about to climb down when I saw how high it was and I chickened out. And another time, I climbed into the back of a van carrying pigs for the royal poultry farm. You, pig guy, drive or I'll behead everyone. Not the pigs, obviously. They're cute. But I will behead you, I promise. The guy shot me a look and started driving. But 30 seconds later, the royal guards caught on to me. Mom found out and went ballistic.
What were you thinking, Merida? That driver could have harmed you and taken you away forever.
And that would have been a dream come true. Even staying with pigs is better than staying caged in a castle for one more day. I'm bored, annoyed, and I hate it here.
It's for your own safety. Now quit complaining and go to your room. But I wasn't gonna give up so easily. So the next day, while Mom was away on palace duties, I tried sneaking out the kitchen back door, but my foot got caught on something. I tripped and crashed into a servant carrying a bunch of plates, and she landed on her butt. Are you okay? I looked up to see a girl my age staring in my face. She helped me get up, and just then, Mom came running. What have you done? That was really expensive china. Wow, Mom. You could have asked me if I was fine, but no, expensive china is more important. You know what I mean, and I see you've met Catherine. And that's how Catherine came into my life. Her dad was my dad's younger brother, and I'd met her when we were kids, but then she moved to France, and now Mom had invited her back to the palace. Catherine and I quickly became friends and spoke about everything under the sun. I told her about my boring life and how I was stuck in the castle, while Catherine told me all about her travels, which sometimes made me jealous. You know, Paris is really pretty. I love sitting on top of the Eiffel Tower and staring at the city. It's magical. And did you know that street churros don't taste the same as the ones we eat here? Of course you wouldn't, because I can't leave the castle. I know, you don't have to rub it in my face. Sorry, I didn't mean to, but why don't you just sneak out? You think I haven't tried? My mom has the nose of a dog. She can smell me out. But you didn't really have help before. Really? You'll help me? Of course. What are sisters for? Catherine kept her promise, and the next day when Mom left for her daily royal duties, she led me through the back gate of the castle. The guards were scattered everywhere, so Catherine and I had to be careful. We were hiding behind a huge wall, trying not to get spotted, when a huge trash truck stopped right in front of us, and Catherine signaled for me to climb in. This is your brilliant idea to sneak me out? A trash truck? I'm sorry if it's not up to your expectations, but it's literally the only way out that will escape the guards' attention. Whatever, fine. After the longest, bumpiest, and smelliest ride of my life, the truck finally stopped. Without warning, Kathy yanked me out like a bag of potatoes, and we fell into some bushes nearby. Welcome to the real life, princess. Let's go. I look like a homeless person dipped in a pile of poop. I'm not going anywhere looking like this. But it's the perfect disguise. Who would think a princess is walking around smelling like a pig? Hey, watch it. Don't forget that when I'm queen, Yeah, you'll behead half the population. Can we go now? We only have a few hours before the queen comes back. It took years before I was finally out of that miserable palace. So I didn't want to waste any time. Catherine took me to a photo booth to capture my first day out, and we ended up clicking a dozen pictures. I was still in the photo booth when she went outside to get something to eat, and this really cute boy walked in. I tried to run away before the boy saw my face, but I tripped over my own foot and went flying into his arms.
Whoa, is it fate or did the most beautiful girl in the world fall into my arms?
He smiled and my heart raced, but just as he came closer, I started sneezing like crazy.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry. I must be allergic to something. Just give me
Just then, the curtain flew open and Kathy angrily pulled me out. The hot dogs in her hand went flying, and one of them hit the pretty boy in the eye.
Ow! Wait, will I ever see you again?
No, now get out of our way! As Kathy dragged me away, I waved goodbye to the boy, feeling like I'd just lost the love of my life. We went through a secret tunnel through a church that opened at the backside of the castle, and I was stunned to know that something like this even existed. We quickly slipped inside the castle before someone noticed. Wow, that was so cool. How did you know about this? My dad might have mentioned it. Then why did you drag me through the trash truck? Seriously? That's your concern? If that boy hurt you, the queen would have killed me for sneaking you out. It was a mistake, and I'm not doing it again. But now, I didn't need Catherine's help. I already knew about the secret tunnel. So the next day, I sneaked out through the passage and went straight into town. I went back to that photo booth where I saw the same boy sitting outside kicking the air.
You came. I was hoping I'd run into you again. I couldn't stop thinking about you.
Neither could I.
I'm Romeo.
I'm Juliet.
Right. Want to get out of here, Juliet?
It was lame, but I wasn't gonna tell him my name yet. I need to trust him completely. And for all I know, his name wasn't Romeo either.
Over the next few days, I sneaked out every day just to meet Romeo, and I was smitten. He was cute, fun, really kind, and even volunteered at a local children's hospital at times. One day, he took me to the hospital with him, and I could see how everyone's eyes just lit up seeing Romeo.
Hi, Romeo. Is this your new girlfriend? She's very pretty. Are you guys gonna get married?
Well, her name is Juliet, so the chances are high.
I blushed as Romeo winked at me, and my insides exploded with excitement. Later that evening, he asked me out, and we shared our first kiss, which was magical. I knew I was falling for him. So a few days later, while I walked back home, I decided to tell Mom everything about Romeo. But just as I crossed the secret passage, I saw a bunch of guards waiting for me on the other side. The head bodyguard, Markle, immediately grabbed me and carried me as I kicked and screamed. Hey, put me down right this minute, or I'll have your head served to me on a platter!
Sorry, princess, but the queen will skin me alive if I don't deliver you to her. I prefer to be beheaded at this point.
Oh, you stupid bug-eyed giant mooncalf! I'll make your life miserable when I'm queen!
Can't wait.
Markle finally sat me down, and a second later, Mom walked in looking pissed. She threw a bunch of photographs on the table along with a news article. I stared in shock with all my pictures all over the tabloid with the most hideous headline. The princess who smells like rotten eggs and kissing a commoner is a disgrace and not fit to rule. Hey, that's not fair. I do not smell like rotten eggs.
You think this is a joke, Merida? I've spent a lifetime building my reputation, and I will not let you destroy it in seconds. And how dare you leave without my permission?
Mom, come on. It was only one outing. Okay, 2. Okay, sorry, 20. But look at the bright side. Nothing happened to me. No one kidnapped me, which means it's safe to travel outside. But Mom didn't care and left angrily. The next few days were miserable. The security around me was tighter than ever, and this time, no one was allowed to enter my room, not even Catherine. Things got worse when a week before my 18th birthday, Mom announced my engagement to the prince of some country. Can't say the name, sorry. And along with that, the date of my coronation. I felt lost and furious. Late one night, I was sulking in my room when someone knocked on my door. I opened it and saw Romeo standing outside. I pulled him in immediately before someone saw him. What are you doing here? If my mom sees you, you're dead meat.
I will leave, Merida, but before that, you need to know something. Catherine isn't who you think she is.
What do you mean? Before Romeo could say more, the door burst open and Mom came in with Catherine and some guards who immediately grabbed Romeo. Mom, no! Let him go!
I can't believe you would stoop so low, Merida. Wasn't it enough that you embarrassed me in the newspapers, that now you were planning on escaping with this peasant?
Mom, Romeo is a very nice guy, and I wasn't going anywhere with him. You can ask Catherine. She's met him before. Tell them. I have no idea what you're talking about, Merida. I've never seen this guy before in my life. Why are you lying? I'm not. I was in my room when I heard noises coming from your chamber. I heard him telling you that he's here to take you away. And as a loyal servant of the royal court, it was my duty to inform the queen. You backstabbing witch! I will—
Enough! I'm so disappointed in you, Merida. Now, until the members of the royal court decide what to do with you, you will not leave your room.
For the next couple of days, I was locked in my room with 2 guards at the door the whole time. I had no idea what happened to Romeo, but I prayed he was okay. About a week later, I was summoned by the royal court members who had apparently made a decision about me.
After a week of deliberation, the royal court has concluded that Princess Merida has gone against Act 54 of the royal constitution that states, "The queen in line shall not interact with commoners or have personal relations with them before her coronation."
Seriously? There's a constitution like that?
Shh! The princess has not taken her duties seriously. Therefore, she will be replaced by the next person in line to the throne.
Wait, Catherine? Seriously? Unbelievable!
Merida, be respectful before the members of the court.
No! If all of you think that I'm the problem and Catherine is the next best thing, then I have no respect. And what's wrong with interacting with the very people, commoners, we're supposed to rule? I was about to storm off when suddenly Romeo ran in through the doors with several guards following behind him. Catherine's eyes widened in shock as he marched straight to Mom. How did you get out?
I've lived on the street. We pick up a trick or two when it comes to escaping. But first, everyone needs to know the truth. My name is Romeo Buffet. I met the princess through Lady Catherine, who paid me to lure her out of the palace, expose her face to the media, and ruin her name.
You did what? Romeo went on to tell everyone how his little sister was a patient at the children's hospital where he volunteered. She was sick and needed surgery.
I needed money for the surgery, so when Lady Catherine approached me to work for her, I couldn't say no.
He's lying. He has no proof.
You can see my phone. I have the messages. Your Majesties, I did a terrible thing trying to ruin the princess's reputation, and I couldn't live with myself if I didn't confess the truth.
Kathy, why? Suddenly, Catherine turned to me with angry, bloodshot eyes. Because this crown belongs to me. It should have gone to my dad after his brother fell sick. But you, Queen, you snatched it away. My father lived in misery all his life when he was the rightful king. So that's why you came back, for the crown. Of course. You thought I came here to be friends with your sorry butt? Please. I hired this butthead so I could somehow ruin your reputation in front of the court, and your mom would banish you from the throne on her own. I would have succeeded if this jerk wouldn't have barged in. I'm gonna kill you when I'm the queen.
Which will be never. I've heard enough. Get this girl out of here. And if I ever see your face near the palace again, Catherine, you'll never see the light of day again.
The room was quiet as Kathy was dragged out of the hall kicking and screaming. And that was the last time I saw her. The queen then got up, grabbed the scroll from the royal speaker, and tore it to pieces.
What are you doing, Your Majesty? That's the only copy of the Constitution there is. I'm the queen, and I make or break the Constitution. I'm sorry, Merida. I thought I was doing the right thing by keeping you safe, but sometimes parents can be wrong.
I wasn't the best daughter either, Mom. I made life tough for you when all you wanted was to keep me safe. I promise I'll be better. Mom and I hugged it out and finally made up. Overcome with emotion, I ran to Romeo and hugged him too. I'm still mad at you for deceiving me, but I get why you did what you did. Also, I missed you a lot. Think we could start again?
Nothing would make me happier.
Romeo and I started dating officially. His sister's surgery was a success and was fully paid for by the palace. 2 years later, I was officially 21. Romeo and I tied the knot, and I was ordained as the next queen. Don't worry, I haven't beheaded anyone yet. Hi, my name is Tracy, and this is my story of how I went from rags to riches in the craziest way possible. For as long as I can remember, Mom and I have lived at a shelter. I never knew my dad, but I did know that he must have been a massive jerk to dump Mom, because she was a legit angel. She was always taking medicine for her heart problems, but she was also helping people at the shelter even though they didn't pay her. She taught me that the most important thing in the world was to always be kind. On my first day in first grade, I noticed that everyone was wearing the prettiest clothes, while I was wearing an oversized t-shirt and shorts that came to my feet. As soon as Mom left, I took a deep breath and walked over to a bunch of girls. Hi, I'm the prettiest girl in the group. Amy turned to me and said, "Ew, you look like a cartoon. And so did your nanny." "That's not my nanny, that's my mommy." She burst out laughing. "You're as ugly as your mommy." Before she could say another word, I attacked her. The teachers pulled us apart and made us hug it out. For the next few years, school continued like that. Amy became my biggest nemesis and was always trying to be a pain in my butt. One day when I was in the 8th grade, I was walking to school when I suddenly heard a strange scratching sound from behind the dumpster. I decided to take a look. It was an adorable little puppy trying to hide under an old cardboard box. I picked it up and wrapped it in my school jacket. "Hey there, little guy. You lost?" Just then, I noticed it was wearing a collar made of diamonds. Aw, baby. Someone loves you. Just then, a manic-looking man in a suit came running out and out of another alley. The minute he saw me, he charged straight towards me and snatched the puppy from my arms. "Hey, what are you—" Before I could finish, a woman dressed in really fancy clothes and heels came running after him, and she started screaming when she saw the puppy. Had these crazies broken out of some rich people's mental hospital? "Oh, my kushushu, pushushu boo-boo. Baby, Mama missed you." And then she turned to me angrily. You were trying to steal my dog." "Excuse me, I wasn't trying to steal your dog. I just picked him up from the street." "To steal him? Or his collar?" "No, to help him. I'm not some common thief." Finally, the woman looked like she believed me, and she said, "Fine, fine. You saved my Jimmy, and I don't want to owe you any favors. My car is parked there. Come with me, now." I said no, and that she was a stranger. Then she nodded to her driver, who made me get in the car immediately. "Take us to the big bazaar, and let's get her whatever she wants." We reached there, and as the driver was walking in with me, I spotted the nearby pharmacy and said I wanted to go there. When she asked me why, I said the only thing I wanted to buy was medicine for my sick mom. I even took out the prescription and showed it to him. The driver walked back to the lady and explained everything to her. She looked really surprised and then nodded. Once I'd bought the meds, she offered to drop me back home. As soon as we got there, I realized the bridge between our two worlds, her fancy car and my old, shabby shelter home. I felt kind of embarrassed, so I quickly thanked her and ran inside. But to my surprise, the woman was waiting for me outside the shelter the next day, and she had a doctor with her. She had brought him to check up on my mother. After a thorough examination, the doctor said the meds were not the right ones, and he immediately changed them. After the new prescription, Mom started to feel better in a few days. I felt so happy and relieved. I called the woman up and thanked her for her kindness. She laughed and said, "Don't go soft on me, kid. Consider this a favor repaid." I thought that was the end of it and I wouldn't see the woman again. But to my surprise, the next day, her car was outside the shelter again. As soon as I saw her, I rushed towards her and hugged her. She hugged me back. I gave her a flower I'd picked up on my way, and her face lit up. "Now that your mom is taken care of, I hope we can buy something for you today." We went inside the mall and had so much fun together. She took me to every boutique and shoe store in the mall. After I had literally shopped till I was ready to drop, she dragged me to the ice cream place, and then we went to the arcade. We spent hours playing every game we could, although she was even worse than I was. Over time, we grew quite close. One day when I went to school, Amy was lazily leaning against my locker waiting to torture me as usual. "Hey, Patches. How many times are you going to patch up that ugly coat? It's beginning to look like a quilt now." I completely ignored her as I removed my coat, and then suddenly everyone gasped. I was wearing some of the new clothes the rich lady had bought for me the day before, and then they noticed my Prada bag.
"What did you do, Tracy? Rob a bank?"
"Oh, I just decided to take fashion a little seriously. And let me give you some advice. That shade of green on your face is a really ugly look." Everyone was suddenly taking me more serious now that I was better dressed, and even coming over to me for fashion tips. I knew it was pretty shallow of them, but seeing how much it bothered Amy made it worth it. One day when we were at lunch, Amy and her minions walked up to me. She glared at me as though she'd eat me alive. Suddenly, I realized we were wearing the same outfit.
Admit it. You're wearing a cheap copy. There's no way you can afford an original limited edition.
I don't know, Amy. Yours looks like the wrong shade of white. Are you sure you're not wearing a copy? The minions' eyes widened and they started to whisper, and Amy turned a horrible shade of red.
"How dare you! I'll tell you what the wrong shade of white is."
And with that, she dumped her cup of coffee on my white outfit. I was furious. And before long, we had broken out into a full-fledged food fight right in the middle of the cafeteria. The kids gathered around us, screaming and yelling. Suddenly, 2 teachers broke us apart and dragged us to the principal's office. Oh no, I knew what this meant. Our parents would be called in. Sure enough, 30 minutes later, Mom came rushing in. She took one look at us and started apologizing to the principal. Then she turned to me. "I'm so disappointed in you, Tracy. I always told you to be kind." "But Mom—" "No buts, young lady." Then to my sheer horror, she turned to Amy, who was scowling in the corner. "Where's your mom, sweetie? I'll say sorry to her too. Those stains will be a pain to wash out." But Amy shook her off angrily.
"Don't touch me, and mind your own freaking business."
The principal told Mom that neither of Amy's parents had time to come. So Mom just smiled and said it was okay. Then Amy and I apologized and walked out. Outside, the rich woman was waiting for me. As soon as I saw her, I ran to her. Suddenly, I heard someone say,
"Are you freaking kidding me?"
I turned around and saw Amy glaring at us.
"You hypocrite! You didn't have time for me, but you do for these down and outs."
Wait, what was going on? Hey, watch your mouth. Who do you think you are, huh? Oh, great question. Why don't you tell her who I am, Mom? What? Are you her mom? You said you didn't have any kids. Oh, am I dead to you for good? Amy, stop it. Amy stared at her mother with rage in her eyes. No, you don't get to tell me anything anymore. Don't act all mommy dearest now when you haven't even bothered to talk to me in ages. What? You don't talk to your own daughter? What kind of mother are you? Tracy, Amy, I can explain. I was all so confused and puzzled. She'd been going around acting like a great mom figure to me, while she acted like her own daughter didn't even exist. I just turned around abruptly and ran home. I kept ignoring the rich woman's texts and calls because I was still reeling with shock over what had happened. But eventually, I decided that she deserved a chance to explain herself, and I told her that I would meet her after school. But as I was heading out of school the next day, I felt someone pull me by the back of my shirt. It was Amy, looking like a psycho. And where do you think you're going? To meet my mother? I shook her off. It's none of your business, Amy. And whatever is going on between you and your mom is not my fault. You better not meet her ever again, Tracy, or I'll have you and your mother kicked out of the shelter. Oh yeah? How do you think you can even do that? Her face twisted into an evil smile. Oh, my dad's a really powerful person on the city council. And once he tells the shelter people that you and your mom robbed my poor mother to buy branded clothes, they definitely won't be keeping thieves there. Just looking at her face, I knew she meant what she said. I hated being bullied by Amy like this, but I couldn't afford to land myself and Mom on the streets. I texted the rich woman to never contact me again. I even sent back everything she'd given me and went back to being my old, invisible self at school. Days turned into weeks, and before I knew it, 2 years had gone by without talking to the rich woman. Even though I kept my end of the bargain, Amy kept bullying me at school. And the psycho even started following me around in her car. Once I was buying ice cream at the grocery store when she popped out from behind a shelf and completely startled me. Aha! That's my mother's favorite ice cream. I know you're still seeing her. She kept accusing me of still seeing her mom, and of course, nothing I said could convince her otherwise. I was just glad I was leaving school soon. On graduation day, I ran to hug Mom after receiving my high school diploma. I heard Amy's voice and turned to see her standing behind us. Aw, isn't this such a sweet mother-daughter moment? Sorry to ruin it, but I have some news that's too good to keep from you any longer. And with that, she shoved a paper in my hands, and Mom and I stared at it in horror. It was a notice from the city council saying that our shelter would be permanently shut down because it had lost its funding. How can you do something like this? Do you have any idea how many people will lose their homes? I forgot the part where that's my problem. All I care about is you losing yours, and Daddy will make sure it happens. And I will make sure that it does not. We all turned around to see the rich woman. She took the paper from my hand and said she would pay whatever funds the shelter needed to stay open, and there was nothing Amy's dad could do to stop that. Amy looked like she was about to explode. Amy's mom turned to her and said, "Your dad is always trying to make you just like him, Amy, but I know you're better than that. He kept you away from me, but you're old enough to decide now, darling." Amy looked into her mom's eyes and shrugged off her hand. "No, I'm going to stay with Dad. You can be a mother to 100 street rats like her for all I care." Just then, the principal came running towards us and said, "Oh, you must be Amy's mother. I've been waiting for one of her parents to show up. I wanted to let you know that Amy can't graduate. She will have to repeat a year." "What? You can't do that." And then she left crying like a little baby. I was really happy to see the rich woman again, and I apologized to her for cutting her out of my life. "There's no need for explanations, Tracy, and I'll save your shelter. But why don't you and your mom come to live with me in my big, lonely mansion?" Long story short, we did finally agree to move in with her, and I was actually really glad that the two had each other's company as I moved away for a few years for university. I met a wonderful guy there, and after graduation, we moved back to my hometown so I could help the rich woman manage her business. I'm a successful businesswoman now with 2 beautiful kids and 2 doting grandmas who are always happy to babysit.
What would you do if one day you found out your dad had a secret wife. Well, I thought it was the worst thing that could ever happen, but I thought wrong. Wait until I reveal how things escalated to a complete disaster that no one expected. I'm Ivy, and it all started one day at school. I was sitting eating lunch alone because my friend Sarah had been avoiding me all week. Every time I looked over at her, she ignored me. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I walked over to her table and said, "Sarah, seriously, what did I do wrong?" Her face turned bright red, and she said she had to go. But I refused to leave her alone until she told me. Well, soon enough, I regretted ever asking, because what she said freaked me out. You see, Sarah lives just outside the town near a forest. There are only 2 houses out there, and it's super creepy. Anyway, she told me that she'd seen my dad's car parked outside her neighbor's house for the past week. I was shocked. I told her she was lying because my dad was on a business trip in Paris, and he'd even sent me selfies from the Eiffel Tower in the background. But she said it was definitely him, and when I called her a liar, she started crying. That's when I knew she was being serious, and that the only liar around here was my dad. This whole week, I'd been staying at my grandma's, and yet my dad had been in town the whole time? I couldn't believe it. Soon, Sarah stopped crying, and I told her it was okay. I wasn't mad at her. I asked her if I could come over to her place after school to confront my dad. She said that was fine, as long as I didn't get her involved. She was such a goody two-shoes. So after school, Sarah and I took the bus back to her place. But my dad's car was nowhere to be seen. Then Sarah took me into her bedroom and pointed to the back of the house. Oh my God, his car was there! I could feel the anger rising up inside me, and I ran out of Sarah's house towards the neighbors. Sarah tried to get me to stop, but I was very angry. I marched right up to the front door of the house and was about to knock when I noticed a big photo through the glass. It was my dad and some woman, and they were wearing wedding clothes. I almost screamed. Was this some kind of joke? I needed to think. I had to get out of there. What else was my dad hiding from me? I started walking away quickly, but then I tripped on a rock and almost fell. Through the window, I heard a woman's voice saying, "What was that?" I just panicked and started running. I jumped behind a bush and saw my dad open the door and glance outside. "Nothing, honey," he said. "It must have been a bird." I had to literally grip onto the tree to stop myself from running at my dad and shouting. I waited until he'd gone back inside and ran back to my friend's place. I was crying and shaking as I texted my dad saying, "So, how's Paris? When are you back, Dad?" He replied right away, "Not for a month, sweetie, but the time will fly by. Be good for your grandma now." My dad was such a liar. He promised me that after Mom was gone, it would just be me and him forever, and that he would never remarry. Well, now I was going to make him pay. I went home that night and decided to confront him the following day. I was going to embarrass him so much. But when I got to Sarah's house, his car was nowhere to be seen. Where had he gone? I tried to call him, but it went straight to voicemail, and I started to panic, thinking maybe his new wife had done something to him. She did look like the gold digger type. Sarah could see I was worried, so she asked her mom if she'd seen a man next door recently, and Sarah's mom just giggled and said, "Oh, you know what Janelle is like. There's always some man on the go, but it looks like she's finally settled down and gotten married. I saw him leave with a suitcase early this morning, but didn't get a good look at him. He looked handsome, though." Sure enough, later that night, I got a phone call from Dad, and he was actually in Paris. For real. He even put me on video and showed me the view from his hotel room. I was too shocked to actually say anything, though, and just told him I wasn't feeling well and hung up. All I could think about was how I needed to find out who this monster of a woman was that had stolen my dad away from me. And then it hit me. This woman was my stepmother now. I couldn't just go knock on her door, though. What if she recognized me? I mean, surely my dad had mentioned me, right? But then, why hadn't I been invited to their wedding? I had so many questions, and I needed to find a way to befriend my new stepmother and get my answers that way. Sarah suggested I break into her house, which was just ridiculous, but I had an idea. The next day was a Saturday, so I gathered up some cleaning supplies from my grandma's place and then dug in my old dresser box, where I found an old blonde wig. Then I took the bus over to Sarah's. Except I didn't go to Sarah's. I went to pay my new stepmother a little visit. I must have looked ridiculous, carrying a giant feather duster and wearing a blonde wig, but I didn't care. I had bigger things to think about. I marched right up to her door, trying to be as confident as possible. I knocked. She ran to the door and was dressed up all fancy. And then when she saw me, her face fell. "Oh, I was expecting someone else. Sorry, I'm not interested in buying anything. Have a good day." She was about to close the door, but I said, "Wait!" Then I told her I was from the local school, and we were doing some cleaning jobs to raise funds for a charity to help animals. I could tell she still wasn't interested, so I said, "Please, those animals need all the help they can get." She said, "Fine, but make it quick. I have plans today." As soon as I was inside, I started cleaning the photo of her and my dad, and she saw me staring and told me to hurry up. So then I headed upstairs and started cleaning. When I got to her bedroom, I spent longer there, even sneaking a peek inside her closet. What kind of woman had my dad fallen in love with? It looked like she had lots of fancy clothes. And then I saw something familiar. My mom's favorite dress! I thought I was going to be sick. What was it doing there? Without thinking, I took it and shoved it under my sweater. I hoped she wouldn't notice. But it was not okay that she had this. I tried to do the best job possible so that she'd invite me back. And to my complete surprise, she did. She saw that I had actually done a good job cleaning. Thank you, Grandma, for teaching me well! And laughed and asked if I could come again 2 days later. I couldn't believe it. That was too easy. Of course, I gave her a fake name, and as I walked away, I almost laughed. I was officially my stepmother's housekeeper. Oh, this was good. I knew I'd reveal who I really was at some point, but I needed more time. What if she was hiding things from my dad? I mean, had my dad given her my mom's dress? I needed to find out. 2 days later, I was cleaning, and afterwards, she asked me if I wanted to stay for some tea and cake. She seemed kind of lonely, and for a second, I felt sorry for her. I mean, Dad was away a lot, so she must have been missing him, just like I was. That day, she asked me lots of questions about myself, and even complimented me on how pretty I was. Afterwards, I felt kind of guilty for lying to her. I mean, she actually seemed quite nice. I could see why my dad had fallen in love with her. But still, my dad had kept this hidden from me, and that wasn't okay. The following week, when I was cleaning, I heard a car pull up outside. I froze. Was Dad back already? I ran over to the window to take a look, but it wasn't my dad. It was some other man. Suddenly, my stepmother shouted upstairs to me that she had a meeting now and would be in her study and that I wasn't to disturb her. I was very curious, so as soon as I heard her study door close, I crept downstairs and looked through the keyhole. They were sitting opposite each other, and it did look like a business meeting. But then my stepmother put her finger to her lips to say, "Shh," and pointed up towards the ceiling. And then the next second, she got up and went over and started kissing the man. I couldn't believe it. I almost gasped. I couldn't stop watching. And then the man pushed her away and said, "Babe, please, you gotta take those pictures of your husband down. I feel like he's watching us. It's creepy." And then my stepmother just told him to ignore the pictures and said her husband was away so much he'd never find out anyway. Well, that's what she thought. I'd just seen and heard more than enough. If my dad knew what she was up to, he'd be heartbroken. I had to tell him. This was sickening. I ran back upstairs, and then the man left. I could feel my heart thumping in my chest. This was all too much. A few minutes later, I heard a phone ringing, and then my stepmother answered. It was clearly my dad on the line, because she said, "Oh, I miss you too, baby. Please hurry home." I felt so angry hearing that. I picked up one of the perfume bottles in her room and threw it on the floor. It smashed and pieces flew everywhere. Of course, my stepmother came running upstairs, and that's when I realized she was on a video call. I threw myself under her bed, pretending to clean up the bits of broken glass. No way could my dad see me here. But then Janelle bent down and said, "Let me introduce you to my husband." But I just mumbled that I was cleaning up the glass and would meet him later. My God, if my dad saw me, he would freak out. I thought about not returning after I'd seen her having an affair. But I wanted to collect evidence for my dad. So over the next 2 weeks, I kept visiting and cleaning. And that man was there all the time. One night, as I was leaving, I asked her who he was. And she blushed and said he was just an important client and that they were signing a business deal. Yeah, right, I thought. Then one day, just before my dad got back, I was at her house cleaning. I'd started to clean the toilet with her toothbrush after I'd caught her cheating, and it gave me so much pleasure to scrape the toilet bowl with it. It served her right. I was polishing the toilet seat with it, when suddenly I heard her running up the stairs. I quickly hid the toothbrush just in time because she came storming into the bathroom and started vomiting. I got such a fright and asked her if she was okay. Then I headed home. The next day, I decided I was going to quit. My dad was coming home and I couldn't risk being caught by him. Plus, I was sick of being around her and her lies. I did one last clean for her because I also needed the cash. And as I was cleaning her bathroom, I noticed something in the trash. My jaw almost hit the floor. It was a pregnancy test and it said 1 to 2 weeks on it. Oh my God. She was pregnant. I did the math and realized there was no way this could be my dad's baby. I was so shocked, I lost all track of time, and the next moment, I heard my dad's voice downstairs. I had to get out of there without him seeing me. I waited until he was in the kitchen, and then I ran as fast as I could down the stairs, out the door, and over to Sarah's. The worst part of it all was knowing that he came to see his wife before coming to see me. Did he love her more than me? I watched as they went out into the garden and started hugging. and I quickly took a photo of them. And then I saw her showing my dad the pregnancy test, and he looked happy. He picked her up and swung her around, and all I could think was how the baby was not his. Later that night, Dad came to pick me up at my grandma's and take me home, but I told him I was fine staying at grandma's and didn't want to come home. He could clearly see that something was up, and just before he left, I decided that was the moment. I showed him the photo I'd taken of him and my stepmother, and he almost dropped my phone in shock. He turned to me and said he could explain, and then he broke down and said he'd been wanting to tell me for so long, but he was afraid that I wouldn't be okay with it, and that he really loved this woman. He so badly wanted me to meet her. I didn't tell him I'd already met her, because I had a plan. This week, my dad kept apologizing, and then he asked me if I'd be interested in meeting his wife that weekend. I told him I'd love to, and he seemed relieved. Then he said he'd chosen a special restaurant and promised that I'd love her as much as he did. When the weekend rolled around, I put on my mom's dress, the one I'd stolen out of my stepmother's closet, and wore a pair of big sunglasses. Obviously, I didn't wear my blonde wig because I didn't want to give myself away. My dad told me to take my sunglasses off, but I refused, saying it was part of my outfit. And then he complimented me on the dress and said it looked as good on me as it had on my mom. So my stepmother had stolen the dress then. At first, things went well. She didn't recognize me and she was acting very sweet towards me. And then she said she and my dad had something to tell me, that I was going to be a big sister. I decided that was the perfect moment. I pulled off my sunglasses, reached into my bag and pulled out my wig and said, "Oh yeah? And is this baby definitely my dad's?" Well, you should have seen the look on her face. She literally screamed and pushed herself away from the table. Then she started pointing at me saying, "It's you? But you're my cleaner!" Then she turned to my dad and started shouting at him, saying, "Did you set this up? Were you spying on me? Using your own daughter to keep an eye on me? And she even stole my dress!" The whole time, my dad looked so confused. He clearly had no idea what was going on. So I told him everything, that the baby wasn't his, and that I'd seen his wife cheating on him over the past month. My dad was so furious, he grabbed my hand and we left the restaurant. As we stormed out, I turned to my evil stepmother and said, "By the way, I didn't steal your dress. You stole this dress from our house!" My dad was so disgusted by the whole situation, and I thought he'd be angry. After all, I had pretended to be someone else just to get some info about my stepmother. But he was actually very grateful. He apologized to me about 1,000,000 times and said he'd been such a fool to fall for such a terrible woman. And of course, for lying to me about where he'd been and the fact that they'd gotten married. Well, now they're divorced. Thank God! As soon as the divorce was filed, my dad turned to me and jokingly said, "Next time I meet a woman for a date, I'm going to hire you as a spy to go and clean her house, okay?" At least my dad still had a sense of humor. And thank goodness for Sarah living so close. Otherwise, would we ever have discovered what a liar she was?
Hi, I'm Miriam, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born and brought up in London till I was 10. My dad's a doctor and mom's an artist. Both my parents loved me to bits, so much so that they decided to move to the countryside to ensure I grew up in a pollution-free, stress-free environment. And I wasn't complaining because I loved being close to nature. Also, I loved painting. Being around nature was a great inspiration. On my first day at my new home, I met a girl in the yard who looked my age. Her clothes were dirty and her hands were full of strawberries. She smiled when she saw me, stuffed the strawberries into her mouth, and held out her sticky hand.
Hi, I'm Stacy. Are you new here? Yeah, we only just moved today. Do you see these horses? They're all mine. This one's Stella, he's James, this tiny one's Marco, and that brown one over there, he's Philip. Wow, aren't you scared of them? What? No, they're my friends. I'll show you.
Actually, those horses were all ours, and Stacy was lying through her teeth. But I decided to play along. Stacy took out an apple from her pocket and went straight to the tiny horse.
Oh, sorry. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. See, he loves eating from my hands. You know what? I can even talk to animals, and I understand what they're saying. Like the other day, Philip said he wanted to marry Stella. So I told Dad.
Just then, our new housekeeper appeared.
"Stacy, what are you doing here? Didn't I ask you to feed the hens?"
He then turned to me.
"Morning, Missy. Sir's looking for you."
Dad, you know her?
"Of course. She's Miriam, Sir's daughter."
Stacy's face went a bit red because her lies had been caught, and she rushed off while I couldn't help laughing. I found her super interesting, and we soon became really good friends. We even went to the same school. I'd always been a bright student while Stacy sucked at studies, and she wore clothes that were very ungirly. Baggy pants and loose t-shirts, that's what made her the butt of jokes in school. A girl named Jennifer was particularly mean to her. One day, she stopped Stacy in the school corridor.
You're the daughter of Miriam's housekeeper, right? So technically, you're her servant.
I was not going to let anyone bully my BFF, not under my watch. We're closer than sisters, and she's my best friend. But what would you know? You don't have any. I guess it would be better to have no friends than to have one that looks like her. This made me so angry that I slapped Jennifer, and we broke into a huge fight. Stacy also jumped in, and by the time we got separated by teachers, Jennifer's hair looked like she'd gotten an electric shock. The three of us ended up in detention together, where Stacy went on her lying spree once again.
You know, Miriam, when I was 5, I got lost in the woods for 4 days. I met an old woman there who taught me how to cast spells.
I almost burst out laughing, seeing the horrified look on Jennifer's face.
When my dad found me, I was floating in the air. He almost died of a heart attack. Then when I came home, I cast a laughing spell on him, and he couldn't stop laughing for days. People thought he'd gone mad.
Do you remember that spell?
No, but I remember one that will make a person dance nonstop for days.
Jennifer sat as still as a mouse after that, and we rushed out the second detention was over. We both laughed so hard, and we knew we'd made an enemy in school. That evening, I asked Mom if we could buy Stacy some new clothes. She immediately agreed, and we all went shopping. We got Stacy some nice dresses that made her look so nice and different. On our way back, Stacy couldn't stop thanking Mom. She told me although she had a few of her mom's dresses, she didn't wear them because she didn't want to get them dirty. Do you miss her a lot?
Sometimes. I keep myself busy so that I don't miss her too much. I've taught myself lots of things because I've always been a genius. Like when I was 2, I could recite poems and write letters. I studied so hard that I became a master of algebra and psychogolly.
You mean psychology?
Yeah, that too.
I laughed and hugged her tight. She was such a bluffer. I guess bluffing was her way of coping with the loneliness she struggled with since she was a baby. With her dad being busy with work all day, she literally had no one for company, except of course horses, cows, and hens. I was her first human friend ever. When I was in 10th grade, Stacy and I were discussing our science project in school when I accidentally bumped into someone in the hallway. As I looked up, I saw the most beautiful blue pair of eyes staring at me and annoying Jen.
Hey, don't you have eyes? Or has your silly friend cast a spell on you that made you blind?
It's okay, Jen. She didn't kill me. Hey, I'm Chris.
He's my brother, and he's strictly off limits for weirdos like you.
Stop embarrassing me, Jen. I can take care of myself.
Chris, you know nothing about these two. If he's your brother and still likes you, he clearly doesn't know anything about you either. Shut up, you witch.
Jennifer was holding a cup of coffee that she threw on my dress. Jen, what's wrong with you?
Oh, I'm so sorry. It was an accident. Just then, Stacy stomped on Jennifer's foot so hard that she screamed out loud. I'm sorry, it was an accident.
We both high-fived and went away. But before that, I caught Chris looking at me and smiling. For some reason, his smile melted my heart. The next few days, Jennifer followed Chris like a shadow. I got to know that Chris had been studying abroad and had just come back. He was 1 year senior to us. And once, when I was sitting alone in the library, Chris came and sat beside me. Hey, I've heard a lot about your mom, and I would love to see her creation someday, if that's okay with you.
Gosh, I just couldn't stop looking into those big blue eyes. Snap out of it, idiot.
Of course. You can come home and I'll show you her paintings. But won't Jennifer be mad? Don't worry about her. I don't know why she's acting so strange lately. She sometimes forgets that I'm the elder sibling, not her. When I told Stacy that Chris was coming home, she wasn't too thrilled because he was Jennifer's brother. She already knew I had a huge crush on him. That evening, I told Mom that my friend would come over to see her work, and she readily agreed. When Chris finally came, Mom greeted him warmly. But all of a sudden, Chris started shouting, "Ma'am, I'm a big fan of your art. I've seen some of your paintings at a London art gallery." That's so nice. Miriam, why don't you go take him upstairs to show him the paintings? Thank you, ma'am. It was a pleasure meeting you. I was so confused at his weird behavior. But then I saw Stacy laughing crazily just outside the door, and I knew she had something to do with it. Did you meet Stacy on your way here?
Yeah. In fact, she was the one who told me that your mom has a hearing problem.
Good Lord, I swore I'd kill Stacy for this. Chris and I started going out after that day. He was funny and a nature lover like me. Jennifer didn't like our budding relationship one bit, but she couldn't really do anything about it. Once, Chris came to pick me up for a movie night. When I entered the car and tried putting on the seatbelt, it got stuck. He leaned in to see what the matter was, and suddenly, we were so close that I almost forgot to breathe. Just then, Chris looked into my eyes, and we kissed. It was my first kiss ever, and it was freaking amazing. I knew I was totally in love. Then Chris told me his biggest secret.
Miriam, I want you to know something. I was 8 when I had a terrible accident. Doctors had to cut off half of my left leg to save me.
Chris pulled up his left trouser, and I was shocked to see that he had a prosthetic leg.
I'll understand if you don't want to date me after this, but I couldn't keep this a secret from you any longer.
Hey, don't be silly. This doesn't change a thing. And then I kissed him again. The next day when I came to school, I saw Stacy waving wildly. I ran to see what the matter was. You heard about Chris? He has a fake leg. What? I mean, who told you? Everyone at school is talking about it. I was horrified that his secret was out now, but who could have done that? I frantically searched for Chris everywhere, but he'd just vanished. I even asked Jennifer, but she pushed me aside angrily. My brother trusted you, and this is what you did to him? You'll never get to see him again. I felt devastated. I even went to his home hoping to meet him, but one of his servants told me that he'd moved to London for good. I missed Chris so much that I cried for days. Stacy tried to cheer me up with her silly stories. She'd force me to go on hikes with her, and she encouraged me to paint more often. With her help, I started to get better. Soon after, we had an art competition where the winner would get a chance to study in a prestigious art school in Milan. Stacy, if I win this competition, I'll literally get to go to the university of my dreams. Don't get your hopes too high. I'm participating too. She then revealed that she was planning to paint a pig rolling in mud. Turned out that Jennifer was also participating in the competition, and I had to admit, she painted quite well, but I was confident of my art skills. So I just focused on my painting, and it turned out to be more amazing than I'd expected. Our art teacher asked us to wait outside for an hour until the judges came and reviewed the paintings. I went to the cafeteria to grab some lunch, and Stacy joined me there. And just then, I heard an announcement.
Miriam, I want you to come quickly to the auditorium, please.
It was our art teacher. I jumped with joy, thinking I'd won the competition. But when I got there, I got the biggest shock of my life. Someone had ruined my painting by throwing ink all over it. I burst into tears as soon as I saw it. Stacy also looked really upset, but she tried to console me. It's okay, Miriam. There's always next time. You can participate in the competition next year. Who do you think could have done that? I worked so hard for this day.
Miriam, I'm so sorry for what happened, but don't worry. We're looking into the CCTV footage, and we'll know very soon who did it.
And sure enough, we found out the culprit, and it was Stacy. I couldn't believe it, but the proof was right there in front of my eyes. Stacy deliberately spilling ink on my painting. Stacy, why? Why would you do that? You knew how important this competition was to me. How could you? Why? I did that so I could win. My paintings are so much better than yours, but you just think that you're the greatest artist and I'm nobody because I'm your servant's daughter, huh? Wow. So you've just started assuming things now? You know what? Just forget it. I'm so done with you. I stopped talking to Stacy after that. Our parents figured out that our friendship had turned sour, but we didn't tell them exactly what happened. I just told my mom that my painting wasn't selected and I'd try again next year. The next few days were the worst days of my life. I missed Chris, and in spite of what Stacy had done, I missed her too, especially when I watched MSA videos alone. It was usually our favorite thing to do together. One day, as I was out in the stable feeding the horses, I heard a familiar voice behind me.
Miriam?
Chris, what are you doing here?
I hope you're not still mad at me for vanishing like that.
What? No, but you do owe me an explanation. And then, Chris told me that the day he'd come to pick me up, he was talking to Jennifer on the phone. She was really mad at him for dating me.
When your seatbelt got stuck, I put the phone aside without realizing the call was still on. She heard me telling you about the prosthetic leg, and I guess she thought that if she let the rumor about my leg spread, I'd just blame you for it, which is exactly what happened. I'm sorry.
My goodness, how can anyone be so evil? But how did you figure out that Jennifer was behind all of this?
I didn't. Stacy did.
Stacy?
Yeah, she sent me a recording of Jen's confession. I think you need to go talk to her. I'll wait here.
A recording? What had Stacy been up to? I hugged Chris quickly and went looking for Stacy. I found her sitting under a tree. Stacy, I need to talk to you. Yeah? About what?
How do you know that it was Jennifer who spread the news about Chris's fake leg?
Well, she admitted it herself.
What?
How? And why? That day after I ruined your painting, she came up to me and told me what an excellent job I'd done by showing you your place. I just knew she had something to do with you and Chris breaking up, so I decided to pretend to be friends with her for a while. And sure enough, one day she started boasting about how she'd managed to break your relationship with Chris. She told me everything.
Stacy, I don't understand you. On one hand, you ruined my chances of getting into my dream university, and on the other hand, you reunite me with Chris. Why?
I ruined your painting so that you wouldn't move to Milan. You were the only friend I had, Miriam, and I didn't want to lose you. I already lost my mom. I didn't want to lose more people I love.
Stacy was the strongest girl I knew, and it hurt me deeply to see tears in her eyes.
You weirdo. You could have just said that and I wouldn't have even participated in the competition. In fact, I decided right then that even if I won, I wouldn't move to Milan. City life is just not for me. I'm happy here with my horses, cows, and my wacko best friend. I hugged Stacy as we both cried, and Chris smilingly looked on.
Hi, I'm Milo. Please, like and subscribe, because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. When I was 4 years old, all I wanted was a huge family. Dad, why don't I have a mom? All my friends have moms, brothers, sisters. How dare you say that to me? Am I not enough for you? Just go away. My dad was always like this, angry and irritated. He never got along with anyone. And he got fired from every single job he took. We were so poor that he pushed me to school in a stolen shopping cart. No way we could afford a car. When I was in the 10th grade, Dad came home with a crazy surprise. A baby sister from one of his girlfriends. I was over the moon. He didn't even bother naming her. So I did it. I'll call you Annie. Isn't it a cute name, Dad? He didn't care. He was too worried about how we were gonna have enough money to raise a baby. Since he couldn't hold a job, he had to borrow money from a local billionaire. Only problem? My dad took the money and ran. He just left me and Annie alone. The billionaire was furious when I told him we couldn't pay him back. I gave him thousands of dollars. I'll have to call the police, and you two will be sent to foster homes. No way, they'll separate me from my sister. Please don't call the police. I can pay you back. I can work for you. You're only a stupid boy. What will you do? I'll clean the pool, do the dishes, mow the lawn. You can slowly take your money out of my paychecks. Please, just give me a chance. It actually worked. The billionaire let me work for him in exchange for a small salary and a place to live in his pool house. This pool house was way bigger than any apartment I'd ever lived in, so I was thrilled. I went to school every morning with Annie strapped to my chest and worked at the mansion all evening. Everything was going well until one night, when I was just about to sleep, someone started screaming outside. Papa, I'm scared. Stay here, sweetheart. I've got this. I ran out to see a strange, beautiful girl jumping into the pool.
Woohoo! Cannonball!
Intruder! Intruder! Someone's breaking in!
Wow, you're cute. Wanna jump in?
I pulled the pool cover over her head to trap her.
Ah! What are you doing?
I'm keeping you here while I call the cops.
Stop it! I'm Zoe. This is my house.
Liar? I've never seen you here.
That's because I just moved back in with my dad, you idiot. I lived with my mom before. Now get me out of here before I get you fired.
She crawled out of the pool angrily. and showed me pictures of her phone with the billionaire.
Believe me now, pool boy?
My name's Milo.
I don't need to know your name if you don't work here anymore.
I'm sorry, I just never seen you before. Please don't tell your dad about this. I need this job. I'll do anything. She got so close that I thought she was gonna kiss me, but she said,
Anything?
Sure. What do you want? Apparently a lot. Zoe was wild. She partied a lot and stayed out late every day. I had to help her sneak back in each time. One time, she had a huge fight with her dad and ran away to spend the night with her mom. I had to lie in her bed and pretend to be her. So embarrassing. I did all of it for my sister, but as she got older, her needs started changing. Baba, when can I go to school like you? I want to play with the other kids. That made my heart sink. I didn't have enough money to pay for school, but I wanted to give my sister the whole world. I decided to ask the billionaire for a loan, and he said he'd think about it. But little did I know that Zoe was gonna wreck everything. It was a night like any other. She was sneaking back into the mansion at 3 a.m., and I was pushing her through the window when suddenly she fell right on top of their super expensive television. The screen shattered to pieces. Thankfully, Zoe wasn't hurt, but her dad was really mad. Who did this? Who?
Milo was cleaning and he slipped.
I could barely protest before the billionaire lost it. You? Do you have any idea how much this costs? There's no way I'm giving you a loan now.
What? Wait, what loan?
Please, sir. That money is for my sister. She can't go to school without it. No way. Figure it out yourself. I was so mad. I just stormed out of there and locked myself in the pool house. Minutes later, there was a knock on the door. It was Zoe. What are you doing here? Won't you be satisfied till you ruined my whole life?
I didn't know about your sister or all these problems.
Why should I tell you? You're just some rich girl who decided to make my life miserable. Please, just leave me alone. I slammed the door shut and stormed back in. If she wanted to have me fired, so be it. I avoided her completely. I just went to school and did my work like I used to. I applied for a few extra jobs to do over the weekend. I had to send Annie to school, somehow. It all changed when Zoe showed up at the pool house one night.
Please, don't shut the door. I'm sorry I acted like such a jerk. I brought you something.
She handed me a whole stack of money.
It's my pocket money. Dad tries to buy my love with cash. That should be enough for your sister's school.
I was numb with shock. I can't keep this.
You better, pool boy. I saved up all month for you.
No, take it back.
You can't make me.
She just turned and ran.
Use the money. Thank me later.
This girl was crazy. With her help, I was able to afford a decent preschool for Annie. I didn't have to get a second job, so I had free time to study. I even tried out for the school swim team, and I was so shocked to see I was the fastest kid there. I got in right away. Things at home were the easiest they've ever been. Zoe didn't ask me to help her when she was sneaking in anymore. She even babysat Annie while I was busy. One time, I came home to see Annie and Zoe wearing matching dresses. Zoe had shopped for her. I don't get it. Why are you being so nice to us?
I'm making up for being a jerk.
You don't need to spend so much money. You're already forgiven.
Hey, I like Annie. She's super cute and funny. I'm not just doing it for you.
Still, I have to give you something in return.
Okay then, go out on a date with me.
What?
You're sweet, caring, and kind of adorable. I like you. What do you think of me?
I was shocked. How could an heiress want to date someone like me? Before I could say a word, I heard a shout behind us. What did you just say, Zoe? It was her dad. Did you just tell the pool boy you like him?
His name is Milo.
Who cares? You're not dating some poor beggar. Wait, is this why you've been asking me for extra pocket money? Have you been spending it on these too? He turned purple with rage and marched into the pool house. He started throwing all my things around. Where's all the cash? Where did you hide it? Give it back to me! Stop it! I grabbed him and tried to pull him back, and he shoved me away. Your sister is wearing a new dress. Did you get Zoe to buy that for you? You pathetic thief! He stormed towards my sister, and I lost it. I tackled him and threw him into the pool. How dare you charge at my sister? I'm gonna kick your butt! Just then, Annie started crying loudly, and in an instant, all my anger suddenly melted away. I grabbed her and marched into my house to pack all my things. I couldn't live with this monster anymore. I'm quitting. Don't you dare quit! You still owe me money. Then call the police. I don't care. I'm leaving.
Yeah, clean your own pool.
I took Annie and got the heck out of there. I called up my swimming coach and explained my situation to him. Thankfully, he and his wife let us live with them for a while. I tried to focus on getting a new job, but I couldn't stop thinking about Zoe. I called her many times since that day, but she never picked up. I had no idea how much trouble she was in. Annie missed her all the time, too. I thought I'd never see her again, until the day of a very important swimming match. All the schools were competing, and our biggest donors were coming to watch. I was so focused on the match that I didn't see all the missed calls on my phone from Annie's school. I swam my heart out and won first place. After the award ceremony, I checked my phone and nearly had a stroke. Annie was sick. Her school had gone crazy calling me to take her home. I literally flew out of there and dashed off to her school, ready for the worst. But I found her playing games on the grass. Bubba, look who I called. Zoe was behind her, giving me the cheekiest grin. I couldn't believe it.
Don't worry, Annie's fine. She just ate some bad food. I threw up on my teacher.
I gave Annie a tight hug, and she gasped.
Bubba, you won gold.
That doesn't matter. How do you feel now?
I feel perfect because Bubba wins. Yay! I knew you're the best.
I turned around to thank Zoe, but saw her leaving. I grabbed her arm and pulled her back. No way you're leaving just like that. We haven't spoken in months. What's going on with you? Zoe revealed how her dad had become super strict since the incident. He never let her go out anymore, and she could only sneak away when he was busy at work. And he was setting her up with some rich boy to marry him. That's crazy. We're just kids.
He thinks I need to be kept under control. I wish I could leave, but he has full custody.
Then you should take him to court again. You need to stand up to him. If you want to be with your mom, fight for it. She knew I was right. She convinced her mom to call their lawyer, but she was scared of moving her stuff out of the house. I decided to help her and went to her mansion together. Her father had a total fit when he saw us. He tried to stop Zoe from packing, but I stood in between them like a wall. Move, or I will punch you. Why don't you try, old man? I'll knock you out right now. I'm calling the police. I have full custody, and Zoe cannot leave without my permission.
Fine, do it. Mom's already talking to her lawyer, and she's gonna fight for me. And she will win after I tell the court everything you put me through. Just back off!
She pushed him away, and we all stormed out. Her father kept screaming behind us, but we didn't care. When I finally got her to her mom's house, Zoe was literally jumping with joy. We could finally live our lives the way we wanted, and Zoe's dad tried to wreck that many times. He kept calling us for days till we had to block him. Then, he filed a police complaint against me, saying I robbed him and kidnapped Zoe. I was in jail for 2 whole days while the police investigated the matter. This was so crazy. They just believed his lies. Until Zoe showed up, she told the cops the whole truth. She wasn't kidnapped, I didn't steal, and her father was a lying jerk. They had no choice but to let me go. I wanted to make a graceful exit, but Annie turned to the billionaire and said,
"Ha! Chew on that!"
I was screaming from happiness outside. Thank you so much. You saved my butt.
She was so cool, wasn't she, Bubba?
Coolest. Suddenly, Zoe threw her arms around me, and to my shock, she kissed me right on the lips. I was so shocked.
Aw, that was so cute. Kiss again.
Shut up, Annie.
Kiss, kiss, kiss.
Sorry, I couldn't help it. I was so worried about you. And I'm sorry about this whole mess, and
I leaned in and kissed her. It was a quick peck on the lips, but she turned red.
You kissed me.
I'll do it again. I pulled her to me and gave her another kiss. It was perfect.
Hi, I'm Rose from Austria. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up in a huge mansion with my parents, grandparents, aunt, and lots of maids. We were rich, and my life was practically perfect, especially because I had the best mom ever who spoiled me rotten. Like when I was 6 and went to school wearing a fairy costume for a month. It was against the dress code, but somehow mom convinced the teachers to make an exception. And when I was 8, I wanted a big dollhouse. So mom got one constructed in our backyard big enough to fit a family of humans. I loved having mom around, and she was a very kind and sweet person, but she was a bit peculiar. You see, mom was fascinated by everything paranormal and thought she could communicate with ghosts. No one in our family thought it was a big deal, till one day when I was 10, mom and dad had a fight and dad left. Who needs humans when you have a million ghosts to keep you company?
You're insane! Go hug your invisible friends! I'm out of here!
After dad left, mom became obsessed with her hobbies and spent hours locked in the room
room talking to herself. But one night, she lit too many candles and caused a fire, which burned down half of the mansion. My grandparents were furious and asked Mom to leave. Mom and I moved to a smaller place, and even though we had enough to live comfortably, it was nothing compared to our life before, and it really affected me.
Look, I bought you a new doll.
This is a rag doll, Mom, and it's so scary. Take that away from me.
But sweetie, I made this for you.
Well, you wouldn't have to waste your time if you didn't burn down my old toys.
Mom looked at me sadly before leaving, and I felt bad, but I was a kid, and I really missed my old life. I thought Mom would eventually give up her obsession and we would move back to our old home, but she only got weirder. Like when I was 12, a weird lady showed up at our door offering her fortune-telling services.
Wow, the universe must have sent you. Please, come in.
Mom and the lady sat down for a reading, and halfway through, the lady started communicating with spirits. The table started shaking, and Mom looked amazed.
What do the spirits want?
Oh, they're upset. So very upset. You burnt their old house down, and now they're homeless.
They are invisible, right? They can stay in the White House and no one will know.
Child, you make fun of spirits? How dare you?
The weird woman got up and started jumping on one leg, chanting things. Mom joined in too, and the whole thing just looked ridiculous. Anyway, soon after, she left, and the next day, Grandpa showed up for a surprise visit, and Mom told him about what had happened.
Now, I just need to find a way to please the spirits and...
I can't believe you're still looking into these things. I wanted to give you another chance, but you haven't changed a bit.
Saying that, Grandpa left and Mom cried all night. Why can't you just let these spirits go, Mom? I really want to move in with Nana and Papa. I miss them.
No way. You saw what happened with the medium. I'm not putting them in danger again.
So you'd rather make us live like street rats? Come on, Mom. This is not real. That weird lady, medium, whatever, she was tricking you.
I'm not discussing this, Rose. Go to your room.
That's when I realized the only way to get Mom out of this paranormal world was to convince her that there was no such thing as ghosts. While she spent time and money on psychics, seminars, and meditation retreats, I did research to debunk her beliefs. There is no scientific basis for crystal healing. The Bermuda Triangle has finally been explained. Most ghost activities can be traced back to change in temperature, electromagnetic interference, or... Mom, are you listening?
Oh no, it's the unholy hour. I can't talk now. Bye!
Mom just wasn't paying attention to me, and things got worse when one day I invited a couple of friends over for a sleepover. Everything was going well until it was nighttime, and Mom walked into my room with candles and crystals.
It's a full moon tonight. Tell me, girls, when was the last time you got a cleanse?
She forced me and my friends to sit in a circle while she smoked us with incense. I was so embarrassed. Of course, nobody came to my place after that, and while I couldn't have my friends over, psychics kept showing up at her door. Some of them even became Mom's friend and stayed for days with us. I'd given up hope until one day while I was going home, I heard some kids talking about a dare at the local haunted house, and it gave me the perfect idea. If I exposed this local ghost story, then maybe Mom would finally believe me. I asked the kids if I could join in, and they agreed. And that night, while Mom was asleep, I quietly got into the house with the rest of the group. But 5 minutes into the exploration, I heard a blood-chilling scream from the upstairs room. I followed it, only to discover one of the boys panicking.
There's something here! It knocked that vase! It's a ghost!
That's not a ghost, it's a mouse. I picked up the mouse by its tail, and the boy let out a wilder scream. He went running downstairs, and the rest of the group saw him, and they all started running around like headless chickens. One by one, they all ran outside until I was left alone. So I sat on a dusty couch and took a nap. The next day, word spread around the school that I stayed in the haunted house all night, and I became popular overnight. Soon, other people wanted to join me on my ghost adventures, and so we formed a club. And by the time I was 15, my paranormal investigation club was super popular. I had a lot of fun with it and solved all kinds of stuff, including some alien and Bigfoot sightings. Life was somewhat okay, except Mom was still a lost cause. One day, Mom and I were coming back home from a shopping trip when we noticed a new store. Mom walked in, and I was talking to the woman who was running the place when a boy around my age walked up to me.
Bonjour. Can I show you something? Those stress lines do not look good on a pretty face like yours. How about some incense for meditation? An amethyst pendant to relieve stress?
No thanks.
Oh, Rosie, that's a cute pendant.
No, it's not. It's hideous. Let's go home, Mom. I stormed out of the store without waiting a second longer. The bad luck seemed to follow me because the next day at school, I ran into the same guy from the store. He was surrounded by some girls and was selling them weird little bottles. What's that?
Oh, hello, sweet Rosie. You smell divine. I'm Ed, by the way.
And I'm Rose for you. What did you give them?
Love potions to tingle the romantic bones that are clearly missing from your body.
Shut up! You're scamming innocent girls. I'll have to report you to the principal.
No, por favor. Why don't you see for yourself first? If they don't work, you know where to find me.
Saying that, Ed winked at me and left. What a weirdo. Anyway, I agreed to wait a couple of days just to see if the stupid potion worked, and to my surprise, all the girls who used that got a date with their crush. I couldn't believe it. I had to talk to Ed and found him in the cafeteria cracking a raw egg in his salad.
I was waiting for you, pretty Bella. Some salad?
No thanks, I don't want that. Tell me about the love potions.
It's a trade secret, obviously.
Or maybe that potion gave them a bit of confidence and everything else was pure luck.
You can't prove that, can you, Shelley?
I was furious. Now that I think of it, all of those girls were very pretty, but a bit shy. Of course it worked. A few days went by, and I decided to avoid Ed. I already had my fair share of weird with Mom, and I didn't want another piece of work in my life. Soon enough, it was time for college. I was sorting out my college application one night, and Mom walked into my room with the amethyst pendant from the other day. What's this for?
It's pretty. It reminds me of your eyes.
This was kind of expensive, Mom. Are you sure you can afford this?
Of course I can. And while we're talking about money, I have something to talk about.
That's when Mom told me that she actually had nothing saved for my college and suggested that I should ask my grandparents for my college fund.
There's no way they'll listen to me, but I'm sure they'll help you.
So all these years, you didn't consider that I had to go to college? How could you be so selfish?
I gave you everything you need, and I know your grandpa won't hesitate to give you more money, but do you think I have any chance of getting more funds for my research?
I can't believe you're still thinking about that, Mom. You're seriously crazy. I wish I could have just left with Dad.
Don't use that tone with me, Rose.
Actually, I'd rather not use any tone with you.
Shut up, and don't forget, I'm your mom.
You're the one who forgot. Saying that, I just stormed out of the house. I needed to clear my head, so I went for a walk around the neighborhood when I felt like someone was following me. I turned around and saw Ed right behind me. What are you doing?
Trying to make sure the girl I like is safe. What are you doing roaming around the streets at this hour?
I was just, wait, did you say that you like me?
Well, obviously the love potion doesn't work on you, and neither do my hints. So I'll say it directly. Yes, Rosie, I like you. Now tell me what's wrong. You look stressed.
Ed and I sat down, and I ended up telling him everything about my life, including my recent conversation with Mom. I was pleasantly surprised to see that he was a good listener.
That's tough.
I don't understand why Mom is so focused on the supernatural instead of trying to mend things with her family. It could really make our life easier, you know?
Maybe, but in her head, it's all real. I'm sure she has her reasons. She actually told my mom a while back how she heard knocking and scratching in the walls, threatening messages appeared overnight, and she saw a white figure in her room once. This happened for years.
Oh, please. It was probably just her imagination.
Whatever it was, she's your mom, and you're the only person she can fall back on.
Maybe Ed was right, but I couldn't just forgive Mom so easily. Being weird is something, and being an irresponsible mom is something else. The next morning, I took a bus back to the mansion, and it was completely changed. As I walked towards the entrance, I was filled with nostalgia for my childhood. Then suddenly, I saw my Aunt Angelica, Mom's older sister. She saw me, came running, and pulled me into a hug.
You've grown so much, my pretty Rose.
So have you. I mean, you look amazing, Auntie. How have you been?
I'm good, but why are you wearing these weird clothes? Come in, let me set you up with a beautiful dress.
Aunt took me inside, gave me a bunch of things to eat, and as we sat down, I told her all about Mom's spending problems and how now my studies were at risk.
That's terrible. I knew my sister was weird, but I would have never thought she was this irresponsible. Don't worry, child. I'll take care of everything.
I was over the moon with joy, and I immediately got to work sending out applications. Ed helped me a lot with filing my applications, and the more I hung out with him,
the more I liked him. He was a bit weird, but at least he was there for me, unlike Mom, who still refused to come back to the mansion.
I'm happy you're having a good time there, but I don't think I'm welcome there.
You won't know if you don't give it a shot. Isn't family more important than your dumb psychic research? Why can't you just listen to me for once?
You have no idea what it means to be treated like a crazy person by everyone, including your own parents.
Stop playing the victim, Mom. You did this to yourself.
Mom's face dropped, and I could see she was hurt.
But I was so tired of her behavior, especially after seeing how amazing Aunt Angelica was with me. She had a very successful business and was willing to take me under her wing, and she spoke with Grandpa to renovate my old room. I was over the moon to get back to the mansion, wake up to breakfast in bed, take walks in the lush garden, and feel like a princess again. My college was nearby, and I even had a personal driver to take me there. Life was finally perfect, but I still missed Mom a lot. I only got to see her on weekends, and I tried my best to get her back home, but she wouldn't drop her stupid ego. Then one day, I was sorting out some old jewelry when I found the amethyst pendant Mom bought me a while ago. Suddenly, I felt my eyes well up. I decided to do something about the situation and turned to Ed for help.
Why don't you do what you're best known for? Solving paranormal stuff. You solved all the cases around here except that of your mother.
But that was years ago. How am I supposed to investigate that now?
You live in the mansion. Try looking around. Old artifacts, cold spots. Maybe something will turn up to prove that she was right, and her family will finally see that she wasn't crazy.
Even I'm not fully convinced with that, Ed. How will I convince others?
Have faith, pretty Bella.
Ed dropped me back home, and I got to work. I didn't expect to find much, but that night, I waited for everyone to be asleep and tiptoed out of my room. I spent hours searching around the place, looking in the library, around the hallways, outside the perimeter of the house, but there was nothing suspicious. I was returning to my room defeated when my nightgown got tangled in one of the statues in the corridor. I tugged on the fabric, but it bent the statue's arm, and a panel in the wall nearby started opening. What the freaking frogs? A hidden passage? I turned on the flashlight on my phone, started recording, and walked along the dark corridor, which led straight to Mom's old room. And suddenly, everything made sense. This door opened from the other side of the hall, so it was possible for someone to slide into Mom's room every night and make those weird sounds and even disguise as a ghost to freak her out. But who would do that? I was still lost in my thoughts when a flashlight blinded me, and what I saw blew my mind. Auntie?
Rose, what are you doing here?
Oh my God, it was you, right? You knew about this secret passage. Were you the ghost that haunted my mother? I saw her surprised mask fall, and an evil smirk appeared on her face.
Well, what can I say? Your mom was always too stupid to figure it out. You probably took after your father.
But why, Auntie? What did Mom ever do to you? She took everything from me.
She was always the favorite child because she was younger and prettier. I did everything to get our parents' attention, but they didn't have time for me. I could still let go of that. But then, she married the guy I liked, and I knew I couldn't take it anymore, and worked out a plan. All I had to do was to show everyone how crazy she was, and she was stupid.
She actually fell for it. You were in love with Dad? Please tell me you didn't have anything to do with their divorce.
I may have given him evidence of your mom cheating, and while she was busy moping around, I amped up the hauntings, but the fire and everything were all her.
You hated Mom, but you helped me? Why would you do that? To take away the last thing she had, of course. Wow, you're evil. Wait till I tell Grandpa. You can try, but you won't if you want the funds for your college to keep coming.
Oh, don't you worry. I've learned a trick or two of my own. After all, we are related by blood.
I waved the phone in front of my aunt while she looked at me in shock. She tried to snatch it, but I was fast and ran out of the house. The next day, I asked Mom to come over and showed the video to her and my grandparents. They were shocked and decided to banish my aunt right there and then. I am so sorry, Mom, for never believing you.
I didn't give you a reason to trust me either, sweetie. So I guess it's a new start for us both.
My grandparents apologized to Mom and sent my aunt away to the ancestral cottage in a far-off village. They asked Mom to move back in, but she just looked at me with sad eyes.
I wish you could have trusted me instead of thinking I was crazy. It will take a while to forgive you guys, but Rose, I leave it up to you.
It's okay, Mom. Let's go home. My grandparents felt guilty and kept funding my college. Mom and I still live in our small house, and we were closer than ever. Ed and I started dating officially, and he offered me a job at his store.
But at one condition. You'll have to wear this pendant. Only if you want to, of course.
Have you spiked it with a love potion?
I don't think I have to.
Hi, my name is Marvel, and my parents named me that because from the day I was born, they thought I was special and they worshipped me. But this is the story of how everything changed in the blink of an eye. Before I continue, please click like and subscribe because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Mom never got tired of telling everyone how Santa Claus brought her the world's best present one Christmas, me. The doctors had told her that after my sister Clara, she couldn't have more children. So when I turned up 5 years later, everyone thought it was a miracle.
My favorite granddaughter. Don't raise her like that other devil child of yours. Where is that brat?
Just then, Grandma screamed loudly as Clara bit her on the leg and ran away. Clara hated that she wasn't the center of my parents' universe anymore. But it wasn't my fault she was a brat, and everyone thought I was an angel. Mom and Dad adored me, and I had more toys and books than I could count. And every night, they'd act out my favorite bedtime stories together. But Clara was always ruining it. Red Riding Hood is as stupid as Marvel. She thought a wolf was her grandma.
Why are you here again? You're too old for these stories.
The next day, I woke up to find my storybooks torn to pieces. When I tucked my first tooth under the pillow for the tooth fairy, I was so happy to see a pink box the next morning. I opened it and stared in horror. Clara had cut my face out of all the family pictures and gifted my heads to me. On my 8th birthday, I woke up super excited for the grand party my parents had arranged. But seconds later, I was screaming at my reflection. My parents came running and stared at my terrible haircut in horror, while Clara was laughing her head off.
Clara, are you completely crazy?
What did I ever do to you, witch? You were born. That's what you did. Clara was grounded and I was rushed off to a salon to fix the damage. She wasn't allowed to attend my party, and it was perfect. And my new haircut was even more perfect, which drove Clara crazy. Eventually, I stopped caring that Clara hated me. In fact, I started taking revenge. Once when I was in 7th grade, I knew she'd flunk every subject and was hiding her report card from my parents. So I went through her bag and stole it. The next morning, I smiled in bed while I heard Mom's screams.
Why can't you be more like Marvel? You've turned out to be such a disappointment, Clara.
I knew I was going to pay for it, but it was totally worth it. Things only got worse, of course. One day, when my parents weren't home, I walked into my room to find it completely trashed. The minute Mom saw it, she announced that she would be sending Clara to boarding school.
It's not safe for Marvel to be around you, Clara. You're getting completely out of hand.
What? You're going to send me away because of her? I hate you, Mom. I hate you, Marvel. I hate everyone. Next day, when we got back from school, Mom wasn't home. To our shock, it turned out that Mom had fallen and hit her head, and now she was in a coma. A week later, I was sleeping on a chair in her room when I heard her say,
Clara? Where's Clara?
Clara instantly flew to her side and hugged her. Mom, I'm right here. I'm so sorry.
Is that really you? How long have I been sleeping? How many years?
I took her other hand and smiled. Thank God you're awake, Mom. She turned to look at me blankly. Then suddenly, she drew her hand away.
Who is this child, Frank? It's Marvel, honey. Is she lost? And why is she calling me Mom?
A slow grin spread over Clara's face as Dad quickly called the doctor. After a series of questions and tests, the doctor concluded that Mom didn't remember anything from the past 13 years. So she basically didn't remember having me. Even when Dad reminded her, she just looked confused.
But it's not possible. The doctors told me I couldn't have children after Clara. My precious baby, who made me a mama.
I was devastated. How had I just gone from being Mommy's little miracle to someone she didn't even remember? Back at home, I ran to her room one day with photo albums to jog her memory. But as soon as I opened them, I remembered Clara had cut me out of all the pictures years ago. You don't remember this, Mom, but Marvel cut out her face from all the photos because she said she hated being a part of this family.
Marvel? What a strange child you are.
This witch was constantly manipulating Mom. I'd catch her by Mom's side all the time, and it made me very uneasy. A few days later, Mom had made spaghetti and meatballs, which were my favorite. But before I could say anything, Clara jumped in. Oh, Mom, you remembered my favorite food.
Didn't you become a vegetarian 2 years ago?
What are you talking about, Dad? Would I do this if I was a vegetarian? And with that, she started gulping down meatballs. Marvel's always hated your cooking, Mom. She always said even the dog didn't deserve to eat such bad food.
Clara, that's enough. Stop making up lies. Marvel's such a sweet child. She'd never say that. Then, to my shock, Mom turned to Dad angrily. Don't talk to our baby like that. And why are you defending her so much? Do you want to tell me the truth about this girl? What are you talking about? I know your little secret. And with that, Mom flung her napkin on the table and walked off. What was she talking about? Did she think I wasn't her own kid? A few weeks later, while Dad was away on business, Clara and Mom made plans for a girls' day out. Oh, can I come too, please? Mom looked at me like I was some gross insect. And who's going to clean the mess you made last night in the kitchen? What? I never went to the kitchen last night. Stop lying, Marvel. It wasn't me or Clara. And I don't think ghosts bake chocolate chip cookies. Did you eat them all? I never made any, Mom. Greedy and a liar. You're just like your mother. You're my mother, Mom. There's no way I would give birth to someone like you. But since you're living here, I want to make you useful. I want the kitchen spotless by the time we get back. It broke my heart to see them drive away. When they finally came back in the evening, they spent hours trying on the outfits they'd bought. Not a single one for me. I cried myself to sleep that night. A few hours later, I woke up startled because I'd heard a squeaky sound. But when I didn't hear it again, I turned around to go back to sleep. And then I saw something that made my blood run cold. Ah! Sitting on a stool in a corner was Mom, holding Mr. Teddy. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I startle you? Mom, why are you sitting there in the dark? I was just watching you sleep. But why? I was trying to see if you look like Amelia. Who's Amelia? Her strange, twisted smile sent chills down my spine. Here, I fixed your teddy bear. Clara said I made it for you when you were little, but you ripped out an arm one day in a fit of rage. What? Mom, that's not true! But before I could finish, she was gone. Did she think I was the daughter of someone called Amelia? And who was Amelia? A few nights later, I heard some clattering noise downstairs. I quietly crept out of bed and walked towards the light in the kitchen. To my surprise, it was Mom baking enough chocolate chip cookies to feed an army. Mom, what are you doing? She turned to me sharply and stared at me with blank eyes for a moment. She looked possessed, and then without a word, she turned back to mixing chocolate dough again. She's sleepwalking. I turned around to see Clara standing behind me, eating a cookie. It's so much fun when she sleepwalks. I can get her to do whatever I want. You're a monster, Clara. You better go get your beauty sleep, Marvel. There will be plenty of dishes for you in the morning. I couldn't wait for Dad to come back and tell him how horribly Mom and Clara had been treating me. As soon as he entered the door and hugged me, I turned to see Mom standing behind with her arms crossed. We need to talk. Minutes later, I could hear shouting from their bedroom. I crept closer to their door to hear what they were arguing about. It's not what you think. Just let me explain. How could you do this to me, Frank? Even after everything you know about my history with Amelia, I want you to get out. Right now. You've got it all wrong. Get out now! Dad burst out of the bedroom, and when he spotted me, he kissed me on the head. I'll come back in a day or two when she's calmer. And with that, he was gone again. What was going on? The next morning when I went downstairs, Mom was making pancakes, and she smiled at me. I'm making your favorite breakfast. You remember that I love pancakes? I think some things are coming back to me. I felt so happy. Mom sat down next to me. I don't really remember you, Marvel, but I'm sure I loved you very much. I'd like to get to know you again. How about you and I take a little trip? I jumped up and hugged her, then quickly skipped off to get ready. Just as I was walking out of the house, Clara called out, Marvel! Wait! Take him with you! And with that, she ran to me to give me my raggedy teddy bear. Why? I'm not going away forever. Oh, you never know. Can't hurt to keep him. Goodbye, Marvel. This girl was so weird. I took it and ran off to the car. We sang along to songs on the radio, and it felt just like old times. We'd been driving for 3 hours and had entered a town when I asked Mom where we were going. Oh, you'll see. A few minutes later, she drove up to a house in the middle of nowhere and took out a crumpled letter from her pocket. Yep, this is the address. As I hopped out of the car, Mom took out a bag from the back and Mr. Teddy. Are we staying here overnight? Not we. Just you. To my horror, she dumped the stuff on the ground and jumped back in the car. What are you doing, Mom? She threw the crumpled letter at me. For the last time, I'm not your mom. I've brought you to your real mom's place. So go live with her and stay away from me and my family. And with that, Mom drove away. I stood frozen in shock. Finally, I managed to open up the letter. Dear Frank, we have to keep this a secret for now. We'll tell her everything when I'm there. Can't wait to see you. Love, Amelia. Nothing was making sense to me. And whoever this Amelia was didn't live here anymore because the house looked abandoned. I didn't even have a cell phone. I decided to walk to the town center to call Dad. But just then, dark clouds rolled in and it started raining like crazy. I sat huddled on the porch, feeling really scared. But just then, I saw a car drive up to the house, and it was Dad. He ran to me and hugged me tight. How did you know I was here? I went back home to try talking to your mom again, and I saw the two of you leaving, so I followed. Dad, who is Amelia? Dad explained on the drive back home that Mom and her sister, Amelia, had never gotten along growing up, and the last straw was when she stole Mom's college boyfriend. Mom had cut off all ties with her, but around the time I was born, Amelia had got in touch with Dad because she wanted to make amends. So that's what the letter was about? Yeah, and the two did patch things up, but your mother just doesn't remember. Why have I never met my aunt? She lives in another country now, and sadly, those two are like you and Clara. They still don't like each other very much. Dad decided that he and I would stay in a motel for a while. We stayed there for about 3 months. I loved my dad, but I really missed my mom. Dad told me that Mom had started going to therapy. Sometimes I used to go to her sessions and pretend to be a visitor. Once she saw me there and looked really confused. You look like someone I know. And she approached. I was afraid she would hurt me, and Dad stood between us to protect me. Just then, Clara dragged her away. Come on, Mom. We have a party to attend. Another 5 months had passed, and nothing changed. Until one morning, Dad barged into the room and shook me awake. Marvel, wake up. She's asking about you. I couldn't believe my ears. She remembered me? When we reached home, Mom came running outside and she burst into tears as she hugged me. Mom, do you remember me? No, I don't. I'm sorry. I just remember that I had a second lovely child, and I can just feel in my heart that you're mine. I remember having emotions for you and touching you, but my eyes and my brain, they don't remember you. I don't remember much about what you're like, Marvel. It's like my memories with you have faded. So, Mom really didn't remember me. I felt like I was about to cry, but then I said, Mom, that really breaks my heart, but I guess it's okay for now. At least you remember being my mom. You can get to know me all over again. As Mom and I hugged and cried, and Dad joined us too, we heard a voice behind us. So, what now? You'll be sending me to boarding school? It was nice to have a mom who cared about me for a while. We all turned around to see Clara, and she looked so disappointed that I felt almost sorry for her. Mom pulled her into a hug. I love you both very much. I'm so sorry I made you feel like I didn't. Long story short, Mom is back to normal, mostly, and she loves me just as much as she ever did. Also, things are finally better between me and Clara. We still fight a lot, but she's going to therapy too, and is finally learning to accept me as her little sister.
Hi, I'm Adley from Boston. Please like and subscribe, because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the next coming 7 days. My mom got pregnant many years ago after she married my dad, and they were both overjoyed to have a daughter. After my birth, they were waiting anxiously for me when the nurse walked in, looking nervous. I'm not sure if you want to see her.
Oh my God. Is she ugly? I'm going to have a heart attack if she's ugly.
I think she's a dwarf. Mom leapt forward and took me from the nurse, and Dad stared at me in horror. I was really tiny and ugly, like a frog.
I'll have you fired, you moron. I don't care what my daughter looks like. She's mine, and she's beautiful. So what if she's a bit small?
But as years went by and my progress was monitored by doctors, I was diagnosed with slower growth than most people, which meant I'd always look younger than I actually am. Mom didn't care, as long as I was healthy, but Dad couldn't handle it.
How is it even possible? Everyone in my family is practically a basketball player. Be honest with me, woman. Is she even mine?
Mom started screaming and throwing things at him, and he went running out of the door, and that's the last I ever saw of him. Once, when I was 6, Mom took me to a birthday party at her boss's house. I was really excited to meet other kids, but the minute they saw me, they all started staring and then laughing.
OMG, just look at it. It's so tiny.
With that, the birthday girl Brenda took my hairband off.
Hey, give it back, you jerk! Catch it if you can, shorty. Come on, jump a little higher.
Suddenly, I lost it. I climbed onto a chair and pounced on her, and we went crashing into the pile of birthday presents, which landed straight in the pool. As Brenda screamed, Mom's boss came running and went ballistic. Who is this out-of-control toddler? Where did she come from? That's my daughter, Adley. But you said your daughter was 6 years old. I don't know who this child is. I'm calling the police. Her boss just picked me up and started carrying me away. Oh my God, she's mine. But her crazy boss wouldn't let us go till the cops arrived. Of course, Mom was able to prove I was her kid, but she was so furious. She flung a piece of cake at her boss's face. I'm not working for you, psycho. I quit. Even though Mom was struggling to find a new job, she soon enrolled me in the best school around. On the first day, I was about to go inside the building when a giant limo almost bumped into me. Hey, are you blind? You could have hurt me. A girl got down from the car, and it was that awful Brenda. Ow, shut up. You're hurting my ears. It's not our fault you're as tiny as an ant. Who can even see you? She spat on my shoes and walked off. And when I went to my classroom, I discovered she was in my class. Ugh. And all the kids were flocking around her like she was the queen of the school. Over the years, Brenda never failed to mock me. But it wasn't just her. It felt as if I walked into school every day wearing some ridiculous costume because someone was sure to point and laugh.
Where's your lower half, shorty, buried in the ground?
Which dwarf are you, sleepy, mopey, or grumpy? I was so sick of it all. So, in the 7th grade, I decided to do something about it. I Googled how to increase your height, and there were so many tips. One of them was hanging. I didn't have a pull-up bar, so I decided to stretch from a tree branch. But just as I stepped on it, it snapped under my weight, and I fell to the ground, hurting my leg. Oh, Adley, what are you doing? I just want to grow tall, Mom. Everyone else just keeps getting taller. What's wrong with me? Honey, there's nothing wrong with you. So what if you're not as tall as everyone else? It doesn't make you less smart or kind or beautiful. I waited so long to have you, Adley, and I wouldn't change a thing. You're perfect. Mom's words really stuck with me. It was okay to not be like everyone else. A few days later, when I was heading out for home, I suddenly saw the school bus leaving without me. I ran and waved and shouted, but it just went faster. The driver probably couldn't even see me. Just then, I tripped over something and fell face first into a muddy puddle. As I got up, I saw some kids on the side staring at me, and I snapped. What? What are you looking at? Didn't your parents ever tell you it's rude to stare? Is it so weird that I'm short, or do I have something on my face? To make things even worse, Brenda walked out just then, and she started cackling when she saw me. Ew, are you covered in poop, Adley? Because something sure stinks. I think it's your mouth, you awful witch. I attacked her, and she screamed. She managed to push me off and jumped onto a bench, but I bit her leg really hard. We were both sent to the principal's office, and our moms were called in. They were not happy to see each other. But worse, the principal said I would be expelled. What? You're going to expel my daughter? Well, ma'am, biting other students is unacceptable. And bullying is acceptable? Because my daughter's been getting bullied under your nose every day, and you've done nothing. I know why you're punishing Adley. It's because that woman is much richer than I am, isn't it? You wait and see. I'm going to sue you. Mom wasn't kidding. She did sue the school for not protecting kids from bullying, and the school board actually settled. They fired the principal, suspended Brenda for a month, and we got $100,000 as compensation. I had the best month of my life in school without Brenda. And then Mom and I took a fantastic trip to Europe over summer break. A few days before school was about to start, I came home from the library one evening and found a boy sleeping on my bed. Thief! There's a thief in my room! The boy suddenly jumped up, and I saw he was very tall and really cute. Just then, Mom came running, and told me he was her friend's son Andrew from France. He'd be staying with us for a few months because he was here as an exchange student in my school. But why is he sleeping in my bed?
I guess I got the wrong room. Take a chill pill, tiny loser.
I hated him already. And for good reason. Andrew was so annoying. He left his giant shoes everywhere that I kept tripping over. He put all my snacks in the highest kitchen cupboard. And the worst, he hogged the TV remote all evening. One day, Mom had gone out, and it was just the two of us at home. We decided to order food, and he took over everything.
Yes, hello, McDonald's. I'd like one cheeseburger, extra large fries, and Coke. And for my little friend, one Happy Meal. It comes with a toy, right?
I stared at him furiously as he just hung up. And then he switched on the sports channel. Hey, no, we're not watching football again. It's my turn. I want to watch my show.
Oh, that's not happening, dwarf girl.
I wasn't having it this time. I ran to the TV screen and hugged it, blocking his view. He kept yelling at me, and then suddenly leapt off the sofa and just picked me up. I kicked and screamed, but he just dropped me in my room and locked me in. Oh my God. How was I gonna stand him at home and at school? On the first day of 8th grade, I walked in with newfound confidence in my European wardrobe. Of course, Brenda gave me death glares all morning, but the rest gave me plenty of compliments. As I sat down in the cafeteria later, some kid who looked like a 5th grader joined me at my table and put a red rose next to me. What are you doing?
Oh, it's my first day here, and I'm already in love with you. You're so beautiful. I'm a little older than you, but that doesn't bother you, right? I'm marrying you as soon as I graduate high school.
What? This idiot thought I was younger than him? Just then, I spotted Brenda and her minions howling with laughter. OMG, this is epic. You guys look so cute together. You'll surely be the hottest new couple in school. But suddenly, Andrew pushed the kid aside and sat really close to me, kissing me on the cheek.
Hey, babe, I was looking everywhere for you. Oh, you got some mustard on your nose.
What are you doing?
Helping you just play along.
And well, I had to admit, the boy was a genius. I turned to look at Brenda, and her jaw was practically on the floor. What the? I mean, how do you two know each other? Oh, we met in Paris during summer break.
She had me at hello. Who wouldn't love this cute little cream puff?
Brenda stormed off angrily, and I immediately pushed Andrew away. Barf! But we decided to stick to this plan for a while, and my popularity was rising fast. I was the girlfriend of the hottest new jock in school. Suddenly, I was invited to all the cool parties. I had front row seats at all of Andrew's games. And when his team won the final football match, he picked me up and ran all over the stadium with me on his shoulders. Gosh, he was such a nut. But I was actually having a really good time with him. Sometimes I even felt butterflies. On Valentine's Day, Andrew put a heart-shaped chocolate box next to me on the table at breakfast. No one can see us here, so what's with the chocolates?
They're just chocolates. Eat them, or whatever.
They're heart-shaped chocolates on Valentine's Day. Is that supposed to mean anything?
Do you want it to mean something?
No, of course not. Yuck.
Yeah, exactly. Forget it. I'll give them to someone else.
He picked up my box and stormed off. What a jerk. And why did I have these weird feelings for Andrew? He was so annoying. The next day when I went to school, Brenda was standing by my locker with a huge grin. I just knew it was too good to be true. What are you talking about? You and Andrew. I just didn't get it. This makes more sense. And with that, Brenda turned her phone to me and showed me a picture of a blonde girl with her arms around Andrew. And I felt a pang of jealousy. I just turned and started walking away. Aw, is your itty-bitty heart broken? He was obviously playing around with you. Everyone could see it. Why would someone like him want to be with a dwarf like you? You look like his kid. Maybe I'll ask him out. I'm prettier than this blonde girl. Do you really think calling me a dwarf hurts me now, Brenda? I've been hearing that stuff since the day I met you. I may not have grown much in inches since then, but I've certainly outgrown you. You don't bother me anymore, and I like myself just as I am. Go ahead, ask Andrew out, but trust me, he's gonna turn you down, because he knows what a small, petty, mean mommy's princess looks like. Suddenly, Brenda snarled and attacked me. As I was trying to push her off, I was pulled away by Andrew, and standing next to Brenda was the new principal.
You were given a strict warning last time, and I saw you attack this girl for no reason with my very own eyes. You're expelled, Brenda.
And with that, he angrily marched her away. That witch had it coming.
Adley, are you okay? What are you two fighting about?
Oh, just get lost. Go back to your dumb girlfriend.
What dumb girlfriend? I don't have one, but I'm trying to get one.
Yeah, go on then. Who's stopping you?
You idiot. I want you to be my girlfriend. I like you.
I stared at him in shock and then smiled. Oh, yeah, well, who wouldn't want a cute little cream puff like me? Andrew grinned, and I stepped onto a stool and pulled him in for a kiss.